pretty soon. My peoples, get in here, you guys. Oh, Lord Jesus. Sorry, my co-host is really loud, okay? So if you hear the co-host, he's fine. He's safe. I promise you, he's really safe. My co-host is crazy. Oh, my gosh. Child, the co-host is insane. Co-host, what are you doing? Child, I'm about to bring the co-host next to me. Hey, for me, what's up? Oh, my Lord. Look, listen to my co-host. Yes, y'all. Sorry. The co-host is a little crazy. Hey, Janet. Hi, Abby. Good morning, people. Good morning. Listen, I'm going to do multiple lives today so we can stay on topic so that we don't have like one giant live with everything, okay? So we're going to start off with this one because I was in here yesterday just going off by myself. But we'll do this one first. And then, oh, he's downstairs. He's living his best life. We'll do this one first. And then we'll do this, like the Black businesses. A lot of Black women-owned businesses are closing down. People are crying on the internet. I'm like, why y'all crying? Imagine people raise money into it. Good morning, Mark. Cuckoo, come with you. Okay. But I want to do this Nicki and SZA beef. What's it called? Yeah. Child, listen. As you know, well, maybe you don't know. I can't assume that you know, but in case you don't know, I'm Team Nikki for life, okay? I love Nikki for life, okay? So recently, like this week or something, I don't know, but this week, seems like Nikki was going off, right? And one thing people love to do, yes, I love Nikki, you guys. I really do. Hey, Matt, what's up, right? Okay. So it's like everybody's acting brand new as if, oh, Nikki's crashing out. Like the level of gaslighting is really disturbing and it's kind of sick, right? But one thing I do not like, okay? One thing I don't like. Oh, she did. Well, that's good for her. Making good choices, okay? But one thing I don't like is that even if you think someone is crashing out, is when people do not want to hear what you're saying. So I'm like, okay, is it because she's like an immigrant? Like, what's the problem? Is it because she's an immigrant? Because it's been quite a week. Even before that, it's been quite a week, right? But I truly despise how people do not. Yeah, I'm like, that's what I'm trying to say. Is it because like she's from Trinidad and SZA is like Black American, so they're like acting silly? Because I'm like, now I'm like, I look at everybody sideways because it doesn't make sense to me, right? And then somehow I ended up on the French side of TikTok. Oh, yes. Okay. I ended up on the French side of TikTok. Let me see if I can play for you guys. If I still have it. I should have it, no. But I ended up on the French side of TikTok. And I'm like, how does TikTok know I speak French? Like, that's crazy. Where's my page? Attends, qu'est-ce que j'ai aimé ici? Attends. Oh, Lord, I'm liking too much stuff. I like way too much stuff on the TikTok. It's getting ridiculous, okay? Attends. Dis-moi qui m'aime les zéros, un dollar, je peux pas rester. Okay, this one. Attends.
J'aurais aimé savoir plus tôt. Vous savez, une leçon de vie que j'aurais aimé savoir plus tôt, c'est qu'il faut pas se battre pour faire entendre ta version de la vérité et essayer de montrer patte blanche à des gens qui se sont contentés d'une seule version de l'histoire. Que ça soit professionnellement, que ça soit familialement, personnellement. Si des gens ont entendu une version d'une histoire sans avoir la tienne et ont décidé d'y croire, c'est que cet avis, ils l'avaient déjà sur toi et ça les a confortés sur ce qu'ils pensaient de toi depuis le début.
Voilà.
Donc tu n'arriveras jamais à les convaincre, dans tous les cas, même si tu donnais ta version parce qu'ils sont déjà de l'autre côté. Ils ne te soutiennent pas, puisqu'ils ont entendu quelque chose sur toi. Moi, quand j'aime bien quelqu'un et que j'entends une histoire que je trouve particulièrement bizarre vis-à-vis d'un comportement d'une personne que j'aime bien, je cours l'appeler pour lui dire qu'est-ce qui se passe. J'ai cru comprendre ça, est-ce que je peux avoir ta version? Si je ne fais pas ça, c'est que de base, entendre ça, ça me conforte dans l'idée que j'avais de la personne. Donc arrêtez d'essayer de montrer patte blanche à des gens.
Oh, I thought it was translating. This girl is speaking French in y'all's faces. So she's saying, right, that you have to stop trying to fight to get people to understand your side, okay? Like, stop it. Because if you have a dilemma between two people and then people are only happy listening to one side, right? They never liked you to start from. Like they didn't like you from the beginning. Like they never liked you. So when they heard one side, because it was convenient to help them dislike you, they just took that one side. But okay, that's it. So she's like, okay, this is something I've learned. Don't try to prove yourself. Don't try to prove to anybody that you're innocent. Don't try to prove to anybody to see it from your perspective, right? Because if these people, okay, if these people were actually honest people, right, they would ask you, okay, what happened, right? And they will also ask you what happened from a place of good faith, right? From a place of good faith. Like, I'm asking you because I really want to get your perspective. No, I'm asking you, but I'm barely listening. Like, girl, what? Okay. And I'm like, to me, the way it comes off is like, I think a lot of people, especially here, I mean, I don't know, right? They made up their minds that anytime something happens with Nicki Minaj, Nikki has to be the problem child. Like, Nikki has to be the problem person. Oh, because she's older. Oh, because she's hating on people. Oh, she doesn't like other female rappers. And it's like, no, it could very well be that those female rappers are the problem. Okay. It could very well be that the girls are the problem. And so for me, I listen to it. I mean, I'm gonna play some videos, right? I will play some videos. But it's like I was really, really triggered because I said, okay, is it because she's from Trinidad, right? And she's not African American that people are pretending not to hear what she's saying? Because now you got to ask the question. Because I feel like, the thing that is so funny with Trump is that when Trump was running for office, a lot of people were saying, oh my gosh, Trump is a racist. A lot of people here, a lot of Black people here were saying Trump is a racist. Trump is a racist. Trump is a racist. Wumpy wump wump. Oh, Trump is don't have y'all deported. But the funny thing is, as soon as Trump got into office, it's not just white people who felt like white Americans who felt comfortable talking to people crazy. It's also a lot of Black Americans who felt comfortable talking to people crazy. So it's like, sometimes that's why I say, but like I showed that one video when Phil said, oh, when they mean American, they mean white American. I said, no, when people say you're an American, they mean that you are from a country called America and you adhere to a certain culture and you adhere to a certain mindset. And that's why, whether it's a white American or Black American, you'll see some affinity in the behavior or the way people talk to immigrant people. Or sometimes I even feel like choose not to be fair to some people who are immigrant. But you listen to the whole, because I actually listen, because I truly want to know what is going on. But when you listen to what happened, you tell me what you think. But when I listen to it, I can see why Nikki was upset, right? So it seems as though here's how it starts. Nikki herself, not even her manager, not even somebody else. It seems like Nikki herself, she picked up her phone, which she didn't have to do, and she reached out, not even to SZA, but she reached out to SZA's manager. And I'm like, okay, she's respecting protocol. Then the man said to Nikki, right, that currently SZA is in full album mode. But you could send over the song, whatever, and I will play it for her to see if she's interested in being on this feature, right? Okay, so she does just that. All right, now it's like day 1, day 2, day 3, a whole week, 2 weeks, a month, a few months, I don't know, a bunch of months, maybe a whole year, I don't know. And she still has not gotten a response. right? And then it sounds to me like SZA's manager dropped a song called Broken Barbies. And I'm like, that's kind of weird. So you have time to do all of this, but you don't have time to get back to her, right? And then when it comes to SZA, it could very well be that your manager did not present the song to you or did not tell you that, oh, Nikki had reached out because she wants to do a feature. So when you find out that Nicki Minaj reached out to you directly, you know what I mean? Didn't even ask for a favor. She reached out to your management, right? Respecting protocol. You as a businesswoman, you should talk to your manager and you should set your manager straight. Like, hold up, wait a minute. Hey, Glenn, what's up? You should set your manager straight and you should say to your manager, I don't want no problems. I don't want no bad blood. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, because it's very unprofessional. If you tell someone, it doesn't even matter that it's a Nicki Minaj. It doesn't matter because people should act like they were raised properly. But I've come to realize, you know, it's so funny because I was watching this clip from Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens. And he was telling her that, oh, Sub-Saharan Africa didn't have a language. They didn't have languages. Like when the Europeans came to Sub-Saharan Africa in the 1900s, all these Sub-Saharan African people did not have language and this, and that. And I'm like, so your people had language, but you still chose violence, right? Because it's not the people without language who left Africa to go oppress your people, right? You claim your people had so much language, so much so that you chose to be violent. Then what's the point of language? Like, seriously, what's the point of language? I'm like, I'm watching the boy. I'm okay, no, they didn't have any language. So, okay, you white people have so much language that now you have created terms that causes you confusion. Transgender, trans-binary, non-binary, the queer, wumpy, wump. Okay, like what the heck? You have so much language that your own language has made you go insane in your head. So what's the point of language? You have so much language that you still can't tell the truth. So what's the point of language? Like, make it make sense, right? But it's just, to me, I just feel like it's kind of funny because you would think if you are in a first world country that people will know how to behave like first world country people, okay? If you tell somebody, I'm going to do a thing, you have to do it. And when you don't do it, you need to apologize because you can't say, oh my gosh, because you'll see, I'll play the video from that girl from the Breakfast Club because the Breakfast Club, they're truly disgusting. Okay. They're truly, truly disgusting. And they can't even hide their hatred for Nikki and the fact that they want to encourage other people to hate her. And that's why, what's his name? DJ Envy, he might go to prison for all the people whose money he stole in his goofy ass real estate deals. Right? But one thing I have learned, Marlene, one thing I have learned of all the years of following Nicki Minaj and supporting Nicki Minaj, if Nikki cusses your ass out, you probably did something. And people can say, oh my gosh, she's so sensitive. She has the right to be sensitive because she went through a lot. She went through a lot. And you don't have to sit here on social media to tell people your life story and try to get people to have understanding. No, people should have enough humanity in themselves to understand, like, yo, this lady, she probably went through a lot. So she is very sensitive about some things. But nonetheless, this is still business. If you tell someone, I'm going to get back to you, you got to get back to the person. You have to get back to the person. And then if the person feels slighted because you didn't get back to the person, you cannot then gaslight the person who feels slighted because I'm here waiting for you to get back to me. You don't get back to me, but you drop a song called Broken Barbies. Like, what are we doing? If you don't want to do the feature, just say that. Just say it, right? But to me, what I found very disgusting about SZA, yes, SZA, what I found very disgusting about her, because I'm like, okay, maybe her manager didn't tell her Nikki had reached out for a song, but then again, why would he not tell her? But let's assume he didn't tell you. But the moment he told you, the moment you realize, oh, she reached out and she wanted me to be on a feature, what was your reaction? What exactly was your reaction, right? You just said, oh my gosh, like Nikki called, oh my goodness, let's call her back. Even if you don't want to do the song, just say, okay, I can't do the song right now, or it doesn't work out for me. But for you and your manager to know that she reached out, for y'all, and I know y'all listen to the song, you listen to it, right? And you chose not to do it. So is it that you want to be able to say, oh, Nikki reached out to me for a feature and I never get back to her, or I turned her down because I didn't want to be on her thing? It's some messy ass shitty shit. And what I don't like, because people do that a lot here in America, is that people act as if you don't see their passive aggressive behavior. You're passive aggressive. You are passive aggressive, right? You're passive aggressive. So what's the problem? You don't get back to someone that you know somebody has a brand that is built around the whole Barbie thing, Barbie themes and things like that. And then your manager who has yet to get back to her is dropping a song called Broken Barbies. So we're going to talk about your freckles. We sure are going to talk about your freckles because now it's disrespectful. So if you don't want nobody to quote unquote crash out, you got everything to crash out. Oh, she's crashing out. Oh, you, bunch of you people out here are been crashed out. Even Justin J making a video like, Justin J, you've been crashed out. You're the same person who said that because you have, I think he has HIV, that you will tell somebody because it's not your place to tell someone that you have that you infected. All of y'all crash out. Have y'all seen yourselves? Have y'all seen yourself? They love to say this, oh, you're crashing out, because they can't stand when you stand up for yourself, especially if you're a foreigner. No, people have the right to stand up for themselves because people are not stupid. Right? People are not stupid. And also this mindset of like, oh my gosh, Nikki needs to retire already. She doesn't have to do shit. Don't have to do shit. It's America. Welcome to capitalism. She don't have to do shit. You want her place, then take it. But then again, you don't like to compete. You don't like to compete, right? You don't like to compete. You think, oh, you got a BBL, that gonna make you famous? You think because you twerk and your songs are all vulgar, all kinds of bullshit, you think that's gonna make you think that's gonna make you famous? Right? People are crazy. People are really crazy. Yes, she came from Trinidad. Okay. She moved where she like Brooklyn, Bronx. I don't know where she lived. Oh, Jamaica, Queens, Jamaica. There you go, Queens. There you go. Lived in Queens, Jamaica, right? And she studied and she earned it. So one thing up. And I even feel like this is why they support Cardi B. Because yeah, it has to be. It has to be. Because what else is the problem? Right? And I feel like this is why people support Cardi B. Because Cardi B is someone that's easy to take down. You understand? Like the support for Cardi B is super fake because Cardi is somebody that's easy to take down. It's very easy to take her down, right? She don't write her own stuff. She's very insecure. She's easily distracted. You know what I'm saying? She's somebody that's truly, she's like a built-a-bear rapper. Okay? Cardi B was just assembled. Okay, Cardi B was just assembled. So I'm like, this is why they root for Cardi B. Because let's say Cardi had been successful at taking down Nicki Minaj. It would have been so much easier for them to take down Cardi B. And another thing too is that Cardi B is very insecure. It's very easy to get into her head. She's a Libra. It's very, very easy to get into her head. Nicki, it's not that easy to get into her head. You know what I mean? Nicki knows who she is. She knows who she is. She knows what she's been through. She knows what she had to overcome. She knows the battles that she had to fight silently. You don't know her. You don't know her life. And you don't know how she lasted this long. So you cannot gaslight this woman. Same thing with Jay-Z. She has the right to read that dude up and down. Goes, who he is. It's like, who is Jay-Z anyways? Who is he? I told a friend, I'm like, you claim you're so proud to be Black American. You're so proud to be African American. But everything that come out your mouth is Jay-Z this. You're so impressed by a drug dealer. Would your ancestors approve? Like, would your ancestors approve? I'm like, girl, shut up. Because if you could run a needle, like, I don't know, some kind of needle plan, a needle distribution for Jay-Z, so he could go back and sell drugs and kill all his people, you probably would. You probably would. Right? Go sit down somewhere at your goofy ass. I call her goofy every day. I had to block her so I would stop cussing her out because it was getting too easy. And I was coming off like a bully. I was truly coming off like a damn bully. Right? But I'm like, no, Nikki has the right to cuss out Jay-Z. Jay-Z's not a good person. And you can side with him because he's Black American. Don't nobody care. They're like, actually, it's on brand. Okay? It really is. I'm always standing with evil people. It's on brand. But the thing is, it's not like she has a reason to dislike that man because he has done things to her. But the problem is people worship Beyonce so much because she's light-skinned, okay? Because she is light-skinned. People worship Beyonce so much that when her husband does trifling things to people, people do not call her, people don't call him out. You understand? Like me personally, the way that I feel like when Beyonce finally decided to collab with Nikki, no, she's a goofball. I had to let her know. Because I'm like, listen, no, because me, I don't know how to lie to people, and maybe that's a flaw, but then maybe also that's what's gonna get me to heaven. Because I don't lie to people. I'm like, all you can say is you're Black American. Okay. Do you even have a passport? Like, let's be so for real. Have you ever traveled out this country? How many languages you speak? Who are your friends? Like you're in this echo chamber where you only talk to people who look like you, sound like you, and think like you. Like, you think that's a flex? Go sit down somewhere. And I told her, I am not the Marlene you met that was in ESL. I will hurt your feelings. Like, go sit down somewhere. Promise you that. Go sit down somewhere. And don't you ever forget who did your homework when we were in middle school and high school, because you couldn't do it. Mind you. And I was still taking ESL. Sit your ass down somewhere. Okay, people are crazy. People think, oh, because you're from a third world country, it's an indictment on your intelligence. It never gave. You are crazy. Favor is not fair. Okay, you can be from here and be hella stupid. You can be from a poor country and be super intelligent because God has favorites and He chose me as one of them people. So there you go, right? But it's like, no, He does shiesty things, and I do believe that when Beyonce, hold on, when Beyonce called Nicki for the collaboration, right? I even think she did that because her husband told her to do that, right? Because I don't even think Beyonce is in charge of her career. I don't even think Beyonce is in charge of like who she wants to collab with. I think everything is just Jay-Z. This woman right here, this Beyonce lady, she does not have a mind of her own. He controls her. Go fight with somebody else. There's a reason why you go and marry a woman that's 10 years younger than you, because you want to control that lady. She's 10 years younger. You slept with probably like 1,000 women. She probably only slept with 2 people, right? You want a certain power imbalance, and you want this young lady to feel insecure about herself. But anyways, I digress, right? So I'm like, to me, I felt like it was Jay-Z who told her to reach out to Nicki Minaj, right? And to ask for a collaboration, because he was most likely trying to sign Nicki to Roc Nation. Okay, let's not act like since we were a kid, Jay-Z has not been trying to poach artists from Cash Money. Okay, he tried to poach Lil Wayne. Birdman told him to fuck off. All right, I'm sure he probably tried to poach the Drake. He probably did. Who knows? Right? Then he came for Nicki. But I felt like because she's a woman, he probably thought, okay, if Beyonce goes towards her, Beyonce makes friendship with her, Beyonce lies for her, she'll be a fool and she'll sign this contract. No, she's not. No, she not. So they did the song, right? Did the song. And if you notice, that's what they do. When they want to put you in a bad contract, these people right here are not good people. These people here are not good people. Beyonce and Jay-Z, they're very, very predictable how they work with you, right? Beyonce will come to you. Beyonce will be friendly with you. Beyonce will give you a feature. She'll drop on your song and do a feature because they need you to sign that contract. And they need you not to read the damn contract, which is why Haley and Chloe, right? Haley and Chloe have a six album contract, right? Right? They have a 6 album contract for $1 million. Okay, they signed 6 albums. They have to do 6 albums for $1 million. How does that make sense? Right? When it comes to Meg Thee Stallion, right? To get Meg Thee Stallion to rush and leave 1501, and so, hey Jessica, hey guys, to get Meg to leave 1501, right? What they do, right? They made her Beyonce gave her a collaboration, right? Beyonce jumped on that song. They never even met. Then they just sent it back to her. Okay, the song is ready. Okay, she had no say so, right? So that's how Megan left 1501, because they make you think as though you're gonna be part of the family, you're gonna talk to Beyonce. Jay-Z has a very destructive mastermind. Jay-Z is very evil. Jay-Z has no friends. Jay-Z has no loyalty. He only worships money. The man literally worships money, and he serves the Jews. I said what I said. Go fight somebody else. Right? So that's what they do. They befriend you. They act like they want to be your buddy, or even the Roc Nation thing. Roc Nation is to warm you up, to make you feel like, oh, you'll have access. They'll look out for you. Because when it comes to Jay-Z and his masters, right? When it comes to Jay-Z and his own music, his catalog is only worth $75 million. That's why when they say he's a billionaire, I'm like, a billionaire how? Like, stop insulting people and their intelligence. How can he be a billionaire? How long did his career last for? And like, what kind of music was he making? Like, you really, if Jay-Z's a billionaire, then Beyonce's a multi-billionaire. Have you ever seen Jay-Z have world tours the way Beyonce has? Like, people just love to say dumb shit. Like, people just love to say stupidity. Oh, Jay-Z's a billionaire. Yeah, maybe if he combines his money with Beyonce's money, how can he be a billionaire? How does that make sense? How does that even make sense? Like, how does that even make sense to you? The numbers don't even add up. They do not add up. But because he's so jealous, because he wants to be like a Dr. Dre, or he wants to be like a Sean Carter. Let me tell you, a Sean Combs. And let me tell you this, right? When I tell you this, right? When I tell you that Jay-Z is worse than Diddy, it will come out. It will come out. It sure will come out. When I tell you Jay-Z's probably worse, than Diddy, right? The problem is with Diddy, because Diddy's not married. Right? Because Diddy's not married to a light-skinned black woman. Okay. So people hold that against him because he's a single bachelor having a whole lot of sex, and then and this and that. And he has like the foreign, like he has a Filipina and whatever. So they gonna hold that against him because people here are very hateful. People here are very hateful. It's like if you date outside your quote unquote race, even though there's one race, it's the human race, right? This vitriol, this hatred. People will dehumanize you. They want you to go to prison, right? Because they don't like you. They truly do not like you. Because who in the right mind can trust Cassie? Like, seriously, who in the right mind? Okay, who in the right mind can believe Cassie? You know her personally. They put their whole chest out there. They were crying for Cassie. They were mourning for Cassie. You would think that these heifers had an actual relationship with Cassie. They could call her, text her. The sex workers have a better relationship with Cassie. And every single sex worker who sat down said, yep, she loved it. Yep, she was enjoying it. Yeah, she will call me behind Diddy's back so we can have more sex. Are you kidding me? The mere fact that every sex worker believed that he was the only sex worker she was working with lets you know she truly is the master plan, the mastermind. She truly is the one who was doing a RICO. She's really a groomer. Cassie is really a groomer. Because these sex workers, they got to a point where they started believing like, yo, we are in a relationship. Like, no, she's having sex with multiple people. And when they found out, they were all heartbroken. And I'm like, what did you tell these men? This is crazy, right? But because Diddy has a certain persona, and he, like I'm saying, people see him as the biggest devil. But in the words of Malcolm X, right? The media will make you hate people you should love and love people you should hate. You understand? And there's a reason why, because they tried. They really desperately tried, right? Like they really desperately tried to make it so Diddy was having sex with underage people. They could not. And I'm not saying Diddy is perfect, but I do respect him for that. He might be a big ass freak. He might be into some cockholding, BDSM, sexual masochism, all kinds of weird crap. Okay. But it's like, what is it called? He's not messing with underage people. Can Jay-Z come outside? Can Sean Carter come outside and tell us he never had sex with Foxy? Right? Can Jay-Z really say that he never slept with Foxy Brown? Right? Can he truly say that? Right? Because when Foxy signed to him, when Ingrid signed to him, she was 14 years old. Maybe she was 13. What the fuck do I know? But when that song came out, and no ninja like the one I got, no one can love me better, all that nasty stuff she was saying, that girl was 14 years old. She was Blue Ivy's age. And this is why I don't take a lot of people seriously. I don't think he's a billionaire. He's not a billionaire. A billionaire is like you have 100 million 10 times. He doesn't have that. Let's stop. He works. He works a job. He puts on the performances for the Super Bowl. No billionaire is doing that. Do you see what's his name? Jeff Bezos out here putting on special events for the Super Bowl? Do you see Mark Zuckerberg putting on special events? He is responsible for the halftime show. Do you see billionaires work on another man's business? No, they do not. Like, stop. Let's stop being silly. Just like when they say Rihanna's a billionaire. When they went to that man's wedding in India, all the real billionaires were seated down. They sat down and they enjoyed the show. She was performing. And so stop. People need to stop lying to themselves. I get it. A lot of Black people want to believe that Black people are making just as much money as white people. No, they're not. Stop. People have to stop. Just like I saw Angela Rye yesterday on the Breakfast Club, once again, begging for welfare, begging for SNAP, begging for food stamps, begging for free housing. This is how it goes out here. People have to stop. When you are a real billionaire, you don't go working another man's business, right? Bill Gates is not out here working for Tim Cook at Apple. He works on his own shit. Mark Zuckerberg is not going to be out here working for what's the guy from Twitter? I forgot his name. He's not going to be doing that, okay? When you're a billionaire, you work on your own shit. Like the fact that Jay-Z works for the NFL, he puts on that halftime show, it's embarrassing. It's like Michelle Obama doing a podcast. It's beneath her. It truly is beneath her, but he needs the money. Okay. When he sold Ace of Spades to Bernard Arnault, Bernard did not even come to LA. He's like, oh, Bernard was at my house. Well, no, he wasn't. You guys talk over Zoom. He will never come to your house. You're like, you're beneath this man. Maybe he might send Delphine, maybe. But let's stop lying. These people are out here working for other people that truly have money. And oh no, they're billionaires. They're not billionaires. Now, does Jay-Z have 100 million? Maybe. Does he have 200? Maybe. Does Beyonce have more? Yes. Because to this day, Beyonce is still working, and Beyonce has multiple lines. She, even if some lines have failed, it doesn't matter. She's still actively working. She can sell out tours, international tours, European tours, right? He does hip hop. He could never do that. He can never do that. And his kind of music, selling drugs, calling black women bitches, talking about suck my dick and shit like that, that is not commercial. It's not that commercial. There's a reason why Jay-Z quit rap. Because he lost everybody. He lost Dame. He lost Kanye. He lost Scarface. You sit down and you listen to Jay-Z's music, you know Jay-Z copied a lot from Scarface. There's nothing original about Jay-Z. There is nothing original about Jay-Z. But people don't have the courage to be honest. Me, I don't really care. I do not care. Hold on. Okay? This is crazy, right? Because people, like, and that's why I say, people will hit you with the Black American, shut up. But a lot of people don't even study history. If you sit here and you listen to Scarface and you listen to Jay-Z, you're like, yo, Jay-Z sounds like this nigga. I know for a fact Scarface don't sound like Jay-Z because he's still doing it. Because when you're a real writer, you write for real. When you are a real storyteller, you tell stories for real. There's a reason why Jay-Z, most of his songs focus on materialism. A G6, Ace of Spades, Old Mouse Piquet, 1 2 1 point. You go and you listen to Scarface. Scarface has real stories. And one thing we know about Jay-Z is that Jay-Z will sign anybody that he can steal from. Okay? He will sign anybody that he can steal from. There's nothing original about this man. And then where he got really lucky, Scarface, he didn't, the way Scarface is, I don't see him having like crossover appeal like that because it wasn't gonna work. Number two, when it comes to Nas just chose to stop rapping and just get into business. Because I can see how he felt like where this rap thing is going, I don't want to be involved. Go ask 3 Stacks. Andre also does not want to be involved in rap. He rather go play the flute because this right here is diabolical. Number two, number three, number 4, Biggie and Pac died. But if Biggie was alive, Jay-Z wouldn't exist. Okay? If Biggie was alive, he wouldn't exist. Like, these people are really lyrically gifted. It's not a joke. Whether it's Pac, whether it's whether it's Biggie, whether it's Nas, these people are really gifted. It's not a joke. But Pac, you understand, because he grew up reading a lot of books. So when you're exposed to that much literature, your brain's gonna go really, really fast. Biggie also, I guess, maybe he's a little Jamaican flair. I don't know. But he's really gifted. Number 3, Nas, King Nasir, always. He's not only gifted, he's incredibly handsome. Okay? So go sit down somewhere. Now, when it comes to Scarface, this Scarface from where? Like Houston, whatever? From the, yeah, so like, oh my gosh, I can't even think. So Scarface, his entire career, from Lost Boys to him being by himself, like him going solo, the man is a real writer for real. No, he's not top 10. That's because you're not a real student of hip hop. He's not top 10. And Jay-Z just has commercial success. That's why people like to call him top 10. No, because people don't like to read. I will never stop saying that. People in America do not read. People in America don't read. And because they don't read, they don't appreciate great storytelling. Give me a song where Jay-Z told you a great story. I would love to see it. Right? Jay-Z songs center around materialism. That's it. Shoes, like bags, shopping, Old Mouse Piquet, private jets, Ace of Spades, drink champagne, womp, 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 womp. Go give your money to the Europeans. Right? But I'm like, how does he fit into the top 10? How? Right? People just say that because they're afraid of him. People say it because he has commercial success. Just because you have commercial success doesn't truly make you a top 10. But because people are lazy. It's the same thing with Beyonce. People are lazy, right? And a lot of Black people are lazy. And a lot of Black people are intellectually lazy. And a lot of Black people are ethnic narcissists, right? Because if they actually read Beyonce's lyrics, there is no reason why anybody would say, oh my gosh, Beyonce should have album of the year. For what reason? Literally, for what reason? Right? If you compare Beyonce to Shaka Khan, go compare song for song. Are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me? Right? If you compare Beyonce to Stevie Wonder, go do it. Stevie Wonder was out here writing songs blind, mind you. He was blind, so he deserves extra credit. Okay? Stevie Wonder was out here writing songs blind at the age of 14. He wrote for the Jackson 5. He wrote for the Temptation. He wrote for Marvin Gaye. He wrote for himself. He wrote for the Supreme. This man been a songwriter. And I'm sure he can still write. What song does Beyonce write? And the music go ba 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 ba, and the camera go ba 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 ba, and I'm thick, and I'm unique, and thick, I'm thick. These songs are so immature. They are so immature. Everybody who grew up listening to Mariah Carey, if you grew up listening to Mariah Carey, the kind of language she would use in her song, you felt like you were studying for the SAT. You felt like you were studying for the SAT, right? There are great songwriters. They are people who write great songs. And we grew up listening to great songs. Even Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton to me is a great songwriter. Beyonce doesn't write her music. Every song she's had that has done well, every song that she has had, right? But how you gonna have album of the year? You're not a writer. You see, and that's why people don't take Black people seriously. Because it's the people who always want a shortcut. How can you have album of the year if you're not the entire package? How can you be a true artist, a true musician, if you don't write your own music? You see, and this is why today the standards are so low. And this is why the people got rid of DI. Because they realized they were overpaying for no talent or low talent. And I'm gonna tell y'all this. There's not even the lack. No, people want big things, but they don't want to put in the work. And that's a Black thing, right? A lot of Black people, oh, I'm Black. My ancestors went through slavery, so just give me shit for free. And people do not want to compete. But how can you even have the unmitigated gall to ask for album of the year when you don't even write? Do you not feel away? Like, do you not feel away? Everybody that's being entered to win this award is a writer. They write their own stuff. Why don't you write your own stuff? And you wonder why. And people are, oh my gosh, like even with the Essence Fest, like, oh my gosh, like, oh, it's not giving Black American culture. What is? I would love for somebody to tell me, like, in 2025, what exactly is Black American culture? Right? And that's why there is no gatekeeping, because there's no standard. There is no standard. You can mumble on a track, you'll be famous. You can say the same words 5 times, you'll have a hit song. You can just not even say anything. All you gotta do is just stand up like this. Let me show you. Okay? You just stand up and then you go like this. That's it. You go like this and you go, and then you go like this, right? You go like this and you go like this. That's it, right? That's it. You just do this on TikTok. You keep doing this on TikTok, right? And you'll have a hit. You'll have a hit. How can you preserve any culture when there's no standard? How can you preserve any culture when there is no standard? I would truly love for people to tell me this. How do you preserve anything when there are no standards in place? There are no standards, right? Oh, Black American culture, like, what is it? Like in 2025, don't tell me about the 1950s. I'm talking about today. I'm talking about today, because people from the 1950s, they had standards. So like, yes, that's a culture because there's a standard. There are very, very high standards, by the way. That's a standard. Today, in 2025, what is it? And what is it that is? It's so amazing that we have to push that onto people. Nobody wants it. Even Carnival Cruise don't want it. People don't want it. Everybody's rejecting it. Everybody's rejecting it because it has no standards, right? Like, just like, with the whole Carnival Cruise thing, even Marlene, all these ratchet Black people, I feel sorry for them. Oh, yes, I do. I really do. Because they got rewarded for misbehaving or for poorly behaving, and nobody corrected them, right? They started seeing themselves on TV. Okay? Right? They started, it's Jay-Z fault that makes me say Marlene looks so soft. Y'all, okay. So what part looks soft? You crazy. Okay? But I'm like, they got rewarded on TV. They became, I guess, comedic relief in some big scenes. Like, the whole Ratchet character, it goes all the way back to the 90s, right? Like, think about Friday with Felicia, right? Felicia is like one of them hood ratchet people, right? People thought it was cute. But I'm like, the whole Ratchet character person becoming an iconic figure in Black American culture, it started like way back in the 90s. And people got rewarded for that. Even with the news, hide your kids, hide your wife. They always want to go ask the crazy Black person to be on the news and give their thoughts. Oh, hide your kids, hide your wife. Oh, you know what I'm saying? So people laughed. Everybody was laughing, myself included, right? We never said to people, hey, you know what? Don't do that. Oh, I see what you're trying to say, but maybe say it this way, right? There was no counseling. There was no correction. But nobody tried to help ratchet Black people. Think about ratchet Black people. If we're being honest, to some extent, it's not their fault that they're ratchet. You know what I mean? This is what they know. But it's your fault when you're Black and you know better. And instead of correcting a Black person that's ratchet, you laugh at the person. You try to put them in a movie. You try to put them on TV. It's your fault because they never asked for exposure. Like, let's be so for real. They never asked for exposure. They were exposed because people wanted to laugh at somebody to feel good about themselves. But okay, no problem. Then you keep doing this. And now we get to a point where ratchet Black people are now taking over. And people are mad. Like, what? Because once upon a time, you thought these people will never represent you, right? No, Libby, people have not spoken to them. It's a lie, Libby. It's a lie. You look at most pivotal forms of entertainment. You will see the ratchet character in there as a court jester, comedy relief, and eventually it became something that people started to aspire to. So no, there was no correction. There was enabling. There was promotion. There was laughter. There was money being given. Right? Even the news, every time something happens, they could easily go and ask a respectable Black person that's well-spoken to speak. No, they don't want that. They want to go find the hide your kids, hide your wife, or a crazy Black woman with her bonnet on, right? All of that is purposeful. It was all done on purpose. And now because ratchet Black people are representing everybody, oh, well, you got to change. I'm like, no, because people can't change in a day. Exactly. People cannot change in a day. So I'm like, to me, it's not fair. I'm not saying the behavior is okay. Sorry, y'all. Okay. I'm not saying the behavior is okay, but I'm like, it's also not fair to tell somebody, hey, keep doing this, keep doing more of this. And then we say, oh, you got to change just like that. Nobody can just change just like that. People can't just change just like that because now we've got to a point like it really is the culture. You know what I'm saying? Acting a fool, behaving crazy, misbehaving. It really is the culture. It's the culture now. So I'm like, no, because when educated Black people do not step up and offer correction, but instead join in, they start laughing, they start doing this. Exactly. Antoine, because he was like, hide your kids, hide your wife. It's a lot of Antoines that we have seen on our TV with the news as we were growing up. Do you know what I mean? And some of them got to be rich. Some of them got to make songs. Some got to go on tour and things like that. But even Marlene, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, yeah, I never played a part in ratchet culture. Yes, I did. You know what I mean? Yes, exactly. Rolling Ray. Like, we have done things to say, hey, keep doing what you're doing because it's funny to me, because it entertains me, because it puts money in my pocket, right? Instead of saying, oh, you know what? Maybe they don't know no better because nobody's ever told them. If we don't offer correction. But to whom much is given, much is required, right? It's like, if you know better, you got to tell your cousin, hey, family, like, I get it, maybe, you know what I'm saying? But this is not acceptable behavior for this venue, right? But we start laughing at it. Exactly, right? Maybe, you see, we know, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like we have rewarded that kind of behavior. We have. And now look. So it's like, it's not, to me, it's very disingenuous and it's very dishonest to say, oh, well, they're different than me or they're just ratchet. No. These are also Black people. And these are Black people that a lot of us have enabled to act like this. So this is our mess. We got to fix it. But you can't say, oh, I'm tired of y'all. I got Black fatigue. I got this and that. Because when it was good to laugh, we laughed. When it was good to make money off these people, we did. These are still human beings. They are still human beings. Yes, the behavior is I ain't gonna lie, it's deplorable. But at the end of the day, too, I can't sit here and say that honestly, I did not partake in, in the buffoonery. I did. There was a point in time where I did partake in the buffoonery. But I don't appreciate how people want to just discard these people because they happen to be, low class, low brow, ratchet Black people. I don't agree with that part. It's very elitist. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's not good. It really is not good. The shade room, the shade room. What else? Oh my gosh, what was it called? It had a B in there. It was a blog with a B. Oh, it had like a purple B. I forgot the name. It had a blog like that. World Star Hip Hop. We supported World Star Hip Hop. There was a season. Yeah, exactly. We sure did, Yvette. And then we have to take accountability. I hate when people do that. Like, oh, I'm going to distance myself. No, we will not distance ourselves because we played a part in this foolishness. Right, the YBF, there you go. The YBF, the Shade Room, the what's it called? The World Star Hip Hop. Who else is out here fighting? We have the Bossip, supported Bossip, the YBF with Frank, and we supported all kinds of foolishness because it was funny to us. One's like Hollywood Unlocked, whereas these people, they were really behaving because that's all they knew, and we were sitting here laughing instead of offering correction. And not because we want to, oh, look, I have nothing to do with that. No, Marlene, I have something to do with that. I probably didn't do it as much, but I sure did partake in that. I thought it was funny. I thought it was cute to repeat the stuff, right? Even when Carisha said, I got flued out, people started laughing at her, and then it became a thing. Get flued out, get flued out. It's broken English. Like, that's not how you speak, right? But nobody said, Carisha, you cannot speak like this, right? Because Carisha, in all honesty, Carisha should sit down with a speech therapist. Because I don't think that wherever she went to school in Dade County, Miami, that she had access to the best teacher. Hey, Anna, I don't think she had access to the best teachers, right? But it's like a lot of times what we are seeing in so-called Black ratchet culture is the fact that many Black children, even though they're U.S. citizens, they're born in America, they are not going to the best schools. And that right there is sad. It is really sad. And what I like, listen, I believe that people have agency. I really do. I think everybody has agency. But my problem is that sometimes we punish people for things they truly cannot help. You understand? Like, if Glorilla speaks a certain way, yeah, she's from Memphis. Do you think they have good schools out there for Black people? Right? It's the same Memphis when they went with Dr. King one day and they put a bullet in his head. Okay? A lot of schools out here, a lot of school districts for Black children are horrible, especially in the South. They're truly, truly horrible. And when we see Black children or even young Black adults speak with this weird English, a broken English, poor grammar, we laugh or we make it part of the vernacular, and stuff's like, no, we have to correct it, because most likely this is a symptom of a bigger problem, like a bigger disease, right? There's a real educational epidemic, and that many Black children, although they are born in America, they're U.S. citizens, their constitutional rights are not being honored, because they should have better education. They should have better teachers, and they should be able to speak better. But many of them, they grow up, and it's not even like it's English per se. They really speak a dialect. I'm like, this is not even English. It is a dialect, right? I'm like, Glorilla, the stuff that comes out of her mouth is a dialect, right? There are people who are not speaking English. They are speaking a dialect, because they don't have the right teachers. They don't have the right teachers. So they cannot pronounce words correctly. They are not, it's not even AVE. It is a dialect. Because you be like, what did she say? There are a lot of people like, what did you just say? You know what I'm saying? Jess hilarious also. People can laugh at her, but it's like, at the end of the day, Jess grew up in Baltimore. Most Baltimore schools are graded a 2 out of a 10. Okay, most schools out of Baltimore have a grade like 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10. What are they doing? You see, it's really sad. But I just feel like, because people never truly want to attack the problem, like the root cause of all this foolishness, which really comes down to education, right? Because when you know better, you do better, right? It really comes down to education. So instead of saying like we have a real issue with education, oh, let's just blame everything on Black ratchet culture. No, Black ratchet culture is a product of horrible education. They don't have good teachers. They don't have good curriculums. They don't have, like, they just don't have it. So like, you cannot laugh at these people, and honestly, for as much as sometimes they might be doing a little too much, right? When you're Black, you just can't throw your people away. Yes, you're mad. Yes, you're frustrated, and you might cuss them out, but you need to spin the block and be like, you know what? I also have to understand my position of privilege, and I cannot turn my back on these people, because they're still my people. Ratchet Black people are still people, and ratchet Black people are having children, and ratchet Black people will continue to have children. So even if you don't like the ratchet Black adults, we got to think about the Black children. So that's why we can't forsake the parents, because if I can help you to change, you gonna give me a better niece and better nephew. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just can't give up on your people, even if the behavior does make you want to give up on people, right? That's part of being mature. And that's also part of leadership. I don't like it. You get my fucking nerves, but I can't throw you away because you look just like me. And I understand that you didn't have the very best. What do me? Look at me, right? Look at me. Well, all my education, I'm highly educated. I'm married with 2 kids because, I had a certain family. I had a certain path in life. What do I look like? Say, oh, well, you're ratchet. Get the fuck away from me. Ratchet people in America, ratchet Black people in America are no different for those of us who are Africans from family from the village. They do too much. They do too damn much. But at the end of the day, that's still your family. And if you don't fix the literacy problem, you're going to have an issue. The real issue here is that it truly is a literacy problem. When people don't know how to read, when people don't read at their grade level, and also when we don't encourage people, Yeah, I would love to. But the way you get rid of the so-called like ratchet ghetto culture is through education. It's through education, right? We might not be able to save the parents. We might not be able to save the parents, but we have to save young Black people. Because just because a Black baby is born in the hood, the ghetto, whatever you want to call that stuff, right? A Black baby can still be a doctor. You know what I'm saying? A Black baby can still be an astronaut. Like your environment doesn't matter. Jesus was born in a farm somewhere in Bethlehem. Okay. And look, he became the Messiah. So I do feel like when you're a Christian, to me, that's how big a Christian is to me. It's not that you always have the right perspective, but you always say the right thing. You know me, I cuss and stuff like that. So hey, make it make sense, right? But I do feel like even when you're mad, you got to stop being mad, and you gotta have mature, loving, rational feelings. Okay. You gotta spin the block, but you can't throw your people away. You know what I'm saying? Like because it's a lot of Black people who identify with ratchet culture. So what you gonna do? You're gonna like forsake like over like 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 10 million people? You just can't do that. So the same way we enjoy watching them into their own like destruction, we have to try our best to get them out, and for the sake of the children and the grandchildren. Which is why, yeah, of course they want to fight because it's normal to them. If you've been doing something for 30 years, you're not gonna just change overnight. You gotta have patience for people. You know, it's like the same thing. Like when people become Christians, oh, you became a Christian yesterday, and now you have these high standards for everybody by tomorrow. Girl, how many years has Jesus been working on you before you finally gave in? Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Baby steps. You know, I'll take baby steps. You know what I mean? To me, baby steps for me involve, can we make the music less violent? Okay? Baby steps. Baby steps. Okay? Let's go with baby steps. But can we make the music less violent? Can we truly get to a place where where everybody really gets disgusted when you hear a Black person sing about killing another Black person, right? Can we make the music less violent? Because that right there is going to help a whole lot. If people realize that nobody's going to buy your music if you're singing about killing other Black people, people are going to stop because people want to make money. They want to make money. They want to be successful. So that's okay. I'll support you. But if you sing about killing another Black person, putting a Black person in a body bag, I'm out. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't even want to see it. I don't even want to have a vision of it because I'm not a cannibal. I'm not a vampire. I'm not into that. I am truly not into that. Right. And I'm like, and this is where I blame consumers. Like, no, if you sing about killing a Black person, you sing about putting a Black person in a body bag, I will not support your music. I will not support your music. And when people start to feel that kind of pain, they're going to change the music, right? But we're also part of the problem because you can't say to somebody, oh, you need to change. But when they act ratchet, you're laughing, you share the post, you comment on the post, and things of the sort. No. People have to start being serious. People truly have to start being serious. You know what I'm saying? No, to me, people sound like colonizers when we act as if, oh, these are not Black people because they act ratchet. To me, that's being a colonizer because it's like you want to separate yourself from these people. It's like, no, I will separate myself from your ignorance, but I can't deny that you're also Black. I'm not going to turn my back on you, but you need to calm down. Like you seriously need to calm down. You got to calm down. You know what I mean? And there's a better way. There truly is a better way. You know what I'm saying? But it's like nobody is sitting here modeling what a better way looks like, especially when it comes to conflict resolution. I think a lot of Black people, men and women and children, okay, have a hard time with healthy conflict resolution. We can have harsh conversation, hard conversation, difficult conversation, and nobody has to die. Because life should be sacred to all of us. And the whole point of a confrontation or having a discussion with someone is not to kill anybody. It's to be understood. So that moving forward, we can have a better relationship. That's it. No one has to die. And we have to normalize this. Black lives truly do matter. And we cannot say Black Lives Matter if we continue to support music that promotes Black people killing other Black people and getting rich doing that kind of stuff. Exactly. So it's like, we got to stop. Yeah. You know, because they're being rewarded for that kind of behavior. They are. So it's like, we can't be hypocritical. You got to stand on business. If we don't want ratchet stuff anymore, we truly have to stop supporting ratchet behavior. And we have to say, I love you. I don't like your ratchet behavior, but I believe in you. There's something so much better inside of you. And I need you to challenge yourself because ratchet culture is just laziness epidemic. People just being lazy. What's the quickest thing I can say to get attention? What's the most shocking thing I can say to get attention? How can I seem tough in front of people? Bunch of people trying to act tough when you're not even that kind of tough. Okay, right? So it's like it's very disturbing. It really is disturbing. I'm like, I can't sit here and say, oh, I haven't played a part in it, so now I'm too good to fix the problem. Like, no. Part of leadership is you get upset, but then you realize, like, you know what? I also played a part in deceiving my brother and my sister into thinking that this behavior was acceptable, and it was even funny because it was never funny. It's seriously destructive. You know what I mean? And I do want you to go to heaven. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're a Christian, also you have to worry about the soul of people. Are you going to be okay with all these black people going straight to hell? No, because Jesus will say, what did you do about it? And you can't say, well, I told them they wouldn't listen. That's not good enough because Jesus went all the way to the cross. He didn't just talk. He did something, right? So it's like, I'm not okay with that. And a lot of people are doing all these carnival videos and making, black people, they're tired of you and they're laughing. I'm like, shut up. You think when a white person sees you, they can separate you from a ratchet black person? Like, go sit down somewhere, okay? We rise together and we fall together. That's how it goes, okay? It's like, that's how it goes, okay? You rise together, you fall together. So you're just as strong as the weakest link in the black community. So like, these people need help. They need help. And we got to start taking education seriously. Maybe bring back book fairs, poetry clubs, reading clubs, writing essays and things like that, because it's the mind. And that's what Malcolm X said. Black people have to strive to be intellectuals. We got to start being more intelligent, because when you are intelligent, when you start being intelligent, like, what am I even doing this for? You know what I mean? Like, a non-intelligent human being will allow him or herself to just live for the flesh, right? Foolishness, violence, sex, alcoholism, anger, because you're like an animal. Not to be offensive, right? But any human being that does not challenge himself or herself to push their intellect will live just like an animal. You're living off your flesh. You're living off of instinct, right? But the more you read, the more you educate yourself, right? You now challenge yourself to be a fully manifested human being. Like, I do have a psyche. I do have a subconscious. I do have a conscious. I got to be mindful of what I do. And I don't have to do this, right? We don't have to just, I'm mad, so I have to entertain being mad. No, you don't. You can be mad and you can still entertain feelings of love. You know what I mean? Because you have a choice. And that's what you realize. Like, a lion, he don't have a choice. He needs to run after the zebra and kill the zebra because he needs to eat the food. Doesn't have a choice. But we as human beings, we have choices. We don't have to kill people. We don't have to be mean to other people. You can feel like, I'm so mad right now, I could cuss this bitch out. You definitely can. But should you though, right? You can be mad and you can still meditate on feelings of love, positivity, you know what I'm saying? Reconciliation, like, togetherness, love, and things like that. You have the ability to control your thoughts, which animals cannot do. You know what I'm saying? But even boots on the ground, honestly, boots on the ground is not even that bad. The problem is, once again, when you do not push your intellect, you don't realize that there's a time and place for everything, right? Boots on the ground. If you're actually doing it on the ground, you can stomp as hard as you want to. But when you are you're at an event, you're on a boat, you're at a party, right? And you have other people from different cultures, right? Everybody's stomping their boots like that. It can make other people have anxiety. So you have to read the room. And that's also part of being an intellectual. You know what? There's like, even the girl who came out with the dance, Boots on the Ground, the way she dances it, she's not even sexual herself. You know what I mean? But the problem is, once again, when you don't push your intellect, you will live like an animal. You live for your flesh. So a cute little dance, now you have to sexualize it. You got to do all this extra shit. It's like, it's no need. Right? You can do a cute, got my boots on the ground like that. Bam, bam. Y'all can even snap your fingers. You don't even need to have a real fan. Right? So to me, there's a way to enjoy your culture in different venues with different people. You just got to know how to do it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? But the problem is, people want to take it too far. And they think, the way I do it in my home, the way I do it in my backyard, I can do it around other people. It's like, you cannot do that. That makes you a narcissist. You can't do that. Right? And I also feel like the more you read, the more you know, the more humble you become and the less likely you are to be a narcissist. Right? You got to think about other people. But unfortunately today, the way we live our culture, and social media does not help it, is that social media encourages people to only think about themselves and not to think about other people and how you make other people feel. As if other people are not relevant. No, other people matter. They matter. Like, they really do matter. Does that make sense, you guys? So ultimately, what I want to say is, I pray for all my Ratchet Black people, and I really do pray that they see the light. And I pray that, they get to know Jesus and they get to see the light. Because, hey, Val, you know what I'm saying? But I just don't like, I don't like the content. Those Carnival Cruise videos, I don't like it. Hey, HE, I didn't like them at all. Because I'm like, yeah, the behavior is deplorable, but there's a bigger cause to this behavior. And it's not just because they're Black. It's not because they live in the hood. It's the lack of resources. And most importantly, it's the lack of education. People, children, Black kids in the hood do not have the best teachers. And that's really disgusting. That is truly disgusting. Because in America, truly and honestly, every child born in America should have the best education possible, right? But they got money for wars. They don't have money for teachers. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, that's the thing. People love to talk about welfare, this, that, because it's always about taking care of grown people. No. What about the kids and their education? Because if a child has a great education from pre-K all the way to senior year, right? Most likely they'll get into a great college. And most likely they will go to college and they will not be afraid to major in something challenging because they feel confident about themselves. And I will also say, before I go back to Jay-Z, I will also say this. I feel as though a lot of Black kids too, even Black boys who get involved in this YN culture, the foolishness culture, and the girls who do it too, because lo and behold, you have girls that are also YN. You guys, it's really sad. It's really sad. These are our children. These are our nieces and nephews. We have to fight for these people. We have to pray for these people. Okay. But it's like, I feel as though a lot of our young Black kids who are joining YN culture could have learning impediments. You know what I'm saying? They could have learning impediments. They could be ADHD. They could have autism, they could have other kinds of learning. They could have, speech impairment. What do I know? Right. But obviously they do not feel comfortable in the classroom. Right. And so not feeling confident and not feeling comfortable in the classroom probably causes some serious insecurities. So they rather act out. You understand? Because nobody is like reaching out, because I guess the class sizes are so big, like 30 kids to one teacher? Absolutely ridiculous. Okay. But I'm like, I would not be surprised if many YN children were autistic. I would not be surprised if many of these YN kids had ADHD. So sometimes we say things about people, but low-key, low-key, high-key, like the person truly might have a learning disability. Oh, you're Black, you're just ratchet. No, they could have a learning disability. You know what I mean? And nobody's ever really taken the time to say, hey, like, why can't you read? You're 15. Some of them even might need glasses. You know what I'm saying? Some kids might need glasses and they've never had their eyes tested because they don't do their yearly exams. The moms, the daddies don't take them for their yearly exams. Some kids might need glasses, right? Some kids might even need to sit in the front because they can't see. It's like that's the thing that makes me feel sad. And I've always said this, for me, Marlene, Black children deserve better. That's my hashtag, okay? Black children deserve better. We're so focused on the Black woman. She grown. Okay, got to focus on the Black children because something is going on in these classrooms and their needs are not being met. Their issues are not being seen. They're not being addressed. And teachers and principals and all these people are not coming up with a plan to make these children succeed. Right. And then also we also have to get to a point where it comes about education, where we talk about the fact that some children might need an alternative route. Like, do you really have to go to high school? Right? Like traditional high school. Maybe if we notice that this child is more of a hands-on learner and they get bored really quickly because they want to read Shakespeare, right? We need to put them in trade school. Like when I was a kid, like when I was in high school, a lot of the girls were doing cosmetology school, right? Okay. But like add more stuff, not just cosmetology, like mechanics, plumber, electrician. Some people need hands-on learning. You know what I mean? Like school, like traditional school is extremely boring. Like, oh my God, I'm going to die. And we have to respect that because everybody's brain is different. And we want to force everybody to think and process information the same. No, everybody's brain is different. The brain is no different than a fingerprint. It's very unique. You know what I'm saying? It's very unique. So if someone does not have the brain for traditional learning, it's torture for them. And because they can't do it, they're being called dumb, slow, like what the heck? Like they're not dumb. I think as an educator, as a pedagogue, your job is to find out what resonates with that child's brain and what part of their brain works better. Some people, their left side works better. Some people, their right side works better. Well, everybody doesn't use the same side of the brain. The brain's a real thing. It really is a real thing. Also, not everybody has the same amount of white matter also. So like between neuron connections, like the way the neurons talk to each other, if you don't have enough white matter, it's really hard for you, right? But it's not that you're dumb. We're just not putting you in an education lane where you can really thrive. Some people have to do stuff with their hands. And if they do it with their hands and they see how good they are with their hands, it's going to build up their confidence. And they're not going to want to be in the streets. Right? Our young people are in the streets because they feel like I'm not special enough. Right? I've said it before and it makes me cry because I'm like, for you to be in the streets doing this foolishness, you really have told yourself, the devil definitely has convinced you that if you were to die, no one will miss you. If you were to go to prison for life, no one will to miss you. So you think it's okay to do that. Right? If you felt love, like, wow, if I get arrested, my grandma's really going to cry. You're going to walk your ass back in the house. Okay? If you felt like, wow, if I get locked up, all my friends in school are truly going to miss me because we all said we're going to graduate together and I'm not going to be there at graduation day walking across that stage, right? You don't have enough anchors. Like you don't really feel like people really care about you. And I feel like that's a lie. There's always someone that cares about you, right? But the devil is really out here talking to young people, y'all. He really is. And I think you don't have to be a mother. You can be a mother, but you don't have to birth somebody to pray for somebody. These young people need serious prayers because the devil's out here acting amok. And nowhere in the Bible does it truly say to rebuke your brother. Like it said, the Apostle Paul said that we fight against principalities. We fight against demons. We fight against these, principalities, in the higher spheres up there. Right? But we have to go and claim these children from the snares of the devil. Like you will not win. You're not going to win these kids. You're demonic ass. And you're going to burn in hell forever. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, for me, honestly, I really do feel like we truly do not believe in the power of prayer. Because prayer takes a minute. It's not like, oh, you get on your knees and you pray for someone or you pray for somebody on you know what I'm saying? And then boom, boom. It's not magic. Prayer, it takes time. Right? But I do believe that prayer, it really, truly, truly softens the soul to receive the message from the Holy Spirit. God can change anybody. Paul was on his way to Damascus to go slaughter people. God, he stopped him. Right? Look at Dave. The Bible is full of ratchet people. Okay? The Bible is full of ratchet black culture. I'm just saying. Okay? People out here sleeping with people's wives, killing people's wives. They're over here twerking. It's everything in the Bible. These are some ratchet ass people. Okay. But I'm like, we got to get to a point where we say, like, we need to start praying for children. Like, we just have to. And we might not be able to save every single one of them, but we're going to save some. You know what I mean? But I do feel like part of being a mother, part of being maternal, right, is that you never give up on people and you never give up on kids. And Marlene, I will never give up on black children. Now, sometimes I might cut your ass out because you're my fucking nerve. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? But, I do have to, oh, shit. I do have to do this, huh? I don't have a choice. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like the day we can all get to a place where we say to ourselves, I'm a slave to God. Like, I just don't have a choice. I have to pray for people who look like me, even if I don't feel like it. But definitely for the kids, though, we have to pray for the children because they're going through a lot. You see? And I feel like these are the kinds of things we need to fight for. Like so many times people will sit here and fight for like presidential elections and all that kind of crap. But to be so for real, like presidential elections don't even affect us that much. It's what happens locally that affects us even more because that truly affects the kids. Superintendents, all that kind of stuff. Like it really, the mayor, like how much they're giving to these schools and stuff, right? That truly affects the people. It affects the children. But we cannot give up on black children, y'all. You just can't do it. You have the right to be upset. Like you're a human being. I can't tell you not to be disappointed. I can't tell you not to feel away. But once you're done feeling these human feelings, I need you to get in your spiritual bag, right? And I need you to look at this problem from a spiritual perspective. And we all need to say, God, help my people. Like help them to see. You help Moses when he couldn't see shit, right? You help, like you help the people in Egypt when they stopped believing in themselves, right? Like, listen, you helped Jacob when he was by himself. You know what I'm saying? You help Joseph. Okay, like you can help people. Like God is still able to do things. Like, and if a lot of people pray like that, we're going to see a change. But when Christian people keep their mouth shut and we join people in bad-mouthing people and speaking negativity, secular people, let me say this, right? I don't know how I got here, but whatever. Secular people don't have faith because secular people do not know God. So when something happens, they get mad, they blame people. I'm done with you, F you, wumpty wump wump, because they don't know God. So people who don't know God, they give up on people. because they don't know God, right? But I feel like when you know Jesus and you read your Bible, Peter asked Jesus, how many times do you forgive? And then Jesus said 77 times 7. That's it. Right? So my thing is, like the Bible says, you have the right to be angry, but you can't sin. Right? You have the right to say, when I see my people act like this, it triggers me. Yes, you do. When I see this, and that, sure. That's your first reaction. You see a problem. You see people who look like you, and it seems as though they don't want to stop. Yes, that's phase 1. Okay? And I think we've all experienced phase 1. We all have phase 1. You know what I'm saying? Phase 2, when you are an intellectual and when you have self-awareness, is to say, you know what? I can't lie, though. I did partake in the permeation of this bad behavior. I played a part in it. Even if it was a small part, don't matter. We all ate from that fruit. We can't be like Adam when God said, oh, what happened? Oh, it's the woman that you gave me. No. Hold on. Wait a minute. We got to have self-awareness. And when you have self-awareness, you take accountability, which is, I ate from that fruit. I sure did. You know, I know I did. You know what I'm saying? Because I think even sometimes we don't even look at ratchet Black people as human beings. Oh, they're just here to entertain us. So we just laugh at the fact that they can't speak English right. You know what I'm saying? It's dehumanizing. And for that too, I was wrong for that. And I ask God for forgiveness. You know, because there's a bigger problem. It truly is a bigger problem, right? But when you see a brother or a sister doing wrong, you don't join and start laughing and, you know, propagate the foolishness and share the foolishness. Like, you have to pray, like, God, why is she acting like this? Why is he acting like this, right? So phase 1 is the initial, I think I'm better than, sure, whatever. Phase 2 is, yeah, you know what, I ain't gonna lie, I partook in that shit. Okay, I ate from that fruit. I ain't gonna lie, chill. Let me just be honest. You know, because I told you, I said this life right here is a dress rehearsal for Judgment Day. So, like, let's start learning to take accountability, because it's a dress rehearsal, right? Then you say, okay, phase 3 is to say, these are still Black people, right? Hey, Queen, no, I'm not done yet. I'm gonna get back to Siza. Hey, Queen, right? These are still Black people, and they're still our people, even if they're low income, even if they act crazy, even if they're in prison. Nah, unfortunately, right? You know what I'm saying? Because you, my dad, like Jesus said, I was in prison. You didn't come to see me. I was homeless. You didn't feed me. Y'all, Judgment Day is real. Like, so I'm saying, like, live life like it's a dress rehearsal for Judgment Day. That's okay, cool. Oh my gosh, like, what the fuck, right? And also, number 4 is you're called to be a Christian. So what do? You pray for people, because you recognize, like, this right here is the spirit, and it's a spirit of failure. It's a spirit of failure, right? It's a spirit of failure. It's a spirit of foolishness. So we have to rebuke these spirits. Like, brother, you might even know what the hell you're doing, because right now your mind is sold out to the devil. But I pray that you see the light, and I pray that you see yourself the way Jesus sees you. Because the day you start to see yourself the way Christ sees you, a lot of this foolishness you're doing, you're going to stop. But there's nothing like knowing Jesus for yourself, because I can tell you about it, you're not going to listen to me, right? I can tell you, don't do this, that. You're not going to listen to me because it's me saying it to you. So I pray that you have your own divine encounter with Jesus, and that he shows you what you were called to do. Because the day you have divine conviction that you are not just a random consequence of 2 people having sex. I think a lot of people, but I'll say, since we're talking about Black people, I think a lot of Black people, they live life as if my mom and dad just had sex. Like, you don't see that there's a bigger, like, it's more than your mom and dad having sex, right? Your life has purpose to it. Your life has meaning to it. You were not just born for the sake of being born. You were born to do something great. But until you yourself have conviction of that, you will keep wasting your life, and you will keep listening to the devil, and you will keep having goofy ass friends, and you will keep listening to stupid ass people, right? So my prayer is that a lot of people have their own divine encounter with Christ, with the Holy Spirit, that the Holy Spirit itself will convict you of who you truly are. Because the day the specks, they start coming out your eyes, and you start seeing yourself the way Jesus sees you, the way God sees you, the way the Holy Spirit sees you, the way the angels see you, no one will have to say a thing. You're going to move accordingly, right? But a lot of people do not believe in themselves. A lot of people just think, oh, well, I was just born. My life has no purpose. Because what we do is we look at ourselves. You look at where you live. You might live in Section 8, whatever. You look at your clothes. You look at your shoes. You look at your fridge. You look at the fact that, oh, my mom usually has no money. And you say, well, I guess I'm not worth much. Why? Because you're born to poverty. You see, and that's why I always say perspective is everything. Maybe God allowed you to be born into poverty because he knows you have what it takes to turn all this foolishness into motivation. Did you ever think about that? Right? A lot of Black people do not have the right perspective. I feel like a lot of Black people, low key, high key, are going through depression. They're functionally depressed. So they misbehave because they don't think that anything good is going to happen to them. Like, this is depression. Okay, hey, Janet, it's depression. It's function. Like, when you have depression, you self-sabotage. You know, because I used to have it. Okay, thank God I haven't had I haven't had a depressive episode in like maybe 3 years or something like that, right? But part of being depressed is that you self-sabotage because you don't believe that good things can happen to you. So you start doing things so that you start doing things so that bad things can happen to you. And then you can say, see, I told you. No, you didn't tell me shit. You went out of your way to provoke foolishness to happen in your life so you could give yourself a reason not to try. You did this shit. So you didn't tell me shit. What you're proving to me is that you're scared. You are scared to be great. And that's why, me personally, I despise DEI. Because the notion of DEI is Black people can't do it by themselves. They need some kind of legislation. You don't need shit. You have God's favor over your life. Go and win. You don't need no special law. You don't need Walmart or whoever the fuck it is to give you shit. Because you're making a man your provider. You're making a man responsible of your manna. Where in the Bible does it say that? Okay, God is your provider. God is the one who makes the road flat for you to walk on, right? And he keeps your feet sturdy against the ground. That's it. You don't need DEI. But when you like the stuff Jamal Bryant does, it's actually it's truly against the Bible. When you truly are a believer, you don't need anybody to give you special legislation. You have favor. It's like people can actually make a challenge. Oh, look, I'm gonna make it as hard as possible. And guess what? God will make it as easy as possible. You don't need special legislation. You just need to believe in yourself. And it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be quick, but nothing worth having is quick and easy. And there's also a reason why God does this, because like the Bible says, the blessings of the Lord, they are not followed by sword. God is not going to rush to put you into success for you to become prideful, crazy, a drug addict, disrespectful. So he has to make it a bit longer. So that way you learn humility. You learn to rely on him. You learn that, hey, you know what? I have to learn to work with other people. I have to learn to ask for help and things like that. And you're going to be better because of it. Because it takes longer. Once you get there, you're going to be a beautiful person. It's not just that you won and you have money, but you have a beautiful heart. Be like, wow, she has all this or he has all of this. But look how sweet he is. Look at how kind she is, right? And that's a beautiful thing. How often have people met people who are really successful and they ain't shit? Yeah, what the fuck? Right? Why do you have so much money, but you're so detestable? And trust me, I have met people like that. They have money, but they are detestable. Like, no, I cannot be around you. You're not a good person. You have money, but you're not a good person. And a lot of people have money, but they're not good people. And that's why their money is not being used to make the world a better place, because they're not good people, right? If good people had money, the world would actually be a better place. Because good people with money will do things for other people because they don't use their money to validate themselves, right? The fact that they know where they came from and they're currently where they are today, they know it was only through God. It's because of God that I'm here. So things don't make me. My relationship with God makes me. So are people like that, they're not going to be the kind of people to hoard on to money. You understand? But I truly feel as though a lot of Black people are functionally depressed. You know what I mean? I think a lot of Black people are saying to themselves, will I ever make it? You know, I feel like the more the days are going by, the so-called American dream is becoming so elusive to a lot of people. Like, am I ever going to get there? Right? Am I ever going to get to a point where I'm not going to live paycheck to paycheck? Am I ever going to get to a point where, you know, good things finally happen for me? And I think people don't want to say it because part of being Black is pretending that you always have it together. Part of being Black is always pretending. It's very, very performative, if you ask me. I always have it together. I'm super strong. I don't need anybody. I don't need a man. I don't need a woman. Da, 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 da. It's extremely performative. But I know it's coming from a place of fear. Fear of being rejected. Fear of people not going to love you. Fear of like, you know what? Maybe I'm not the smartest. I'm going to tell you this. It's okay not to be the smartest. Somebody got to be the dumb one. Right? But the thing is, just because you're not smart today doesn't mean that 5 years from now you cannot be smart. We are smart because we read more. We are smart because we intentionally put ourselves around people that are smarter than us. And we don't internalize that. Oh my gosh, like you're so smart, I'm so dumb. I mean, yeah, technically you are. But if you stick here, if you stay right here, you stick to this, you're going to get smarter. Everybody gets smarter as long as you remain next to people who challenge you to want to be smarter. Does that make sense? But I'm like, a lot of people, to me, a lot of this behavior that I see, it truly is coming from a place of depression. I think a lot of people are depressed. And they probably don't even have the self-awareness to like, oh, wow, maybe I am depressed, right? Maybe I am tired. Maybe I'm exhausted. Maybe I just stopped believing that something good could happen to someone that looks like me, especially at this point in my life, right? It's okay. It really is okay to be honest. But just because you don't believe doesn't mean it's impossible. Okay? You don't, I mean, I would love it if you believe, but just because you don't believe in something doesn't mean it's not going to happen for you. You just don't have enough faith. That's the real problem. Okay? You don't have enough faith. Because once you start having enough faith, you'll be like, God can make a way out of no way. And when we grew up, that's what people used to always say all the time. God will make a way out of no way. Because I think part of being a human that does kind of work against us is that we try to think for God. How's he going to do it? How's he going to do this? And so because you want to think about how God is going to do it, you probably either get more depressed, you get more discouraged, because the more you try to think about how God will do it, it seems even more impossible. That's why you shouldn't try to be God. Don't worry about it. He'll do it the way he knows how to do it. Right? Because you can never think for God. You're not God. You're just a person. Hey, Diana, so sit your ass down somewhere, okay? But God can do a lot. It might take 5 years. It might even take 10 years. But nothing is impossible. But you don't have the right to give up on yourself. You know what I mean? You don't have the right to leave your house and not present yourself as if God has his hand over you, right? You don't have the right to go places and carry yourself as if you're not the daughter of the Almighty God, right? You don't have the right to go out in the world and present yourself as if God has not chosen you since your mother's womb. You move and live and be as if you know God loves you, right? Joseph was in the prison, but he didn't lose his mind, okay? A lot of people that God loves, they've gone through some horrible shit. But just because you go through horrible shit, just because you go through hard shit, just because you have to ask for money or you have to ask for help, it doesn't mean that in your lifetime, you're not going to be a source for many people, right? But maybe God has to teach you what it feels like to ask, so that when you get successful and people ask you, you're not going to bully people for asking. Instead, you'll have empathy. You might even start giving before people ask you, because you'll recognize what being in need looks like. Everything God does has a rhyme and it has a reason to it. And the older you get, the wiser you get, the healthier a perspective you take, you'll see that everything has a reason. Like everything actually makes sense. It makes sense, right? It all makes sense. The thing is, you got to have, I guess, like a holy, godly perspective on things. Even the most painful things, I'm telling you, if you take the mature route, the spiritual route, even the most hurtful things are actually good for you. They're actually good for you. You understand? They're good for you. Because let's say you have a person who never knew her dad or his dad. You know, somebody might grow up and say, like, was I not good enough? Why did my dad want me? Sure, whatever. Right? But then you get to a point where you realize, before I even had a physical father, I had a spiritual father. Right? God is real. God was always your dad. And then maybe when you get older, the day you get married, right, and you have kids, you will value what it means to have a dad because you didn't have it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like sometimes God allows us to not have certain things so we can understand how important those things are. And we can learn not to think, like, take stuff for granted. Does that make sense, you guys? Does that make sense? That makes sense, right? But I'm like, you really have to force yourself to have a healthy perspective, even when you don't feel like it, right? Because that's what intelligent people do, right? You're not a carnal person. You are an intelligent person. Your flesh might say, well, it would feel good to talk bad about these people. Yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure it would. Okay. But your intellect has to say, yeah, we can talk bad about people, or we can challenge ourselves to see what is the real problem. Like, why do we have so many people behaving this way, right? Flesh people, carnal people, low intellect people all they do is just insult people, blame people, accuse people. That's all they do, right? I feel like when you are at a higher frequency, when you are an intellectual person, right? You try to pick things apart. How did we get here? What is the root of this? Because once we understand the root, as opposed to like bashing the people who are the consequences of the problem, right? We can truly solve the problem. We might not be able to save these generations, but we don't want more Black children to be born in this dysfunction, to experience this dysfunction, and to live in that kind of dysfunction. So we have to say, we need to unpack this and go, okay, what is causing this? What is truly causing this, right? And then how do we fix it? And I do believe that the way we want to go about fixing it, it has to be gradual, because it's just like a smoker. You can't tell somebody who smokes to just go cold turkey. Like, it's not easy for some people. You can't tell someone who has a drug addiction to just go cold turkey. Like, it's very violent. It's very cruel. But gradually we can come out of this, right? The same way we fell into this trap, it's the same way we can get out of this. Just like debt, right? You might get into debt. Okay. And now, okay, I got to get out of this debt because I don't like being here. Sure. But if it took you 5 years to get in here, it might take 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 years to get out, right? So once we recognize the root of the problem, and we can't just say, oh, but you got to change by tomorrow because you make me uncomfortable. That's to me, that's very inhumane and it's very cruel. We got to give people time to change. It took about 30 years to get here. So people are not going to change by tomorrow. And people need to bring it up. But I will say, to me, I've come to realize this, right? When you make content you should never turn on your camera with your initial reaction, because you might be very mad, you might be very frustrated, you might be very disgusted. So the things you say, you could have worded those things a little better, right? So maybe sometimes if you feel like you're really triggered by a subject, like a subject or a topic, whatever, you should maybe wait 2 to 3 days where you're a bit more calm. So when you talk about this, right? Yeah. So when you talk about it, you're not saying things that are really hurtful. Because if I see a video, right, the carnival stuff, like the shit looks crazy, I ain't gonna lie. If you see it and then boom, you got to sit and make a video right then and there, you can say some really fucked up shit. And you most likely will say some fucked up shit. Okay. And I will say this, and I'm being so for real. I know I can be like, I know I can be an asshole, but I'm a human being and I am Black, right? But I will say this, right? Even ratchet Black people have feelings too. You know what I mean? And it seems like it's the same family member that keeps fucking up over and over and over again. I get that. But we also have to stop, like, one thing that really triggers me, hopefully you've noticed that about me, even if I don't like someone, even if I don't really care much for someone, I don't like when people pile on a person. Because to me, that comes off as bullying. Right? I'm not the biggest fan of B. Simone. Like, I could, honestly, I'm not going to say I could care less, but I don't wake up in the morning like, okay, what is B. Simone up to? Okay? No. Right? But I stood up for B because I'm like, okay, y'all just pile dumping on this girl. Like, it's getting excessive. It's bullying. Okay? It's a little too much. Right? Who is perfect? And honestly, if we all had 1 million followers at her age, especially my age, only God knows what the freak I would have said on the TikTok, on the Instagram, right? Like, she's growing up on the internet. You know what I mean? So she will say some fucked up shit. You know what I mean? You go from being broke, broke, modest family to like now you have all these followers, you're making money, you travel, you can buy all this shit for yourself. So you're learning to settle into this new status of life. So yeah, you're gonna say some fucked up shit, right? The whole 9 to 5 comment. I don't think she meant harm by it, but I can see how sometimes you think out loud, and because these kids are growing up phone in their hands like that, they think they have to think out loud on camera, but think about my ass when I started YouTube. If I had 1 million followers, the kind of shit I say, oh Lord Jesus. So knowing me, who am I to be like, oh, I'm gonna hold it against her? That's still a baby sis. Like, Simone is still younger than me, you know what I mean? And she's growing in front of the cameras, and it's a lot of pressure. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what that's like, because I don't do all of this, right? But that's what she wanted to do. But you can see how, imagine making your first million. You might get a little cocky. Because it's one thing to say, I'm going to make 1 million in 1 year. It's another thing to do it, and to do it so young. So what if that was you? Well, shit, what if that was me? Who knows what I would have said? Man, fuck all you broke bitches. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? And so I'm not saying it's okay to say it. I'm not saying it's polite or it's, it's kind to say it, because let's even be so for real. Like, if you're not even talking about people, your mom and dad worked a 9 to 5. Your grandparents worked a 9 to 5. So you can't even insult me without insulting your family first. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, right? But I'm like, I give her grace because I am older than her, right? I have way more education than her. I had a way more privileged childhood than her, right? So I can't like people pile dumping on her like that. It's excessive. I don't like that kind of stuff. And even the whole H&M thing, people intentionally made it their business to misconstrue what she said. Like, oh, she's crying about shopping at H&M. Simone was not crying about shopping at H&M. She's crying about her cash flow. And she really said that. She said before, when she was not doing the app, right, she didn't have to worry about money because she was not investing into anything. So she could go to Nordstrom. Even if Nordstrom is overcharging, oh, whatever, money in a thing, okay? Dollar bills, y'all. So she just buy it. But now that she's doing the app, and the app is not ready. Like, it's like, you know, you start a business, you put your money in it, but you have yet to get your money back. Like, hold on, wait a minute. So because now she has invested in the business, she has to be more mindful. So yeah, before I would have bought it at Nordstrom, but if I can find it at H&M for less, to H&M we shall go. It's like me today. Like, I pretty much will buy a hair care product without a coupon. Like, what the heck? Right? It's like, you know, when you have money and you're not investing anything, you're not building anything, you might shop every day. Right? Oh, I'll just buy it from Sephora, right? But then you start having financial goals and you say, you know what? Maybe I'll go to Marshall's. Let me go to Marshall's first. Let me go to TJ Maxx, okay? Let me go other places to see if they don't have it first, right? And then if they have it, I'll just buy it there, right? That's it. That's all that is. But she was not saying, they try to make it seem like she's making fun of people who shop at H&M. She never said H&M was for poor people. She never said H&M was less than. She never said that. She's just saying like now every dollar, every penny counts because she's investing her business. Like she has her business and she's self-funded. She also said that they did the app. She paid for the app the first time. When they delivered the app to her, it wasn't good. So she took the L. She lost her money. Then she had to spend more money to get another app built with another developer. And that's why I said, Simone, you should have gone to India. She should have gone to Bangalore. Okay? That's what she should have done. Does that make sense, you guys? So that's that. But pile dumping on people, I don't like it. The same thing goes for Diddy. You know, when this whole thing started, let me tell you this, right? When this whole Diddy thing started, listen, I was not Team Diddy also. I'm like, Diddy, shut up. Go sit down somewhere. You're crazy. Right? I was not the biggest Diddy fan. Not at all. But it's like people were just pile dumping on Diddy like he's the biggest monster. They started calling him a monster. Started calling all kinds of shit. I'm like, oh, come on. Like, were you there the whole time? Like, you just take one person's account, and that's Cassie, who don't have a work ethic. You take one person's account and be like, oh my gosh, yes, everything she says is true. Everything is like, I'm like, okay, this is excessive. This is really getting excessive, right? Diddy has his flaws, but everything about Diddy can be evil. Right? So that's why, like, yeah, I'm gonna stand up for Diddy because this is crazy. Everything about Diddy cannot be diabolical. You see, me, Marlene, you lose me when you try to, like, when you don't even try to talk about a good side of a person. If all you want to do is tell me how bad somebody is back to back to back to back, you will lose me. And I'm actually gonna start defending that person because nobody in the world, unless like you're even Jay-Z, I'm sure Jay-Z has good sides to him, but nobody in the world is 100% diabolical. Like, that's just the devil. But I'm like, Diddy also has a backstory too, though, right? Diddy lost his dad when he was very young. He was 3 years old. His dad died. You know what I'm saying? How did that affect Diddy? Nobody wants to talk about it. Like he's not a human being. Like he's not a black person. Okay? Now, Diddy is a voyeur. Like he likes to see people have sex. So, okay, did he see his mother have sex? Because where did he get that from? You know what I'm saying? Where did he get that from? Because, you know, you have a lot of single moms out here who think their kids are sleeping. They bring men into the house. Lo and behold, your child is not asleep. He's watching you have sex with somebody. That's not his daddy. Okay? Like, it's a lot of weird things. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of weird things to me. But I'm like, we got to also talk about this young man before he became Diddy. How do you go from baby Sean Combs to the diddler? How did we get here? And it's like nobody was even trying to humanize Diddy like at all. Like every day he's just a horrible person. Like the whole 9 years of a relationship, every single day Diddy was just so demonic to this Filipina. And it's like, no, that's not the case. And the more you listen, if you actually care to listen, you'll realize that there were days you were like, Cassie, you have to stop. Cassie, you have to regroup. Cassie, you got to go to rehab. Cassie, you got to pray. Cassie, you don't have to do the freak off. Cassie. Telling people he's proud of her, taking her out to eat before she has a grand evening. Like, I'm like, yeah, every day with Diddy was not a bad day. Every day with him was not, he's not a monster. He's not a bad person.
Then you actually start researching this whole BDSM stuff, and you're like, oh, okay, so y'all just some freaky ass people, right? Oh, freak offs in 12 hours. If you actually sit down and listen, they're not 12 hours. You sit there and you talk for like 9 hours, and then you might have sex for like 2 or 3 hours or whatever, right? But you're not just coming in there just boom, bam, 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 right? Just having sex with Cassie. No. You talk with Diddy first for like 4 to 5 hours. Then you talk to Cassie for 2 to 3 hours. Then you got to rub oil on Cassie for like another 4 hours. Like, but damn. Because he wanted to make sure she was okay. She was safe. So I'm like, people have to listen. But it's like, it's a thing where people love to pile dump on people. And I even feel like it's the same thing that's going on with this whole Carnival Cruise thing. It's like, oh, well, let's just bash the ratchet blacks so we can feel good about ourselves as if we're not all black. Like I said, we rise together and we fall together. Welcome to the actual meaning of community. Because when you have a real community, you can't leave anybody behind. You can't leave people behind. You know, look at Jesus. Like he didn't leave any of his apostles. Judas chose to take his life, right? But had Judas not taken his life, I'm sure Jesus, when he came back, he would have forgiven Judas. Like, it's okay. You did what you did, and because you did what you did, I get to be the Messiah. I mean, I wish you would have done it, but you did it. It's okay. You know what I mean? It really is okay. But it's like you can't leave your people behind. You just can't do stuff like that. For as embarrassed as you might be, like, oh gosh, Jesus, right? Oh Lord Jesus. Okay. But this is why you have to ask God to give you love. And that's why I said, like, over here, a lot of people just don't have love. They only have love for people who act the way they want them to act. But that's not love. And that's what Jesus says. How are you different than an unbeliever? Because unbelievers only like people who like them back. Right? You got to have love. You got to have love for people you can't stand. You really do. Okay? You got to have love for people that naturally you want to hate. That's why, and that's how you realize that these so-called Zionists are not truly a godly people, because they never pray for people they don't like. They want to kill the people they don't like. Just like they're not of God. You can put a yarmulke on your head, but if all you do, the moment you don't like someone, is you want to see that person killed and you want to kill their children, you are of the devil. The devil's the one who kills people because he doesn't like people. A child of God, even though they're upset, they feel disappointed, but when they're going to come back to, just give them a minute, like give them a minute, give them a day, give them a week or so, they will come back to themselves. Like, you know what? I was really hurt when you did this, but I still pray for you. You know, because they're people too. But the thing about children of God, they will spin the block and they will have a healthier, more mature, and more loving perspective. When you did this shit, it really triggered me. But I understand that, you know what? You're not where I am, and I got to pray for you. And maybe God has put you here, like God has put you, I guess, in my periphery, so I can learn patience. I can learn to be patient. And I can learn that, you know what? Everybody in my life that I'm supposed to help is not going to show up in the way that I deem, you know, worthy or whatever, right? But it doesn't mean they don't have potential. You understand? Somebody can show up today, ugly, busted, disgusted, ratchet, crazy, disrespectful, like, what the fuck, I'll beat your ass. Okay? Now, I'm not saying don't have boundaries, and I'm not saying don't have standards, but I'm saying the way they show up today, 5 years from now, you might be like, I cannot believe this. I mean, I kind of can. I mean, it's me, but damn, like, you've come a long way. Right? Because people are able to grow. People are able to change, just like plants, just like flowers, right? They can change. If you give them, they do the whole photosynthesis stuff, right? And they blossom in the spring. Okay. So something can be dead in the fall and it can blossom in the spring. And I think people are the same way. Okay. I think human beings are the same way. I think Black people are the same way. You know, I think a lot of Black people, no matter how bad they're doing now, if they truly decide to go from one soil to a different soil, they can truly prosper. They can truly blossom, right? They can truly break generational curses. They can truly have a testimony. They can truly say, wow, what I didn't even believe, you know, now I can see why God never gave up on me, because I was meant to do something great with my life. Does that make sense, you guys? Am I making sense? So when people pile up on people, I don't know. It just makes me have a soft spot for people. I'm like, okay, this is a little too much. You got to try to humanize a person. And it's the same thing with Nicki Minaj. So I guess I'm going to go back to Nicki Minaj, right? It's the same thing with Nicki. Like, you know, I don't like it when people pile dump on her like she's crazy or she's making stuff up, right? I think what I find very disappointing with Nicki, with the whole Nicki situation, is that a lot of people don't want to see her as a human being because she's very tough, right? But mind you, she's very small. And it's, I think when you're very petite, like women that are very, very small, people that are really small, but women that are very small, women that are very petite, right? Because they can't really fight, their bark has to be super, super loud because that's their defense mechanism, right? She's a very, like, look at her next to Nicki. Look at her next to Beyonce. Nicki's very small. She's very, very tiny. And maybe it's very possible that growing up she was being bullied. I don't know. But in this music industry, especially in this like hip hop run, whatever, that is really male dominated. And it's not even like they're YNs. Like the majority of the black men in hip hop are grown ass YNs. And many of these fuckers are misogynists. They are disrespectful. They're crazy as hell. They're low hanging fruit people with lots of power and lots of influence, right? So I don't know what Nicki's been through, but what I do realize is that she's very sensitive. She's very, very sensitive because she feels like a lot of people do not respect what she's done. A lot of people don't try to understand her. A lot of people have, created plans to take her down. And many of these people have been men. Okay. And what these men have done is that they have put batteries in the backs of other women, Cardi B included, right? To go attack Nicki instead of being like, you know what? Yes, she's like, I can understand somebody saying Nicki's the top of the food chain and I want to get there too one day. But my thing is, do it with integrity. And I think that's the problem here. But because Nicki, when she gets mad, she yells at people, she cusses people out, because it's the culture. We also got to be honest, we got to pray for her. But in the culture, if we care to be honest, like Black culture at large, right? It's not a soft culture. It's a culture that walks on soft people. Like if you're Black and you're a sensitive person, they're going to walk all over you. And you will cry every single day, okay? Because Black people like to walk over people. They like to crack jokes on people and things of the sort. So when you're Black and you grew up in the Black culture around Black people, you have to be tough. You really, really have to be tough. Because the jokes will joke, and some jokes are extremely cruel, right? And you have to learn not to let that get to you. But some people, it does. Because some people are really sensitive. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like in the Black community, it's like, especially here in America, I mean, at large, whatever. But since we're here, we'll talk about this place, right? There really is no safe space, or you don't have any safe word that a soft-spoken Black person can use to say, okay, that's enough. I don't play like that. I don't find it funny. It's too much. Because the moment you say to another Black person, I don't play like that, the more they want to do it. The more you say, I don't find it funny, the more they're going to keep cracking the same jokes. Because we have a hard time respecting people's boundaries, right? We expect everybody to be okay with the jokes, be okay with the meanness, the rudeness, the cursing, the this and that, so everybody shows up like that. You see, sometimes you'll have a small disagreement between two Black women. Give it 5 seconds, ain't gonna get disrespectful. Because nobody says, I see myself in you, and I hope you see yourself in me, so I will handle you with care. Black people do not handle each other with care. We have more care for our wigs, our weaves, our braids, our outfits than we truly have for each other. It's like we are human beings. And I feel like we've gotten so comfortable, or we've gotten so desensitized by seeing white people treat Black people any kind of way that now we think that it gives us permission to do it as well. No, you're a white supremacist. You know what I'm saying? Because Black people have been through a lot. Black men have been through a lot. Black women have been through a lot. Black children have been through a lot. When we talk to each other, we got to try to be kind to each other. And that's why I say, if you feel like right now you can't do it, walk away. Go take a nap. Go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to do it right then and there, because the way you're going to talk to that person that looks just like you, you're going to hurt that person. And we saw the same thing with Charleston White and Carmelo, right? Had he waited a few days before he opened his mouth, he wouldn't have to come outside and apologize, because he caused a lot of harm. And he encouraged people not to give to Carmelo. He was called all kinds of N-word, all kinds of killer. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Okay, because there is no love. There's no love. Like, there's no real love, right? The kind of love that Jesus is asking us to have for each other, we're not doing this, right? And we don't see each other as sacred. But then we say, oh, white people see me as sacred. Oh, white people, no. Stop being delusional. right? Nobody ever sees, for the most part, is going to see two Black people disagree, and it's going to be a peaceful disagreement, and it's going to end in like, you know what? I heard you too. Give me a hug. I still love you. No, it never ends like that. How often do you see two Black people, especially two Black women, disagree, and it's going to end in like, you know what, sis? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry too. Oh, I love you. I still love you too. Go. No, bitches. So this is too much. It really is overwhelming. It really is overwhelming, right? So I do feel like people like Nikki, like with her, because she's very small, she's very petite, right? So she knows how brutal, unkind, unloving, you know what I mean, it is out here. So I do feel like she comes out hard, like, it's like she's probably like, what, like 5 feet, but she wants people to believe that she's some 6 feet, I don't know, 200 type person. You can't mess with me, I'll beat your ass. This lady has never been in the fight. She's never been in a fight. She's had different kinds of fights, but she has not been in the physical fight, right? So it's like, this is probably the only way that she feels as though this is how I can get respect from people. And I will say, for as much as I do love her, and I am Team Nikki, it is dysfunctional. But I do feel like the culture encourages dysfunctional behavior in order to, quote unquote, gain respect. You got to act crazy, talk crazy. Even Black moms, too many Black moms are comfortable threatening their kids within an inch of their lives to get the kids to behave well. I brought you here, I can take you out. Like, that's just too much. Like, that, it really is too much. You know what I mean? And we laugh at that, but it's not really funny. Because for a mom to say, I brought you here and I can also kill you, you know, low-key, high-key, it's not funny. It's very sadistic. Like, what the heck? Like, girl, what? It's too damn dark. You know what I'm saying? It's too dark. You know, you wouldn't like it if a man said he gonna beat your ass. So then why do you threaten a child with beating their ass? Make it make sense, you bully. Okay? But people are really comfortable being bullies instead of being effective communicators. So I will say, I do believe that Nikki can work on being an effective communicator, right? But I also do acknowledge that she's very sensitive. She's gone through a lot. A lot of these, you know, because a lot of women also, I will also say this, a lot of women who are in the music industry are a bunch of pick-me's. Okay, a lot of these ladies are truly what they call male identified. Now, me, I do believe in marriage, but I think you can believe in traditional, like the traditional role of a woman without being toxically male identified. Like, yes, I would love to be a Nicki Minaj. Like, why would you not? Like, if you're a rapper, Nicki's like the benchmark. Like, why would you not want to get there? Right? But the way I would do it, I'm going to work hard. I'm not going to look for cheap tricks. I'm not going to let these men get into my ears and start doing things to go attack this woman. Okay, I'm not doing that. And that's why I say you're a pick-me, because if a man puts a battery in your back and cranks you up, hey, Elena, and then you decide to go attack this woman because you want her spot, to me, yeah, you're male-identified and you are a pick-me because you could do things honorably. And if you notice, the vast majority of female rappers, I don't care who it is, whether it's Cardi B, whether it's Mulatto, whether it's Carisha, whether it's JT, most of these ladies have male managers, and many of their managers are YNs. Many of their managers are former inmates. Many of their managers are still having to check in with a parole officer. Okay, they are extremely toxic, and many of these YNs in the hip hop industry are not even real business people. Many of these people are hustlers. They never went to school. They never read a business book. They don't even know how to be professional. They can't even get back to someone about a feature. It's a yes or it's a no. Let me know, right? So because of that, it breeds a certain culture of it's extremely unprofessional. It's extremely unsafe. It's extremely ratchet, right? And it's extremely like it's misogyny. That even the ladies are partaking in misogyny against each other. You understand? Because to me, why I do not, oh yes, let me say this, right? To me, Marlene, like why I do not, or I would not even have any kind of respect for SZA is that, like I said, as a businesswoman, because music industry is still business, right? Where am I again? Where are they? Okay, let's just do this, right? Right? Like for me, the reason why I don't even have any respect for SZA, right, is the fact that if you did not know, once again, I'm really big on being professional, and I'm also really big on communication because people can feel slighted. You might not mean to hurt someone. You might not mean to have somebody feel less than or feel slighted. But if you don't properly communicate with people, right, we have to understand why people might feel slighted. And when they feel slighted and they start acting out, it's a really quick fix. All you have to say is, big sis, he never even told me you called, right? He never even told me that you wanted me on your feature. It's the first time I'm hearing about it. So here's what I can do, boom, boom, boom. And what as it pertains to him, here's how I'm going to handle him, because this is business and you mean a lot to me, and I never want you to feel slighted. And as my manager, he really dropped the ball, because you're not just anybody. Like, the fact that people don't even want to give Nikki that, to me, is just so crazy and it's so disgusting, right? Because how would you feel? Imagine you call me or you text me, right? And I don't get back to you, but then you see me posting Instagram stories, or you see me doing a YouTube live, or you see me on the damn TikTok. Like, Marlene's actually holding her phone, so she saw my message. How would you feel, right? Even yesterday, I had a baby sis, Aisha. She sent me a message. I didn't even see it, right? And I said to her, Aisha, next time you message me, if I don't respond within a day or so, message me again, because sometimes my DMs, I can have so many DMs that people fall back. But you will think, if there's no shade, if there's no back plan, if there's nothing evil going on, that an apology should ensue. Like, you know what? I didn't even know. He didn't even tell me, right? But now that I know, please accept my apology. You want a Birkin bag? Okay. How's Papa Bear? Girl, I miss Papa Bear. Send me his picture. You know what I mean? There's a way of talking to people, you know, like where they might feel like, you know, I was upset, but the way you talk to me, it's okay. It happens. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have the same situation at Stefan school, because where we live, it's a lot of Indian people, whatever. It's very mixed out here, whatever. But it's a lot more Indian people here, huh? Right? So the front office is completely white. So I told y'all there was an event. They told us to come, right? And they texted us, oh, the kids are having an award ceremony, so if you want to show up, come outside. Cool. But I still feel as though they should have told us to bring ID, because there's a lot of foreigners here. So we get there, and there's this one Indian family. Then they have one family member, this one auntie. She didn't bring no ID. So the girl, the white woman's like, okay, so you can't come in. Like, she talked to her in a way I didn't like it. So guess what? I got involved. I sure did, because all you white people, and I'm black, she's Indian, but at this point, we're BIPOC, okay? And I said to her, the way you're talking to her is out of line. You can enforce your policies, but you can talk to a person in a way that you're not embarrassing the person. But she's a Karen, so she didn't want to hear it. So the shit, it went where it went. They brought more white people outside to talk to me. They got handled. This white man who was sitting there with his wife decided to get involved and start yelling. I said, no, the fuck you're not. No, the fuck you're not. Okay, no, the fuck you're not. So he also got handled. His wife went to jump in. She got handled. I got time for this. Even James, I told James, go in there with Maverick and enjoy your thing, whatever, right? And then we left. And then I came back another day, and I tried to talk to her, because I wanted to let her know, okay, you know, the first day I was upset because it's a bunch of white folks and it's a bunch of colored folks, and the way you talk to people, it might be a problem. And so I tried to talk to her and let her know that her tone was a problem. She said, I'm not going to listen to you. She wants to call administration. I said, then go ahead and call them. The principal came out. He's Italian. Now the principal, that white man, he has a lot of sense, but guess what? He has a PhD. So it makes sense, right? It makes sense. So we go in the back room before we even start. This is me. Y'all know me. It's me. Because I saw his last name, because he has an Italian last name. So I asked him where in Italy were his people from. He got so excited. Oh, she wants to know about me. So I laid out the foundation for him to feel like, okay, she's a cool person. Like, she's a reasonable person, right? The other girl, I did read her last time, but she came in because she was still in her feelings, whatever. But I had to let him know. Because I said, you know what? This school right here, it's a very diverse neighborhood. It's a very diverse neighborhood. And when you sent the text message, right, I do believe that you have to be mindful that many of the kids here are not, they're children of immigrants, okay, right? And because it's the holiday, because it's near the summer, a lot of people have families coming from abroad. And so events like that are a big deal. When you send out the text message to say, hey, the kids are having a ceremony, if you want to pull up, we'll be outside, right? It would not hurt to reiterate that, hey, if you're thinking about coming and you're bringing family, please tell them to bring an ID, right? Because we actually need the physical ID. Why? Because to a lot of foreigners, losing a passport is a big deal. Imagine you come to America, you take your passport out, and then you lose your passport. Like the headache it is. And I told her, I'm like, because I told her, because she's white American. Does she even have a passport? Has she even been abroad? So she cannot relate to what it is to be an immigrant and to have to carry your passport, because God forbid you lose your passport. It's going to be a living hell. Okay, it is going, I mean, what it takes to do a whole passport, it's going to be a living hell. So what a lot of people do when you vacation a foreign country, especially from like a third world or second world country, you leave it in the house and you put it somewhere safe. Like when we used to vacation in Paris, for example, but every hotel will have a safe. My mom will put our passports in the safe because who are you without your passport? Yeah, you see, your visa's in it. And not just that, when you come to America too, when you're on the plane, like especially if you come here, you're about to land at Dulles Airport, right? Right before you land, they give you what's called an I-94. So like rightful entry into America via the airport, it's not just having your passport stamped when you go through immigration, it's your I-94. Like they stamp, like they not stamp, oh my gosh. They staple your I-94 to your visa. And when you leave, like when you leave America, they take it from you. You understand? Like, it's a real thing. But your visa has to be, your I-94 has to be attached to your visa. You understand? Like it's a real thing. So a lot of people are not going to go and just take their passports here, because God forbid, you just never know. So I said it wouldn't have hurt. It wouldn't have hurt to reiterate or to let people know, hey, you know, if you're coming, make sure you bring your ID. If you have family coming from abroad and they want to join, make sure that you tell them to bring their passport. It doesn't hurt to reiterate, even if it's written in the school guide, the school, whatever, that's not a problem. And I said, I don't mind this lady doing her job because we have seen plenty of killings on TV, right? But the way you talk to people, it's her tone. And I said to the principal, let's say his name is Mr. Lombardi. I said, Mr. Lombardi, her tone is out of pocket. Because she's white and she needs to be mindful because she decided to take a job working at a school full of Indians and black people, like, you know, and certain kind of black people, right? Because I'm a foreigner. It could be that my auntie can come from the Ivory Coast and want to come. I would not even have thought of like the passport thing, but it's your tone. She could have said to the lady, oh my gosh, ma'am, I am so sorry. These are the policies, right? I really need to have your passport here. And I'm so sorry we didn't tell you. Do you mind going to the house, right? If the house is not far, I will try to talk to the people. We'll try to delay it. You know what I mean? I am so sorry, but please understand, I have to keep the kids safe, right? She's still not going to come in there without a passport, but the way you talk to people. And this is why Mother Maya Angelou said that when it comes to white people, they don't have a sweet tongue. Well, you just can't come in. And she was doing it in front of people, y'all. The lady was getting embarrassed. That's why I stepped in. And so even the other lady too. And I said to her, like, yeah, I'm sorry for the way that I talk to you. But I think that sometimes white people live in a bubble that the stuff you do to other people has never been done to you. The way y'all talked to that lady, it was embarrassing. She's a grown woman, right? And even if it's written in a student manual, whatever, it does not hurt to repeat the information. It doesn't hurt because it avoids things like that. It avoids all this kind of stuff. It avoids it. But for the way I talk to you, I'm also sorry about that, right? Like she was like, huh? But she didn't expect me to apologize. I'm like, no, I'm a really cool ass person. I'm a good person. I really try to be nice to people. But you got to understand the way you talk to people. Ask yourself if you would want to be talked to this way, because tone, it truly matters. How you talk to people, it truly matters. And I've come to realize, because America is predominantly ran by white people, that people have started to pick up on the bad ways of white people. And they think, oh, well, white people talk to people any kind of way, so I can talk to people any kind of way. No, you cannot do that, right? You understand me, right? And so he understood me because it made sense. Even the lady, you could see like she wanted to cry because she didn't think I was going to apologize. I said, no, I even held her hand. I said, if you ever see me in public, right, you have a friend in me. It's not a problem. But the issue is the way y'all talked to that lady, it was completely out of line. There is a way of talking to people. You can enforce your rules, but you can do so in a loving way. You can say, ma'am, I am so sorry. Oh my gosh, we didn't put that in the email. What? We didn't put in a text message. What? Oh my gosh, we ain't shit. Like we really ain't shit. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's okay to put stuff on you to make the person feel like you did nothing wrong. It's not going to cost you anything, right? So the principal, Mr. Lombardi, he understood me. So he's like, okay, we went outside. He called everybody. So he was like, oh, ladies, you know, this is, blah, blah, blah. And then, so he let me speak. And I said it again. So her name was like Kathy or Katie, whatever. And I said to her, I said, Miss Katie, when I came in here, because when I saw you, you had a smile on your face. So I said, okay, she has a smile on her face. I'm in a better mood. She's in a better mood. And I thought we could have a conversation, but it's okay. But I didn't come here to attack you. But what I needed for you to understand is that tone is really important. And mind you, but I'm telling you, the whole front office is white people. The entire front office is like mostly white women and 2 white men, right? When I tell you, when I started talking about the tone and how the way you talk to people, it truly matters. Like you might not mean harm. You might not even mean to be disrespectful. It might not even be what you're thinking of. But the way you're talking to people, okay, no, but the way you talk to people, you can really bring someone down. And that's what I was trying to bring up to your attention, right? It's your tone. When I tell you everybody was agreeing with me, you guys, I started feeling like this lady right here, a lot of her coworkers, she talks to those people crazy. I'm like, I feel like I am not the first person to tell her that she needs to be very mindful of her tone. And because everybody was in agreement with me, she didn't have a choice but to start smiling. But you could see that she was fuming on the inside. And I'm like, yeah, because this woman here is very immature. You know what I mean? A lot of white people are very immature. A lot of white women are very, very immature because people do not confront white women with their immaturity. They're very immature. They're very, very petty. You know, and a lot of times too, what is so unfortunate is that a lot of these women have husbands, but their husbands are too afraid to step up and be like, wife, the way you talk to people is out of line. You know, if a lot of men told their wives in private, you need to check the way you talk to people because one day you'll get your ass whooped. You won't get recorded or something bad's going to happen to you because you cannot go outside talking to people this way. Right? You have to be very mindful of how you talk to people because in your culture, a rude answer might be fine because that's your culture. In someone's culture, given that you're white, your rude ass answer ain't gonna fly because I'm not scared of you. So, they're gonna call the police. I'm like, call who you want to call. Like, you know what I'm saying? The first time, I don't care because I'm not wrong. There is a way of talking to people. Like, and you call the police officer. What's my crime? I'm not afraid of the police. Like, this is crazy. Right? But I'm like, there's a way of talking to her because she made it this far. And maybe this morning she told her niece or nephew, I'm coming. And now if the child looks up and the child doesn't see her, the child can be heartbroken. If you talk to her in a certain way, even though she might not want to, she'll gladly go to the house and bring back her passport because it's the way you talk to her. You understand? And I feel the same way with SZA because I will say this. Yes, people say she has a career, sure, whatever you call that, right? But if we had Shaka Khan and Patti LaBelle and all these icons, Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey at their peak, a SZA wouldn't exist. SZA only exists because the standards are so low. You know what I'm saying? The standards are low. Her breakout song was her being a side piece and gladly professing that she wants to sleep with somebody's husband on the weekends. Like, girl, what? What are we talking about? What are we truly talking about? Okay, side piece music? Like, make it make sense. But nonetheless, is that there is hierarchy in terms of age as Black people and also in terms of career. So I do feel like if you got a big sis of the likes of a Nicki Minaj who's reaching out to you, you got to call back. That's it. If Beyonce called you, you wouldn't call back. If Rihanna called you, you're not going to call back, right? You wouldn't dare. So why do you feel comfortable treating her this way? And as if you and her have personal beef, you don't know her. And if you even have any kind of negative feelings about Nikki, it's based on what you heard other people say about her. Do you have a personal relationship with her? Okay. When Drake outed you and said that you had sex with him, whatever the fuck he did to your body, did you go crazy? No, you did not. And I'm sure if Drake called you, you will go back to his house and gladly lay down in his bed and do the Guap 3000. Don't play with me, right? But I'm like, that to me, that level of disrespect, that's not cool with me. Because I do feel like if a big sis reaches out to you, you need to behave like a little sis. Oh, big sis, I didn't even know you called. I didn't see your call. I did not even know you wanted me on a feature. Oh my gosh, is it too late? If it's too late, I'm so sorry. How do I make it up to you? Do you want a Birkin bag? You want some flowers? You want me to babysit Big Papa for you? Like, what's up, right? And my manager, he ain't shit. And I put him on suspension for 2 weeks because how dare he, right? There's a way you gas people up and we just move on. You know what I'm saying? But it's like there's something out here where people just have this allergic reaction to being professional, right? Learning to keep the peace, okay? Because like I said, when you have money, you should not have enemies. When you have money, you should not have issues with anybody. You truly should not. And also, when you're a businesswoman, because everybody wants to be a businesswoman until it's time to be a businesswoman, which is when your team drops the ball, you take ownership. You take ownership because at the end of the day, this is the man that you hired to represent you. He's receiving deals on behalf of you. He's receiving songs on behalf of you. And honestly, he's a nobody. He hasn't achieved anything. He hasn't built anything. And Nikki, you like her, you don't like her, but she's a builder. She's a builder. She has built something for herself. And that's why you can go anywhere in the world and you say her name. People know exactly who you're talking about. So for your manager to be completely irrelevant, he's a nobody. And because he's your manager, he's able to even engage with people like Nicki Minaj. He needs to stay in his place. He needs to know his place. That's the kind of the kind of servants who forget their position. Like you a servant, boo-boo. Okay? You are a servant. You need to serve. You need to serve. And you need to know, like, oh wow, like this is a big person who called and she's asking for a feature. Right? So at max, within 3 days, you should have an answer for her. If you need more time, you check back with her. You say, okay, Nikki, like I haven't got to her yet. Can you give me another 3 days? What is so hard about communicating with people? Right? So to me, I understand exactly what she felt slighted, because it's like, okay, what kind of stupid games are we playing? Because I didn't even have to reach out to you. So that's why I feel like it's also very intellectually dishonest for people to say things like, oh my gosh, Nikki doesn't want to work with the girls. Nikki is not supportive of the girls. Nikki took her own phone and reached out to SZA. What more do you do? Right? But it's like to me, not only are people not answering you because they want to make you look crazy, like, oh, you see, I'm the one who said no to Nikki. I had a Nikki feature, but I didn't jump on it because they try to diminish your light. Girl, bye. Okay? And number two, also, people want to play into perpetuate the narrative that you don't like to work with other people. You don't want to work with other women. You feel threatened. It's like nobody feels threatened because she's reaching out to people. People are just not getting back to her because they want to play stupid games. And they want to come to social media, or they want to come to the court of public opinion and play victim. Like, I don't know why she's attacking me. I don't know why she's attacking. No, you should know why she's attacking you, because you're very unprofessional and it's getting extremely petty. Because if you don't want to work with someone, just say so. Just like an email. Somebody sends you an email, respond to the email. They email you back to back to back. If you're not interested, they just say, okay, I'm not interested. So they can go on and go ask somebody else. But I'm like, what is the problem though? What is the problem? So yes, I can see why she feels as though people want her to fail. People are kind of like, I don't know if it's like jealous or envious of her status and how much she's built for herself in hip hop. Okay, I can see why she feels like that. Because I don't understand why you are not able, I don't understand why you're not able to tell her, we're not going to do the feature. Y'all know I'm going to keep her waiting, or I'm going to keep her guessing. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Right? And I'm like, SZA, whatever success she has, she will not be memorable. People are like, oh, I listen to SZA's song. No, you don't. Shut up. Be quiet. 10 years from now, you won't. When the people look back at whatever Black music was, she's not going to be amongst the classics. Okay? Chaka Khan will be. Nicki Minaj will be. Okay? Because a lot of these modern day artists, we know it's Sympathy and Payola. We know that their record labels pay for streams. They pay bots. They cannot fill stadiums by themselves. They cannot sell tickets by themselves. They have to attach themselves to other people. The catalog is not there. Making side chick music, sure, whatever. It's not memorable. It's not memorable. What kind of woman, I don't even know what kind of even self-respecting woman is going to come out here and say, your man is your man on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, he's my man. Like, girl, what? Go get your own. But I guess you're not ambitious. Okay? So I'm like, yeah, Nikki read her ass. But I'm like, if Nikki cusses you out, most likely you did something. And most likely you're deserving. So now let me play all these videos you guys, because I was like talking forever, right? But I'm like, no, you tell me what you think. Where's the videos, y'all? Hold on. Let me see if I can find the videos. Let me see. Oh, here we are. Breakfast Club. Oh, who did I watch? Because I'm like, why are we doing this? Oh, it's an hour long. I have to listen to this. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. I'm like, please. Whatever. So you guys, because if I do the Breakfast Club, then I can't. Hold on. If I do the Breakfast Club, I gotta use my iPad. Because you know you can't play the footage. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. I hope I'm not getting sick. I truly hope I am not getting sick. Maverick, I pray to God you get me sick. Okay. That
we talked about yesterday, and she said she responded with the same thing. He didn't like it, so then she alleges that he went to that we talked about yesterday, pain against her because of that. But
that is the broken Barbie thing. Or no, just in general?
She said in general that there was just a campaign, against her. She said that she alleged she was harassed online for years. And she also alleges that he probably told his artist to start a beef with her.
Hey y'all, what's up? It's Lauren LaRosa letting you know that when it comes to accident or injury cases, Top Dog Law is a name that you should know.
Today, SZA entered the chat again in this Nicki Minaj back and forth, and she dropped text. All right, y'all. So last hour we talked about Nicki Minaj and SZA and their beef that came out of nowhere, or so it seemed, on X yesterday. So I reached out to Punch from TDE, who I also talked about in the first hour, who was at one point managing SZA, and I asked him, how did we get here? Like, Nicki Minaj is alleging that y'all have had issues behind the scenes, and because of that, this is an alleged retaliation. Like, you guys have been retaliating against her. And here's what he said to me. So he said, back in 2020, Nicki Minaj had reached out for a SZA feature on a song.
So back in 2020, Nicki, she reached out for a feature on a song. 2020, we're in 2025. You think she got an answer? Okay.
Responded and told Nicki Minaj that SZA was in album mode heavy, and that he would get it over to her, and that was it. They never spoke again.
You see? And somehow you don't hear the problem. Okay? But somehow you don't hear the problem. Somehow it's either, are you, child, I need to say it in a nice way, right? You don't see the problem. Nicki Minaj reached out for a feature, right? He says to Nicki, Punch, right? That's his name. I don't even know who he is. Like, he's a non-factor, but he says to Nicki, SZA is in album heavy mode. So I guess she's working on an album. And then he said, I will get it over to her and I get back to you. Okay. So why didn't you ask him? So did you get back to her? She's like, oh, he's like, I don't know how we got here. What do you mean you don't know how we got here? What do you mean? What do you mean? Right? What do you mean? And you guys, I hope you guys see that this is why a lot of Black artists don't go far in their careers. Okay? I hope you see. Maybe this is also why a lot of Black artists too prefer to work with white management, Jewish management, however you want to call it, right? But do you see this, right? Because let's assume that SZA meant no harm towards Nicki. But do you see how him dropping the ball like this cannot turn into a bigger issue? Because you have a job to do. You are her manager. You have a job to do. These people get paid. A lot of managers get paid like 30%, right? It's not even like, oh, Glorilla. And even if it was Glorilla, I don't know. Listen, even if it's Glorilla, it's business. People have the right to reach out to you and say, hey, I'm an artist, you're an artist. Would you like to get on the song with me and do a feature, right? They have the right. And you also have the right to say no. My issue is, do not leave people hanging. If you don't want to do it, say no, I don't want to do it, right? Also, if it's not a good time, Lovely T is so, with her deep dive, the thing about Lovely T, she's such a charlatan. When you listen to her, I used to listen to her a lot, but girl, you are so inconsistent. The thing about T loves to act as if she has a spiritual connection and she has this and that, but she has no problem befriending someone like Cardi B who promotes horror music to young Black girls. Like, she picks and chooses because she wants to be invited to celebrity birthday parties. Like, she loves to go to a birthday party. I even saw it at Tiny and T.I. I'm like, and these the people who drug the people. Why are you there? Right? Why are you there? Be consistent. And that's why you cannot watch. It's not even just Black people on YouTube. You got to be very careful on YouTube, because on YouTube, people do not know how to be impartial. Because I don't like you, so I can never say anything good about you. No, do your damn job. You can have personal feelings about Nicki because you're Team Cardi B, because once in a while she'll invite you to a goofy ass birthday party and barely do nothing for you, if we're being honest. Okay, right? But you still need to try to see where she's coming from. Because me, when I heard it and I said it up the rip, I support Nicki Minaj. When I was growing up, because of Lil Kim, I did not support Nicki because I felt like she copied too much out of Kim. I did not like her. Hold on, let me sit down. You know, Lil Kim, my big sis, okay? And she's still my big sis. I love her. I will always love Lil Kim. But I had to get to a point as an adult woman where I said, big sis, you also dropped the ball. If Nicki was able to take your place because you allowed it to happen. Because the thing about this cancer, Lil Kim, right? You're always out here shopping, buying shit, shopping and shopping and shopping. It's quite obvious that you are not passionate about music, right? And it's okay to be honest. It's okay. People don't want to have self-awareness. right? Little Kim cannot say that when she woke up in the morning, when she was a kid, she said to herself, yeah, when I grow up, I'm gonna be like Queen Latifah. I'm gonna be like Salt and Pepper. I'm gonna be I'll be like Yo-Yo. No. Right? Little Kim got into music because she ran away. Somehow she links up with Big Papa, the Christopher, right? And Chris said, I can do something with you because you ain't doing shit anyways. Okay, but it's not her passion. Little Kim is no different than Carisha. Okay, we can be honest. It's okay. Nobody's ever looked at Carisha and said to themselves, oh, wow, rapping is her passion. Writing is her passion. No one ever. Okay, Carisha will do it because it's a job. Right? But Carisha is not passionate. If Carisha could have been like Diddy's wife and chasing up behind Diddy, she would have done that with all of her heart because that's what she wants to do. Be in love with a billionaire and then like go shopping and have all kinds of sex with that man. That's what she wants to do. She is extremely passionate about being with Diddy. It really is a passion for her. Poppy, it's okay. It really is okay to be honest, right? Little Kim she was never passionate about her music. She was never passionate about hip hop or rap. She just benefited because she was attached to Biggie, who's a great writer who wrote for her, and Diddy, who's a great producer, and they just gave her this persona. But she don't care. Because every time she has free time, if she's not shopping somewhere, she's traveling somewhere, or she's in a new relationship somewhere. So there was a void. The thing about Nikki, coming off the rip, she copied from you because you were that girl. Like, she was influenced. I mean, hey, whatever, right? But if you didn't make it hard for her because you didn't care to compete and you took it for granted, like, because you think, as long as I can claim Biggie, they will never, phase me out. You crazy, right? You are really crazy, huh? She don't compete. So, and I will also say this. The number two, it's like the whole thing with Junior Mafia, right? Listen, you are the star of the group. You make most of the money. Send them all to prison. Who cares, right? You decided to be a ride-or-die chick. You decided to lie on the stand. You fucked up your career, okay? Because you are toxically a pick-me and you are toxically male-identified. Right? The moment you realize that Lil Cease was not going to have your back, you should have said, you know what? I'm here by myself. I ain't going to prison. You live in luxury. You in prison and don't make one. Say what you have to say. Get yourself out of this mess. These are dudes. They chose to be ninjas and they chose to rent the streets. So, hey, but you're a brand. Okay? That's number two. Number three, Lil Kim does not care about money management. Lil Kim has had too much money, y'all. Lil Kim has had too much money. She's had access to too much money. When she was in Miami, yes, because that's where she linked up with Birdman and all them people. When she was down there in Miami, dating Scott Storch, however you say his name, right? That dude had made like $80 million. She was living with the man. They said that man, he was such a drug addict. You guys, they said he was such a drug addict. He would have like millions of dollars in the house. Like, you open this drawer, money. You go like this, money. You go, I'm like, so Kim, you didn't save no money? So you live in the house with a cokehead, a crackhead. There's money all over. He was buying her all kinds of cars, you guys. He was buying her everything. Do you know Kim never saved shit? She never saved a dime. Unbelievable, but it's actually believable. She didn't save shit. So guess what? Because Scott has such a drug addiction, the money went boom. The money disappeared. $80 million gone. He had this beautiful house, like with that fancy island, like Biscayne Bay, whatever it's called. He was living there. He lost the house. He lost the private yachts. He lost everything. Kim comes back to New York. She ain't got shit but a bunch of clothes. That's all she cares about. She's no different than Nene. She ain't no different. All they care about is shopping. They don't care about the business. And you know what? You get older. You might not be a big fan of Nicki Minaj, but you do realize that Nikki cares about the money. Because she understands that the music industry is not just about making music. It's a business. And you have to be profitable. Right? Just because the label says, we'll give you $1 million budget for your music video, you don't got to use it. Okay? They can offer you $1 million, but you understand it's a payday loan and the interest is crazy. So maybe I'll just take $100,000 because you owe them the money. Right? But people like him didn't care. Okay, well, whose fault is that? Right? So it's like today, Nikki has more money than Lil Kim because Nikki because Nikki cares about the money. She cares about the money. Also, Nikki will do a whole lot of talking, tough talking, gang talking, but she ain't gonna get arrested. She'll get somebody else to do it. But Nikki not going to jail. Because it's one thing, but it's a sound distinction between being a persona and actually living the life. Nikki don't live the life. She talks about the life. I guess she talks so good that she makes it sound believable. But she ain't doing it. She ain't doing it. She's not going to jail. You're crazy. She's not going to prison. She'll get somebody else to do it. But she's not putting her hands on people. She's not going to lie and perjure herself for people. Nikki's not going to jail. So that too, I felt like she was smarter. It's one thing to talk about a certain life. It's another thing to be a complete idiot and think that you have to live that life so much so that you go to court and you lie on the stand. Lil Kim perjured herself. And this is why they locked her up. She could have sent Junior Mafia to jail. Who cares? Right? So, I still love Kim, but I grew up. Yeah, I grew up. She didn't have her baby yet. She didn't have the daughter yet. Right? But I grew up growing into Nikki. And I guess that's why maybe I like her in a different way. Like I'm more sober because when you go from not liking someone to then you start liking the person, you understand why. You have more conviction as to why you like the person. But ultimately, I'm like, okay, big sense, you have to admit that you dropped the ball. You didn't care about your music. You never tried to become a better writer. When Biggie died, you kind of stopped giving a fuck, right? You are not trying to release new music. You did not prioritize your finances because for the life of me, I don't understand why Lil Kim had to go into foreclosure because a woman like that, she has seen $4 million over and over and over and over and over again. But paying her mortgage was never her priority. Going shopping was her priority. No problem. But you cannot be mad at Nikki for not being a better lyricist because she didn't have Biggie to rely on. So she had to write. Right? You didn't take advantage of Biggie when he was alive. And you didn't even try to study when he left. Okay? You didn't care about the money. You didn't care about making investments. You didn't care about securing a roof over your head. Okay? So whose fault is that? So you can't hate Nikki forever. Life is life. If you, like I said, if you're not consistent, you cannot be mad that someone that used to be behind you is not ahead of you. Whose fault is that? So I can't keep hating this woman for no reason, right? So growing into liking Nikki, I've come to realize that if Nikki doesn't like you, if she cusses you out, you must have done something. Because a lot of people do stuff behind the scenes. And we don't know. We only know the stuff that becomes public. And when it's public, it's her going crazy on people. So it does seem like, oh my gosh, it's always her. But is it really always her? Because a lot of people are passive aggressive. A lot of people are passive aggressive. They do all kinds of fucked up shit behind the scenes. Right? And then they come out to the public. She might be crazy. I don't know. No, stop. Truly, truly stop. So I've come to realize if Nikki's mad, something must have happened. I can say I don't like the way she's going about it, right? But most likely something happened. It's the same thing with Meg Thee Stallion. If people had an ounce of decency instead of being consumed by tribalism, right? People would say, Megan, you come off like an opportunist. We all saw Megan on the live with Nikki. But even before Nikki got on the live, we saw Megan tell the Barbs to go tell Nikki that she wants to work with Nikki, right? That's how it happened, right? Because Nikki was not checking for Meg Thee Stallion. Okay? She was not checking for her. Let's be so for real. Nikki was not checking for her at all because she didn't care. Okay? Because Meg also, when she first comes on the scene, she doesn't really have a brand. Okay, she's super tall. She's from Texas, but she hella drunk. She's always drunk. She's very aggressive. So what the hell is this? This girl is not polished, right? But what happened was Meg kept pandering to the Barbs, just like that boy. What's his name? What's that boy's name? Lil Nas X, another one, a former Barb. A lot of people want to be like her. They truly envy her. They're jealous. They don't want to work, right? But when Meg came out, Meg was out here every day on Twitter begging the Barbs to tell Nikki that she wants to work with Nikki. Am I lying? Okay, cool. Nikki finally gets on the live with her. When she got on the live, Megan was dissing Cardi B. Because she said, oh, you write your stuff, I write my stuff, we write our own stuff over here, wumpty wump wump wump. Did she not say that? And Nikki said, oh, no, don't do that. Don't talk about the girl, right? She gets a collab with Nikki, and then boom, she turns her back like nothing happened. No kind of gratitude, nothing. Then she moves on to Cardi B, the same Cardi B that she shaded with Nikki. So how can you not be mad at Nikki for like, girl, so was this all fake? Like, I'm like, this is so disgusting to me. It is so disgusting. Imagine somebody tells your fan, go, I love her so much. 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 You're not even checking for this tall, drunk-ass giant. Then you give her ass a feature. And mind you, she's not, does she even pay for this shit? It's the same thing with Trina. Like, these women are so fucking lazy. That's why I will never stop roasting these women. Okay? Trina also, once upon a time, when we were growing up, Trina was that girl. Because you know now, that thing like me, the thing like me, because you know now, right? Okay, cool. Was Trina out here putting people on? No, she was not. Who did Trina put on? Did Trina even put on her sister? I didn't even know she had a beautiful sister until Love and Hip Hop Miami. I'm like, dang, that's your sister, right? Didn't even know. Did she even put on her sister? No, she didn't. People always asking Nikki to put people on. No, she's not, because y'all some ungrateful people. The problem is not putting people on. You do not put people on who want to see your downfall. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? Right? But it's like her and Trina did the collaboration. And I do believe she didn't charge Trina. She did the song. Now it comes down to the music video. Okay. You don't have a budget. And instead of Trina, once again, being a businesswoman, sis, I don't have the money. Can you give me a loan where we can make maybe like 50,000? Nothing crazy. You can go, listen, you ain't got no money. Girl, you ain't got no money. Right? Me, I think if you ask Nikki for a reasonable amount, she'll give it to you, but it has to be a loan. You can't say, oh, give me $500,000 or give me $1 million. Girl, you crazy. Bitch, you dumb. Okay, where the fuck is your money? Because Trina, very much like Lil Kim, spent all her money shopping. It's okay to be honest. Right? Is that a lot of these Black women, they are presented with golden opportunities, even though they make low vibrational music. And they treat the money like it's never going to run out. They do not respect money. They don't respect money. They, oh no, I'm hot, I'm cute, I date a rapper, I date basketball player. Because at that time, Trina was that girl. So it was not easy. It was not hard for her to switch up these dudes like French Montana, this basketball player, Wumpty Wump Wump. Because when you're hot, it's very easy for you to have a lineup. But what happens when you fall out? What happens when you're no longer hot? What happens when you get older? What happens when you start putting a little bit of weight? You know what I'm saying? Like it changes, right? Because you're not going to always be hot. So when a woman is hot, she needs to be really, really smart and make the best investments, right? You get me, right? So I'm like, okay, but what happened to your money? Huh? What happened to your money? Where is your money? No, because Trina spent all the money. She spent all the money. So now it's time to make a music video. She already gave you 16 bars. Do you know how much Nikki charges for 16? It could be $500,000. It could be $1 million. So just her saying, sis, I know you ain't got it. I'll send you the verse. It's not a problem. Damn, sis. Right? Now, if you want to do a music video because you feel like the song is going to go further out, if there is a music video and it's you and Nikki, you can say, sis, let me tell you something, right? Just giving me a feature, you've done too much. Because, girl, I ain't got the money. Because I squandered my money. You see, that's self-awareness, right? But truly, sis, like, seriously, I need to revive my career. I don't have a budget, right? Do you think you can loan me $100,000? And then this is how I'm going to pay you back. I'm sure she would have agreed. But stuff has to be done correctly. And Nikki's like that. She's like, you know, she's a savage. So, you know what I mean? She's like, and Jay-Z is that way too. You know, I know everything about the man in bed, right? But my thing is, you can organize the stuff. Like, we can have a proper contract. Even the fact that Nikki didn't call SZA directly and she called her management, it shows me that Nikki respects protocol. Because she could have just called SZA. She could have just even tweeted, oh, let me send her a tweet. Like, hey, here's the song, you want to jump on? No, she went through your management. She respected protocol. So I feel like, Trina, all you have to do is ask her. But at the end of the day, for you to be in your feelings that you start talking bad about her to your manager, to Bobby, you crazy as fuck, sis. It is not her job. It's not her job to revive your career. It's not her job. You're not her child, right? And on top of that, you came out before Nikki. Did you help her out? When she was homeless in New York City, you helped her out. When she was homeless in Atlanta, you helped her out, right? At that time, if she had came to Miami, would you have given her a place to stay? Probably not. You have to understand when you are being so ridiculous with your demands, and you got to get to a point where you have enough self-awareness that you understand that what you are putting on another person is excessive. It is not her job to sustain your career. You fumbled your career. You fumbled your money. And just because now she's doing a lot better, she runs the culture, and she has a lot of money, does not mean that, well, you can just do it because you got it. Girl, you had it too. You made poor investments. And the sad thing is, you don't even have enough self-awareness to say, you know what? You're right. I should have handled my money better. I should have handled my relationship with these men better, because one of these men in your lineup, you could have married. You could have married one of the basketball players. You could have married one of the you could have married somebody in there that's a millionaire. You chose not to because you thought you was always going to be hot. Well, I guess you're not. She fumbled, right? So it's like, yeah. Also, you need to be more on social media. Go live. Go on YouTube. Go on thingy. Like, it's your job to keep your name hot. You cannot ask another black sister, oh, yeah, carry me, carry me. You a grown-ass woman. Carry your damn self. You crazy? But she wasn't in her feelings. And because she acted like she wasn't in her feelings. But then when they asked her who is the best rapper, like the best female rapper, she gonna say Beyonce. Girl, what? Beyonce don't rap. Beyonce has moments where I guess she's in a trance, whatever. That's not rapping. Okay? No, if Beyonce dropped the mixtape, we ain't buying it. You are crazy. Okay? But I'm like, she said Beyonce was the best female rapper because she didn't want to have to say that it was Nikki. Why are you doing this? And you wonder why you don't prosper. You see, because you have an ugly, ugly heart and you don't have self-awareness. But all these women, they've all had crazy ass fan bases. They've all sold out at one point in time. They've all went to the BET Awards. They were on the prime stage. They went to the MTV Awards. They've had money. They've had designers dress them. Where the fuck is your money? Where is the money? Where are your investments? How come you're in a place today where you can't even afford $100,000 for your own video, right? And also, you would think, oh, my video means so much to me. I'm gonna go into my closet and sell all this bullshit. Sell it. Sell it. Your bags, your shoes. Sell all the shit. Put it on Depop or whatever, whatever these websites are called, right? There are places where you can sell used, gently used designer stuff. Put it up there and see how much money you can get. You have to show people that you are trying to help yourself. But no, you don't want to let go of all your designer bullshit, but then you want people to give you free shit. No, sacrifices have to be made. So you decide. It's up to you. But I'm like, for someone, for a rapper of Nicki's caliber to give you 16 is crazy to me. And you still want more? Are you insane? What else? You want my life? You will never have my life, bitch. Because at this point, it's giving witchcraft. Like, what is this? Like, no. So Trina also, I was done with her ass. Because I'm like, you lack accountability. You lack self-awareness. And I can see why you were not successful in a relationship. Because if you treat friendship like this, I can only imagine how you treat a man. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. But we grew up seeing you all over our TV station, Trina. All over the clubs. You had money. Where is the money? But I'm sure it's in your closet. Sell the shit you don't need. Point blank, period. And also, if some of y'all wore your natural hair, you would save money by not having to spend on $5,000 wigs, this type of wig. These wigs are costing y'all about $100,000 a year, right? So if you actually learn to wear your natural hair, that's already $100,000 worth of savings. You will start seeing your money, right? But they spend too much money on these wigs. You spend too much money. Even Beyonce, y'all. Even Beyonce. Even Giselle knows Carter, right? Even Beyonce, right? I'm no longer a big fan like I used to be. But let me not lie, though, because Beyonce does her own makeup. Okay? Beyonce does her own makeup. So Beyonce is over here super successful. She makes more money than all you people, right? And Beyonce herself does her own makeup. But y'all don't even try to save money. You don't want to wear your natural hair. You don't want to even try to, like, you know, Beyonce also wears like the half wigs, like, you know, you put it right here, then your natural hair's in the front, right? Because that way you can save some money. But I'm like, you can see Beyonce trying to save some money. And yet she makes more money than all of us. She goes, oh, whatever, who cares, who cares, who cares? But I'm like, the lady does her own makeup, right? She doesn't wear expensive wigs all the time. And I'm sure Beyonce washes her wigs and she reuses her wigs. Hello, right? But I'm like, these women are not even trying to be financially responsible. And then when the money runs out, because they don't want to be embarrassed, they think it's your job to like to do stuff for free. No one has to help you. Because it's your job to plan for your career. It is your job to plan for retirement. And it's your job also to make sure that your name doesn't die out, right? And the thing about Nikki too, like Nikki, she really is a businesswoman. And like, listen, if there's a trendy sound, there's a new wave, she jumps on it. She adapts her rapping style to it, right? Because she tries to be relevant. She tries to be relevant. Because I'm like, Nikki works. These girls do not want to work. Don't want to work. Right? So let's go back to Meg Thee Stallion, right? So like to me, when it comes to Meg too, Meg to me is an opportunist, right? And even this whole situation with Meg and Meg, Kelsey, and Tory Lanez, it's again her being an opportunist because she didn't know Kylie Jenner, right? And if we're being all the way honest, Megan was out here hanging out with what's that girl's name? What's Kylie's ex-best friend? Like what's her name again? Jordan Woods, is that her name? Okay, cool, right? But remember, there was a time where Megan was hanging out with Jordan Woods, because at that time everybody, because after the whole red table talk where Jada Pinkett came to save her, right? Jordan was the black girl, you had to save Jordan, So where was Megan? Over there. Okay, but then when Cardi B calls her, she jumps on the opportunity also. But how does she meet Kylie Jenner? She met Kylie because Kylie came on the set because at the behest of Cardi B. But Kylie Jenner is not her relationship. Kylie Jenner is not her friend. So to me, when you go on the set, okay, when you go on the set of WAP, hold on, Meg Thee Stallion, Cardi B, how do you say her name? Cardi B, Kylie Jenner, right? Okay, right? Because all these people came outside because of Cardi B. They don't know Meg Thee Stallion, right? So once again, when you're raised right, which she's not, when you're sober, which she's not, when you're loyal, which she's not, right? You meet somebody's friend, you leave it at that. Oh, I met you on the set, I'm going home. No. Somehow, after the video shoot thingy, we looked up on Instagram Live, she's at Kylie's house. Why are you at Kylie's house? Even Cardi B is not at Kylie's house. Why are you there? It's not your relationship. It's not your connection. Why are you there? Why are you there? You also look at Kelsey and Tory. Kelsey is having a relationship with Tory. She finds a way to go sleep with that man. And somehow they do not want to see that this woman here is treacherous. Why? Because she's Black American? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Like, at what point do people say, how you treat people, it matters more to me than your ethnicity? No one cares. So you will defend someone that takes advantage of people, that steals friends from people, steals boyfriends from people, steals everything from people just because she happens to be Black American? You're toxic. You are seriously toxic. This is not how you move. How would you feel if you introduced me to somebody, like, oh, Marlene, come work with me, and you get to meet so-and-so. Okay, cool. And then you leave, and by the time you turn around, me and this new girl that you introduced me to, we're on the Instagram Live, laughing, cackling, like, what the fuck? Like, these hoes just met yesterday. Like, how does this happen? Like, this is crazy. I'm like, she betrays everyone. She betrays everybody. But yet, they want to sit here and make it seem like, oh, no, Nikki is the crazy one. Cardi B herself would cuss out Megan if she could. But the problem is she has this demonic alliance with Megan because the whole crux of their friendship is you hate Nikki, I hate Nikki. That's it. But Cardi B herself knows that this girl ain't shit, right? Also, she ends up dating Party. Party was Cardi B's ghostwriter. What are we doing? Right? What are we doing? Because I'm sure that through Cardi, she got to meet Party because if I'm not mistaken, Party's the one who wrote Bodak Yellow, whatever. Right? So you see, Megan is extremely envious of people. She is jealous of people. She has a problem. She has a real problem, right? But people do not want to hold her accountable. Okay, sure, but she's a demon. She's a bold ass demon, right? And if you had someone like her in your life, you will be scared, right? And if people actually were not so consumed with having this hatred for Nicki Minaj, they're like, yeah, you're crazy. Because anytime somebody introduces you to someone, you end up becoming friends with that person. You end up backdooring people with that person. You end up doing all kinds of shit with that person. Like, girl, do you not know how to meet somebody's friend and leave that person where it's at? Like, oh, if that girl is not here, I want to talk to you because you're her friend. I got my own friends, but no, right? So you go from being friends with Jordyn Woods, right? And I'm sure Jordyn probably confided in her. I hope she didn't, but maybe she did it because girls talk too damn much, right? But then we turn around, you at Kylie's house, even though the entire family, that entire white family, try to destroy Jordyn Woods. The shit don't add up. It doesn't add up. You see, and plus the alcoholism and the promiscuity, I saw all these things. Okay. I saw all these things in Megan, and I'm like, no, she is not a trustworthy person. And also, I do not believe that Tory shot her. Tory did not shoot her. But there's a thing here when it comes to Black American women is that even when they're guilty of something, you have to help them in their lie so they don't look stupid. That's it. This is nothing more than ethnic narcissism that goes way too fucking far, where innocent people are locked up. The story itself makes no fucking sense. If Megan was a white person, if she was a white woman, people would have told Megan to shut the fuck up, okay? Because from the moment she gets to Kylie's house, they were drinking nonstop. They were drinking nonstop. And let's not act like we have not seen this girl just gulp and gulp entire bottles of Hennessy and you name it. I'm like, and also she does brown liquor. They drank so much that Kelsey had to go take a nap in Kylie's, what's it called, guest house. And then she woke up, came outside. They started drinking all over again. When she tells her story, oh, she walked out the car, so she's walking away, but somehow she knows that he shot her. That makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense. And to this day, the day after that, Megan was in the club twerking, okay? We have to stop. Your foot is made primarily of bones. Being shot in the bones, like you got shot in your bones, you got shot in your foot, and you never went to therapy, you never worked with anybody to learn how to walk again, okay? The very next day, you're wearing heels and booty shorts, and you're twerking and drinking? Like, girl, bye. We have to stop. It's truly disgusting, okay? It's truly disgusting. Because like from the way it sounds like she's walking away, like her back is turned. She's walking away. Tory Lanez is a midget. She's saying, no, he got up, and then he shot across the car. I'm like, girl, what the fuck are you been talking about? Right? And when you look at the gun, there's majority woman DNA on the gun, which lets me know that her and Kelsey were fighting over the gun. That's it. That's it. She is Meg Thee Stallion is no different than the white woman who lied on Emmett Till. She is no different. She is no different. And she knows she's lying and she knows she's living a lie. It's okay. Because on this earth, you will answer for everything that you do. But there is nothing about this young lady that ever gave this is a credible human being. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. And you see, and this is why today a lot of people are getting rid of DEI. A lot of people don't want to deal with Black women in this country. A lot of people do not want to hire Black women in this country because it's this inability to be honest. It is this inability to have self-awareness and you know what? I fucked up. I took the shit too far. It's on me. I was drunk. And maybe you were afraid to go to jail, so you lied, right? Like, take accountability. It's very, very dangerous to lie on people. You have to fear God. But we live in a godless society anyways. But nobody with a speck of integrity can say, yeah, I trust Meg Thee Stallion. Why would you trust her? When has she ever proven herself to be a trustworthy human being? Where? Right? And this is why, once again, when you see Meg Thee Stallion sympathizers, you realize that you got to stay the fuck away from women. Do not put them into your life. Because anybody that can condone this kind of behavior, she'll do it to you. She will do it to you. Like, she really will. That's why you meet people on social media. You leave them on social media. Do not try to nurture a friendship with anybody that can defend that kind of behavior. Because from the moment this girl came outside, everything about her was extremely questionable. Extremely questionable. But I'm like, she's always stealing people's friends. She talks about this person here, and then tomorrow you turn around, she's friend with the person that she was just dissing. What are we doing? What are we doing? And you see me being a 90s baby, I don't move like that. Because to me, if I talk shit about you, trust and believe. When I see you, I'm going to keep the same energy. If I talk shit about you, and mind you, if I talk shit about you, I will say it to your face. what you going to do? Okay? What you going to do? You ain't going to do shit. If I talk shit about you, it won't even be about your back, behind your back. If you ever come to me and say, oh, Marlene, I heard that you said this, and that, I sure will say I did it. I sure did. Because you either stand for something or you fall for everything. You have to take ownership of your thoughts, right? But you're not going to see me make fun of somebody here, talk about somebody here, because I want you to feel good with me so we can do something. And then later on, I'm going to try to be friends with her too. No. I'm not that kind of person. Okay? Because you believe in yourself or you don't. But this is how Meg Thee Stallion has weaseled herself to the top. And that's why her being at the top, it's not secure. Because she has no real foundation. Because all she ever did was play games with people. And for as long as she lives, she will always be tied to this Tory Lanez situation. Like these two people right here, their lives, their story is intertwined like this. That's it for the rest of their lives. As soon as you talk about Tory, you'll talk about her. You talk about her, you talk about Tory. And this is what happens when you move messy in business. This is what happens when you are a drunk in business, right? This is what happens when you don't take accountability in business, right? Your reputation, okay? It doesn't matter if her mom's not here to guide her. If her mom had done a good job, she will be guided by herself. So it means her mom didn't raise her right? There are a bunch of people who are orphans. They don't behave like that. Megan got to see her mom until she was at least in her early adult years, right? She was not an orphan at 5, right? She had her mother. So obviously, maybe her mom was also shysty, right? Because if you're raised by a good woman, certain things you can never do. If you are raised by a woman that has integrity, even you can't talk bad about other people. You know what I'm saying? Like my mom is the type, she will talk about you, but she'll say it to your face. That's why if I talk about you, I will also say it to your face. Because I'm not scared of you. Like, you don't scare me, right? Like you have nothing to be afraid of, right? I have never seen my mom go and sleep with somebody else's husband. I never seen it, right? So therefore, I don't think it's acceptable to sleep with other people's husband. But like by the time a girl is 18, you've already raised her, right? She came on the scene with this behavior, right? There are plenty of people who lose a parent. They don't go into alcoholism. So obviously, her mom maybe was shysty. So that's why she raised a shysty human being. People got to stop making excuses for people. Oh my gosh, Kanye is crazy because he lost his mom. Kanye was always crazy. He's always crazy, right? But people just don't want to see it, right? There are people who lose their moms and they don't treat people like this. They don't treat people like that. This is who Kanye is. Stop saying, oh, because he lost his mom, because he lost his mom. There are plenty of people who have lost a parent and they do not behave like this. Right? So to me, if you were raised by an honorable woman, you will be an honorable young lady, right? But if your mom is the kind of woman to talk about people behind their back and then she laughs in their face because you grew up to that, that's who you're going to be because you saw your mama doing that, right? If you saw your mama sleep with other people's men, if you saw your mom have sex with her best friend's man, you are most likely going to grow up and sleep with your best friend's man because you learned that from somewhere. Right? Women learn their womanhood, the cues of womanhood, the do's and don'ts of womanhood from first and foremost their own matriarchy. So if your mom has no base, you won't have a base. If your mom has standards, you will have standards. Because when she sees that behavior in you, she'll correct you. Right? I remember when I was a kid, for example, and I wanted stuff that other people had, whatever. Mom's like, nah, that's jealousy. That's envy. Hey, Nafisa. And there would be times she would even spank me because she's like, you're not supposed to be envious of people, right? And I grew up learning that you don't envy people because it's disgusting. Why do you want somebody else's life? Why are you not happy with what you have, right? So I'm like, that's like, if you have a mom like that, you grow up and you're like, no, because everything in you that is not right, she has corrected that before you're 18. You know what I'm saying? Like if your mom sleeps around, you're most likely going to be loose. But if you have a mom who values her body, she will tell you, daughter, a young lady does not do this, and that. You're going to grow up in that environment. You will grow up in an environment that your body is sacred. You cannot do this, right? But if you have a mother who's teaching her daughter to be a female rapper, yeah, most likely she ain't shit. Because female rappers or rapping, period, it's a low-hanging fruit. It's a low-hanging fruit. Why would I want my mom? Why would you as a mom aspire for your daughter to be a female rapper? For what reason? Like, seriously, even Lil Kim, you can say Lil Kim ran away. Her mom never told her to be a female rapper, right? Nicki Minaj, her mom never told her to be a female rapper. Her mom was at work, and who knows what the heck she got into in Queens, Jamaica, okay? Doing all kinds of foolishness, right? But for a woman, for a Black woman to say, oh, I want my daughter to be a female rapper, you're crazy. You have the mind of a YN. Because what is your daughter going to talk about? What do most female rappers talk about? Why would you want that for your daughter? And the fact that Megan is so tall, you could even say to yourself, well, let my daughter be a model. No, you want your daughter to be a female rapper? Do you know what comes with that? Do you know what comes with that life? Right? Even Cardi B, I could say most likely also nobody took care of her because she was a stripper and all that kind of stuff. So she didn't have structure, right? But if you're a mom and you're active in your daughter's life, why is your goal for your dream for your daughter is for her to be a female rapper? You want your daughter to grow up and be a YN. Like, that's what you aspire to. Like, you're crazy as hell. So I'm like, no, like people using her mother dying and stuff like that. Once again, it's always trying to give Black women a crutch to not be grown-ass responsible adults, okay? There are a lot of people out here who have lost a parent, all kinds of stuff. And guess what? They have not deviated from the way that the mama or the daddy raised them. Because when you're raised right, when you lose a parent, you're not going to lose your shit because it's already in you. It's already in you. So that's the real issue for me. So I'm like, also, my point is, what Meg Thee Stallion too, I think is utterly disgusting for people to act as if they don't know why, what's her name? Nikki doesn't like this girl. Because the way she approached Nikki, it was incredibly insincere. It was full of opportunistic vibes. It was very, very much self-serving. It's like it was all about you. And you should have came correct. But you try to be friends with people because you don't want to have to pay for a feature because you didn't have the money, right? And I can feel like if someone has the right to be upset when they realize that they've been used, like, oh, wow, you were using me. So nothing you said was sincere. And we don't even know what kind of conversations her and Nikki had in private, right? And the kind of stuff she said to Nikki. For then Nikki to be like, okay, so now you and Cardi are besties after everything you said about that girl, right? Like, that's crazy to me. That is really crazy to me. And even all these Black girls who want to be rappers but don't want to pay for features. Like, how do you want to be a business person but you don't have no capital? Huh? Mulatto, free feature. I want for free. I want free and I free. Oh, but because I'm Black, nobody gives a fuck about your Blackness. This is America. It's a business. You made a willful decision to be an entrepreneur. You made a willful decision to be a business person. Nobody owes you a feature. See, Nikki had to work hard to get to a place where 16 bars could cost $500,000. She had to fight real hard to get there. And now you don't want to fight. You want to say, oh, well, because I'm Black and I happen to have a vagina, just give me $500,000. Are people sane? Are people truly sane? And you wonder why all these Black businesses are closing left and right. Why would they not close? Okay? Because if you don't respect sound entrepreneurship, like entrepreneurial principles, how can you make it? How can you make it? But everybody wants something for free. How can you build a business if you're giving something for free every single time? That makes no sense to me. And you think these white artists or the Latinos like Karol G, when they reach out to Nikki, they asking for free? No. They're like, okay, how much does she charge? And here's the paperwork, da, da, da. And it's all the contracts, the money gets deposited, right? It's only Black people who feel as though everything should be given to them for free. And this mindset has to stop. This mindset really has to stop because it's embarrassing. It truly is embarrassing. Nobody owes you their art for free. Nobody owes you their time for free, especially when you have a long history of most of these girls. They truly don't like you. They pretend to be friendly to you until they get the verse. And once they get the verse, they get the #1 single. They get some of your fan base, like some of your fans to be part of their fan base. They start disrespecting you. They start not want to call you no more. They will go right ahead and unfollow you. Like, we already know. People are fake as hell. People are extremely fake. This whole music industry, this whole entertainment industry, it is incredibly fake. People are fake. People only think about themselves. How can I get to the top? Who do I have to use? How do I lie? How do I finesse? How do I pretend? And it's like, to me, I'm like, this can get so exhausting. It can get so exhausting. So I'm like, no, she does not owe anybody anything. She doesn't owe anybody anything. Just like even here on YouTube, I saw this one girl on Lemonade, and she was like, oh, it's sad how nobody watches me because I'm a dark-skinned Black woman. And I'm like, okay, so people should watch your YouTube videos because you're a dark-skinned Black woman? Do you hear yourself? How entitled that is. A lot of us are dark-skinned Black women. right? But the moment you choose to be a YouTuber, you have decided to become an entrepreneur. So get off your crappy ass soapbox crying about I'm dark skinned, right? Because you should also understand people's time is precious, right? So don't just ask people to watch your videos because you're dark skinned. Say you make great content and you happen to be dark skinned. Because when you are a content creator, the number one purpose of you creating content is to help other people. It's not to help yourself. So if you didn't have friends in high school, or you were not popular in high school, or you have some kind of low insecurities that you're trying to fill up, this ain't gonna work for you, right? Because the whole purpose of being a content creator is that you're either here to document or you're here to help people. Like, hey, I know something that can help your life, so here I am, I'm sharing it, right? But you can't tell somebody, oh, take 20 minutes out your day, take an hour out your day and just watch my videos because I happen to be dark skinned. Are you okay? Nobody owes you a view because we happen to share the same complexion. You are crazy. Time is precious. Time is seriously precious. So when people watch your videos, they need to get something out of it. Either it's educational, it's inspirational, it's entertaining, right? But time is precious. And so if people are not watching your videos, you also got to say to yourself, right? Am I respecting people's time? Right? When I create a video and I do a thumbnail, I put the title, right? If someone was to click on it, can I truly say that I put my best work and I'm truly respecting people's time? And a lot of people create content and they do not respect people's time. Like people ain't learning shit. So they don't watch a video. Okay? So it has nothing to do with you being dark-skinned. It has to do with the fact that you're not respecting people's time. And the day you start going from, oh, I'm dark-skinned to, you know what, I need to make content that shows that I respect people's time. How much you want to bet? You won't have to beg for views. Because now every edit, every cut, every second, it counts for something. I'm doing this because it has to serve towards this purpose, right? Because it's not about me. Does your intro have to last 20 minutes? No, we don't care. It's not serving a purpose. You're not respecting people's time. You want to like a shrine or a cult of your person. People have other things to do. Because the 1 hour she's wasting watching you because you happen to be dark skinned, she could clean her house. She can go grocery shopping. She could she could meal prep for the week. Time matters. Everybody has 24 hours in the day. Time is really valuable. So when people are watching your content, they have to learn something from your content. That's it. Like nobody made you dark skin, sis. It is what it is. But I'm like, why would I? Even if I was Nikki, why would I give anybody anything for free? How far do you go in life giving people stuff for free? You're not going to go anywhere. And you're not a bad person because you say, I charge for something. I charge. Right? And you should have the budget. Your management should have the budget. Your record label should have the budget. And if they don't, it's okay. Work hard, stack your money, increase your brand, do more brand sponsorships, right? And save your money. When you finally have the money, talk to me. But I'm not your enemy because right now you don't have the money for me. It's not a problem. It truly is not a problem. But it's like people have a hard time with no. People have a hard time with she said no. She has the right to say no. She has the right also to charge. Now, and you can say it's excessive. Sure, don't pay it. Go find somebody else to do it. But if you want her to do it, that's her fee. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Or you work really, really hard that you become so much better than her that you don't even need her anymore. That's also a possibility. But a lot of people don't want to work hard because it takes time. They want features or they want, oh, Nikki on my song because you know what Nikki on your song can do for you. And your management, instead of coming correct with the paperwork, with the money, right? They want you to go and try to be a friend of Nikki or tell, oh, I look up to you, Nikki. These are empty ass, vacuous ass compliments. Because we know the moment you get what you need from her, you will treat her like gum under your shoe. It's okay. People don't have loyalty and people do not have gratitude. The lack of gratitude, yeah, exactly. Thank you, Ema, right? She said they want free verses and also do not want to sign with her. And that is problematic because it's business, right? But they would have no issue going to a Rock Nation brunch because they see Jay-Z and Beyonce and sign 6 albums for $1 million, right? They would have no problem with that. And I do see how that can get disrespectful. Like, okay, Beyonce does great work, but so do I. Okay, Beyonce, I don't know if she manages her money well, maybe, maybe not. But Nikki also has her money too. But it's like, I do understand how Nikki can get really frustrated because it feels like Beyonce is put on this pedestal. And yet, for as much as she has done without a husband by her side, doing it by herself, Nikki doesn't get that kind of respect. right? Nikki doesn't. And I'm like, what is the problem? But I'm like, she doesn't have to give anybody any kind of free anything, right? And also, if you don't want to be on her song, that is perfectly fine. No one is going to miss a song we never heard. Like me, Marlene, if I never hear a SZA voice on a Nikki track, it don't bother me. I can't miss what I've never heard. The only issue is, like I said, let the people know, hey, I'm not going to do it. I can't do it, right? And if you want to go into the why you can, sure, no problem, right? But you told someone, I'm going to get back to you, right? And you never did. And now we are in 2025. So for you to say it's 2020, so 5 years ago, it's been 5 years and no one has gotten back to this lady. And for people to say, oh, I don't know how we got here due to your lack of professionalism. Okay? That's how we got here. Okay, that's how we got here, because nobody needs 5 years to get back to a person. That is utterly disrespectful. That is so disrespectful. And like I said, if it was Nikki, if it was Beyonce, if it was Rihanna, I doubt that they would have had to wait more than 3 days to get a response. And that, I think, to me, that difference in treatment between Beyonce and Rihanna, right, versus how Nikki's being treated, she has every right to be disrespected. Because Beyonce has not put in more work than Nicki Minaj. I'm not trying to be funny, but we can compare song for song. Who's a better songwriter? Who's the better writer? Nicki's a better writer than Beyonce. Beyonce is in her 40s. Talk about, and the camera goes, pop, 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 pop. These lyrics are quite immature if you ask me. Okay? Please stop. Please stop. And that's why her songs don't last more than 2 weeks, because the lyrics are just not there. The storytelling is just not into the songs. People just gas Beyonce up because she's a household name. But the songwriting is just not there. Beyonce cannot write, just like she can't speak. It's okay. It really is okay, right? But Nikki is a great writer. She is a great lyricist. And she has done so without the help of a husband. She didn't go and marry, by de facto, the biggest name in hip hop, which is a huge advantage. It's a huge advantage for Beyonce, right? Okay? She don't have a husband with a big name. This woman is she pretty much is self-made. And she's had to be out here and duke it out with some of the biggest names in hip hop. Beyonce never had to do that. She's always been very sheltered, very protected, the little bubble, and her husband's Jay-Z and Wumpty Wump Wump Wump. But Nikki has had to rap with the dudes. She rapped with Drake. She rapped with the Carter, okay, the Weezy, the baby, right? She's rapped with who else? Like, she's rapped with a lot of dudes, okay? She rapped with Yo Gotti. Damn, it speaks for itself. Speaks for itself. Right? And can Beyonce go toe-to-toe with the very best in her lane? Can Beyonce get an album and do a song with Mariah Carey? She never will. If Whitney Houston was alive, would she done a song with her? Okay. Beyonce does not like competition because she's scared, right? And that's why she has Kelly Rowland and she has Michelle. She always surrounded herself with people that had lesser talent than her so she could be the light-skinned superstar. It's really okay. It's really okay. Right? But to me, you are a real woman. You are a real boss when you can be in a male-dominated industry and you can go toe-to-toe, bar for bar with these dudes and you don't flinch. Okay? And also, she's very small. So more power to her. Are you kidding me? Are you really, really kidding me? Is this a joke? No, this got to be a joke, right? This really has to be a joke. Beyonce makes girl pop bubblegum music. Are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me? What got here with that? And her husband has to buy her Grammys. What are we doing? What are we even doing? What are we even saying? What are we even saying? Her husband has to pay for her songs. Her husband has to get on the stage and be like, oh, you need to give my wife a Grammy. Because she can't fight for herself. She can't fight for herself. She can't stand up for herself. It's always people speaking for her. Her mom has to speak up for her. Her sister has to speak up for her. Her husband has to speak up for her. When is Beyonce going to be a grown-ass woman and stand up for herself and speak for herself? When's she going to do it? Does she have a brain? Does it actually work? You would think this girl, you would think Beyonce suffered a lobotomy. If you didn't know any better, you would truly think Beyonce went through a lobotomy. Girl, can you speak for yourself? No. She always has that silly smirk on her face. That's all she does. Wear a bunch of blonde wigs, leotards, and just shakes her ass up and down the place, right? What does she do? When does Beyonce even have a thought to herself? What does she stand up for? What does she fight for? Right? It's always somebody fighting for her. It's always somebody fighting her battles. It's always somebody advocating for her. Even her hair care line. Her mom had to come out and do her hair care line for her. Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Beyonce has work ethic. Yeah, sure. What the fuck? She should. Everybody else does the hard work for her. The least she can do is show up and dance hard. Make it make sense. Like truly and honestly, make it make sense. So yes, I can see why Nikki feels very disrespected, because if this was Beyonce, you would not do this. Right? And Beyonce has not gone toe to toe with the very best. She hasn't done a feature with Mariah Carey. I would love to see it. She hasn't done a feature with Whitney Houston, even though she's dead. But I'm saying if she was alive, though, would she do it? She hasn't done a song with Shaka Khan, right? Find the very best of Black music and go sing against these women. She ain't gonna do it. She ain't gonna do it. Because like I told you, Beyonce did not train her vocal cords in the Black church. So she can't really sing like that. She cannot really sing like that because she did not learn how to sing, and she didn't learn her breathing, like her voice, like her like, you know, controlling her chords by singing in the Black church. She didn't do it. She didn't do it. She was raised by two Black pagan atheist Black people. They didn't take her to church. They didn't take her to church. And that's why she has no problem chasing behind the Orishas. Her sister has no problem chasing behind Orishas because they was not raised in the Word of God. They was not raised in the church. She did not learn to sing in the Black church. Otherwise, she wouldn't be scared. You see, to me, Nicki Minaj reminds me of Whitney Houston. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why. Nicki Minaj reminds me of Whitney Houston because you see, Whitney Houston wasn't scared. Okay, Whitney Houston wasn't scared of anybody. Okay, if anything, if you had a beautiful voice, she wanted to join the album. Okay, she collabed with everybody. I'm talking Kelly Price. I'm talking Mariah Carey. I'm talking Monica. I'm talking Brandy. I'm talking Faith Evans. Well, I mean, I feel like CeCe Winans. Give me names, y'all. Okay, like Whitney Houston was never threatened by any other Black woman who could sing. If anything, she wanted you to sing. Like, go ahead, give me what you got. Right, and she felt inspired by that. Luther Vandross, she sang with him too. She ain't scared of nobody because she is not threatened by another Black person's talent. If anything, it makes the music even better, right? Whitney did exactly. I'm every woman in Shaka Khan's song. She ain't scared. And people say that all the time, even though she's dead. Anytime you go on Instagram and they share a story about Whitney Houston, it's always about how she loved people. She was nice to people. She always encouraged people to sing. She always said, sing. Don't think about me. Sing, sing. I want you to sing. I want you to show the world what the Lord he put into your bosom. Go ahead and sing that song, sis. Right? You understand? Even Whitney Houston, if she was alive, she would have helped Michelle to be a better singer. Right? She would have helped Michelle become a better singer. She would have helped Kelly be a better singer because she wasn't scared. She ain't scared. Scared what? Because when you grew up in the Black church and you have to learn to sing, you learn to sing in the Black church, you realize that God has a lot of favorites. God has a lot of favorites. But when you're raised by two Black pagans, right, you are threatened by people. Then you chase these Orishas up and down the street. Orisha here, or Shun over here, Yamoja over here. Oh, it's chasing Orisha. Chase Jesus. Okay? Chase Jesus. Make it make sense, right? So I'm like, to me, I will compare Nikki to Whitney Houston. Like, she ain't scared. She's not scared. But I'm like, for a woman to have done so many features with so many male rappers, like, come on. The lady is solid. Okay, hold on. Let me see who she let me see. You see this? Right? Look at this. Okay? This is all her. Right? This is all her. Okay? That, like, she does it with the very best. So Yo Gotti, Usher, Drake, 2 Chainz, we know that Bees in the Trap. Okay? Weezy the Baby, Mr. Carter himself, right? Meek Mill, Trey Songz, Drake. I'm like, she has rapped with so many people. She ain't scared. She's not scared. And to me, that's what you call a real feminist. Like, okay, if a man can do it, I can do it too. She's not scared. Beyonce is scared. Okay, she is very scared. All right, and it's okay. But I'm like, this lady right here, she never speaks up for herself. Her mom speaks up for her. Her husband speaks up for her. Her sister speaks up for her. You're gonna see very soon, Blue Ivy's gonna speak up for her mama. Like, she can't stand up for herself. Like, did Beyonce go through a lobotomy? Like, does she not have a personality? Like, can she not speak for herself? Like, what is wrong with this lady? Like, does she stand for anything? Right? No. Perfect image with this weird smile on her face. Like, girl, have you been through a lobotomy? Like, make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they do all kinds of weird stuff, right? So I'm like, no, this to me is really bizarre. So I feel like the way they treat Nikki to me is disrespectful. And she has a reason to feel like there's more to this. Because if it's just, oh, I can't get on the song, you would just let me know, we move on. But to not let me know, right? To me, it feels as though you want to have something over me. Like, oh, I'm the one that turned down a Nicki Minaj feature. Girl, do you really want to go here? Okay? Do you really want that for your soul? I don't think you do. So when Nicki started cussing, and then also, let me tell you this, right? Let me also tell you this. Me, Marlene, also, when it comes to SZA, I think SZA, to me, there's something about her I just don't trust. Okay? I ain't gonna lie. There's something about her I just don't trust. Because to me, how are you a Muslim? Okay? How are you a Muslim and you out here doing shaitan music? Okay? How are you a Muslim and you are doing shaitan music? Okay? You're a whole Muslim, right? In the words of Lauryn Hill, okay? What did you say? Out here act like a gem when you truly is a gem. Baby girl, respect is just a minimum. Okay? SZA is a liar. Just like Meg Thee Stallion. There is a recurring theme with their favorites, right? All these girls they stand up for, they're all a bunch of liars. They're excessively promiscuous, okay? They're full of plastic surgeries and tell you, oh, I went and worked out. These girls don't have integrity. SZA, me, I've always had a serious problem with SZA because I'm like, who is she really? Right? So my thing is, you are a Muslim, you were raised Muslim, her real name is full-blown Arabic, but she's out here making music to honor the shaitan. Okay? She's out here making music to honor the devil. Like, girl, what do you stand for? Can you imagine turning back on your faith so you can have secular success? In the words of Dr. Umar, it's suspicious. Okay? It is extremely suspicious. Hold on. What's her real name? SZA, real name. Hold on. What's her real name? Okay. So here is her real name, right? So her name is Solana Imani Rowe. So she was raised Muslim. I even think when she was growing up, she was covered, right? But I'm like, you guys, people have done videos on videos as to how much SZA lies. The girl is a megalomaniac. SZA lies so much, it's concerning. It is so, even she will lie about the smallest things. It's really, really disturbing. Malignant narcissist. She needs to get her head checked. Okay, I told you, a lot of people here are mentally ill. But I'm like, they have done videos on SZA and why SZA lies so much. Hold on, okay? SZA being a liar. You'll see. I found a video for you. Hold on. Okay? They have videos on how much SZA lies. So for me, when Nicki came out and started cussing her, I'm like, yeah, this little girl, she questionable. So she must have done some fucked up shit, right? Number two, I know I've seen videos, I recall seeing videos where people have said that SZA lies. And I'm like, why? And I've watched the videos. That's why I know about the videos. But I'm like, why do you lie about small stuff? Like, she will lie about the most inconsequential shit. She will lie about the most inconsequential shit. Number three, her nose contour never sat well with me. I'm like, are you insecure about your nose? Like, her nose contour was like, I don't know if I can trust her. Okay. But I'm like, hold on. Maybe I need to play the video. Hold on. Where's this again? Where's the video? Hold on. Let's see this. Let's watch this.
So I thought everybody knew that SZA was like this unprovoked liar.
Saying that she went to an Ivy League school to study marine biology when whole time.
You see? Do you see how much she lies? So off the rip, she's telling people she went to an Ivy League school to study marine biology. Girl, what? The one we know for a fact who got accepted to an Ivy League is Ashanti. Ashanti got accepted into Princeton to run track. Ashanti chose not to go to Princeton, which to me is crazy, because she wanted to sign to Murder Inc. It's murder, okay? But I'm like, you will see, SZA lies. So this is why I see where Nicki could have been like, nah, bitch, you heard the song. Okay, you assholes, you heard the songs and you're playing in my face. You're playing in my face. And you are a nobody. Because this girl does a lot of shit. And I think sometimes what people don't understand in the public, these celebrities, they have their own cliques. Like we're like us, I feel like us, like regular public people, we're like the basic ass kids in high school, right? We don't usually know what really happened. Like we hear stuff in delay, right? Celebrities are like the cool kids. Like they have their own parties, they have their own group chat, you know what I'm saying? So they know way more. You understand? It's just because it's not a good look to expose people. So they can't tell you. Like if you only knew that half the shit I knew, you wouldn't like this bitch. You get me, right? Because we're like, we are the freshmen. Like, think about this. Like, we're the freshmen and we're the like uncool freshmen. These celebrities, they're like the cool seniors, like the hyper cool seniors who get to be like class president, senior prom queen, right? You got to think about it like that. There's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes. We don't know. But I'm like, this girl right here, y'all, she lies a lot. It is not a joke. You go on YouTube, you go on TikTok, you go on Instagram. Everybody talks about how much SZA is a despicable liar. All she do is lie. All she do is lie. Like I'm sure like Nikki is tired of these boogers. Like, why didn't your mothers raise you little girls to have ethics, right? Because let me tell you this, right? If a man lies, it's not okay. But it's like, yeah, you a man, you ain't shit. But when it comes to a woman, people traditionally expect women to have more decorum, more class, and honestly, more sincerity than men. You know what I'm saying? Because men, it's a man's world. They want the money. They want the ladies. They just be out here lying. But when you meet a woman that lies worse than a man, it is so disgusting. And I will say this for me, the older I have gotten, I told Esther that yesterday. I said, Esther, you know what? The older I have gotten, you guys, it has gotten so hard. You can ask Elena. The older I have gotten, it's really hard for me to deal with people that don't have integrity. Because I'm like, why do you lie about small shit? Like, I can see lying to save your life. But imagine lying about the shit that we can just go out and Google and realize that you're lying about it. Like, why are you lying about stuff that we could just put on Google and find you lying? Why are you doing this? You know what I'm saying? So for me, when I catch you in a petty lie, seriously, I can't. I can't go back. Because if you would lie about something so insignificant, girl, what else are you lying about? What else are you lying about? No, I can't do this. I really can't.
Time she was just stripping.
First time I decided to study marine biology was probably my sophomore year in college.
So I've never owned a television and I want to know what's the best brand. I want one now. Sad because I want to go vegan, but I'm allergic to most fruits and vegetables.
I have a lot more freckles. I wasn't born with them. They developed. I've always been delusional, yes.
SZA can't stop lying to her fans, whether it's her age or her education, her hair or her plastic surgery. She has been caught up in so many lies that it's becoming apparent that she has some mental health issues.
Yeah.
So let's get into it.
Like, she really does. You see, and when I tell y'all that you think I'm being mean, I said America has a way of making people mentally ill, y'all. A lot of people mentally ill. You guys, it's not normal. And you know, like, I've gotten to a place now, when I hear a woman say, oh, be delusional, it's okay to be delusional. I'm like, ooh, red flag, she's a narc. She's mentally ill, okay? Because when you tell me, oh, be delusional, I don't, like, it sounds like, this is mental illness. And we have gotten to a point where we have allowed women to go around saying, like, oh, it's okay to be delusional. It's not okay to be delusional. You don't have the right to be delusional. You can be aspirational, or I aspire to this, right? But if you truly feel like you can get something done, that's not delusion. That's just a goal, right? If I feel like, okay, in the next 2 years, I can be a millionaire. If I truly feel like I can make it happen, you guys, it's not delusion. It's a goal. Why would I call it delusion, right? Oh, you know, I deserve. When I hear a woman say these things, I'm like, yeah, mental illness, right? Because when you're healthy, when you have a healthy mind, you will say, I earned this. I want to work hard so I can earn the things that I want. I want to earn it, right? Deserve. Listen, anybody can sit here and say, I deserve. But at the end of the day, you're going to get what you've earned. You know what I'm saying? Yes. But like now, when I hear a woman say, be delusional, hey girl, be delusional, I'm like, okay, she's mentally ill, right? She's not okay. No, I'm not delusional. I set goals. And I give my goals enough time for them to come to pass. I don't need to be delusional. I'm not calling spirits of crazy people over my head. I don't want to be delusional. Why would I be delusional? God has given me a sane mind. I refuse delusion. What I do is goal setting. And some goals will take you 6 months. Some might take you a year. Some might take 5. Some will even take 10. It's okay, but that's not delusional. If you believe that you can actually do it, give it enough time. And if you really apply yourself, you're not being delusional. You are setting a goal. It's a big goal, but just because something is a big goal doesn't mean that you're delusional. I don't talk like that. That's mental illness talk, okay? That's how crazy people talk. But in less than 45 seconds, look at how many lies she told. Now imagine if she tells us these lies, imagine in the industry how many lies she has told. So why? Then you see why Nikki might not believe this girl. Like, girl, bye. You heard the song. He told you, and you didn't want to do it, but you wanted to hold that against me, so you can say that you're the one artist that said no to a Nikki feature. No, we see right through the BS. And the thing about these Gen Z, Gen Alpha people, they think they're so slick. No, we millennials and people that came before the millennials, we see your BS. We see it. right? You're not that slick. You're not that slick. Because we grew up in an age where we could easily spot the fakeness. We didn't grow up in a fake society, right? Gen Z, Gen Alpha, you bunch of Gen weirdos, okay? Y'all grew up with filters. You grew up with avatars. You grew up with, but you can go on social media and pretend to be something you're not because you don't have to come outside. You don't have recess. You don't have a playground, right? You live in the metaverse. You see, the rest of us, we really had to go outside. We really had to encounter people. We really had to be held accountable for the stuff that came out of our mouths. So we grew up, like if you say something, you got to be able to own what you said because otherwise it's not going to go well for you. So you have to be mindful of the stuff that came out your mouth, right? Because so if you can't own it, don't say it. Because you have to go outside. You got to go to recess. You got to go to the playground. You got to get on that bus to go to school. And you got to get back on the bus to come home. So, a lot of things can go left, right? We grew up confronting people who lied. Today, people celebrate people who lie. That's why we're a whole different generation. And honestly, hey, Meeks, we have a whole different culture. We truly have. That's why there's such a dissonance. Because these Gen Alpha, Gen Z, Gen weirdo people, they love to lie. They truly love to lie. You understand? We grew up, you said something on the phone. You said something over a pager. You texted somebody something. You wrote a class note. Oh, they're going to find out. And you will be accosted. What'd you say? You said what? You said what? So people understood that words, listen, you got to use your words wisely. Today, these Gen Alpha people, the Gen Z people, right? They don't really know the consequences of their words because they don't have to go outside. They do online schooling. They Zoom this, TikTok this, Instagram this, right? Their entire life is on the internet. Most of their friends are not even from their school. They're somewhere in the metaverse. So you don't truly understand the consequences of your actions, the consequences of I need to treat my words the way a banker treats people's money, okay? I gotta be cheap as hell. Be mindful of the stuff that comes out your mouth. You understand? So I'm like, Nikki is she's like from our generation. And for us, little shit like this, I'm going to call you out. In this generation, like this age we're living in, the more you lie, the more you're celebrated. The more you're chaotic, the more people cater to you, they pander to you, the more you play victim. You see, growing up also, we didn't have the luxury of playing victim. It wasn't even a thing. It was not even a thing. Like you didn't have a victim society. Like you didn't have a whole victim blueprint. You didn't have a whole victim industrial complex. Like if Cassie had came out in the 90s, like the early 2000s, they would have told her to shut the fuck up. Because obviously you liked it. Because this don't make no damn sense. The amount of men you're sleeping with? No, that's crazy. Part of you had to like the shit. This is insanity. Okay? Today, in this generation, they don't question anything. As long as a woman cries and she's pretty, it's, she's crying. Believe her. Give her everything she wants. We didn't grow up like that. You had to earn your credibility. And someone like Cassie, she would not have been credible. Someone like Meg Thee Stallion, she wouldn't have been credible. Because people would have put hands on her. Okay? People would have put hands on her. Because growing up also, it was a no-no to steal people's friends. Like, that is not your friend. That's somebody else's friend. How you gonna be buddy-buddy with this girl's friend? That is weird. And now the girl is left out. And now her best friend is not your best friend. Like, you're weird. You know what I'm saying? And people would have said, y'all got to stay away from her. And the word would have spread. And people would have stayed away from you. Because you can't be trusted. You cannot be trusted. Like, there used to be consequences out here. Like, even when I grew up, like, let me tell you something, right? Let me show you a video that perfectly explains what I mean. Hold on. Wait a second, right? Wait a second. Hold on. Hold on. You don't know what I mean. Oh, my gosh. It's because YouTube is evil, right? YouTube is evil. Hold on. Because this is crazy. Okay? Okay. Hold on. I need to find the thing. Okay. Okay. See? Oh, y'all, give me a second. Okay. See, we grew up to songs like, we used to have proper matriarchy because we grew up to songs like Jill Scott. If you guys remember the video, Getting Away, she leaves because she called the girl, let her know she wasn't listening. She said, oh, this girl, she might be dumb. She might be deaf and dumb, right? Jill Scott leaves the house. Y'all remember the video, right? She leaves the house. And everybody leaves the house with her because people gonna whoop your ass today. Okay? You see? Everybody left for her because people used to have to face consequences for their actions. You know what I'm saying? People used to have to face consequences for their actions. You're not going to be out here doing all kinds of, oh my gosh, like even just thinking about it, like my blood pressure, y'all, right? Because there used to be consequences. You go and you sleep with somebody's husband knowing damn well he's married, we're going to whoop your ass, right? You go and mess with somebody's man when you know she told you that was her man. There are going to be consequences, right? You go and you steal somebody's friend. There are going to be consequences, right? You see, we had parents that showed us like there are consequences. So we grew up understanding like, yeah, life has, the actions have consequences. So you decide, do you want to live a peaceful life? Do you want to have a great reputation? Do you want to go places where people actually like you and people are excited to see you? Or do you want to get this work? You can get it from your parents. You can get it from your older siblings. You can get it from your classmates. And you can get in the streets. You decide, right? So people behaved a certain way because people grew up knowing that actions have consequences. And sometimes the consequences are dire. Also, we grew up in an age where it was perfectly normal to shame people. And you didn't want to have a reputation like that. Okay? God forbid. Right? Like that people used to know that there are consequences out here, right? So you see, the entire sisterhood pulled up at that girl's house and they told her to come outside. Did she come outside? You got to go watch the video for yourself, okay? Because YouTube is evil. Otherwise, I'll play the song, right? Right? But people knew. And that, to me, that's real sisterhood. Because once upon a time, not to say it didn't happen, but most women were not proud to be a side chick. Like if she was, she really did not know. And when she knew, she said, oh, hell no, my reputation, gotta go. Okay, gots to go. It was not something that you went out here and you taunt the wife, you taunt the fiance, you taunt the girlfriend. Like, no. Yo, it was real because you were going to be shunned. Like you were going to be excommunicated. There were consequences. Right? So that's why once upon a time, if a woman really said that a man did X, Y, and Z, people would believe her. Because it's like if people find out you're a liar, it's going to be bad for you. And most women back then did not lie like this. So if something did happen, most likely she's being truthful. Today, if a woman accuses anybody, well, okay, let's go to court. We want to see police reports. We want to go to court because the trust is just gone. Because what a woman is today is not what it used to be. It doesn't mean the same, right? But I'm like, to me, SZA, the way she lies has always been very troubling to me. And I'm like, this young woman here, I think she has a mental illness. I really think she has a mental illness. Because why do you lie so much like this, right? Let me see if I can. You see, there you go. The girl got confronted, okay, and then Jill had to let her know, okay. She had to let her know. So hey. But once upon a time, it used to be really trifling to be known as a low-down, lying-ass, backstabbing, friend-stealing, man-stealing heifer. Like, you just didn't want that. And if you remember, that's why Nene went so viral, because when Nene said to Kim, stop sleeping with people's husbands, right? She said, close your neck. Hold on. Nene, yes, close your legs, to married men, right? It went so viral. Because that used to be the standard.
I don't know that necessarily everyone needs a vocal lesson or vocal coach. I was excited. I'm excited about where I'm going. I'm so proud of my album.
Nene, you have come out and said on the show that you did not think that Kim had talent as a singer.
She had never heard me sing.
That's right.
She said that.
Andy, I heard her sing, and I don't think she can sing. Now, this is my opinion. I'm free to.
And even that too. You see how Nene's saying it? You see how Nene's saying it? That you can't sing. And she said to her face, today we lie to people. When people can't sing, we say, oh no, she doesn't sound that bad. Why are you lying to people? People are heavily edited. People are heavily on auto-tune. And we tell people they can sing because this is the time we're in. We just sit here and lie to people. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, once again, like I said, where is people say, oh, the Black American culture? What's the culture? We just sit here and just lie to people. So when you just lie to people, you don't have standards anymore. Anybody thinks they can sing now. Oh, I can sing. No, you cannot sing. And when we grew up, people were not ashamed. People felt no ways about telling you can't sing. Like we grew up watching the Apollo. Like you really had the whole clown, the Sandman, who will come out and people would actually boo you. Like Lauryn Hill got booed. Boo! And they would do this at the Apollo. They'd be like this, go back. And then you will see the Sandman. They would start playing the music and the Sandman will come and just shoot you off the stage. Like, No, like what? The singing at the Apollo was, yo, they were so fucking evil, okay? And like you just open your mouth, they're like, boo! Like, oh my God, let the person sing. Like even sometimes, like Steve Harvey had to come out and calm down the people. Like, but damn, let the person try to say one note. Nah, you guys, singing at the Apollo, nah, they were insane. Like you had to blow. Like as soon as you open your mouth, you have to impress these people. If you don't, they go like this. Boo! Boo! Sometimes they stand up and go, boo! Then you have the Sandman, and the Sandman will come and just shoot you off the thing. Like, it was just so embarrassing. Today, you can't do this. They will call it bullying. They say, oh, you're giving them panic attacks. You know, you're not respecting their mental health, right? This is what we have done today, that everything is so mediocre. But what about my mental health, right? Because when I listen to mediocre music, what about my mental health, right? What about my mental health? What about my mental health when I am forced to lie to people that don't have talent, right? Because we all need to worry about each other's mental health, though, because it's disgusting to tell people to lie to people that don't have talent. But that's what we do. But Nene said to her, you cannot sing, okay? Let's stop. I've heard you sing. It's awful. You can't sing. Point blank, period. But let's get to the part where she said, close your legs to marry me. Hold on.
Say my opinion anytime I like, right? Thank you.
Kim, tell us who Big Papa is. It's the reunion show. It's the end of the season. What can you tell us?
You know, I mean, it's on again, off again. I got to be honest with you that the show definitely has had an impact on our relationship. Everyone wants to know why I kept him a secret. Number one, he is going through a divorce. He is legally married, which is what everybody wants to know.
Do all of you know Big Papa?
I don't know him like that, but I've met him. But Kim seems to think that he knows me. I don't know how. Kim said that he said negative things about me. He doesn't even know me to say anything about me.
That you're trouble? That's what he said.
Yeah, but he doesn't know me to say that. That's some shit you made up.
Well, let it out.
Close your legs to married men.
I know that's right. One more time. She said, close your legs to marry men. One more time.
Close your legs to married men. Close your legs to married men.
Excuse
you heard
me?
me? Close your legs to married men.
Wow, Nene. Is he legally married? You are absolutely right.
You heard it. You're the one that's trouble. You're the one that's going around lying on everybody.
I don't think so.
You see? Did I tell you? Once upon a time, liars used to get called out. Nobody wanted to sit next to a liar. Like this is how bad you understand. Like we're headed towards like full-blown Babylon. Okay, people that want to sit next to a liar. Nobody wanted to be seen with a concubine. Nobody wanted to be seen with a woman that sleeps with people's husbands, because then people might think you do that kind of stuff. Oh, get away from me, you demon. Okay, right? Today people are so comfortable. Criminals, killers, shooters, you name it. Like, you know what I'm saying? People don't care anymore, right? You see, and that's the problem, y'all. That is the problem.
Lying every chance you get, you lie.
I don't think
but you
so.
better not
You
lie
run around
on me.
talking
Look,
about me.
because you made a comment already that you would beat my ass. I like to see that happen. I like to see
and you
that
run
happen.
around saying all sorts of shit on the show. Grow up, Nene. This isn't about you. We're talking about Big Papa. Back your ass up.
No, wait a minute. You said on tape many a times that you are loyal to me.
I was loyal to you. You got your ass.
Loyalty used to be big. Loyalty used to be big. But do you see? And I'm like, for me, that's how I grew up. So and my standards are non-negotiable. People say, do not settle. My standards are non-negotiable. I would never like your music so much that I allow you to be a shiesty human being. Because I always say to myself, if I say it's okay, would I like it if somebody did it to me? Right? That's the way I think. Because I try to really have a lot of empathy. I mean, I'm a Christian, right? But Meg Thee Stallion, to me, she's very pretty. Very, very pretty. Before surgery, after surgery, pretty girl. Very tall. Always thought she could be a model. But I'm like, Megan, I would never feel safe with her around me, because she's not a trustworthy person. SZA, I would never want her around me also, because she's not a trustworthy person. You know what I'm saying? And it's sad that a lot of people are so concerned about being famous, but they're not worried about the character that they have or the reputation they have, as they want to be so famous so badly. Your character matters a whole lot. Fame, it comes and goes. Hopefully you stay famous. Maybe you won't stay famous, right? But you should always want to be known for being someone of integrity. For as much as you can. You want to be known as somebody who takes ownership for stuff. If you make a mistake, especially if it's an honest mistake, you say, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Like, I really didn't mean that, right? But it's like these young ladies here today, they're just too comfortable lying. And that truly triggers me. It really, really triggers me. Why do you lie so much?
No, your mouth.
Girl, I can say whatever I want to say whenever I want to say.
Not in my expense. Not in my expense.
You can't sing and you're hearing it from me.
You know what?
You can't
the footage you saw, you're
you
right.
ain't getting no
I think it's
recognition.
hilarious.
Stop playing.
Watch, bitch. It's out the first week in January.
Hold on.
Oh, first week in January. First week in January.
I'll see you outside.
You.
You too, bitch.
You know what?
You know what, though? Even though Nene is like doing the most, let me tell you this, right? Nene was very beautiful here. I miss her old face. I really do. It's sad she didn't see it. Nene was very beautiful here. Very, very beautiful. She should have kept her face.
You know, should have kept, because I'm like, that's the face of a Black woman. Because I'm like, you kept this face. You don't have people like T.S. Madison calling you tranny. Like, what the freak is that?
You better watch yourself. You better watch yourself. You touch me, girl, I will wear that wig off your head.
Okay.
Andy.
Even Sheree was pretty too. Lisa was pretty too. These Black girls were pretty. Okay. You see, natural faces. Even, yeah, Kim was cute, but whatever. Right? But Lisa pretty too, huh? Lisa was pretty. Kim was beautiful. Sheree was beautiful. She was married to Rice, the basketball player. She was also very beautiful. They were very pretty. Like, Black women are just naturally pretty. Like, you don't need to do all this stuff. Like, you got to be confident in how you look. Look at that. Everybody just eats down. Like, it's all, oh my gosh, those were the days. They were so pretty.
I'm going to respect you and let you do the interview with this trash box. Go right ahead, trashy hooker.
Can we do another question?
Did he ask to remain anonymous for the show?
No, he did not. I made the decision. And in fact, stay tuned, because you may see what happens on next season.
He is not getting a divorce.
Oh, yeah?
He is
And
married.
yeah?
You done lie every chance you got on this tape. And you ain't even lie no more. We're going to set it straight today.
Okay, let's take a minute to cool off. We'll be right back.
You see? Those were the days. Okay? Those were the days. Hey, Tim, what's up? He said, but is Nicki Minaj husband and brother registered sex offenders? Okay, let's address this, right? Let's address this. If we really care to be honest, right? If we care to be honest, like me, the thing with Kenneth Petty, when it comes to his first charge with the young lady who's out here suing him with the other man, right? Could he have raped her? It's possible. Could it have also been a misunderstanding? It's also possible. It's also possible. I wasn't there. I don't know. You understand me, right? Ultimately, he's a registered sex offender. But given the age at which it happened, it is really possible that he could have committed rape. It's also possible that the young lady had sex, and then when her parents confronted her, she lied. It's very possible. We'll never know, right? But officially, he's a registered sex offender. But I will give him a bit more mercy because it happened when he was also a teenager, right? Now, when it comes to her brother being a sex offender, right? Like, that's it. He's responsible for that. He is responsible for that. It's the same way as Simone Biles. Her brother committed a crime. You will not indict Simone for what her brother did. The American law does not work like that. We don't hold other people responsible for other people's crimes. If that's the case, a lot of Black parents will be in prison now for all the murders that their kids have done, but it doesn't work that way. You understand? Now, let's talk about someone like Jay-Z, who was 22, with people like Foxy Brown, who was like 14 and 13. And nobody can tell me, no one will convince me that Jay-Z did not have sex with Foxy Brown, right? But he is not convicted. There are a lot of people who were grown and intentionally had sex with minors, were signing minors, were making minors sing about niggas this and eat me out and this and that. Growing up, I didn't even know Foxy was like damn 14 when she signed to Jay-Z. I'm like, she was 14 years old. Like, she was the same age pretty much as Blue Ivy, and he was having her doing this, right? Y'all know about Foxy. Some of y'all don't even know about Foxy Brown, though, so I don't know, right? You understand? So it's a lot of people who were older and engaged sexually with minors, but because they are married to your favorite, because they have a lot of money, because they can pay off people and make people disappear, they will never even go to court, let alone be convicted. So hopefully that answers that. Now, me, Marlene, as far as I'm concerned, whether Kenneth did the rape or whether the young lady lied on him because her parents found out and she was trying to save her reputation, right? Either way, I think Nikki shouldn't have touched it. Like, if I was her advisor, I would have told her, you can love him, you can help him, but for the brand, it's not good. Because ultimately, you're a woman. The vast majority of your audience are women. It's a lot to explain. It really is a lot to explain. You can help Kenneth, you can give him some money, etc., etc., etc. Now, I do also believe that Nikki was desperate for a baby. I really do believe that. I think she was very desperate for a baby, and it seems like he was the most fertile person she could find. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's not my ideal situation. I don't support Kenneth Petty. I don't, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, I could see it both ways because given his age, if he was an adult and the lady was underage and they had sex, I'm like, yeah, you're a rapist. But given that they were so close in age, I can see how if you don't have the right amount of money and you have a young lady who wants to lie because her mom caught her, her dad caught her, or she might have a reputation in the hood for being a fast little girl, so now she wants to lie. A lot of women lie, right? They don't want to own that they're freaks. We see the same thing with Cassie. Cassie's a super freak.
But in fear of being shamed for having an unusual high libido, Cassie lied and made it seem as though Diddy is the one who put her into this. No, she was doing this before. And nobody even asked Cassie, how do we know you were not molested? How do we know that your father did not rape you? Because for you to be so young and to have such a high libido that not only are you having sex with Diddy and other people, when Diddy is not there, you're continuing to have sex with the sex worker. So you see what I'm trying to say, right? Right? But when Ken and Petty, like they're pretty much the same age. So was it rape? Or was it consensual and then your parents find out, so then you lie? Because why didn't her lawsuit go anywhere, right? Why did Nikki get to sue her attorney? You see what I'm trying to say, right? So that's that. But to me, Jay-Z is also a predator, okay? Because there's no way. To me, I really do believe, no one can tell me anything. To me, Marlene, I believe that Jay-Z had sex with Foxy Brown. Okay? I really do. And also, when he dated Beyonce, how old was she? Right? When he first got with Beyonce, how old was she? Right? Because him and Beyonce have a 10-year age gap, right? But when he signed Foxy, she was like 13, 14. And when you read, I mean, if you grew up listening to the song, because we did, but when you hear the song, and no, the one I got, no one can do me better, like all that stuff, it's too damn grown. Too grown. And she was 14 years old. So it's like, miss me with the fake self-righteousness, right? You know what I'm saying? And then also Beyonce, how old was she when she started having sex with the Jigga Man? 17? And how old was he? 27? Right? So, you know what I'm saying? But people only want to weaponize the law. People only want to weaponize what it means to be a sexual offender when they can use it against someone they don't like, right? And that's why I don't take people seriously, because it shows that you don't even care about the victims. Like, if you really cared about sexual offenders, protecting people, you will call out all and every sexual offender, irrespective of them being married to Beyonce or being married to your favorite artist or whatever. Call them out. But when you only weaponize sexual offender because you don't like someone, you are also part of the problem, because you show complete disregard for the victims. You're just weaponizing this because you want to hurt someone and not because you want to be an advocate for the victim. So I'm like, whatever, right? So that's how I feel. Okay. So that's that. But I'm like, but no one will never forget. We will never forget that Foxy was like 14. And now the young man who was suing him, Amir, because Amir is his son. Okay. I'll play that later. Right. But Amir, allegedly, his mom was like 16 or something also, which is probably why he doesn't want to take right, which is probably why he doesn't want to take the paternity test, because not only we know that's obviously your son, but when he had sex with the young lady, she was a teenager, right? He was like 22, 23. So if he takes the DNA test and it does come out that he's the father, Jay-Z was what? Sexual offender? So would you then, at that point, would you have enough strength to say, wow, Beyonce is married to a legit sexual offender? You're probably not going to do it, right? Because it's one treatment for Beyonce, even though she's just as filthy, because who in their right mind aspires to grow up and marry a street pharmacist, a man who poisoned your entire community, but then you want to act like you stand up for racism? Girl, bye. Shut the fuck up, okay? So that's that. But I'm like, Amir, either way, I'll play the video, but I'm like, Amir, don't worry about it, because Blue Ivy is going to be very active. She'll be outside. All we need is something from Blue Ivy, and you can have your DNA. Don't worry about it. And Rumi is also going to be very, very active. And they're going to go to college. They're going to go to the dorms. They're going to eat McDonald's one day. They're going to leave a straw somewhere, and you will have their DNA. Because if you have Blue's DNA, you have Rumi's DNA, you will have Jay-Z's DNA, because they're not going to be as careful, because they have nothing to feel bad about. Jay-Z is going to be extremely careful about his DNA, because he has things he's hiding from and he's running from. His children will not have this level of care, and they will slip up. Whether it's a McDonald's, whether it's a tissue, whether it's a kiss, whether it's a drink, whether it's a soda can, we're going to get Blue Ivy's DNA. It's a matter of time. But it will come out that he did have sex with this young lady when she was 16. That's a problem, like 15, 16. And it will come out that he had sex with Foxy Brown. That's a problem. Okay? That's a problem. Like I said, and I repeat it, Jay-Z is worse than Diddy. Jay-Z is absolutely worse than Diddy. And in due time, he will be exposed. It's only a matter of time. Nobody can get away from what God has in store for them. We all have to answer for the things that we do. And in due time, this Sean Carter man, the street pharmacist, he will have to answer for the things that he has done. And the young underage woman that he had sex with, ain't a problem. They can spend all their money. I'm telling you, one day, Blue Ivy gonna leave her soda can somewhere, right? One day, Rumi is gonna leave her lollipop somewhere. We're gonna get them babies' DNA. That's it. We don't even need his DNA. He has 3 kids with Beyonce. That we're good to go. We will have their DNA. He's insane. Like, yeah, exactly. Like Blue Ivy is 13. They put makeup on her like she's going on 26, and they don't find that bizarre. They do not find that bizarre. Given her dad and his history with underage people, they do not find that bizarre, because when people like you, they start playing blind to the bullshit. When people love you and like they worship you, they know it's wrong, but they start, making up stories in their head to justify, oh, it's not that bad. She's just trying to look like her mama, right? But when they don't like you, they will have a big issue. If they didn't like Beyonce, they were like, oh no, Blue Ivy is just too young for this. The lyrics are too sexual. The performances are too sexual. Her mom's outfits are just way too revealing. How can you be a whole mama and you're shaking your whole butt cheeks like your bare ass in front of your daughter? That is just out of line. If Kim Kardashian was out here behaving like this with North, they would eat her ass up. They would eat her ass up. So it's like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. So I'm like, he's a major creep. And also his president, Des Perez, a major creep. She had her daughter locked up in a cuckoo home without her consent, right? But people never want to apply the same pressure to Beyonce and Jay-Z. Why? Who cares? Anyway, so let's go back to SZA before I forget. Let's go back to SZA and her lies. Where is she? SZA, where are you? Oh, it's sitting here lying. Where is she? Over here, right here. She's right here. Oh, it's lying.
There's no denying that SZA is a talented artist, but she's got a problem because she cannot stop lying. Whether it's about her appearance, where she went to school, or so many details in her life, maybe she never anticipated becoming this popular because her lies are easily uncoverable and it makes her look bad. I've heard rumors that SZA has had a lying problem for a while now, but I wanted to talk about this because it's gone so far that it makes me question her mental health. We can all understand a couple of white lies here and there, but lying about your identity, that is a red flag. One of SZA's fans called her out for allegedly spreading a few untruths.
Okay, let's see what it says. Hold on, you guys. What did she say? What did she lie about? As one of the most beloved singers in the R&B and hip-hop scene, SZA, for the most part, remains relatively unproblematic. She is a top dog entertainment, love and light energy, but on Tuesday, March 2nd, one of SZA's fans called her out for allegedly spreading a few untruths. Not only did the fan claim that SZA has regularly fibbed throughout her career, but the fan also created a Twitter thread where they detailed several inconsistencies. SZA lies a lot, y'all. She has a problem. She has a problem.
Not only did the fan claim that SZA has regularly lied throughout her career, but the fan also created a Twitter thread where they detailed several inconsistencies. And let's talk a little bit about those inconsistencies, because honestly, these lies are just unbelievable. SZA has been accused of being a pathological liar by some people. This is because she has been caught in several lies, such as claiming to be biracial when she's actually black.
What the heck? So you see that? You see? So she's claiming to be biracial. How can you be biracial, sis? If you're biracial, I'm white. Like, what is this? I'm telling y'all, she will lie about the most inconsequential shit. And you guys, yeah, this live's gonna be long, but it's me, right? Whatever. But it's like I have to lay the groundwork so you know what you're dealing with. Because a lot of people out here have mastered the art of playing victim. Okay, and we saw that with Cassie. They have mastered. I'm gonna act like, oh, I'm not gonna respond. Oh, Nikki, I don't even know why you're so mad. Well, I wish you love and light. That passive aggressive shit, like how people in the church would be like, well, you stay blessed, and it's passive. It's a passive ass read. Okay, if a church person said, well, you stay blessed, they don't mean they don't want you to be blessed. Okay, it's passive aggressive. Okay, so it's like no. They have mastered the art of playing innocent. I don't know why she's mad. I don't know. I've done nothing wrong. No, yes, you have. Okay. Oh, you think so? No, it's not right. People need to stop lying and kill. It's not okay. It's not okay. I'm like, this is a girl a kill. I've had my eyes on her. Because the moment I discovered she was a Muslim, I'm like, well, why? I'm not saying like you have to be a super Muslim, but I'm like, to know that you're a Muslim, like you were raised in Islam, and you out here doing your man is my man is my man. What in the shaitan? What? Are you kidding me? It's like she is, even like Christian girls who go bad don't even go that bad. That is crazy. But I never liked that song. Maybe because I'm married. Like I remember hearing that song in New Orleans. What the heck? Your man is not like, bitch, no, he will never be. You dumb. Are you stupid? Like I used to cuss her out when that song would come on. But I'm like, the audacity of this woman talking, oh yeah, you can have your man during the weekend. I have him on the weekend. No, bitch, you never will. These hands you'll have on the weekend. Is you stupid? Why don't you go get your own man? You low-hanging fruit, bitch. You non-ambitious, non-ambiguous, non-binary, what's it called again? Non-interracial, non-mixed heifer. Are you crazy? I used to hate that song, you guys. I despise that song.
Why does she want to lie about that? And then claiming to have been in a relationship with rapper Kendrick Lamar when they were...
So this is why she's having to go on tour. Nikki never lies. You guys remember this? Remember this? This is going to come in handy. Because when Nikki said, so this is your bro tour, it made sense. So she was out here lying years ago that her and Kendrick had a relationship. And now she gets to go on tour with Kendrick. Girl, that little girl he married to, the little light-skinned fiance girl, you need to stay prayed up. That's the spirit. That's the shaitan right there. Well. She biracial. Girl, you're what? You are insane.
Only just friends. Whether or not SZA is a pathological liar is up for debate. However, there's no denying that she's lied about some things in her life. And there's a few different ways that these lies have been uncovered. Some through her music, some through her interview, and some are just public records that never show up. Like lying about receiving a degree from an Ivy League school that has no history of her, and lying about losing weight. She claims that she studied marine biology, and it doesn't seem like that is adding up. While she has not studied marine biology specifically, she has expressed interest in the subject and has been influenced by it in her music. She has expressed in interviews how much marine biology means to her, but there's no paperwork to back it up.
First time I decided to study marine biology was probably my sophomore year in college. And I still would quit my job to do that. Like to work with Paul Nicklin, who's like my favorite wildlife photographer. He put online that he's looking for an assistant. And I really would love to be his assistant because I know that the ocean is changing.
But do you see how she lies with ease though? Like if you didn't know better, you would believe her. She's not flinching. Her breath is not funny. You know, she believing what she's telling you. But I'm like, this is mental illness, you guys. This is mental illness. I studied. You mean you read about it? This is crazy. And this is how they manipulate language to make themselves sound bigger than what they truly are, more educated than what they truly are. Like how Ivy Leagues, we have like 7 Ivies? And how many of these Ivies have a department in marine biology? Like this is so specific. It's so specific. People are going to go find out. No, she just lies. Whatever. I'm like, what? You are Black. You look like you're very distinct. You went to an Ivy League. That's 2. You studied marine biology. And then she mentioned this man, this professor or whatever. And I'm sure he's never heard of her. Like, what is she even talking about? I don't know this lady. Mental illness. She's mentally ill. She is crazy. This is not normal.
In a rapid, permanent way, I would take 6 months off just to do entomology and to categorize species in Galapagos and Madagascar. Like, it's not even a question.
SZA says a lot of things, and there have definitely been some moments in pop culture history where other artists have called her out for it. For example, at the 2023 Grammys, Trevor Noah had a comment that Adele found funny. While introducing SZA, Trevor Noah announced, "This is a woman who almost became a marine biologist, and if she had, there'd be no theme song for Killing Your Ex. Please welcome SZA." Adele was perfectly captured in the background, appearing shocked by Trevor Noah's announcement.
Album SOS. It's been #1 on the charts 7 weeks and counting. And just think, this is a woman who almost became a marine biologist. And if she had, there would be no theme song for Killing Your Ex. Please welcome SZA.
Adele is one of my favorite artists. Seeing her in concert was amazing, and she cannot hide how she feels. Her face says it all. So SZA claims that she got a degree from an Ivy League school, but Wikipedia shows that she studied marine biology at Delaware State University until she dropped out, which is not an Ivy League school. It's a good school, I'm sure, but not Ivy League. One fan claims that back in her Tumblr days, she lied and said she was a marine biologist. The whole time, she was just a stripper studying marine biology in school.
Some of the websites that I was finding her lies on just reference her saying that she went to an Ivy League school to study marine biology when the whole time she was just stripping and ended up dropping.
With Billboard magazine, the interviewer asked, "I read you were a marine biology major, which seems like a pretty unusual track to have taken." SZA states, "Yeah, science in general is actually super duper my thing. I'm one of those Nat Geo freaks." It's very clear that in those interviews, SZA is claiming to have gotten a degree in marine biology.
So why lie about receiving this degree? Does it make SZA feel better about herself? Does it make her story sound a little bit more interesting? Or maybe a little bit of both? But SZA, sweetie, some of these lies are too easily detectable, like you claiming that you are younger than you actually are, which a lot of people in show business, they lie about their age, but when they're exposed for it, then people are giving them a major side eye. So in her 2014 EP, SZA describes herself as being born in 1989. She also mentions being a Pisces moon on her Everyday Struggle interview. This result would be meaningless if 1989 was her actual birth year rather than 1990, since 1990 she's, I guess, would be considered a Leo. According to another Complex article, she was in 7th grade when 9/11 occurred. Several people were attempting to change her age from one year to the next. These also include Drake's fans, because Drake met her when she was young and it got a little complicated. Here's a tweet. Rumors came out that Drake messed with SZA when she was a minor. She had to come out and clear up some things so people wouldn't think that she was a minor, but all it did was reveal that she's been lying about her age. In one album, she claims that she was born in 1991. But then we've got other artwork and EPs that reference the year 1989. So which one is it? Because Drake was wrongfully accused of messing with a minor, she had to come out and clear up some things so that people wouldn't think that he had broken the law.
Do you see? And that's why I've always felt like maybe this is why Nikki in her brain being with Kenneth was not a big deal, because the industry is full of sex offenders, if that makes sense, right? And like in a sick way, because a lot of these dudes in that industry are offenders, they're all kinds of criminals, and people cheer for them and things like that, and this and that, you know what I'm saying? And even though they're doing this as grown men, whereas like for Kenneth Petty, he was like, the girl was 14, he was 15. So I can see it both ways. I really can. But when you have grown men, like they can drink, they can make the, you know what I mean? They got the ID, they can drink, blah, 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 and they're doing this with underage people. Like, you are really a creep, right? So I was like, maybe that's why she was like, oh, please, you're not gonna judge me. I know, because we don't know half of these people's dirt. She knows their dirt. So maybe that's why she's like, whatever, I own my stuff. Can you? You know, I've always thought that. But I'm like, the level people lie over here, it's just, it's too much.
And it's interesting how these little tidbits add up, and you could really see the truth behind this facade that she's built.
I obviously know that we talked to each other when I was a lot younger and when he was a lot younger, and like, and we're cool. We've always been cool. So it's never, or anytime he's ever mentioned me, it's always been positive. He's never said anything negative about me. And I'm grateful for that. And I think highly of him. And I think it's really weird that, as all these like years went past, I am an artist now, and I wasn't then. And you know, he's King Drake.
When you are in the public eye, people are going to analyze every little thing you do. Yeah. Every little lie is going to come to the surface. Like at one point, I guess SZA claimed that she likes pies and she's not a cake person. She doesn't eat cake. This is so stupid. Somebody asked her on Twitter, do you like cake? She said pie. My mommy bought me pie for my birthday every year, or a giant cookie. I hate B-Day cake. Drag me. Okay, let's drag her. Because of course these fans are ruthless, and they have found videos where she is out here enjoying cake. So every lie has been unfolded.
We about to find out. Eating the cake in a maze. And kudos to Chef Sonia.
I don't know how these people do it. They literally found a video of her enjoying kicks. So she must not hate it that much. But some people question, is SZA ever going to beat her lying allegations? Some people say no. Earlier this year, she broke her ankle and everybody thought she was lying until she showed up to the Grammys in a cast. Someone replied, she's so the type of person to fully commit to the bit, buy a brace and fake a limp. It's kind of funny because when she did break her leg, nobody believed her, to the point where she had to post an x-ray scan of the broken bone because people would not shut up that she's just making it up for attention. And this is kind of a classic story of cry wolf. I mean, when someone lies so much, people are going to question everything they do, and even like real life events like this are up for debate.
How'd you get up and walk in those heels?
Necessity. No, that's just, I don't know, just the power of God. And I was trying to get there because I didn't want Doja to miss her word either. So I was just trying to hold the plate.
What happened and how are you doing?
But I fell out the bed. It sounds foolish, but I fell out the bed. But like when you're already asleep, your cognition is not where it should be. So I couldn't like catch myself the way that I should. I'm clumsy.
That's a little bit scary to just fall out of the bed and break your leg. I mean, is the bed like up to here? I don't really know how that would really happen, but that's the story that she chose to lead with. And there's certain things she does where I can just tell she's trying to be like quirky, like asking the public for TV recommendations because she's never owned one. But of course, fans ended up posting a picture of SZA sitting right in front of a TV, acting like she's never had one before. How are you going to tweet? So I've never owned a television and I want to know what's the best brand. I want one now. Yeah, then on your page, we can see photos of your home and there's literally a TV right there. So like what's the like expected outcome of asking people like which brand to get, because you just want them to think you've never really had TV because you're just too like, you know, artistic and aesthetic to have done that before. Also, SZA is an undeniably beautiful person, so a lot of people have questions about her appearance. When it comes to her diet, she claims that she can't go vegan because she's allergic to most fruits and vegetables. Which that's like really intense to be allergic to most fruits and vegetables. I feel like things that people are typically allergic to like eggs and nuts and milk, but like fruits and vegetables, that's a lot. Of course, this happens on Twitter where she says, I want to go vegan, but I'm allergic to most fruits and vegetables. Which, girl, keep telling yourself that just because you don't want to eat them. Because then there's articles where, I mean, 10 years ago, you talk about how you love fruit and vegetables because Kendrick Lamar at the time, he eats fruits and vegetables and it makes you feel beautiful. So she shares.
She's such a pick-me. You do see how dangerous this girl is? So she had such a crush on Kendrick that in her head, she made up that they were dating. The girl's a stalker. So then you found out that Kendrick loves vegetables. Now you love vegetables. So then when you got off your little crush, now you don't like vegetables anymore. This is insane. I'm like the girl, like I don't what's her name again? The biracial chick that's with Kendrick. She needs to be really careful. You need to be, no, she really is. Like, you need to be really careful. This lady has a problem. SZA lies a lot, you guys. It is not a joke. It really is not a joke. It's because they don't like Nicki, so they don't want to show that side of SZA because something is wrong, which lets me know she got the song. She heard the song, and she didn't want to get back to Nicki because it's probably some beef there. But I don't even know why, because you don't have a personal relationship with her. You guys never had a beef. So you must have internalized someone else's beef, and now you're being petty, okay? Because this is weird. Yeah, it's a disorder. She's a megalomaniac. It's people who just lie. It's a disease for them. Like, just like Cassie. Cassie's a nymphomaniac. Like, she has a sex addiction. It's a real thing. It is a real thing. It's a real thing. Like, it's not a joke. A lot of people have personality disorders, and we sit here, oh, no, she's a black girl. No, you need to call her out because she needs help. She needs help, right? But I'm like, no, this is a personality disorder. Like, she will lie about the smallest things. And it's like, it's not even that hard. They can just Google and find out you're lying, SZA. Why not just say, hey, I was a stripper? No, she got to have this whole romantic bit about, oh, I went to an Ivy League and I was studying marine. Girl, you was doing nothing but a pole. Go sit down somewhere. Yeah, Drake probably did. I don't know. But I'm like, either way, you should let her know you don't want to do the feature. That's it. That's that. Like, what's the problem? Right? But I'm like, what? Nah.
Her salad loves. So, Again, like this was an article that came out in 2013. So then 2017, she's saying that she's allergic. So then what's the truth? This person wrote, you could give her the benefit of the doubt and say that it was someone else's house and that she likes simple salads. But the chick lied about having freckles. So yeah, I don't trust anything she says. And I'm like, wait, hold on. Lied about having freckles.
So I thought everybody knew that SZA was like this unprovoked liar. But I guess not. Let's get into it real quick.
It's really sad, you guys. Like, all jokes aside, it's sad because she really has a reputation for being a liar. It is not a joke. It's all over social media. When she says a thing, nobody believes what she says because she has lied so much. Like, she'll just lie about every small thing. SZA will just lie. It's like, girl, why are you lying like this? So I'm like, yeah. So when Nikki was cussing her out, I'm like, yeah, she must have done something. But I thought maybe maybe she's lying about something again because she lies a lot. But then when I heard the managers, I'm like, okay, someone is lying over here. But either way, it's very unprofessional to not call her back and say, hey, Nikki, she's not going to do it, or she is going to do it, right? She could have sat next to her manager the whole time, and they're playing in Nikki's face. Like, no, I don't trust her. No, I don't.
Wait, because we ain't got enough time. We only have 3 minutes. So I've never owned a television, and I want to know what's the best brand. I want one now. Unprovoked. Sad, because I want to go vegan, but I'm allergic to most fruits and vegetables. A whole article about SZA loving salads.
It's hard not to laugh, and it's not like we're making fun of SZA. She's doing it to herself. There's an old interview of SZA claiming to have developed freckles in high school and being teased about them. But did that really happen? People have put some side-by-side photos of SZA from when she was younger and now, and you can see there are some clear differences. Someone questioned, why does SZA lie about her freckles and her beauty marks? SZA has tried to address these lies, especially when it comes to the freckles, but she's been quoted saying, you'd rather believe a TikTok thread. You'd rather believe whatever Twitter thread. You could just Google and figure it out for yourself. There are clear instances when I've talked about my freckles.
Big hair. I have a lot more freckles. For a while, like, I covered them because I wasn't born with them. Like, they developed through like high school, and then I was already being teased for other shit, and I didn't want another reason for them to tease me, so I would just like cover them up. Now it is what it is. Fuck it.
But, and it's like, you know what, you guys, all jokes aside, like, it's part of her generation. They lie about freckles. They lie about having Tourette. They lie about having disorders, because then people start feeling sorry for them. Like, there's this whole it's like a whole commerce of go on social media and tell people that, oh, growing up, I had Tourette. There was one girl on TikTok, she completely faked having Tourette, and she had so much sympathy. She grew her followers that way. She made so much money that way until people got really tired and like, no, you don't have Tourette. You're just making this stuff up, right? Some people will say, oh, they hear voices, they're schizophrenic. Like, it's a thing where it's like people meddle on social media in exchanging like a fake disorder for sympathy and to grow their audience. Because I'm like, why would you lie about freckles? And every time people see you, because they're not real freckles, they're changing. Like, their size is changing, location is changing, the amount of freckles is changing. Why lie? Just say, hey, I like the freckles thing, so I'm just doing. No, she's just out here just lying. And I'm like, girl, you're crazy. You are truly crazy. She lies about everything.
Whether the freckles are developed, if they are something she's born with, or maybe a tattoo or makeup, either way, she looks good with them. But these tweets go off. I mean, one person wrote, I remember SZA stating that she was so broke, she lied and she said she was vegan because all she could afford was bags of lettuce and avocado. Yeah, avocados are expensive, and I thought she was allergic to fruits and vegetables. Another person tweets, SZA is lying about things that she doesn't even need to lie about, which is so true. One person writes, one thing SZA's going to do is lie. And then finally, another person writes, I want people here who've known SZA growing up to explain, when did this lying start? I feel like when people who lie as bad as SZA usually had a bad childhood, making up things when they're not satisfied with their reality. Which is a great point. There's something in her past that has taught her that this is okay, or it's maybe a coping mechanism for something. Another person writes, SZA is a perfect example of how Scorpios will lie for no effing reason. And then another person questions, why does SZA lie so much?
She lied to me to my face. I came into the bathroom. This was SZA in her early stages. I saw her in her hair with two of her friends. Whatever, like I went and I peed and I came out and I was like, girl, you know, I really fucks with you, this, that, and the third. I was like, where do you get your hair from? And she was like, and I was like, and then she was like, gave me the look like this is like, she literally was like, what do you mean where I get it from? I just walked out.
So SZA's lying about her age, her diet, her hair, her freckles. And because she is so beautiful, people question what she's had done. Because, I mean, I feel like everyone has had some form of like plastic surgery, especially if they're in the industry. In one of her songs, she sang about having a BBL, but she denies having other surgeries to her face. She was quoted saying, I hear crazy stuff about myself, that I've had a facelift, I've heard I've had a nose job, and that my teeth were fake. Now do I need to go out and get a nose job because you guys make me feel like I need to? Someone, quote, retweeted and said, SZA, why lie? Live in your truth. It's okay if you got some work done. And honestly, her talking about the BBL kind of welcomed all this speculation, but she has doubled down that her freckles, her face, her nose, everything is real. She was quoted saying that stuff is low-key offensive. Not low-key, it's high-key offensive. She tweeted, y'all better do what you want. Life is too short. Only person who's going to be in your skin is you. No regrets. And even though she's kind of admitted to having the BBL in her music, she's like almost not saying it straight up. She insists that singing about a BBL was just relatable content for SZA's fans, not a personal confession. SZA bashed the list of projected procedures, saying that it's crazy stuff. Who are you going to believe, SZA or your lying eyes? And that's where some confusion steps in, because you're singing about getting a BBL, you're writing about it in your music, and you're putting it out there. Yet then when people attribute you to having a BBL, then you're saying that it's crazy stuff and you don't know where it's coming from. But again, denying these procedures just leave other people on the internet to further speculate.
At the age of 24, SZA has a rounded, well-positioned hairline. She has good facial proportions with about equal horizontal thirds, full eyebrows, a youthful lateral canthal position to her eye, beautiful nose. At the age of 28, SZA may have had a rhinoplasty and or an ailerplasty, and this was done to project the bridge more, to narrow the tip of the nose, and also to narrow the base. May have had a chin implant around this time. At the age of 31, it looks to me like SZA may have had a lateral brow lift. At the age of 33, SZA actually admitted to getting some body plastic surgery.
This is like 33. People need to learn not to touch their faces. That's excessive. 33, you look like this?
So there are clearly some red flags here. I mean, I would worry if I was close to SZA about whether she's lying to me or not, because it seems like she's gotten too comfortable in this fake world that she has built. But I want to hear what you guys think in the comments below. Do you think
A lot of people, and I think social media makes it worse because social media tells people it's okay to lie. Let me show you this other story, you guys. Like, it has nothing to do with Nikki, but it reinforces how a lot of young women today think it's okay to lie. This girl here, y'all, she went viral on TikTok for saying that she went into the Van Cleef store in Florida, right? Mind you, allegedly there's like only one-ish, and it's in Boca Raton, but it's at the airport. I don't know, but you see, when you lie about stupid stuff like that, you forget about the little details, and the girls that actually know will call you out. And the girls that actually know where the store is will call you out. And the girls that truly have the means to splurge on dumb shit like that will call you out. So that you'll see how she proceeds to cape and cope with the fact that she got called out on a lie, because she wanted the girlies on social media to believe that she's so attractive. She walked into the Van Cleef store trying to buy one of the bracelets, the charms, and then a man said, "A beautiful girl like you is only going to buy one. You should buy two, and I'll buy them for you." So I'm like, "Girl, what? Girl, what?" That don't even make no damn sense, right? But it's like they want these girls to believe that not only they have Van Cleef money, right? But there are guys out there who find them so attractive, and these men are just walking up to them in the stores, and these men are buying them stuff. Like, this is their generation. Their generation lies. And they don't even just lie a little. They lie excessively. They lie over small stuff that anybody can fact check. They just lie. because they don't want to work. They don't want to earn it. They don't want to suffer. And also they can't cope with the fact that, you know what, maybe I'm not that girl. So guess what? They lie. So let me play the video for you guys. Let me play this video. It was so sick. I meant to play this for you all a long time ago, but hey, hold on. Watch this one. Hold on. Watch it, you guys.
Hello.
Hi, Kiki. How are you?
I am absolutely fabulous. Everybody been calling me like
they've been calling you.
Like, Kiki, I just saw you. Let me show you. Kiki, is this you? Let's do one. Let me look. My friend just sent me this video.
Wow.
Is this you? Because I'm very famous here.
Wait, what do you're in the States or you're in a different country?
I'm in the United States.
Oh, you're in okay.
Yes. I'm in Florida.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a lot of misunderstanding happening.
Okay.
And first, I want to say thank you to the girls that get it. Thank you for getting it. Second, for the girls that don't get it, I'm actually disappointed because other girls hate to see other girls win.
Do you see how they repackaged their lies? So she's saying the girls are allowing her to go along with her lies, that those are girls, that's what you're seeing with the whole SZA thing. And if you're calling her out, you're being a hater. So if you enable her lie and you allow her to, you help her to deceive more and more people, you're a girl's girl. But if you're like, girl, this doesn't make any sense, then, oh, you just don't want her to be happy. You're a hater. You're not a true supporter. No, I don't support mental illness. Like, you're sick. You're mentally ill. I'm looking for the actual video.
Without even knowing, like, where did she get the self-development from to even get to where she is right now. And when I went to the store initially, guys, listen.
Okay, hold on, Kiki. Do you consent to be on a live and potentially all platforms?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes.
Okay.
I went to a Van Cleef store and let me grab one bracelet. And then I was like, I think it came up to like a 1,800. As I was about to check out.
Okay. So she said the bracelet cost like $1,800. The girlies that truly buy Van Cleef, like, girl, there's no $1,800 bracelet. But when you don't know, when you're just lying and you don't truly know what you're doing, the little details, like, it's, you know, attention and details, like, no, you can't do it. It's like, it doesn't cost $1,800. Hold on.
This guy was just like, a pretty girl like you just gonna get one. And to testify, it is on me right now. Like, these is on me. I've not taken this bracelet off. I take shower with it.
Wait. Okay.
I didn't see him when I was choosing or looking at him. I don't know where he came from. I swear. I was like, I just smiled and like I was like, he said that. Like I just like turned. I was just like, so what are you gonna do about it? And then he was like, all right, I'll take care of it. So from there, he took me to downtown. We had a cocktail. We had a drink. We just talked. And
wait, so he purchased both of the bracelets?
He purchased both of the bracelet. The one that I wanted and then the one he chose that for me. That would look nice on me.
Oh, and we had a date immediately after.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a day. It was like, he's like, let me get to know you real quick. Because he's in Boston. He was just in Tampa for that moment. And we just met just like that.
But wait, you guys went out on a date after?
I don't consider it a date because I'm too extra because we went out immediately.
Okay.
Like, he's just like, what are you doing after here? I'm like, I just finished my exam today. I passed. He's like, how about we celebrate over a drink so while we get to know each other because he's leaving tomorrow. I was like, okay, sure. Then I'm like, I don't feel like driving. He said, don't worry. Like, I'll take you there and then have somebody over drive your car or maybe get somebody to pick up your car or order your Uber. Like, it's not an issue. Like, let's go. I'm like, say less. I did not need to check my purse because I did not need it. Starting from entrees, drink, and he knows I'm a very cocktail girly. So, oh my God, he even texts me, hey, baby.
Look, this is mental illness. So do y'all hear her story? She meets the man at the Van Cleef store, and he was like, a pretty girl like you should not just buy one. So then she turns around and says, so what are you going to do about it? And he said, I'm going to buy you both bracelets. And ooh, then he buys the bracelet. He said, oh, let me get to know you. He's like, let's go. She's like, oh, I don't want to drive. So okay, I got an Uber, you know? And then they go out and she's like, yes. And he knows I'm a cocktail girly. I'm like, how would he know? He just met you. That makes no sense. And why would he not get to know you first and then decide if he wants to buy the bracelets? Like, it makes no sense, right? So then she's talking to Ashley and she's like, oh, look, he just texted me. No one is texting her. Like, this is in her head. And I'm like, this is mental illness. And like this, it is mental illness. And, you know, if we had, I'm sure some psychologists, some psychiatrists would even identify this as schizophrenia. Like, what is this? Like, what kind of behavior is this? But this is how this generation just lies. They just make up stuff, and they're perfectly fine. They don't flinch. Nope, they're telling a whole none but a lie. They're not even scared.
I'm sorry, I'm blushing. He just texted me, hey baby.
Oh, we in love.
Okay, I'm not in love, but I'm just liking the experience. That's how life been. I do not nag him. I do not call him. I do not text him first. I do not want to know what he's doing, where he's at. I do not care. And life has been so peaceful. Men pay attention to you, girls. If you're wearing a nice Van Cleef or nice purse, they pay attention. They look at
absolutely. Yeah. Your bag, your shoes.
Look at Ashley. Ashley also is a charlatan. Ashley's another one that's mentally ill, right? You guys, how many men do you truly know? Unless he's gay. Like, especially like a scene. Remember like the scene from like Legally Blonde, right? When when we got to the trial and Elle realized the man that the guy, the swim instructor, he has to go, the pool guy, she realized he was a liar because of his shoes. She's like, no, these are last season's Prada, right? She's like, no, he's gay. You and my client never had sex because you're gay, right? The only man that will be anywhere and track a woman for her purse, her shoes, like them kind of weird shit, he has to be gay. He's gay. That average man doesn't even know what this person is, what that person is. This is woman shit, and the gay dudes are into fashion. So if a man likes you and he's checking your purse, like he knows your purse, he knows your shoes, he knows the designer, he knows what season it's from, who the designer is, girl, he gay. Please stop playing with me, right? So Ashley's like, yeah, they care, which also shows that Ashley also does not even date the kind of man she purports to help these girls to get. Like, girl, go sit down somewhere. Right? It doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. Most men who have a lot of money many of them don't even shop for themselves because they're too busy working. They're not out here shopping. So then these two heifers want to start giving advice like, oh, a man will give you this, a man will do that. They don't even know what it is. They don't have one. And they truly don't even have one of the caliber they want you to believe that they have. God, you even think Jeff Bezos knows the difference between this person, that person, this person, whatever. Here's the car, go buy it. Make yourself happy, right? Because these matters are completely trivial to a man of means. Like, that makes no sense to me, right? Or he's a scammer. What do I know, right? I'm exactly like, you think you're impressing people? Like, you went into a store, all you could buy was one Van Cleef if you actually went in there. Like, no. And also, really, really rich people, y'all, let's be so for real. Real rich people don't even go to the stores. They call in. They have personal shoppers. They're not in the stores. Like, that's crazy. Like, if you, I live in DMV, but I always live here, but I went to New Orleans and I came back. But I'm like, if you ever go to Tyson's Corner, especially like the big one, the Tyson Sue, the really big one with all the real fancy stores, y'all, the stores is always empty. Always empty. But they make millions of dollars because the people call in. And many times they send the stuff to their homes, or you'll have a salesperson go to their home, bring the stuff to the house. They pick what they like, they pay, they bring back the rest. Rich people don't go into stores. The regular people go into the stores. Rich people call in. Like, what are we talking about? They have an entire concierge service for these things. So I'm like, your story makes no sense. Like, go sit down somewhere.
Nails your toes, your hair.
We're not saying wear Louis Vuitton like a set of like the body source. No, wear something that's very high quality and top it up with a notch of something expensive. So, and people ask me what ethnicity. Of course he's Ghanaian. Of course he's Ghana.
Yeah, they bring energy.
They do.
Oh, he got that coin. Okay, saying don't rush into nothing. Give it time.
Yeah.
No cookies. It's too soon. No, not for 2 bracelets. No, that ain't nothing.
No, that is nothing.
No, you do that for yourself. No.
This is not Walmart.
Harder, baby. Not just materials. It's gonna get.
You know, Ashley's lying. Ashley's like, oh yeah, you do that for yourself. Like, Ashley, shut up. If it was not for TikTok, where would you be? Like, where would she be herself if she was not out here like lying to these women and building a platform, lying to these women and helping them with their mental illnesses? Like, seriously, go somewhere, right? If you buy 2 Van Cleefs, that's almost $12,000 with taxes, right? Most people cannot do that for themselves. That's not what everyday people do. $12,000 for 2 bracelets? No. Okay? No. The average person cannot just walk into a Van Cleef and just treat herself with $12,000 worth of bracelets. 12,000 for just 2 bracelets? Like, yeah, because she's delusional herself, because she makes money that way. Like, you sound crazy. You sound hella crazy, right? The man, like, he might be, if from Ghana, even if he was from Ghana. So he came to Ghana to spend all his money at the Van Cleef on a girl he barely knows. Girl, shut up. Stop lying to the people, okay? Stop lying. This is insane.
Not just material, is what I'm saying.
Yes, I'm so grateful. Your advice, I watch you all the time. When I went to the store initially, I wanted to get one bracelet where it had that one clip right there, because that's what I could afford.
Okay. Yeah.
And it was costing $1,600. With taxes of $1,800. But before I could check out, he approaches me that a beautiful girl like you're gonna get just one. So he chose one for me, and I chose a different one. So I didn't end up buying the one that I wanted. I chose another one that matches the same color that he got me. Point blank, period. I don't have to tell you anything else or anything. That's what it is. The moral of the story is to put yourself out there so you can get opportunities. So I don't know why we're dragging this. And for you guys, and I was even trying rings on. That's my stuff. I was trying rings on, and that's a Van Cleef back there, and that's what I have on. That's all I'm gonna say.
Even the bracelet she just showed is fake. Because the girls are saying that.
I'm gonna say.
The girls are saying, hold on.
I was trying rings on, and that's a Van Cleef back there, and that's what.
Okay, you see? So the girls are saying that even the Van Cleef, the bracelet, like it doesn't, like extra stuff, like the extra bracelet, I guess, doesn't even hang that like that. Like it's not that long. Like the chain is not that long. So even what she's showing here are fakes. Like these are fake bracelets. These are fake bracelets. But she is so into her lie. And I don't know, maybe she thinks she's so good. I don't know. But it's like, girl, like, do you know how many girls actually own this bracelet? Right? How can you be this bold when there are like at least over 100,000 women who have this bracelet, and they know what this bracelet looks like, and they know what it does not look like? Are you sane? But no, it's this generation. Like, they just lie. They lie over the most inconsequential things. And now you're going to be known as a liar because none of this ever happened. It never happened. She bought some fakes. Cool. Wear your fakes. I would never wear fakes, but whatever. Wear your fakes. But why do you have to make an entire story about, oh, a man saw you and he was like, yeah, you're so beautiful. I'm going to pay for this. It never happened. It never did. Right? So why are you doing this? Because they want other people to be jealous, envious, whatever. Like, this is what they do. And it's like, there's another girl too. She did the same thing. She met this man who has no money. She pretty much hired him to be her boyfriend so that she could create this like fairy tale relationship on TikTok, right? Come to find out, if she's not lying, he beat her ass. I'm like, well, technically he's not your boyfriend, he's your employee. But the goal was for her to create content and make it seem as though she was in this loving relationship. And, you know, this guy just loves her and he adores her and he just caters to her. Child, the whole time the man got no money. The whole time she's the one with the money, and she pretty much hired this guy to play her boyfriend for her content. Right. And now she's on TikTok crying because allegedly he beat her up. And I'm like, why do you people lie so much like this? Like, this is crazy. Why do you lie so much like that?
I have on. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say, baby, because I can't give too much juice out here because that's my business.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's my business. But thank you for the girls that get it. The point of it, I'm not rubbing it in your face. I'm not saying I'm better than you guys. I'm not saying that, oh, I'm getting more opportunity than you guys. If I could do it, you guys could do it. And for 21 doing that, that's a badass move. So I just wanted to let y'all know.
Tell them, Kiki.
Yes, I will tell them. First, I have my own job. I'm an HR coordinator and officer for Best Hair. I do a lot of things like makeup, hair. I like styling. So I make money through that already. I do a lot of digital marketing, a lot of like flyer posting. I do a lot.
So that is nothing to me. And don't get me wrong, I've owned a fake Van Cleef before. I owned a fake one till I was able to afford one. So I'm not saying that, oh, you getting a fake one, anything like that. You believe what you want to believe. I know where I came from, where I started from, and where I'm headed. So this is just the beginning, baby, because that is nothing to me. I was like, let me come and clear this up. Like my friends was like, Kelly, like, why they mad? Like, why they mad? Like, it's not that serious.
It's the incident. If I'm being honest, I didn't expect it to go as viral as it. I knew we would get views, but I did not expect it to go up like that. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
He even called me. He even
saw the video.
He saw the video.
Oh no.
That's fine. He was like, baby, like I don't know why like people are hating on you, but like that's not even nothing because point blank period, he's coming back at the end of June to see me.
But did that kind of?
No, it didn't do nothing because he's a very secure man. He's not like doing anything like that or anything like that. No, he's fine. We're perfectly fine. And guess what? If it doesn't work out, it's still fine too. Like life still goes on. But I just came up here to clear that rumors. I wanted something that I could afford. I said no. So because he offering to buy, you think I'm not going to change my mind? I'm going to get the most expensive one. Like,
right. I mean, hello. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yes, that makes sense.
So,
absolutely, I agree. You know, like go for the gusto. If you know he's
exactly,
freaking, yeah,
exactly. Because if I'm going to the store to go buy chocolate with my dad, and I'm on to pay by myself, and he offered to pay, I'm grabbing everything in that store because it's not my money.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I hope I clear the rumors, guys. I did not come for y'all. Please don't come for me. And honestly, I haven't gotten any hate under my videos or nothing like that. So it's just people confused out of the comment. So for the girls that think that I was lying, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm the one leaving in the feeling, the dream, the sensation and everything. So I'm gonna be dealing with that. So with that being said, thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, beautiful. Thank you for coming up, Kiki. Enjoy, okay?
All right,
bye. Thank you, Kiki, for coming up. Yeah, you know what? I will say, when you go viral, if you've never gone viral before, it's like definitely a new experience and it can be tough. It can definitely be tough to go viral. Only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. And it reached him. I'm like, oof. You see how fast things travel? I don't do anyone bad. Don't say I do anyone bad. I always ask, do you consent? Are you sure? Do you want to share this story? I always ask you guys more than once. Do not blame me. No. No.
Oh, sorry, guys. She's back. You see this? Okay. Sorry. Give me a second. People just lie. Okay, no, let me get back to this one. Oh, SZA. That was such a mess. Where was I again? So now let's go back over here. I'm back. Sorry, I had to get my yogurt. Because I need something to eat. Let me start over. I don't like please. I don't believe SZA. Let's go.
This hour we talked about Nicki Minaj and SZA and their beef that came out of nowhere, or so it seemed. On
I don't like when people say it came out of nowhere. It didn't come out of nowhere. Hold on.
X yesterday. So I reached out to Punch from TDE, who I also talked about in the first hour, who was at one point managing SZA, and I asked him, how did we get here? Like Nicki Minaj is alleging that y'all have had issues behind the scenes, and because of that, this is an alleged retaliation. Like you guys have been retaliating against her. And here's what he said to me. So he said, back in 2020, Nicki Minaj reached out for a SZA feature on a song. He responded and told Nicki Minaj that SZA was in album mode heavy and that he would get it over to her, and that was it. They never spoke again. Feature didn't happen, but he says he's lost after that as well. Like, so then I followed up and I said, okay, so there was no further issue. Like, I still don't understand from that, how did we get here? And he says, I'm lost after that. And the song, he verified what I said. The song that he had been tweeting about, Broken Barbies, was a song by an artist that he is working with now, I Am Lyric. So he's
confused.
He's confused as well.
Did you ask Punch why he didn't post the song last night? that was the time to post.
He did.
He did.
He did.
That's what made Nikki like so he
No. I know you said that he posted it before, and that's what made Nikki react. But in the midst of everything,
well, it was like so.
He should have posted it. And
posted
like,
again.
Broken Bobby's, baby. This the song. You know what I
It was so closely, like the time was so close that if you went and looked, it was right there. He literally tweeted Broken Barbies, and after that he tweeted there's like a trailer to I Am Lyric's video. Then he did the same.
It's a song. Is it out? We did all this. We should at least play the snippet of the song and see if we like the song.
I mean, yo, shout out to the Nicki Minaj promotion team.
That's crazy.
We should at least play it.
That's what you should do. Start Broken Barbie promotions. Okay, I'll amplify your records.
Yo, shut
up.
up.
I had no idea that Punch even posted about this.
I didn't either. I was confused as well until I went and looked like
That's a good
everybody else.
detail.
It is a good detail because I think a lot of people are trying to figure out. We didn't even know that there was an issue with.
Punch put the link in his Instagram.
Yes, the song is out. It was out a day ago.
See?
The visual was posted a day ago.
Good job, Punch.
This is the video on her YouTube channel.
Is it Lyric Michelle?
No, it's
This is how you can see that these dudes, Charlamagne and Envy, like this is how you see that they truly have some pent up like bitterness, aggression. It's really giving zesty vibes. I'm like, for men to be that emotionally invested into a woman's downfall, it's very bizarre. Like I said, Charlamagne, what's his name again? Well, Charlamagne, he has a case with that girl in North Carolina because she was also underage when he took her to a party. And according to her, when she went on the Tasha K show, she was raped, that they ran a train on her and Charlamagne was involved in that. So Leonard, right? This is the same Leonard also who told us that he took his wife on a date or some kind of a date, got her drunk, and he had sex with her without her consent. And when she woke up the next day, she asked him, oh, did we have sex, right? Because she was drunk out of her mind. Then you have DJ Envy, who's a chronic cheater. Remember him and Erica Mena? Only God knows what he brought to his wife. Now, DJ Envy's also fighting a case because he was with the guy, Pena, who, what's his name? The Pena dude who does the real estate, but it's like it's a whole scam. And a lot of people lost some money behind that, right? So I'm like, don't you have bigger things to worry about than female issues? It's kind of weird. Really is.
I Am Lyric. It's spelled like this. I Am altogether Lyric.
Oh, okay. I googled it. It came up Lyric Michelle, Broken Barbies.
Oh, well, maybe that's her full name, but her artist name is on YouTube and everywhere else is I Am Lyric.
Nice. Drop that clues bombs to Lyric Michelle. Let's play some of the record.
That's what I said. I want to hear the record now.
We'll get that.
Eddie, can you get that record right fast? While we talking?
So, I mean, is that clear for anything for y'all? Because it didn't for me.
No.
But so they think that there's a song out there that could be dissing Nicki Minaj, and they want to play that on the radio, but they don't even play Nicki's song. But because they heard that there's a song that's dissing Nicki, now him, Envy, wants to play the song. How about he plays a track for people who use their platform to ensnare Black people into Ponzi-ass real estate schemes? Do they have a track for that? Okay. Do they have a track for that? Do they have a track for rats also, for snitching also? I'm like, this is so, like, these are grown-ass men doing this kind of stuff. You don't like Nicki, that's fine, right? You don't want to play her music, that's fine. But to like, oh, now there's beef. Oh, there's a song that's talking bad about her. Let's make sure we give that song exposure. Who does that? Who truly does that? Like, when I tell you the Breakfast Club is for low vibrational people, it's not even funny. Hold on.
There's a lot of context to it, to me.
I still think because Nicki Minaj posted that she has receipts of being bullied and the retaliation that she's alleging. So maybe now we'll see her side of it because, yeah.
I love Nicki to death, but Nicki can't talk about being bullied. Nicki,
you do not love her to death. You don't know her. You don't even love your wife to death. Like you had sex with Erica Mena, and you probably even had sex with Erica Mena unprotected. And knowing what Erica Mena does, you don't love child. You don't even love your wife to death. Like, move around. You don't even love your kids to death. So you don't love Nicki to death. Like, go sit down somewhere. You're a DJ, a messy one, and not even a good one. I never even heard about this guy growing up. It was like Kid Capri, Funk Master Flex. So I never heard of this dude. I don't know. It's weird.
Been bullying people for the last couple of years. Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Couple.
Come on.
And also, I want to say, what classifies as bullying? Because they use that word very loosely. She bullied who? Who did she bully? Like, who did she bully? And my thing is, how can you even bully grown-ass people? Like, who did she bully? Right? Who did she bully? Standing up for yourself, and, you know, she might cut you out a little bit, but I'm like, that's not bullying anybody. Who has Nicki bullied? Who has Nicki bullied? Like, they love to put narratives out there, but then again, he votes Democrat. But I'm like, who did she bully? Who has Nicki bullied? I'm like, I would love, oh my God, I wish I could call to their show. I'm like, DJ Envy, please tell me, Envy, tell me who exactly she's bullied. Like, Erica Mena is a bully. you slept with her. I want to know who has Nikki bullied. Yeah, really. I'm like, Mark said, love you to death is low-key a threat from a non-loved one. It's like, it's really bizarre. Like, he didn't even love his wife to death because he cheated. So make it make sense, right? And his relationship with Erica was going on for a very long time, y'all. And she was out here cussing out his wife every single day, okay? And telling her what he was doing to her nasty, nasty punani, okay? Who did she bully? I'm like, they just say things like, oh, Nikki bullied. So that way there's like a narrative out there and then stuff, it just sticks to you because they know people are not going to go do their research and people are not going to ask meaningful questions. But I'm like, who exactly did Nikki bully? Did she bully Cardi B? No, she did not. Did she bully Megan? No, she did not. Is she bullying SZA? No, she did not. Like when you bully someone, it's like perpetual harassment of the person. Like, especially someone who can't stand up for themselves. Nobody's being perpetually harassed by Nikki. They're getting set straight. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. You do messy things behind the scenes, you need to be handled. Like, what the heck?
But I will say this. I don't think Nikki is a bully per se. I think that
exactly, because you know you can get sued for defamation. Like, who is she bullied? Like, are you crazy? And I, Marlene, if I was Nikki's lawyer, cease and desist. Call me a bully one more time. I'll take you to court. Because you're going to come out here and tell me who I bullied. Like, you have Remy Ma, who literally took a gun and shot her friend in the groins over $10,000. Like, girl, are you serious right now? Are you really serious? Who has Nikki bullied? Who has she bullied? Like, what the heck?
Believes people are always doing something to her. Exactly. And that's not the case. Our Barbs are bullies.
Yeah, no, baby. The Barb is on me right here.
Barbs are bullies.
The Barbs are their own person. If the Barbs want to be bullies, they're bullies. But you can't say Nikki's a bully because her fans are bullies. You can get sued for defamation. You might want to be careful how you speak about my client. You're crazy.
That's her fans.
Yeah, but
her herself.
But I would say, do y'all feel like, and y'all know Nicki Minaj a lot more closely than me or Jess, right? Do you feel like because of the things Nicki Minaj had to deal with as she came up? So, I mean, not to say that it's warranted, but is there like empathy at all for how she be trying to, I guess, protect herself? It just comes off a lot.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you got that. Nikki came from a place from New York City where New York didn't really believe in her at first. She had to go out of town.
You're still not playing her music.
I do play her Nicki music all the time. I play Nicki music all the time.
She went down to Atlanta,
She went down to Atlanta, got caught in Atlanta, and the world fell in love with her. And they always doubted her. They doubted the way she rapped. They doubted her flow. They doubted her numbers.
So if you know that's her background, if you know that's her backstory, then why do you want people to see her as a bully? Like when people were saying that he was a fraudster and that he was with, what's his name, that Pena dude, and they were intentionally telling people to invest in a Ponzi scheme, he was out here sending cease and desist. Tony the Closer, like I think he sent Tony the Closer like cease and desist or something like that, because he didn't like that Tony was calling him all kinds of scammer and this and that. So if you don't like people to malign your name with scammery and fraud, why would you call her a bully? Who has she bullied? Like seriously, who has she bullied? You intentionally don't play her songs, but then on the radio, because now you heard there's a diss track out there, you want to play that on your show because you want to give it exposure. But somehow that doesn't make you a bully. That does not make you a bully, right? You're not even trying to call her. Maybe you have her number. I don't know if she'll pick up her number, if she'll pick up your phone. But I'm saying, like, why don't you call her and find out what happened? No. You sitting here saying, oh, she's a bully. What's the song? Let me play the song. Let me give exposure to a song that's talking about broken Barbies where she could be getting shaded in that song. But somehow you're not a bully. Clown.
They always doubted Nikki, so Nikki always feels like she has to punch even harder. And I understand
I will say I've never doubted Nikki. Always.
So if you understand it, why do you call her a bully? Do you see this is how like bad narratives get started on people? Do you see? Right? Do you see how this is how bad narratives get started on people, right? People say dumb shit like this. So at first you call her bully, and I know, it was really hard for her. No one believed her. New York didn't believe her. She had to move to Atlanta. She always had to fight for herself. Like I said, she's very small. Nikki's very, very petite, right? So you know her backstory. You know everything she had to go up against, right? And what she still probably has to go up against behind the scenes. But then you say that, oh, she's a bully. Like she just does stuff out of nowhere because she's crazy. She's unhinged. She hates people. She can't get along with people. That is just so disgusting. I can't wait for his trial date. I can't wait. I sure will be out here doing lives. Weirdo.
I think it was dope when she was on the Dirty Money DVD with Fendi back in the day. I always thought she was dope. But I do feel like she feels like everybody is always against her.
I feel like that as well. Or let's just say like a lot of things happen
that we don't see. And then when she come out online, you know, we see her side, and
Yeah.
then a lot of people will go and say like, oh, well, she's always mad, and she's always bitter, and she's always this, that, and the other, and she never happy. But things happen in the background that we don't see. And she always says she got resist, but I guess she wait for the right time. So,
and I feel like this part, assuming that Jess's beef with Lauren was real, right? I feel like you see the way Envy and Charlamagne are messy. It could be if her and Lauren really had a real beef. I could see why. Because look at the immaturity of Envy and Charlamagne. Instead of trying to find a way to calm things down and try to see it from both sides, okay, you guys, how can we fix this, right? They egg shit on. They really do egg shit on. So I can see how when what's this one's name? What's her name? Jess Hilarious. When she came back from maternity leave, I can see how she felt the way, and she thought she had to direct her energy at Lauren LaRosa when the whole time it could have been Envy and Charlamagne doing some foolishness. You see, they're very, very messy. And this is why I say women have to be very, very careful to not let men play with their heads and play with their emotions to get you to go attack another woman, right? Because when you do that, and then she had to defend herself, but I'm like, hey, the men, they win and they laugh at it. They really do. But I'm like, look at this behavior. If they were serious people, they would have called Nikki anyways to figure this out. Lauren LaRosa wouldn't have to call, punch, whatever it is, right? If Charlamagne wants to talk to Nikki, he can. If Envy wants to find Nikki, he can. If they want to call SZA, they can, right? Lauren LaRosa is like, she's like not to be offensive, but she really is a nobody, right? They have a relationship with some relationship with Nikki, so get in contact with her. But they don't want to. They don't want to. Instead, they want to help spread a narrative about her that she's a bully, she's this, she's that. When honestly, she's way more accomplished than Charlamagne and Envy combined. Like, Charlamagne, what's your claim to fame? You used to be a court jester for Wendy Williams, right? You're the same man who got Kelvin to start having a sexual relation with what's her name, y'all? What's her name? What's Kelvin's mistress? The girl that's pregnant that had Kelvin's baby, right? Do you know that Charlamagne is the one who connected him? Sharina, what's her name? Kelvin, Wendy's husband, right? The girl he's having an affair with. Her and Charlamagne are like pretty much cousins. Pretty much. They're from the same village, whatever, right? So Charlamagne hooked up Kelvin with the lady. And ever since then, you see where that has led to, right? Even though when he left North Carolina and came to New York City, he used to work for Wendy. And this is the things that she got. He hooked her husband up with his mistress. You see? Now, DJ Envy, like I said, me growing up, I never heard of him. Sharina, there you go. Sharina is Charlamagne's relationship from North Carolina. Like, he knows her. So he introduced Sharina to Kelvin. And then that's how their whole love affair started, even though he was working for Wendy. Like, he is not a good person. He is truly, truly not a good person. I mean, it's so crazy to me. And now when it comes to DJ Envy, like him, I never knew about him growing up because I never knew he was a DJ. I only knew of him through the Breakfast Club. Like, okay, that's DJ Envy. Never heard of him. Okay, Kid Capri, we know him. Funk Master Flex, yes. Who else? I mean, like there's so Fat Man Scoop. It was like Desert Storm. Like it's a lot of DJs. Like I truly, truly never heard of Envy growing up. The only time I knew of him is through the Breakfast Club that he was a DJ. Okay. But he's not a self-made man. Like he had to be part of a trio, Charlamagne, DJ Envy, and Angela Yee, for him to be relevant in the culture. And also, if we care to be honest, Charlamagne carries the entire show on his back. Charlamagne carries the entire show on his back. Like if DJ Envy left the Breakfast Club, okay, he would not be missed. He truly would not be missed. Like what the heck?
I guess put it out there. And Nikki don't hold her tongue. But that's the thing, she don't hold her tongue. But all we see is her going out, like lashing out.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
She's the female version of 50 Cent. She does not hold her tongue. She will go at you. She does not care. She doesn't care about the backlash. Nikki goes hard. And Nikki's always been that.
Right.
And to Jess's point, there is a lot of things that happen behind the scenes that people don't be knowing about. Because I'll never forget the time Nikki was on my head once about, you know, her and Remy. I promise you, I did not know her and Remy had this. I don't believe it. I did not know. It wasn't a call we were texting. It was a Saturday morning, way back in the day. It was in North Carolina weekend, and she was texting me about Remy and how we're fueling beef with Remy. And I'm like, I really had no idea what she was talking about.
And this is what he loves to do because he ain't shit. He is so lying. Anybody who kept up with underground rap, like battle rap and stuff, Like when Remy was hot, but like kind of like when Remy came up, started getting hot, like Annie up, whatever. She used to do a lot of underground battle rap stuff too, right? So she was really big. Her name was really, really big out there because I used to watch all her stuff, right? And at that time too, Nikki, because Nikki was trying to make her name for herself. And I remember, especially when Remy went to prison, Nikki was telling people that her and Remy had a sexual relationship and that she was Remy's girlfriend. Okay, because I always thought Remy was a lesbian. I mean, who doesn't? Okay. I always thought she was a lesbian. That's why I felt like even when she was saying things like, oh, she told what's his name? She told Pap not to come see her in prison, like because she said, oh, he was coming too much, like he was coming every day. I'm like, yeah, because she enjoys being around women. Like she's a lesbian. She is such a lesbian. Like, what are we doing? Okay. So I'm like, yeah, she's a lesbian in a film of prison. It's her vibe. It really is her vibe. It's her wave, right? When she came out, when Remy came out of prison, right? Her and Remy got on a call. So we're like, hey, she called Nikki. Nikki said, hey, da da da. Because the little Nikki that she left became a big dog once she got out of prison. And she felt some type of way. Remy is a jealous ass bitch. She's an envious ass bitch. It's okay. She'll gutter rat. It's okay. She is a hood booger. Like she's extremely jealous. She's extremely envious. They got on a call. Remy made it seem like everything was cool. But I do believe she wanted a song. That's what it is every single time. Because she felt like she went to prison before she left to go to prison. Like she had the biggest name out there. She was big, underground, whatever, terror squad, womp. And Nikki was a little girl. But I'm like, you came back to a whole different reality. And you did that to yourself. So at first she played it nice. Because if I remember correctly, when she came out, she went on the Breakfast Club and she let it be known that yes, her and Nikki had got on the phone. They had a great conversation and they might do a song. The reason why Remy flipped on Nikki and she could not wait to meet Mick Mills and talk shit about Nikki because everything he told her, she couldn't wait to go in the studio, tell Papoose so he can write a diss track. She couldn't wait, right? Because she was mad because Nikki never gave her a song. But it's like, sis, give you a song for what? Like, what we gonna do? Where you gonna take me? Like right now, you just came out of prison. You don't have a real movement. And it's like, you want me to carry you on my back for what? For what? You were at the top in a penthouse because you're conceited, right? You chose to shoot somebody for $10,000. You turn your back on Terror Squad, right? Because let's be so for real. Even Fat Joe was mad at her because she fucked up the whole bag. She fucked up everybody's money. He was so mad at her. And you see that also in Love and Hip Hop. Because there's one scene where she meets Joe and she starts crying. Because even when she was in prison, he wasn't really checking for her because he was so upset. Like, why would you do this? Why would you shoot this girl? Like, it's not even real money. But you see, you should start to notice a trend here. So a lot of these black girls out here, they have a hard time with self-awareness. They have a hard time with accountability. Like, yo, did I really have to shoot this girl? No, you did not. You did not. You could have probably even beat her ass up. I don't know. You could have got somebody else to jump her ass, but you didn't have to do it. Because at this point now, everything you worked hard for is here. It's here. And you can't let go of your hood rat ways. And that's why, even for her son, right? Even for her son, she's supposed to go to court. It's, I guess, like pre-trial or something like that for her son. Instead of focusing on being there for her son, she takes off her shoes and she wants to fight the man's daughter. Like, because her son killed the man, right? Gilbo, whatever his name is. Maybe he's Haitian. I don't know. But her son killed this man. Like, this dude in his 40s. The man has a daughter. So Remy and the daughter met at the steps of the courthouse, right? Instead of Remy apologizing or trying to even have empathy, like, you know what, maybe your dad wasn't shit, but that's still your dad. I see why you're upset. No, she takes off her shoes. I'm like, but this lady hasn't learned shit. She takes off her shoes and she wants to fight the bereaved daughter of the man who's been slayed. I'm like, girl, that is still her dad. That's still her dad. Like, even if her dad was the biggest piece of shit, that is still her daddy. And now her dad is dead. And maybe her mom's already dead. So now maybe she has no parents. So you got to see where she's coming from. No, Remy wants to fight this young lady right near the courthouse. So guess what? They put her up in chains. They put her up in chains. They put handcuffs on her, right? And I'm thinking like, okay, wait a minute. Your son is probably going to spend the rest of his life in prison. You're going to court and nobody came with you. Like, there was nobody there with her. And I'm like, so obviously maybe Remy is not a good person. Maybe you're not a good person. Because to me, if you're a good person and you're a great friend, if you're going through this, your son is going through this, you should have had a whole village with you going to that to the courthouse. Why you go to the courthouse by yourself? Why is nobody standing beside you as you're going through this? And I'm like, yeah, because she's not a good person. She is not a good person. She is not a good person. But I think the problem with Nikki is when you win too much, when you just win way, way too much, it makes people hate you so much because it's like, how does she do it? How is she so successful? How does she have so many hits? How does she have such a crazy ass fan base? Because the barbs don't play about her, right? How does she last so long? How does she have all this crossover businesses? It really triggers these people. So because they hate your success, all these mediocre ass people come together to plot on your downfall because they're mediocre. And it's not even like they didn't have chances. Many of these people, many of these women, Remy, Lil Kim, Trina, a lot of these people had bigger opportunities before Nikki did. They were hot before Nikki was. They had a warm place to sleep before she did. They had running water before she did. They had a meal every night when she did not, right? But they fumbled and they fumbled and they fumbled for whatever reason, but they fumbled their shit. And instead of people saying, you know what, it's my fault. Because at one point in time, everything I worked hard for, it was right there. But I just did not know how to take care of it. Right? I didn't know how to take care of it. I did not know how to control my anger. I didn't know how to save my money. I didn't know how to keep my mouth shut. I didn't know how to have, cross over and network with other people. I didn't even know how to do a little bit of pop because you can't do hardcore hip hop. It's too much. And for a woman, it is too much. It's just too masculine, right? Some of Nicki's biggest songs are the little pop crossover things, right? Because it's cute and it has international appeal. You cannot do just straight up hip hop. You're not going to eat. You're not going to eat. You're going to starve. You're just not going to eat, right? The art of it is cute, but it's also the business of music. You have to make music that a lot of people want to buy, right? You cannot make music that only caters to a small niche of people. And most of the time, those people just want the music for free. They want it for free. So you got to make the pop stuff. You got to make the this stuff. And that's why even though you might talk about the street life, you don't actually want to be out here living it. And that was a big issue with Remy, is that Remy don't know how to just sing about it and not live it. No, she wants to be so true to this, it just goes left. And that's how you end up in prison. But when you go to prison, it's a wrap. Because a man going to prison and a woman going to prison, it's not the same. If a man goes to prison and he doesn't snitch, when he comes back, there's this ginormous homecoming parade, right? When you're a woman and you go to prison, it's not the same. You don't get the same respect. You will never get it because men and women they're not the same. And in hip hop, a man going to prison, a woman going to prison, they're not going to get the same level of respect. You're not going to get it. So do not go to prison. You can sing about it, but you have to know also not to be too violent with it. Right? And the same thing, what Nikki did, it's the same thing that Eve also did. Eve had her Rough Rider moments. Eve had her own album moments, but Eve also had the collaboration with Gwen Stefani, right? And those were really big for her careers, right? Let me lose your mind, whatever it goes, right? But Eve had a lot of collaborations. She also had a song with Alicia Keys, I Just Want to Love You, right? It was really, really cute. And it's very feminine. Right? It's like you got to grow out this hood booger mindset. You have to. You cannot be that person. That's why I said Lil Kim should have done what she had to do and send Junior Mafia to jail. Who cares? They're men. And if they stay in there and they come out, they're going to have more respect. Because nobody ever took Lil C seriously anyways. So if he goes to prison, it might actually help his career. So go to prison. You're going to be just fine. He's a man. He's going to be okay. But you as a woman, you cannot go to prison. It does not pan out the same. Men and women are not the same. And in hip hop, men and women are not the same. Going to prison is not going to yield the same level of respect when you're a woman. Do not go to prison. Point blank, period. Your job is to make, as Saweetie would say, pretty girl music. You dress good, you look good, you smell good, you make the music, let them know, hey, you play with me, get cussed out. That's it. But you don't want to go to prison. You do not want to go to prison. Because if you go to prison, there goes your career. So Remy was really mad because she wanted a free song from Nikki, and Nikki did not give it to her so that she got her feelings. So she did the whole Sheether stuff. So he can't sit here. Even I knew. So how can he say he doesn't know? What do you mean? You're crazy.
Guess what came out that day?
20 minutes later,
Cheetah.
Oh, wow.
All I can say was, hey, man, my
you
bad.
had not even a
Not
little
a
tip
clue.
that she was beefing with
Not
this girl.
a clue.
Damn.
Not one
20
single
minutes later.
solitary
Damn.
clue.
What you text after you listen to Sheetha?
My bad. And what she say?
I don't remember.
Blocked.
I don't even remember what the block.
With your head.
You're bad.
I
You're
mean,
fine.
yeah, this was just like, damn, I didn't know.
And don't get it twisted. Nikki will curse you out in a minute. Like that, but that's Nikki's. She's the female version of 50 Cent to me. She does not hold her tongue, and she has the right to. She can go at whoever she wants. But her barbs,
baby.
So if you say she has the right to, then why would you call her a bully? Like, make it make sense.
Different level. Well,
different level.
I'll say, do we have the song yet or no?
The bar.
No.
What? They go hard.
I turned my phone up on the
Baby,
bars.
they was tuned in for my tease this morning. I'm like, Envy, you talked to me about the teases. They couldn't wait. As soon as I teased it, they were in my mentions. I was like, oh.
They don't play.
No, I don't. It's kind of funny though.
Harmless kids. I'm telling you, they be leaving.
Well, the thing about the Barbs don't play about her. They really do love her, and I'm glad she has her Barbs to lean on, because this is a lot. Hold on, let me see this. Hold on, let's see this one. My little sister had sent me a thing. Hold on. She had sent me a thing. Where is it? Let me see if I can play it. Let me see. Where is it? Was it this one? Hold on.
All right.
Okay. Let me see. It's not gonna be my history. Hold on. Let's see this one, you guys. Hold on. Like, what in the world? Hold on.
She is not. What is you here for, and what is you doing? If you here, comment. If not,
I'm here.
I'm out.
I'm here. I'm just hanging out. I'm chilling. I commented.
I wish I was outside that day so I could have ran up on you and slept you right behind your motherfucking oily neck.
I'm hold on. Should I go on there? Hold on. Let's see.
Yes, go on. Request.
Hold on. How do I do it? Hold on.
It should say the plus of the. Oh, I think since you're on the computer, maybe you can.
Hold on. Let me go in here.
She might have to request you up.
No, I'm receiving a request.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Somebody said, please don't give that man no attention.
Oh, girl.
Let's see the comments.
Probably
Hey. What happened?
I'm here. Oh shit.
What?
Hello.
Why do it sound like that?
Do it sound like that right now? Hold on, listen. Hello.
Yeah, like don't try to put me on no speakerphone or nothing, nigga.
No, I'm already on my.
You on your station head?
Yeah, well now I'm on mine because I have to go on my phone. We was listening to you on YouTube, but I was falling asleep.
You was falling asleep?
Exactly. It's late.
Boy. Isn't that when you come out at night? Don't the freaks come out at night?
That's just I ain't no freak. I just be
Don't the freaks come out at night? I said.
About the whole Nicki Minaj SZA situation. If you guys do not know, everything went down yesterday on social media. I was trying to keep up with everything. It was nuts. TDE Punch posted something and it obviously irritated Nicki Minaj. And she went in literally for hours last night on TDE's crew, on SZA, and folks even accusing her of throwing a little bit of shade, honey, at Doechii, okay? So anyways, I'm here, you know what I'm saying? Your wish is my command. So I'm here to break down everything to you. Right, so as you guys see, it says right here, Punch TDE, Broken Barbies. He tweeted this on July 15th at 12:35 p.m. Somehow it got back to Nicki and Nicki Minaj went the hell off, okay? So Nicki Minaj says this, LOL, y'all remember when that man from TDE who kept bullying me on Twitter for no reason? We have the receipts, LOL. I've never responded to him. What was his name again, y'all? I'm going to give him a nickname. I'm going to call him minus 30 million from now on. Hashtag justice for Demori. Now, Demori is Desiree Perez's daughter that she's wanting justice for. So she's claiming that she got these receipts. A lot of people are saying that the whole minus 30 million is a shot at Doechii because she lost over 30 million Spotify users or something for some reason. So people are saying that she's throwing shots at Doechii as well.
A lot of people think that Doechii is a industry plant. Like her career is not organic.
So then SZA comes along and she says this. SZA says, Mercury retrograde, don't take the bait, LOL, silly goose. At that point, Nicki Minaj straight up lost it. Nicki says, go dry your freckles on, Buki. Justice for Demore. Deposition Perez. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Sounding like a fucking dead dog. Then SZA replies back, and SZA basically says, I don't give a fuck about none of that weird shit you poppin'. Then somebody tells SZA, you really don't want to start this, girl. If you was crying before, you really gonna cry now when the barbs get at you. They even have a gif of Cersei Lannister, who we know loves violence, honey, in the Game of Thrones. So SZA replies back and she says, I get bullied by millions online every day, then step my ass out on a packed stadium tour where people show me real love in real life. My parents are healthy and I'm the most successful I've ever been. Get some fucking perspective and bark at a wall. Then she comes back and says, laugh my ass off. Let me go back to being calm, shy, and meek. Y'all have a blessed night. See y'all tomorrow for night 2 in Paris. So SZA's out here doing her thing, honey. So y'all just saw what SZA had to say. She didn't want any more smoke. She wanted to kind of, bow out gracefully. But Nicki Minaj was not going to let it go, okay? Nicki Minaj went in for hours yesterday on Twitter and then took the station head to drag SZA even more. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the tweets that Nicki Minaj was sending yesterday. She says, me after I suck some good Zeke. Guarantee you won't fight a man. We have every tweet of your insistent bullying, lying, and more. Your name was added to the shit list, shitty draws. Same thing that makes you laugh makes you shit. What the hell is going on here? What in the shitty draws is she talking about? Then she goes on to say, TDE stands for Tiny Dick Executive. Then she says, y'all remember when Doo-Doo on the Beats was filling his doo-doo? Now he's sitting in it. Justice for Demore. Then she posts this of Chucky, and she says, MTM, minus 30 million. And like I said, people are saying that that's shots at Doechii. So here goes some of the receipts right here. So they're saying in July of 2025 was reported that Doechii and Kendrick Lamar lost significant numbers on Spotify's monthly listeners, reportedly 30 million. So a lot of people are saying that when Nicki Minaj was tweeting MTM minus 30 million alongside the Chucky doll, that was a shot at Doechii. So that's the tweet right here that people are referencing. Then she goes on to say, so glad I have proof of being bullied and being lied on by a man publicly on a platform I use for my job after I rejected his business propositions on more than one occasion. He failed to disclose that to the public that I rejected his business propositions and thereby acted in what appears to be retaliation purposely used to cause financial damages to engage in a smear campaign against the brand. Then somebody says, these hoes are always projecting this on you. She says, poor stink. She should have been able to graduate therapy by now if she didn't follow people on social media who she's tired of. I'm sure any therapist would agree. Then she goes on to say, child projection is loud today. What's fucked up is that the pawns always go outside, broke, cursed, and most of them never even knowing that they were pawns. Then she says, bitch looking and sounding like she got stung by a fucking bee, ... draws on my fake freckles. Then she replies back to SZA when SZA was saying, let me be calm and meek. Nicki replies back and says, shut up, ugly. I'm in a meeting, so I don't know if you was still talking shit or not. So if you don't, I'll delete later, ho. Wow. Then she...
When she said about the thing about her, she's going to go sit down and be meek somewhere, people felt like that was a dig on like Mick Mills and stuff. So I'm like, who knows?
Comes back an hour later and says, bitch damn near broke that man's back and leg. Bitch fat and chubby and skinny at the same damn time. Bitch, where are those 30 million streams that disappeared on Spotify? Like, fix your faux freckle. Then she says, this is what they've been waiting. This is what they be wanting when they music release. Speak on me about me at your own risk. When I'm discussing the abuse I've suffered at the hands of any man, if you as a woman choose to go into that field, you're going to leave bloody. I'll expose more of your lies, and I'll tell y'all all the time I play the long game. So while y'all celebrated insignificant wins and fake laugh for hours, God was already working. Sit this out. Trust. Ego won't win this one. The truth is the truth. It doesn't change. The lies and deceit, abuse of power ain't gonna cut it no more, no more. Then she goes on to say, wait, does SZA think she's more successful than me? LOL, catch me up, please. SZA, if every song you've ever done vanished right now, the music business wouldn't even miss you. I've been to countries you've never heard of. I know you're not that stupid, are you? Stadiums? Did you look at the venues I play on my own headline festival tours out of the country last year? Bitch, have you ever headlined to 80K? Have you ever headlined to 80K people? Bitch, what have you ever done besides yodel with auto-tune that needed retuning? Boo, I'm an icon. You're not. The end, pay that man for almost breaking his back. Why didn't you speak up when your exec was bullying and harassing me, you dirty, mangy cunt? These botted numbers on all platforms have y'all losing y'all's mother effing minds. You the type that would have been quiet in school trying to fit in. You still have no clue who you are. I know you went nights without washing that musty face. Bitch, how you remember exactly where every freckle go? Desiree Perez, you want to discuss your daughter's lawsuit? And did you do your deposition? Oh, okay. So she's steadily going at Desiree Perez as well. Then she says, bitch put out a whole album as a deluxe to an already existing album that was out like a year or two, so the original album could break records. Like, what in the insecure lack of morals and integrity you doing? I thought she was like a real artist. Girl, bye. Then Nicki Minaj posts a video of somebody drawing freckles onto SZA's face. Then she starts going through SZA's old tweets where SZA was dissing Rihanna and Sierra and others. So here, somebody sent this to Nikki. She's the main bitch that can't hit a note. SZA says, I don't get it. Neither Rihanna or Sierra can hold a note worth a damn. One's just worse than the other, so what's the beef? Nicki Minaj says, bitch, girl, hit the auto-tune button, Miss Meek and Mild Freckles. Then she says, bitches be on Twitter dissing Rihanna, Sierra, etc. But then when it comes time to suck zick and get opportunities from them, she drew them freckles on and got the sucking, right? Allegedly, like, bitch, stop being jealous of women who you secretly will kill to be up their asshole. These men putting batteries in y'all's back and y'all are stupid enough to keep it going, not peeping that it's not going to end well for you. Buzz off, Bumbelina. Somebody else wrote, why did you take B out? Because SZA had also dissed Beyonce as well, but Nicki Minaj took that out, which was very interesting. And then she retweeted this person. The whole issue is SZA coincidentally came onto Twitter talking about not taking bait and retrograde. That's not even and a retrograde that's not even happening. After not tweeting since June, until Nikki spoke out about her manager who's been harassing Nikki since 2012. Then Nikki says, like, do you know the level of inside hate for yourself you had to have to be this much of a cunt for no reason to women you later worked with? Now want to act like you're a motherfucking tarot card? Bitch, quit. So they're just sitting here posting all the things that SZA has said. This one, she says, Beyonce looking more like Madonna every day. Could have swore she was black at one point. Hashtag just saying. And this one, she says, Nikki got a problem coming up fast. Shorty right here, go. Then she added at Iggy Azalea. Then somebody says, so Nikki is mad at Punch tweeting Broken Barbies, which happens to be a song he's promoting, thinking it was about her. Then Nikki replies back and says, oh, sir, please tell me you didn't get on here and type this. You can't be this fucking stupid, are you? Somebody else sent her a message, are we in retrograde? And AI says, no, we are not currently in a Mercury retrograde, period. Nicki Minaj retweeted that and says, congratulations, SZA, you played yourself. Somebody else says, a miserable, passive-aggressive weirdo. Nikki says, exactly, we gonna call this bitch Mizza. Bitch been miserable going on 2 decades. Then she calls SZA pumpkin. Then she posts this video of SZA, I guess, trying to sing or something. Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, I just keep me satisfied. Okay, I've never seen that clip before. She says, must have been good old retrograde child. Bitch singing Spanish with English words. This bitch singing in script. Oh, damn. This went on for hours, you guys. I'm just going to read a few more. Then she says, bitch finna pounce her imaginary friend. But did she look sexy in this footage, child? Let's get SZA back to this look. This was the right wig for her as well. Now, as far as the vocal coach, boy, that's gonna cost the bitch and her whole budget. But you ain't heard that from me, child. Then she says, thanks for hanging with us tonight on Station Head. So that's when she went to Station Head to go off. So that was a lot to read, okay? She went in, like I said, for at least...
Me, honestly, I wouldn't have handled it that way. But then again, I'm not a female rapper, so I don't know. I would have told SZA a little bit, a bit more professionally, right? But it's the culture. People like to insult and roast and drag and stuff like that. But it's a lot. It really is a lot. Nikki, it's a lot. So I feel like that's the problem too. I feel like sometimes I can concede to that. Like when you respond to stuff, when you respond to passive aggression this way, you can end up looking like you're the problem, right? Even though you might be, fully within your rights, but the way you go about, setting somebody straight sometimes, it can be a lot, because Nikki can go there. She really, really can go there, which is why I say people should not mess with her, okay? If she asks you for a feature, if you don't want to do the song, just tell her, Nikki, I'm not going to do it. Thank you so much, but I got to pass, right? You're so sweet. Can I buy your Birkin bag? Okay. If you're going to do it, tell her when and show up when you said you're going to do it, right? That's it. All of this could have been avoided. But when somebody asks you for a thing, and most likely you're a manager, like you talk to her every day, and it's 2025 from 2025 years, and we haven't gotten a response, but what we get is a song on Twitter talking about broken Barbies. And then, like the people said, you says that you haven't tweeted in such a long time, and now you pop out of nowhere acting like, oh, I'm Mercury's in retrograde. I'm not going to take the bait. I'm so much better than this. Obviously, you're not. Obviously, you are not. Okay? But, I'm not a female rapper, so, I wouldn't, I think SZA needs to be handled, but I just wouldn't have handled her this way, but that's just me. Nikki's a female rapper. I'm not a rapper. So, hey, girl, that's crazy. And SZA, stop lying so much. It's too much.
2 hours. Then she went to Station Head to go in for like another 2 hours. But we're not going to listen to all that. We're just going to listen to this short 5-minute clip of her basically addressing why she's going at SZA. Y'all wanted a breakdown? Okay. I pushed my schedule behind. Y'all going to get this whole breakdown. Okay. So let's go.
No, thank you, T.
Anybody got no motherfucking time for this shit. Okay. Now, I was in my motherfucking meeting, and I ain't know if I had to come out swinging or if bitches was, I didn't know. Bitch tried to be slick. Probably knew I had a meeting with all the alleged stalking they've been up to.
And when you listen to her, please keep in mind that she's a Sagittarius, right? So think of Nene. When Nene gets mad, you see how when she gets mad, she just calling Andy all kinds of crackhead, that Andy was doing coke. You know what I mean? Like, Nikki's a Sag. Nene also is a Sagittarius, right? So, it's a fire sign. So when they get mad, it's like, yeesh. They're not going to stop. They have to burn the whole thing down. So I'm like, yeesh, I wouldn't go about it that way because, I'm an air sign. I'm Aquarius. Like, I'm called to be cerebral, but these people are straight up fire. Straight up fire. That's why you shouldn't start shit with these people. You know what I mean? Like, don't start stuff with people. If she asks you for a feature, like I said, I'm going to say it again. If she asks you for a feature, if you don't want to do the feature and you know that she's the type to feel very slighted, because I guess low-key, high-key, I think we have to kind of recognize that Nikki's very sensitive. She's really sensitive. Because if she was not that sensitive, she wouldn't be doing all of this, right? She's really sensitive. And she took it as a dig that given that she reached out to you, you didn't get back to her. She's really sensitive. But she don't want people to see her as like her being a punk or like her being a softie. So she's doing all of this, right? People who act like that are usually very, very sensitive, right? She's really sensitive. She's really sensitive. And when she's hurt, this is what she does, right? So if she talks to you, she reaches out to you, you got to be very mindful, okay? You got to be mindful. So you're either going to do the feature or you're not going to do the feature. If you don't want to do the feature, let her know as soon as possible so she can look for someone else. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Be professional. That's insane.
Now look, bitch.
Oh, Lord.
I don't know one of your motherfucking songs.
Nikki, how can you say that?
Not one, bitch. Y'all, I'm not trying to be funny. Like, I'm not. Y'all, do y'all want to know something? Yo, like, y'all, I'm not being funny. Like, today, this whole day, I've been on my chill vibe, like, handling my business. You know what I'm saying? And can play with SZA. Les Miserables, bitch. I said, find you some motherfucking else body to play with, bitch. You already played with your own hoe, and we seen how that went, bitch. And you know I don't, you know, surgery shame or body shame. You know I don't even do that. But bitch, I don't know if you fat, obese, chubby, or skinny. You see, and so now I got to call Dr. Now to make me figure out what the fuck has been going on here. Bitch, because what retrograde was you in?
Oh my God.
Ma'am. You see what happens when you're so thirsty to be stupid and motherfucking corny?
Jeez.
I'm saying, but so good. So good. Y'all, but I'm not even trying to be funny, y'all. Listen, I don't know. Oh, oops. Gotta get up on my hair. Y'all, I'm not making. I got something to do, but it's gonna take an hour.
She hit her with the French. She's like, Les Miserables. I said, not Les Miserables. Nigga, your nigga's too much.
But the whole thing is, leave me the fuck alone. When you see me in certain way or form, I would advise you.
Jeez.
So let me get this straight. You were one of those, you know, kids loved music, and then when you started tweeting. Now, I don't know if this was before or after Freckles and Bumbleina came out. Okay? Which one? So I don't know which came from. However, Bumbleina, bitch. You. It tells me a lot about you, ma'am. So instead of you coming on Twitter to give props to the top Black women in your field at that time, to the women who you later worked with. So I guess they weren't that bad after all, huh? You were just one of the kids that couldn't get in the crowd, at the in crowd, huh? You went and started drawing freckles on your motherfucking face and...
You know, I feel like Nikki, if she didn't have this side of her, I could really see Disney hiring Nikki for like a voiceover for a villain. Like when she gets in her little villain era, like when she does that villain voice, it cracks me up. Like Nikki could have the perfect voice for a villain. Like she really could. I'm like, this lady is crazy. But you see, if I knew Nikki and I knew SZA, I would have called SZA and be like, SZA, she's just hurt. Okay? Because y'all was disrespectful. Like, come on, like, this is Nikki. Like, she's not just anybody. And she reached out for a feature, and it's 2025. 5 years, y'all have still not gone back to this lady? Come on. Like, imagine if you were shipping products and it took you 5 years to ship somebody's order. Like, they're going to go crazy on your ass. Like, get back to her. And also, you should just call her an apology. Like, Vic says, you know what? It's not even that. I'm sorry. He didn't even tell me. Girl, if you have to lie, lie. Okay? And take the... Oh, like, you know what? It's my fault. It's my team. We should have gotten back to you. It was never disrespect. It was never shade. We just ain't shit. We just ain't shit. You know, but don't tell the people that. But you know what I mean? Can I buy you a Birkin? Okay. That's it.
You don't have to, like, this don't have to even go this for, oh, Mercury retrograde and this and that. Girl, she reached out to your manager for a feature. She sent the song over and the man never got back to her. Do you not see how that's not retrograding? Like, come on. That's it. Like, to me, honestly, this is really unnecessary. And also, it's like, Nikki is also very serious about people not giving her her due, not giving her respect, or making it seem like her contribution is like forgettable. You know, she's very sensitive about her numbers. Like, she is like, yeah, her numbers, her sales, her whatever, like these things, her accolades, like they mean a lot to her. Don't mess with her. Okay. And you might not even mean to, but don't do anything that makes it feel like you're trying to take away from what she's done in her field. Does that make sense? Like, don't do that. And then you're not going to see a certain side of her. It's not that hard. I really feel like it's not that hard. Like, I've never met this lady, but I kind of feel like I understand this lady, which lets me know if you were trying to understand her, you could. But I'm like, pick up your phone, apologize. Nikki, my bad. We dropped the ball. You know what I'm saying? We really dropped the ball. That's it. That's it. That's all she wants. Like, she doesn't want to be mishandled. Because when she feels like you're trying to minimize what she has done, oh, she will come for your ass. Like I said, she's a fire sign. So good luck with that shit. Right? But if she burns your ass and you start to see meteorites just dropping out, you know what I'm saying? Dragons are coming and just blah, blah, blah. You start to see dragons just spewing fire at your ass. Don't act like you don't know why. Stop messing with people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, do not mess with people. You should know people's nature and try your very best not to trigger these people, right? But I'm like, Nikki crazy. Yeah, she gave Kim all her flowers when she was coming up, and Kim really did shade her for no reason because she was just, yes, she was. And you know, Kim always felt the way. Lil Kim always felt the way about girls who were light-skinned. You know what I mean? So it's not Nikki's fault that she's light-skinned. She can't help it. Like, that's why you have to learn to love yourself. You know what I mean? Because Kim also had her own trauma. And she was projecting her confused ass shit onto Nikki, which was really unfair, right? You chose to, quote unquote, fall in love with Christopher, who's very dark and had a lot of issues about being dark skinned. So he was out here chasing light-skinned girls, right? And then he made you feel the way about you being dark skinned, right? But that's not her fault. Like, you can't punish her for Charlie Baltimore. You can't punish her for Faith Evans. Like, you cannot punish her for that. So, like, yeah, love yourself. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, stop messing with people. Yeah, she crazy. Do not mess with this lady. Do not mess with this lady. Because Nikki, if she feels like you're trying to shade her, you're trying to minimize her album sales, you're trying to minimize her contribution to hip hop, you're trying to minimize what she has done as a woman in the music industry, oh, she will come for your ass. I'm like, everybody should know this by now. She's extremely sensitive about stuff like that. And like I said, to me, Marlene, even me, if Nicki Minaj had called my phone and I didn't call her back even after like the 2 days or so, I'm like, oh my gosh, big sis, my bad. Maverick was crying. Girl, you know, the babies, oh, child, these babies drive me crazy, but you know, I ain't shit. Girl, you know, I told you I'm an Aquarius, so my mind is lost, right? Like, sometimes that's just how you talk to people. Oh, it's me. Like, girl, I ain't shit. I was never shit. Well, maybe I might be shit tomorrow, but you know, right now I ain't shit. You know what I mean? Like, you got to find a way. And I feel like that's part of also being in business is that you got to find a way to not destroy relationships, right? It takes nothing for you as the owner of your SZA brain to say, you know what, my manager works for me. I hired him. And if he didn't relay the message to me and we didn't get back to you, that's on me. You know what I'm saying? I'm so sorry, big sis. Like, my bad. All right. And if you felt slighted, I'm so sorry. Do you want a Birkin bag? You want a Birkin? 2 Birkins? I got you. Right? That's it. Sometimes you buy people stuff, you apologize, you buy people stuff, you give them gifts, but you don't listen. You don't get your money back. You don't get your money back. I just feel like when you have money, you should not have enemies. That's like, I don't know. I just feel like when you have money, be friends with people. Like, oh, did I hurt your feelings? I said that? What? No. Did I really say that? Girl, I'm crazy. When did I say that? Oh, yeah, you're right. I did say that shit. Damn. That's fucked up, huh? Oh, my gosh. I'm so sorry, baby. I ain't shit. I really ain't shit. You want a Birkin bag? What make you happy? Okay, what's your sale? 15,000 will do it. Okay, here you go. All right. Forgive me. Okay. I love you. Love you so much. Okay, what the fuck? Right? That's it. You just, like, when you're in business, you just have to learn how to finesse people. Like, that's it. Keep people happy. Keep the champagne flowing. Well, keep eating, keep drinking. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Boom, boom. You know what I mean? So, but she didn't see it. She didn't see it because she chose to date a man who hated being dark skinned. So that's why when you're black also, you gotta be very careful being around black people who don't love themselves because they will go above and beyond because they don't like themselves, they hate themselves. They're gonna start projecting their insecurities onto you. And next thing you know, you're picking yourself apart, even though I ain't ugly. You ugly. Right? Lil Kim was very beautiful. Lil Kim was always beautiful. Like she didn't have a problem, but she decided to go be with a low vibrational man who hated himself, right? That listen, you gotta do what you gotta do, boo. You gotta be smart. Okay? Like you gotta be smart. Like imagine having money and having beefs and shit like that. That's just so wretched. Like I'm not doing that. Because it is nothing to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? I know I cussed you out. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I ain't shit. You know I ain't shit. Like, girl, you want Birkin? Okay. Like, they be like, okay, Marlon. I'm like, oh, well, you know, I love you. Okay. Whatever. Right? It's business. Because the thing about their industry, like their music shit, it's really small. It's a small circle. Like, get the fuck out of here. Big as a Gemini, you see he ain't shit. Yeah, but I'm quick on my feet. Like, listen, I'm good. You should see me in person. I told you, Aquarius are very manipulative. I just choose to be a God-fearing Aquarius. Okay? But it's like, that's the thing though, right? But I might just call her like, Vixen, oh my gosh, I really ain't shit, huh? I ain't shit. Girl, what? You made me see I wasn't shit. A lot of these rappers are Gemini. Pax is Gemini, Kendrick's a Gemini, Kanye's a Gemini, Andre 3000's a Gemini, Lauryn Hill's a Gemini. It's a lot of Geminis in hip-hop. People like them. It's a very attractive people. You know, but they just ain't shit. But they're fun though, but they ain't shit sometimes, right? I'm married to one. Okay, I have a son that's one. Okay. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's business. It's a small circle. Like, listen, shit. I ain't shit. You know what I mean? Oh, girl, I ain't shit. I was never shit. You know what I'm saying? Girl, you ain't mad at me. You know I ain't shit. Right? So that's my thing. Is like, just take it that way. You know what I mean? Just call and apologize because it doesn't even need to be any of this. But for you to not be aware that your manager never got back to her, and instead of trying to text her, like, oh my gosh, Nikki, you just brought this up to my attention. Like, that's why I fired him. Girl, he was dropping the ball so many times. That's why he's gone. Oh my gosh. Big sis, I'm sorry. I love you. Okay. No, like, okay, whatever. You want Birkin? She like, you dumb bitch. It's okay. I'm like, okay, sure, no problem. Okay, I am a dumb bitch, but it's okay. You know, keep the peace. Keep it moving. All right? That's it. Too many people fight over dumb shit. I'm like, look at the big picture, right? Look at the big picture. And if you can, do not destroy relationships. And if you can, salvage a relationship. Like, you got to be quick on your feet. But ultimately, it's your business. And the manager that you hired, he did not do his job. Maybe he did. I don't know. But since you fired him, it's okay to lie. Like, you know what? He did it. He wasn't shit. I had to fire him. Okay? Like, girl, what? Like, girl, ain't shit. Okay? How's Papa Bear? He's so beautiful. She's gonna start, like, the moment you say how beautiful Papa Bear is, she's done. She'll be like, I don't like this bitch, but he's good. Oh, he's so beautiful. When you have another baby, you gotta have another baby. Oh, you make such beautiful babies, Nikki. They're so pretty. They look like they mix with Chinese. She likes that shit. You know, she like, you know what I mean? Like, you should just know how to talk to her. Then she'll calm her little ass down. That's it. She just felt very slighted. You know what I mean? And she does all this loud barking stuff because she wants people to know, don't mess with me. But in all honesty, she's very, very sensitive. I'm telling you, like, she's not a real asshole. She's not a real one. Because me, the way I would have set up SZA, she would have cried. Okay? She really would have cried. Like, Nikki just cussed you out. Me, I would have set you up for failure. Okay? So I'm like, she just felt slighted. And she wants to let it be known, I'm not the one to fuck with. So I guess this is like her best way of doing it. You know, she's a fire sign. She's not an air sign. But if it was up to me, SZA would have cried. She would have quit the music industry. Okay? Because I believe in, like, getting your payback slowly. Like, I'm more like, I believe in, like, the long, like, yeah, I have like a long term. Like, I have a long term plan of how I'm going to get your ass. I'm very patient. Right? I'm extremely patient, but I will get your ass. Okay? I'm cool. Like, when you least expect it, bam. That's me, dumb bitch. Right? But I'm like, Nikki, she's a Sag, so she's gonna go. They just want won't war these people, right? Yeah, it's a lot of them. It's a lot of Gemini people. It's a lot of Geminis in hip hop. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Tell her, oh my gosh, how's Papa Bear? Oh my gosh, you can't be mad at me because I have to see Papa Bear. Like, what? Oh my gosh, can I get a picture of Papa Bear? He's so cute. You gotta have another baby. You're such a beautiful mom. Oh, I love it. I love it when I see you with Papa Bear. I was telling my mom that yesterday. Like, Mom, did you see Papa Bear, Nikki, in the little Range Rover? You're so cute. Like, Nikki, how come you're so, like, you never age? Like, you're so beautiful. She's like, oh, you think so? Oh, yes. Like, perennial beauty. Beautiful. I love your eyes. Like, you're mixed with Asian, right? Yeah, she likes that shit. Okay? She loves that goofy shit. Like, I'm a water bearer. I read people. And okay, just sometimes I can't be bothered, right? But I'm just like, talk about Papa Bear. Tell her your baby said Papa Bear. Okay, and you love her so much. Matter of fact, look out the window. You're like, bitch. Oh, I know I'm a bitch, but I'm a little sis to you. A bitch to somebody else. Little sis to you. Look out the window, sis. She'll be like, oh, what's that? Got you some roses. 100 roses for 100 apologies. I'm sorry. I love you. Don't be mad at me. Okay, I love you. Oh, Nikki, you have to love me. That's it. Then you'll be done with her. That's it. People don't know. I'm telling you, people don't know how to resolve conflict. Like, it's really sad. I'm like, y'all are just doing this for for utter nothing at all. Like, this is so inconsequential, right? But because people don't know how to resolve conflict. So here we are. Here we are. But I'm like, there's a better way of doing this, okay? You gotta love me. You must love me. You don't have a choice. People are like, you dumb bitch. I'm like, say it louder. You dumb bitch. There's a ring to it. That's it. Oh gosh, this crazy bitch. Okay. Problem solved. We move on. Woo! Lord Jesus. Okay. People just like to have stuff linger on for far too long. And that's how you'll see. Yes, I'll say it. This is the issue with women. Women will drag an issue until like the coming of Jesus. It's like it's never that deep. Move the fuck on. Apologize. Make a joke. Buy her Birkin or buy her Chanel. Buy her something. Go about your business. Okay. She'll forget. Everybody has a price, you know. Everybody does. Myself included. Okay. That's how it goes.
Rearranging you know, shit. But let's get to the heart of who Les Miserables is. Les Miserables is. Oh, oops. All right, y'all. I'll be back. I'll be back in an hour. Okay?
Okay.
Because we have to discuss this, beautiful women and beautiful men of Gag City. We have to discuss this. We will no longer tolerate not being able to speak on the abuse that we've suffered at the hands of any powerful person, you see. And then they send out their little chicken heads. Not knowing.
When Nikki said, I'll be back in an hour, you run to your phone and text her, oh no, you're not coming back in an hour. You're not coming back in an hour. Girl, I will be at your front door before that happens. You are crazy, right? Do not let her come back in an hour. Call the lady, text her, apologize, and tell her how much you love Papa Bear. He's just so beautiful. I mean, he really is beautiful, I'm not lying, right? But talk about Papa Bear. She'll tell her about Papa Bear. She'll be like, can't stand this bitch. I'm glad you asked. Like, it does something to people when you ask about their kids. They just shh. Okay. Dumb bitch. But she can't get that mad because you're asking about her son. She will calm down. I'm like, you need to run to your phone and do not listen to people like the Charlemagnes of the world. Oh, she's just a bully, like, child, but she is one bully I want to deal with. Okay? Why have her be your bully when she can be your ally? You have to know how to work with people, you know? You got to. You really have to. So I'm like, what is this? Like, this is crazy.
Knowing that I've been compiling information for 5 years. So if I were you, okay. Well, yeah. The Does she I didn't know what she had tweeted about. Did she tweet about her shows or something? I don't know. But do these people not know my stats?
Oh, Jesus. You see, she's very sensitive about that.
Like, does this woman think like on any day that if me and her walked in the room, like I'm in any country in the world, these bots done got to your motherfucking fat heads, I see. Y'all don't even know who's a motherfucking superstar and icon anymore, huh, Mizza? Mizza, you're not an icon. You are a yodeling fool who needs auto-tune, who done dissed every female entertainer, it seems, based off of, you know, the screenshots. Take your yodeling ass on somewhere else, bitch. What the fuck? You done tried to break that man back or something, I think, allegedly. How the fuck did you match the dots every time you put back on the freckles is what we the people want to motherfucking know. And did Desiree Perez take her motherfucking deposition? That's what we wanted. Oh, I knew that was gonna get you mad, Des. Mm-hmm. Okay, you guys.
She's like, you're yodeling fool.
Now, Barbs, I love you very much. So I have to do a meeting, but I'm gonna come back on here so we can have some fun in an hour, okay? But in the meantime, in between time, y'all, please know that outside of the accusations and stuff of anything I say, like in terms of alleged abuse of power and anything, outside of that, please know that this is all entertainment and should be treated as such. Okay? Please know that. It's okay to have a good laugh. I know I love a good laugh. But ultimately, this is not that serious, you guys, okay? And honestly, I hate having to speak like this to women, to engage in this. I know it might sound unbelievable, but I really don't. I don't like it. I'd rather deal with men. I'd rather speak to men and cuss men out or whatever has to be done, because that's where it's gotten at, you know, as of now, that's where it is. So, you know, with these women not having any understanding that they've been constantly used as pawns. And now streams have been vanishing left and right. Where have they gone? Oh my. But talent wins, and talent is God-given. Okay, I will come back on in an hour, you guys. All right, love you.
All right, so you guys just heard what Nicki Minaj had to say on Station Head. And the thing I don't get is if SZA is beneath you and she's not that girl, and of course, SZA is not on a Nicki Minaj's level. Nicki Minaj has been in the game for years. She has an amazing catalog. But why even address her? Why even give her your energy? You know what I'm saying? I just find that kind of crazy. So now today, the Breakfast Club was talking about this, and Lauren LaRosa said that she reached out to TDE to find out what the drama was, and this is what they had to say on the Breakfast Club. So we're going to go ahead and listen to this right now.
All right, y'all. So last hour we talked about Nicki Minaj and SZA and their beef that came out of nowhere. or so it seemed on X yesterday. So I reached out to Punch from TDE, who I also talked about in the first hour, who was at one point managing SZA. And I asked him, how did we get here? Like Nicki Minaj is alleging that y'all have had issues behind the scenes. And because of that, this is an alleged retaliation. Like you guys have been retaliating against her. And here's what he said to me. So he said, back in 2020, Nicki Minaj reached out for a SZA feature on a song. He responded and told Nicki Minaj that SZA was in album mode heavy and that he would get it over to her, and that was it. They never spoke again. Feature didn't happen, but he says he's lost after that as well. Like, so then I followed up and I said, okay, so there was no further issue. Like, I still don't understand from that, how did we get here? And he says, I'm lost after that. And the song, he verified what I said. The song that he had been tweeting about, Broken Barbies, was a song by an artist that he is working with now, I Am Lyric. So he's
confused.
He's confused as well.
Did you ask Punch why he ain't post the song last night? That was the time to post.
He said he did.
He did. That's what made Nicki, like, yeah, so he
No. I know you said that he posted it before, and that's what made Nicki react. But in the midst of everything,
well, it was like, so
he should have posted it and
posted
like,
again.
Broken Barbies, baby. This the song. You know what I
It
mean?
was so closely, like the time was so close that if you went and looked, it was right there. He literally tweeted Broken Barbies, and after that he tweeted there's like a trailer to I Am Lyric's video. Then he did the same.
Is the song out?
The song I was about to say, is it out?
We did all this. We should at least play the snippet of the song and see if we like the song.
I mean, shout out to the Nicki Minaj promotion team.
That's crazy.
We should at least play it.
That's what Nicki should do. Start Broken Barbie promotions. Okay, I'll amplify your records.
Yo, shut
up.
up.
I had no idea that Punch even posted about this.
I didn't either. I was confused as well until I went and looked like
But that's good
everybody
intel.
else. It is a good detail because I think a lot of people are trying to figure out. We didn't even know that there was an issue with
Punch should put the link in his Instagram. Make it easy to
yes,
find.
the song is out. It was out a day ago.
See?
All right, tea sippers. So you guys just heard what the Breakfast Club said. This entire situation is insane. I feel like this. At the end of the day, Nicki is grown. And, you know, she's in her 40s now. I think SZA's in her 20s. You got to let all these young girls do them. Like, at the end of the day, you don't need validation. You don't need any attention. Even if they're throwing shots and shade, who cares? You're that girl. You're that queen.
This one's about to bore me. You don't need validation. You don't need that this, and that. Girl, be quiet. This is the same lady who kept crying about YouTube not letting you have 1 million subscribers. And when you reach 1 million, she threw a party. So, no, if you work hard and the things that you work hard for, they matter. Your achievements matter. And you cannot let people play with you, especially people who got here yesterday. Okay? Like, she really cared about her 1 million subscribers because it was a time like people kept, like YouTube kept unsubscribing people from her channel, whatever. It used to get to her. And when she finally got to 1 million subs, she was really happy. She threw a party and people were really happy for her, right? Because it's validation. Like, you know, I'm not a biggest fan of her work. It kind of bores me at times, but it's like, hey, she's been doing like commentary for like over 8 years or so. So yeah, T deserves her 1 million sub, but why not? Same thing with Armand. You know, a lot of people try not to give Armand Wiggins credit for what he does. And every time he has a moment, they found a way to create some kind of weird drama to make him out to be like a weirdo or whatever. It's like, oh, please go sit down somewhere. But when people work hard, people have the right to say like, yeah, give me my dues. I've earned my dues. Don't play with me. Especially not some goofy ass manager. Man said, what's so amazing about Nicki? What does she rap about? Yeah. I can't sit here and be like, oh, I know all of her songs. But I will say one time in New Orleans, like it was a whole playlist. Like it was just, her songs were just playing back to back to back. And I was like, wow, this lady can write. She can really write. Like she's a wordsmith. Like it was really, like I truly liked it. I was like, she can really write. And I was really impressed by that. I'm not going to say, oh, I know every single song and things like that. But I'm like, she's really good. Like she's really cute. And she can do it all. Hardcore rap, pop, you name it, in between. I even feel like she want to be a country rapper. She could, right? But ultimately, it's like she's worked really hard. And it seems as though people want to trivialize what she has done. And it really makes her upset. And I'm like, stop playing with her, right? If Beyonce has 39 Grammys, you're not going to say, oh, she has 29. You wouldn't do that. So I think that's what she wants. It's like, if you wouldn't disrespect Beyonce, then don't disrespect me. Because she's not better than me. And technically, she's really not. You know what I'm saying? So that's that.
but I can't see him. Like, oh yeah, I know every single song, and I go to the concerts and I buy the merch. No, I'm not that kind of Barb. But I'm like, they need to stop playing with her. And these girls are indeed passive aggressive. These girls have really YN management, and they are the face of misogyny, like YN misogyny. And they know how to play victim, but they're not victims. Because I'm like, if she reached out to your manager and the manager said, I'm going to call you back and let you know if she's either going to do it or not do it, how come it's been 5 years and you guys have not told her if you're doing it or you're not doing it? You know what I'm saying? Just say, hey, we're not going to do it. Or yes, we're going to do it. That's it. And we're done. We're done. Follow through with people.
You're the queen of rap. Why keep entertaining the negativity? As far as the whole Mercury retrograde, I don't believe that was innocent on SZA's end. Let me keep that real. I believe that SZA was coming to defend, TDE. That is a part of her label. That's her own manager. That's a part of her. That's who has supported her career. And guess what? She has every right to come and, defend, said manager. Just like how close Lil Wayne and Nicki Minaj are. Anything that...
Vera, please. If TDE, her record label or her management, have been doing things to undermine Nikki, she needs to tell them not to do that because she's a woman. And how would she feel if that was done to her? Now, when it comes to Weezy, nobody's ever said, oh, Lil Wayne is investing to take down Cardi B. Lil Wayne is investing to take down Meg Thee Stallion. Like, child doesn't even know what day of the week it is, right? But you've never heard that Lil Wayne is involved in some kind of nefarious plan to take down any other woman in the entertainment world, right? But you can't say the same thing about Jay-Z. You can't say the same thing about TDE. Because one thing about Nikki, if she feels away, she has receipts. Now, she might not want to show receipts, and that's really at her discretion. But it's like, I've come to realize that when Nikki says something, she can back it up. She has receipts on people. I don't know if she has like a Google Drive or whatever she does, but it's like she has a file for everybody because she told SZA, I've been gathering receipts about you for 5 years. Like, girl, what? Right? But I'm like, I've learned that. If she says she has receipts, she really does. She really does. Just like with the whole COVID stuff, right? When Nikki said that her cousin back in Trinidad, he took and then he started having ED after that. People started mocking her. Oh, she's making things up. Oh, her husband is a what? A sex offender. One thing, one. What does that do with anything, right? But later on, what happened? People came out and said, indeed, that one of the drawbacks of getting the jab is that some men will experience erectile dysfunction. So she was not lying. I'm like, oh, you're pretty good. But they were trying to gaslight her. The whole media got involved. Even Joe Biden got involved. Like, so many people got involved to make this woman think she was crazy because the plan was to get everybody jabbed up. And it's like, no. People need to know the side effects of getting the jab, especially if you're a man. Your wiener might not work when you need it to work. Okay? But she was not crazy. She was not lying. So if she's saying that TDE is involved in some shiesty business to undermine her and to take her down, most likely she has receipts. Because whatever she doesn't, if she just makes a claim and she can't back it up, she can get sued for defamation. So every time she says these things, how come nobody tries to sue her? And say, oh, you're lying. This never happened. This never happened. Right? Like, come on. Why are they suing her? Okay? So obviously the stuff she's saying, she probably has valid receipts. And they know she has receipts. Because she's been here for a very, very long time. So I'm sure people tell her stuff. People give her screenshots. People probably even give her like voice memos and things like that. Right? And they report to her. And she has it all. So I'm like, you can't say, oh, don't let these young people do them. No, if young people are misbehaving, you need to recalibrate their behavior. Like, don't do that with me. I'm not one of your little goofy friends. Like, don't do me. You're crazy.
Goes against Wayne or people that go against Wayne, Nicki Minaj has Wayne's back as well. So, for her to get mad that SZA said something, and SZA wasn't disrespectful. She just said, don't take the bait. Now, SZA tried to come back and say that, oh, she wasn't talking about Nikki. She was talking about something else. I don't believe that. I do feel like she was trying to respond and defend TDE, which is fine because Nicki Minaj does that all the time for Wayne. I just don't get it. I don't get the back and forth. They work together. SZA has, co-written songs. I mean, let's keep it real. Nikki is saying that she doesn't know SZA's music. She doesn't know one song that SZA has, but that's not factual because they worked on the song Feeling Myself together. SZA is credited as a songwriter. You know, I just think that Nikki is just going through a lot right now. She's mad.
Just because you are credited on a song doesn't mean that you actually were locked up in a room and you wrote the song together. They could have sent her a rough draft and she fixed it. Like, there are a lot of people who write songs for people and they are credited. They never met the artist. So I don't even know what we're talking about. Also, if you say that she knows her so well, then why did she get back to her? Like, girl, what? Why did she get back to her? Since she knows her and she wrote for her. Okay, so if she's asking for a feature, why don't you get back to her? Like, why don't you also make it about SZA not taking care of her business? I'm like, okay, why didn't you get back to the lady? It's been 5 years. Why didn't you tell her, yes, I'm doing the feature, or no, I'm not doing the feature? What's the problem? Or Cardi put you up to this? Right? That's the problem with people when people start becoming friends with celebrities. Like, they can't do their job anymore. Like, Lovely T, do your job, please, okay? Do your job, right? Because to me, it's like, okay, why didn't you get back to her? Or is it because TDE told you not to get back to her? Right? And is that okay? Because you're okay, I need to tell her something. Like, be with your management, but you can also be an upright woman and be like, that's not cool because she's waiting on me for an answer. So if I'm not going to work with her, y'all need to tell me what I'm going to tell this lady so she doesn't get upset. That's all we're saying. So ride with who you ride with, but also stand on business. Like, you know what? Somebody reached out to you. So say, hey, I can't do it, or my label won't let me, or whatever. It's raining cats. I don't know. Tell her something. But you don't have somebody waiting for 5 years to know whether or not you're going to do this damn feature. Like, who the fuck are you? Like, are you Shaka Khan? Like, girl, are you Whitney Houston? You're not that big. Like, you're crazy. So I'm like, yeah, that's why she cussed your ass out. What?
At Jay-Z, you know what I'm saying? She went on a rant about Jay-Z, I believe like a week or so ago.
Tweeted, Jay-Z, call me to settle the karmic debt. It's only collecting more interest. You still in my top 5 though. Let's get it. N-word. And anyone still calling him whole will answer to God for the blasphemy. He feels like blogs and online platforms don't touch what she's saying, and they don't cover all of her words fully because it's Jay-Z and Roc Nation.
I have no idea about their business, but if someone
You Charlamagne, you never knew anything. Just like you didn't know that that Joe Biden had like early signs of dementia. Like, you never know shit. Shut up. The Jay-Z thing also, Jay-Z does dirty business. Once again, she has receipts. Because I don't understand how, like I said, to me, Beyonce was sent by her husband to do this collab with Nicki Minaj, get her on like, a black woman shit, and get her to sign with Roc Nation without reading the contract. But Nikki reads, like, girl, you let your man think for you. I don't. Okay? You hide behind your husband. I don't. So she read the contract. She was like, oh, no. So she didn't sign the contract. He also put Nikki in title. Right? How that played out. Did he even pay her the money? Only God knows. Okay. Now, Nikki was dating Meek Mills. Nikki took Meek around these people. Sean Carter, Sean Combs. Next thing you know, these people are like, they stop their friendship with Nikki, but they become super obsessed with Meek Mills. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, do you have a code? Do you have a code? Probably not. You poison your own community. Okay. So it's like, yeah, he does very shady business. Now, when it comes to the Meg Thee Stallion situation, right? Is Jay-Z telling Megan, okay, be respectful because that's still so-and-so? No, he's not. And that's why she feels very comfortable. Because if she didn't have Roc Nation behind her, she wouldn't be doing this. Okay? That's crazy to me. That's not okay. What else did he do? Oh, he did something else. I can't think about it. Oh my God, what is it? Jay-Z does shady business, okay? He went, like, even Kanye told him he wants to buy back his masters. Jay-Z said no, he doesn't want to sell Kanye back. He don't want to sell the masters back to Kanye. I'm like, but why? You're gonna sell it to another person. You see, you like, you're black, he's black, right? The man is saying, okay, now I have the money to pay back my masters. Sell my masters back to me. Jay-Z says no. So what you gonna do? Sell his masters to a Jewish person? Like, he's not a good person. Like, he's not a good person. And just because you don't have the courage to call him out, it doesn't mean that she's wrong for calling him out. He's not a god. And she is right. Going around calling yourself Hov, Jehovah, whatever, which is like, like a knockoff of Jehovah. Yes, he will have to answer for that. Because you have to treat God's name, like, you cannot treat God's name in vain. You have to respect God's name. So yes, she's right. She's right. Right? She's absolutely correct. Jay-Z does a lot of shady business. Anybody can look back at his history with Dame. How they fall out?
Why they fall out? Once again, it was about money and also about his masters and like his masters, Rock Nation, Rockaware, Rockefeller. You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy, right? And now he has a whole Colombian, a whole narco trafficker, right? Who went to prison, got a pardon from Donald Trump to be the president of Rock Nation. And Des Perez is out here calling her son-in-law the N-word with the R, Nina, if you don't leave the N, okay? And then since her daughter would not leave the N-word with the R, right? She locked up her daughter in a cuckoo home. Like, so Charlamagne, go sit down somewhere. You came up doing gossip with Wendy Williams. You know a lot. You act stupid, but you know a lot, right? So stop playing with people. So like, yes, Jay-Z's not a good person. He is not a good person. And one day, someone is going to be brave enough to do a biopic on Beyonce and how she was handled in that marriage. It's going to come. It will come out. And a lot of people are going to cry. He is not a good person. He's not a good person. Like, what the heck? Because he has money? Who cares?
One owed me $200 million, then I would be in court, not on X. And I guarantee you, if she ever took that to court, that would be a huge story.
She's mad at Desiree Perez. She's mad at all these people. And I think a lot of other folks are catching strays.
Because Des Perez is evil. She's a bruja. She's a witch. If you can lock up your own daughter in a cuckoo home because you don't like who she's married to, like, how can you do that to your own child? Fake police officers, fake doctors, people signing all kinds of like medical releases to have this girl like locked up. The girl was locked up in a cuckoo home amongst crazy people, even though she's not crazy. Her mother doesn't like who she's married to. But I'm like, she's an adult. You gotta respect that. And also, if you had not been a narco trafficker chasing money and God knows what, and I don't know, El Chapo, whatever you're chasing, right? You would have been a better mother and she would have listened to you. But if she's not listening to you because, yeah, you gave birth to her, but there's no real bond because you weren't there. Your parents raised her. And now you come back into her life after you done fucked up your life and you want to tell her what to do. She ain't going to do it because she's acting out because you weren't there for her. So go apologize to your daughter. Like, that makes no sense to me. Like, Des Perez is not a good person. If she can do this, if she can do these things to her own daughter, only God knows what she's out here doing to other people. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, that's really, really crazy. She's not a good person.
You know what I'm saying? You know, Punch says that the song has nothing to do with Nicki Minaj. You know what I'm saying? It's his artist that came up with the song. She's taking it personally. But the way she went in on SZA, calling her out her name and everything else was just insane. Because a lot of these young girls look up to Nicki. And it's like, you know.
You don't even make any sense. If they looked up to Nicki, they would have called her back. When you look up to someone, you treat a person that you look up to with respect and deference, right? Oh, I look up to her. Like, once upon a time when I was young and I looked up to Oprah. If Oprah had called me, I'll be so happy. Like, oh my gosh, Oprah called me. Ah! Right? When you look up to someone, it shows in the way that you handle the person. But you can't tell me that you look up to someone and you've left them unread for 5 years. Right? So did you look up to them or you had jealousy for that person? Right? Because if you're jealous, I can see why. Now that you have her attention, you want to play games like you're too good to get back to her. But if you really looked up to her and you know that she called you, you'll be so hurt. Like, oh my gosh, like, I love you so much. Like, I will never want you to feel slighted. He just didn't tell me. So I'm so sorry. How can I fix it? How can I fix it? So when you look up to someone, we wouldn't be here if she really looked up to Nicki. We are here because Nicki called her manager. The manager says SZA is in full album mode right now. Send me over the song or whatever it is, and I'll play it for her, and then I'll let you know if she's going to do the feature or she's not going to do the feature. Okay? It's been 5 years. And instead of talking to Nicki directly, she wants to talk about Mercury retrograde on Twitter. Like, what is this? Right? You could say, oh my gosh, big sis, I just saw you were really upset on Twitter. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Like, I didn't even know. Oh, Lord. And if I had known, I would have fixed it. That's why I fired him. He didn't shit. You want Birkin bag? Boom, we're done. Right? Because when you look up to people, that relationship means a lot to you. Right? So if the person is upset because I look up to you, I'm going to try to fix it. I'm not going to come on Twitter and try to be passive aggressive and talk about Mercury retrograde when nothing is retrograding whatsoever. Like, that makes no sense. They don't look up to her. They understand that Nikki has a big base. The barbs are real. The barb, it's huge. Like, they're so committed, right? So if Nikki gives you a feature, it's going to just take your career to the next level. That's not looking up to someone. That is trying to exploit a person. They don't even see her as a human being. Because if you saw her as a human being, you would try to get to know her as a person, and you would try your very best not to do things that trigger her. She doesn't like to be ignored. She doesn't want people to play with her numbers. She doesn't want people to take anything from what she's accomplished, right? So if you looked up to her, you would know that's a no-no. That's a no-no. Because once you go there, she will lose her shit. Don't do that, right? Oh my gosh, Nikki, you're the best rapper to ever do it. That's it. Tell her that. Oh my gosh, how's Papa Bear? Oh my God, how does it feel to have a mom that's an icon? Boom, you're done, right? That's it. I'm like, that's so damn crazy.
At this point, she's beef with everybody. You know, live.
Because everybody ain't shit. Whose fault is that? Like, oh, you beef with everybody. Yeah, because everybody ain't shit. So why'd you blame me? Like, what? I should tolerate low standards because I got to set people straight. How about people act straight? How about that? So yes.
Cardi, Ice Spice.
Yeah.
You know, now SZA.
Because Cardi ain't shit. Cardi ain't shit. Cardi ain't shit. Cardi ain't shit. Cardi would never be shit. The mere fact that Cardi is forsaking her children to run behind Stephon Diggs, who's out here doing pink cocaine while she going through a divorce and she fighting for custody. The girl ain't shit. Cardi ain't shit. Like, who the fuck is Cardi that people can't cuss her out? Even me, if I knew Cardi, I would cuss her out to her face. She is a non-factor, right? Being a stripper does not make you some oracle. Like, you are a stripper, bitch. You are a stripper, right? You're part of this low vibrational, no standard, low frequency culture, right? You're not like, no, like, go sit down somewhere. Like, that's crazy. Stephon Diggs. And now everybody is saying that he said that her behind stink, right? That her butt smell, that she stink, the whole body stink. The girl ain't too bright, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, why would I not fight with Cardi? When Cardi was on Love and Hip Hop, was she not a bully? When Cardi was on Love and Hip Hop, did she not take pride in sleeping with other people's mans? Was she not at the reunion with a man that had a whole girlfriend and she sat on that man's lap and told the girlfriend to come fight her? Like, Cardi ain't shit. So Cardi can't get cussed out. Like, the fuck? Are you serious? Who else did she cuss out? Meg Thee Stallion, she's rightfully deserved to get cussed out. Who the fuck is she? Who the fuck is she? I'm like, Ice Spice. Who the fuck is Ice Spice? Even Cleopatra exposed Ice Spice for being a fucking colorist. What the fuck? Why can't Ice Spice get cussed the fuck out? Who the fuck is she? Like, who? Like, because she went viral on TikTok? Who gives a fuck? That app will let anybody go viral, okay? Like, it's not a big deal. Where is Ice Spice now? Where is Ice Spice now? Where is she? Somebody who sings, oh, you think you're the shit, you're not even the fart. What is this? She can get cussed the fuck out too. Who else? SZA, she gonna get cussed out. Who else can get cussed out? So the thing is, you need to tell people to act correct. Act correct. And respect people who have real work. You people are built on TikTok sounds that only last for 4 seconds, right? The vast majority of people can't even sing an entire Ice Spice song from start to finish. They don't know the lyric. Oh, you think you're a munch? That's it. That's all they know. So we're not going to respect you, right? And don't let the views fool you. It's very easy to consume content from the comfort of your home when you're doing it for free. How many people will actually line up for Ice Spice? How many people? Her entire brand is her grabbing her ass and bending over. Like, girl, what? Right? I'm like, you're crazy. So yeah, she can get cussed out too. Lotto, same thing. She can also get cussed the fuck out. Right? Dating a whole married man. Isn't 21 Savage married? Isn't 21 Savage somebody's husband? I don't care if you're married for paper or whatnot. He is still married. And he a man, so I know he having sex with that girl. So I'm like, isn't 21 Savage married? So yeah, she can get cussed out too. Who else is it? You get on a phone call with Nicki Minaj and you record her without her permission. Yes, you will get cussed the fuck out. And now you're playing it soft. You're speaking all kinds of mouth. Oh, Nikki, I look up to you. Because you know you're recording her. You know she's being recorded. She doesn't know she's being recorded. So she's being herself. But you're setting her up. So yes, Lotto too. Alyssa can get her ass cussed the fuck out. With her old ass looking age. Okay? She looks old as fuck. So she can also get cussed the fuck out. Who else wants to get cussed out? So the issue here is not so much that, oh, Nikki is cussing people out. These people need to know how to act correct. They need to learn to, like, you have to work. You got to work real hard. You got to write your own music, right? You got to start from the bottom and really earn it. Stop hiding behind Jay-Z. Stop hiding behind TikTok and the algorithm. Stop hiding behind cheap sexual crap, right? Stop hiding behind ghostwriters. So yes, if I was Nikki, I'd be pissed the fuck off. Because for me to get where I am, I had to put in real work. These bitches is nothing but gimmicks. So yeah, I'm going to cuss you out. I sure won't cuss you out. Are you crazy? They don't want to work. They don't want to work. Everything is a gimmick. Everything is a gimmick with these girls. Everything is a gimmick, right? If Cardi B is not singing about her vagina, her sticky vagina, whatever she's singing about, does anybody listen to her, right? Can she actually write a story? No, she cannot. My behind, my vajayjay, eat my vagina. That's all she talks about. Dumb bitch. That's all she talks about. Like, what's like, that's all she does. How can it take somebody 5 years, maybe more than 5 years? All she has is one album. Why do I have to respect her? For what reason? For what reason? So yeah, all these heifers can get cussed out. Doichi also. If Doichi tries it, she can also get cussed out. Okay, that's it. Because you haven't earned shit. You're nothing but sympathy and payola. You are nothing more than gimmicks. Every single one of these girls is nothing more than a gimmick. Okay? You have people who orchestrate everything for y'all. They give y'all Grammys. They give y'all covers. They give you guys Woman of the Year award. What have y'all even done to have Woman of the Year? Like Doichi, what the fuck has she done? Right? But it's a whole sympathy tour because Doichi is dark skinned. That's it. Her music is okay. Like, it's not like, oh my gosh, like, it's okay. But she has a lot of work to put in. So why is Doichi getting Woman of the Year award? And so when what's her name? What's Gemini's name? The crazy one, the one that has dead chickens in her closet. Azalea, yes. When Azalea read Doichi, I agreed. I truly agreed. I'm like, yeah, because you're not deserving of this. And there's a reason why a lot of people believe that Doichi is nothing more than an industry plan. Because it's going too fast, and we know how it works. First, they put you on this magazine, then they have you at this award show, then they have you over here, then they have you over here, and then within 6 months, you get a Grammy for Rap Album of the Year. Like, you just got here. What? Right? So we see it. It's the rig. The game is completely rigged. So if you're someone, even though I'm not like I'm not crazy about hip hop like I used to be, right? But I'm like, if you're someone like hip hop is what you do, hip hop is your niche, that's your home, that's your stomping ground, that's all you ever know, that's your culture. You're gonna take offense to these lazy ass bitches coming into your shit and just getting shit just for existing and crying and playing victim. Like, it's disgusting. It is so disgusting. You have to earn it. And these girls are not earning anything. They're being given stuff. And that's so disgusting. So I'm like, yeah, Nikki has the right to be upset. She really has the right to be upset. It is so disrespectful to what hip hop used to be for people like Cardi B. Even when Cardi B won Album of the Year with Bodak Yellow, everybody was confused. We were all confused. Like, what? Nipsey Hussle, Kendrick. I mean, all these people. You see this stripper girl with just one song, the red bottom, and like, you see all these hip hop heads, and they're completely being overlooked by a stripper turned rapper like 2 days ago, and now she getting Album of the Year. For what reason? Are you okay? Are you seriously okay? So yeah, all y'all gonna get cussed out because it sucks. It truly, truly sucks for people to tell you, hey, here are the rules, right? If you do this and this and this, if you achieve this, and this, then this is what you're entitled to. So it's okay, cool, no problem. I'm going to work hard to do this, and that, and then this, and that, and then I should be entitled to this, and that. That is crazy to me. And then you're like, oh, no, well, you know what? We don't like your attitude. Or we don't like the fact that you dressed like the Pope at the Grammys. So wumpty wump. It turns into all this politics as opposed to achievement for achievement. If you have the numbers, if you have the stats, you should get Rap Album of the Year. What's the problem? Right? But because it's you, not everything is excessively political. And I'm like, that is not fair. And if her lovely T, she should understand that. Right? Because for how long was Tasha K sitting at 1 million and she was still rotting at 900,000 and she was feeling a way about rotting at 900,000, right? Or sometimes her live were acting stupid because YouTube was not liking her ass. How'd that make you feel, right? But when you're told that these are the rules, and if you do X, Y, and Z and you achieve X, Y, and Z, you are entitled to this right here. And then you do everything so that you are entitled to this. And then they just give it to this other bitch because she give this person head, or she had sex with this person, or she had sex with this man. Nah, bitch, I'm gonna cuss all you bitches out. Why are y'all giving head for y'all to get shit? And all these bitches do is lay on their backs. Name me one girl who has not slept with somebody in this industry to get somewhere, Beyonce included. Just because he's her husband does not mean that in her head it wasn't, oh, if I marry this man, he gonna help with my career. All these heifers have laid down with a man to have something done for them, and Ashanti included also. That's all they do. They lay down with people to get things done. Like, it's okay. Like, it really is okay to be serious. But if I worked hard and I realized that all these heifers who are quote unquote surpassing me or getting all these accolades are just giving blowjobs to people, yes, they will get cussed the fuck out because you're part of the problem. You are part of the problem. And as a woman, you can be a misogynist when you engage in that kind of foolishness, because you make it harder now for people to focus on the work, because now it's all about giving blowjobs. And that's disgusting to me. That's really disgusting. You are part of the problem. You are truly part of the problem. And any woman who gets into a male industry and decides to have sex or give blowjobs or do like orgies and shit like that to get ahead, you are the people. You are the kind of people that make the workplace extremely dangerous for women, because you're lazy as fuck and you don't belong here. Go in the street somewhere and just sell your body, because what you want to do is be a prostitute. You don't really want to work. You don't want to work. So why are you here? If you're a woman and you don't want to work and all you want to do is give head, drink, have sex with people for this, and that, go be a prostitute. Do not be over here, because you're making it unsafe for everybody, right? Because I'm not going to sleep with these people. I'm not going to give head to these men. I'm not doing that shit, right? And they can say a whole lot of things about Nikki, but how many dudes can say, oh yeah, Nikki gave me head for a beat, or Nikki sucked my whatever for this and that? No one can say that. They sure can, because they would have said that by now. The only thing they can say is that, oh, she's a bully. Yeah, but she didn't give you a blowjob, did she? Right? There you go. So she'll cuss your ass out, right? Because you can never say that you saw her naked. You can never say that you slept with her. But half of these other bitches, a lot of people been in there. A lot of people knows what it looks like, what it smells like, what it tastes like, right? And then they come back outside and let the whole world know it's musty, it stinks. There you go. There you go. Right? There you go. Because if you were about your business, if you were actually about the business that truly pays honorably, no man could come out here and say that your BBL stinks with them long ass nails. Wipe your ass better, be. Get you a what's it called? Bidet, whatever it is, right? And wash your behind. Wash your behind and get to work. Grab a pen, not a penis, and get to work. That's all we're saying. That's all we're saying. But this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is insanity. You guys, that's why I didn't even like Kamala Harris. Because I'm like, me, women who go to the workplace and have sex with supervisors, have sex to get ahead, I don't fuck with that shit. And my friend, she tried me. And I'm like, oh, well, since you like her so much, why don't you go have sex to get your job back? She said, oh, Marlene, you're so despicable. No, you're despicable because you root for a person that was having sex on the job to get ahead. And that makes everybody unsafe, right? Because why are you having sex? Everybody's out here as a young lawyer with all kinds of crazy ass student loan people. Everybody got student loan, right? So everybody's trying to be on the best case possible. But the moment you decide to go sleep with a superior, you decide to go sleep with a manager, you decide to go sleep with a partner at a law firm, you're fucking up for everybody. You're making it hard for all the women who are not going to do that, right? Because you don't want to compete. You don't want to admit to yourself that you're mediocre and you don't have what it takes. So what do? You decide to flirt with a partner. You decide to have sex with a partner because you ain't shit. Because you are misogyny embodied. You are misogyny personified, right? You ain't shit. You a weak ass woman. And Marlene, I cannot respect you because you need to earn it the right way. And all women who work in the workplace should be like this. We don't have to be best friends. But when it comes to men thinking that they can have sex with people in the workplace, all women need to be on the same, like we all need to be on the same wave. Nobody is having sex with nobody over here. Nobody is, because the moment somebody agrees, it's going to become part of the culture. And then people are going to start being unsafe. Because if you're doing it, you're like, well, why don't you do it? Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it? I don't want to do it, bitch. Like, what the free? So yes, Nikki can cuss everybody out because they don't even belong in hip hop. These are nothing more than influencers. That's what it is. When you think about most of these female rappers, oh, they are truly influencers with a horrible influence because they can't sell products, but they can definitely inspire young women to go ruin their lives because there's nothing positive. They don't inspire you to do anything positive, right? But these are not young women who care about hip hop. They do not. They are not students of hip hop. These girls are influencers who have some kind of body. They might be light skinned. They might have a little bit of a shape, a little bit of a build, right? So they know, hey, let me call myself a female rapper so I can have a following, so I can wear clothes, so I can justify being half naked all day on social media, right? But they are not students of hip hop. They're not writing. They're not studying. They're not learning. All they want to do is be half naked all day on the Instagram, be vulgar, behave like young YNs. They don't care about the money, don't care about the legacy. They don't care. They do not care. These are nothing more than influencers. These are charlatans. So we got to stop pretending. Got to stop pretending, right? They don't care. They don't even care. Anything that can make them go viral, they'll do it. They can just write all kinds of stupid rhymes, they'll do it. Even Elmo. Even Elmo is a bigger hip hop head than these people. You can check Sesame Street out, and Sesame Street has way more bars, way more relevant bars than any of these young female rappers. Isn't that crazy? Elmo can write better than you. Sesame Street has better bars than you because you don't care about this. Because all you want is to be famous. You are truly an influencer. And the problem is when you allow goofy ass influencers to be part of anything, it takes the standard down because they're not here to make it better. They're not here to make it even take it to a whole new level. Nah, they just want to be famous. It's no different than Shadur. Shadur is not passionate about football. Shadur just does football because that's what a Sanders does, right? My dad is Dion, so I got to do football, right? But he's not really passionate. That's why he plays football. He's a rapper. He's a streamer. He's a playboy. He's everything, but solely focused on being the best quarterback he can possibly be because he wants to be an influencer. He wants to be famous. He wants to be famous. And there are too many people in hip hop right now who only care about fame at any cost, no matter what, no matter the message, no matter the branding, no matter the consequences. Like people are even dying. There's this young lady in Chicago, Mella Bunks. She had her album listening party. People got lit the fuck up, right? But I'm like, you see, that's what you do. Because they said allegedly she jumped a girl, like she did something crazy, right? So I guess that was her payback for what she did. Right? I'm like, once again, because these people don't really care about hip hop. Because if you really care about hip hop and you care about your music and you care about being as the best you could be, you don't even have time to be jumping people. You don't even have the time to jump people. Have you studied all of Scarface music? Have you studied all of like Daddy Kane's music? Have you studied all of Nas's music? Like there is so much to study. There is so much to learn. There is so much to work on. No. They want to fight. Get their hair done, get their nails done, twerk, have boyfriends, have sex all day, smoke weed, smoke hookah, get drunk, get lit. That's it. And I'm like, yeah, because all you're trying to do is just want to be an influencer. You don't care. So I'm like, Nikki, even though I'm not saying she's perfect, but I'm like, to me, Nikki really cares about rap. Like she cares about hip hop. She cares about rap because she had to work hard. And the people that she had to work with, like the Lil Waynes, the Drake, she had to work with people who are truly passionate about rap. So to see that you're surrounded by a bunch of lazy bitches like that, who don't even try, everything is my body, my titties, my vajayjay. Like it's getting old. It is truly getting old. So yes, they can get cussed out and they will keep getting cussed out if they refuse to change their behavior. Point blank, period. But yes, Cardi can get cussed out. That's it. And even you, for as long as you've known Cardi, what has she done for you? Like, what has she done for you? Does she retweet your shows? Does she post your shows? Has she ever even given you an interview? No. She went and gave Jason Lee an interview, right? You're always capping for Cardi B. But when has Cardi given an interview? She's never given you a single interview, right? So much she doesn't care for you. So it's like, T, you're doing too damn much, right? Even Armand realized that, you know what? She don't really like me. She just liked the fact that I make content against Nikki. So he woke up like, you know what? This is crazy. Because he saw that Cardi really has a thing for Jason Lee. She really likes Jason Lee. As you can see, she went on his show, did a whole podcast, right? But she's not going to give Armand a podcast. You know what I'm saying? She's not going to give it to Lovely T. So Armand, he woke the fuck up. Like, girl, bye. You're not about to use me. Okay? But Cardi B is not a good person. She acts dumb. She plays dumb. And she could really be dumb. What do I know? But it's like she's not a good person. She uses people. Right? Because she knows deep down inside she's a fraud. And if we go back to the days of the Migos in motorsport, it was Cardi B who had a problem with Nicki. It was Cardi because she can't write, because she's a fraud. Once she saw what Nicki wrote, she felt uncomfortable. So then, what's his name again? So Quavo asked Nicki if she could change her bars because it was making Cardi B, the idiot, feel like an idiot because she's illiterate. She can barely speak English. Whose fault is that? Okay, I blundell English. What do I know, right? So Nicki changed. Oh, hey, look at Lacey, right? So Nicki changed her entire thing to make the girl feel comfortable, and even that was not good enough because then she still asked the Migos to take Nicki off of Migos, or she wasn't gonna do the motorsport thing. What do I know? But she's incredibly insecure, and we see it. Cardi B is on face number 9, face number 10, body number 5. Like, what the fuck? Right? By the time she's 40, we want to, I don't know what's going to be left of her face because there's only so much skin and nose you can pinch and pinch and pinch until you no longer look like yourself. Okay? So make it make sense. But Cardi's extremely insecure. So her dumb ass can get cussed out because she's a bird. She's a whole bird. Will always be a bird. She was a bird before. She's a bird now. And she will always be a damn bird. That's it. So why they can't get cussed out? Like, girl, what? The people have questions. Like, why can't Cardi B get cussed the fuck out? She's a damn clown. And now people are laughing at her left and right because she thought she was going to hurt. I wasn't going to get Offset, right? Make him upset. But instead, he's downset because he's laughing at her stupid ass because she's a whole idiot. Yeah, exactly. Like, how can you, like, in less than 6 years or whatever, being famous, she's already at face number 9. This is like her 9th face. Okay, and like the rounds of lipo, like what BBLs, like what, like 3, 4, 5. Like, girl, by the time you're 40, what are you actually gonna look like? Oh, Jason's Dominican, yeah, but she likes Jason Lee, like she likes him a lot. But she went onto his show and they did like a whole hour-long podcast. So okay, that's who she likes and that's who she supports. But I'm like, for all the support that Lovely T has given her, why can't she even call into the show? Like, you don't even have to show your face, but you can at least call in and help her out. Like, Cardi easily could have helped Lovely T break through 1 million views, but 1 million subscribers, but she didn't do it. So she's not a good person. She's not a good person. And just because you don't like Nicki, it doesn't mean that you have to lie to yourself and pretend that Cardi B ain't shit. Like, she's a no shit and shit kind of person. Like, what is this? Like, please. It's annoying. Like, it really is annoying.
It's just starting to be a lot. You know, even with the whole Doechii thing where people are saying that she's throwing shots at Doechii, I can see why people think that. And the thing is, Doechii is a huge Nicki Minaj fan. She's given Nicki Minaj props time and time.
Just because you give somebody props does not make you a fan. You are performing. Now, girl, shut up, okay? Just because you give somebody props, it doesn't make you a fan. Hold on. Doesn't make you a fan. Like, you know what you want. You know what you want. So it's like, please, like, go somewhere with that. Like, yeah, whatever. She's a fan. She's not a fan. Hold on, let me see. I saw a video recently. I watched a video recently where oh my gosh. What was that? I can't think of it. But yeah, Azalea went in on her. And I was like, I agree. She's like, yeah, because she's dark skinned and people want to feel sorry for her. And I'm like, yeah, that's it. Because I'm like, what does she do? Gator swamp. She's a swamp princess. It's just like, what the fuck? Like, what is this? So I'm like, no, hold on. I will find this. Sorry, Mom. Me too. Hold on. Are you kidding me? So like, no, you can get. What was it?
this time she's crossed the line and people have given her a mouthful and a piece of their minds. If you've been active on these pop streets, then you already know that Doechii is facing some major accusations regarding what many feel is a microwave success. And that's when Azalea decided to insert herself into the convo. Now, Azalea has always been unhinged, but as y'all are about to see, this one here a little bit different. Let's get right into it. But before we even get to Azalea's beyond insensitive tweets, let me give y'all a real recap. So Doechii drops her track Denial is a River, and it's a hit. She's got Grammy nominations, co-signs from huge...
Okay, it's making sense now. Okay, it's making a lot of sense. You see? TDE. You see? I told y'all Nikki not crazy. So TDE is the label that, what's that girl's name? SZA is signed to. Well, guess what? Doechii is also signed to TDE. You see? So now do we see why she was probably left unread? Because if SZA's gonna do anything, they want SZA most likely to do it with an in-house female artist. You see it, right? You see? That's why, like, when Nikki cuts people out, there's a reason. But what are the odds? So you're signed to TDE, and yet she reaches out for a feature. She never hears back from you people. Now, come to find out, Doechii, who really is having, like, it really is microwave success, you guys. It's like they're paying her. It's like they're paying people to pretty much install Doechii. Like, it's just weird. She doesn't have the catalog. Like, she has what, like 2 songs? She has the one song with what's that boy's name? What's his name again? Child. The Haitian one from Florida. Whatever. Okay, him. And then she has the song where she remade that song, right? My Anxiety thing. I'm like, okay, she only has 2 songs. But how is she getting all of this? How? Like, has her album even gone platinum? Like, I'm so confused. Like, I am just so confused. But I'm like, now it's Kodak. There you go. But I'm like, now it's making sense because the label does not want Nikki to get anything from their side, right? So if SZA's going to do a feature with a female rapper, it's going to be with Doechii. But then just say that. Just say that. So when Nikki says that she feels like these labels that are run by men are trying to take her down, she's not crazy. She's not crazy. I'm like, oh, when you dig, it always starts to make sense. Okay? So I'm like, hold on. Where are we again? Okay, let's go back.
Artists like Kendrick Lamar, and she's making major moves in the industry. But instead of celebrating her come up, the internet starts whispering that she's an industry plant, and you know how that goes. Anytime a new artist blows up fast, people start calling them an industry puppet. But things got real spicy when Azealia Banks jumped in, and y'all know Azealia never bites her tongue. It all started when an ex-user tried to shut down the industry plant rumors, saying, "We have to kill this narrative. Doechii's rise is what happens when undeniable talent gets time to develop and is backed by smart, sustained investment. If this feels inorganic, it's only because the industry rarely gives new artists this level of backing anymore." But here's what Azealia had to say. "No, it's because most artists are intelligent enough not to sign those types of deals anymore. The only reason any label has an incentive to invest any kind of money into a mid to whack YouTube personality, a non-conventionally attractive dark skin one at that, 100% signals they are owning masters, publishing, image rights to the artist's name, and getting the lion's share of their royalties for an insane amount of time in exchange for what to her probably seemed like life-changing money, but it's actually immediate debt. So yeah, they found a broke girl in the trenches that they could pay a small sum to push a product that they had been sitting around with writers they signed up for pub." Y'all, I told y'all it was horrible. But
and do you see, and I hope you understand, Nikki's not crazy. You might not like her delivery, but she's not crazy. Why? Because Nikki's independent. And for the longest, they've been trying to get Nikki to be into some bullshit with a crazy contract, right? Which is why I think Jay-Z told his wife, because you know she has a lobotomy. He told his wife, go befriend this lady and get her to sign the contract. Unfortunately, Beyonce couldn't deliver, right? So, and then Nikki read the contract, like, yeah, fuck you, Jay. Because I'm telling you, since we were young, Jay-Z, before Carter 4, I forgot which Carter it was, but I know before Lil Wayne dropped the Carter 4, he was trying to poach Lil Wayne from Birdman. And you know, Birdman is really about that life. And he told Sean Carter, you might want to beep, beep, back the fuck down. Okay? Then I'm pretty sure he tried to poach Drake. There's a reason why Drake does not like Jay-Z. Okay? I'm pretty sure he tried to poach Drake. The next poach attempt was Nikki. Because Jay-Z has always had an issue with Cash Money, Young Money, and the real level of talent they have down there. Because they really do. They're really, really good. Right? Him with Rockefeller, like they didn't really have that many people. I guess they had a season, but that was more a Def Jam, right? But Rockefeller was never really that. They were never really that. Like growing up, who'd you have with Rockefeller? Like you had like Memphis Bleak, You had Beanie Siegel. You had Emil. Is that her name? Can I get a what? You had Jay-Z, right? Kanye was making beats for them, but like it's not comparable to what they did with what Cash Money did. You know, Cash Money been outside from 99 to 2000, okay? They've really evolved. You know what I'm saying? They truly evolved. Like from the era of Juvenile to Manny Fresh to Lil Wayne being a teenager to Young Money, Cash Money turning into Young Money. Like they've had a beautiful rebranding. Even Young Thug, right? Is that Young Thug also like signed to Cash Money or something like that? What do I know, right? But growing up, Rockefeller, it was never that. All right. So Jay-Z has always been trying to break them apart. No, this man is not a good person. He is really not a good person. So now here we are. When it comes to having a Grammy, I think we see it with Beyonce, is that having a Grammy today is no longer contingent on the actual work, the songwriting, the production value, this, and that. It is no longer that. It's about politics and it's about paying for stuff. They pay for stuff. They are paying for stuff. So how would you feel if maybe you can pay, but why would I pay? Why would I pay? I shouldn't even have to pay because these people should be doing their job. If you don't think that they paid for Cardi, you're crazy. If you don't think that they paid for Meg Thee Stallion, you are crazy. If you don't think that they paid for Doechii, you are batshit crazy. Lie to yourself. Say, oh, because they're Black women. Yeah, shut up. It's giving DI and a whole lot of money. Okay, they paid for this. Beyonce, Cowboy Carter album of the year. They paid for this. They paid. And I will not even be surprised if they told Adele and them people to stop making money and stop making music because Beyonce cannot write music. She just cannot write. Lie to yourself. Do whatever you want. But if Beyonce was a real songwriter, she would have to show her butt cheeks in front of millions of people and her 13-year-old to put food on her table. She cannot write music. Okay? She can't write. Because when you're a real songstress, when you are a real songwriter, you don't have to resort to all of this. Beyonce legit is walking around like a blow-up doll, like some weird-ass stripper at the age of 45. Like all the dumb shit that Kim Kardashian was doing as a young woman, Beyonce is doing that in her 40s with her 13-year-old right along to witness her mother degrading herself for fame, success, and one more white people's trinkets. It's ridiculous. Put some clothes on and work on your songwriting skills and give us some more love ballads. This is degrading. This is utterly degrading. I'm like, this is the kind of shit that Carisha should be doing. Carisha needs to be that kind of shit because when you don't have talent, you rely on nudity. When you can't really sing, you make yourself naked and you do all this foolishness. But I'm like, this is insanity. At your age, you should be singing love ballads. You should have songs that actually mean something to people and the camera goes, pop, 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 pop. That sounds stupid. Okay. It sounds really, really stupid. So the problem is Nicki's independent. And because Nicki's independent, the industry does not want to give her this damn Grammy. The industry does not want to give her what she's due because they do not want to encourage more and more people to go independent. Because if you're independent, they don't make money off of you. Right? When you write your own music, they can't make money off of you. If you're independent, they can't make money off of you. So they will only invest in people or they're only going to support people that they pretty much have as slaves. Like if you are a slave to the music industry, they will give you all the accolades. They will give you the magazine covers. Even when you fuck up, they have all kinds of PRs and all kinds of sycophants, right? Trying to get the public to see you in a favorable light because you are a slave and they make money off of you. Right? They can't make money off of Nicki, and that's a problem. Now, the issue is, yeah, go ahead and sign your contract, whatever. If you want to sign your life away, you want to sign a 360, you want to be quickly famous, that's fine. But you need to know that everything you obtain as you're signing a 360, right, is pretty much given to you, right? They're just giving you shit. You haven't earned it. So don't talk to me like you're crazy. Hey, Elaine, don't talk to me like you're crazy because Nicki understands how these hoes are made. Okay, she understands how the factory of stardom is run. She gets it, right? And she knows that the people that be in power, mostly men, right, will never let her because she is refusing. Like when you think about it, when you really think about it, Nicki's like Medusa, right? Nicki's like Medusa. She's the woman that is truly standing up to men, and because she really is, and she's doing her rap career per her own terms. Like, this is my career. This is my work. These are my lyrics. This is my art. This is my IP, right? I will die before you get me on my knees to either sign to you or to give you a blowjob. Kill me first. Kill me first. And I respect that, because if you don't stand for anything, you will fall for everything. Right? But these little girls, they go in there and they see these men. And because, like I said, they don't really care about hip hop. They don't really care about the legacy. They want to be famous. They want to have followers. They want to travel. They want to have an audience and shake their hair and shake this, and that. Right? So these little girls are gladly signing in there. And because they're signed in there, their job is to embody misogyny with a female face. So then they make it seem like, oh my gosh, Nicki's being mean to me. No, your mindset, who you're signed to, what you adhere to, the contract that you sign means that other women who don't do what you do have to be ridiculed. They have to be shamed. They have to be oppressed. They have to be denied the right due. And when you agree to receive a Grammy that you didn't earn, you are part of the problem. Because even you should say, you know what, I have not done enough to have this Grammy. No, but you walk your ass up there, you give a speech, you thank God, right? As if God has anything to do with your fuckery, right? You haven't earned this. You have not earned this. So yes, you will get cussed the fuck out because you're part of the problem. You are part of the misogynist, okay, industrial complex of the music industry. Any woman who agrees to cheat, to lie, and steal, and be supported by a man to do another woman that's way more deserving dirty because you're so damn greedy, you need to get your ass cussed out. You're going to get cussed out, and that's the same thing with Tory Lanez. Anybody that doesn't want to sign, you don't want to sign them 360, they have to ruin your life. They have to ruin your life. They truly, truly have to ruin your life. You know what I mean? Maybe one day we'll even find out that the reason why this whole Rihanna and Chris Brown thing happened, because maybe Chris Brown did not want to sign to Roc Nation. I guess we'll never know, or maybe we will know. But there's something about when you don't want to sign your masters away, when you don't want to sign your life away, when you don't want to be a slave to the music industry, they will hurt you. They will seriously make your life a living hell. Sam Cooke, they killed that man. Whitney Houston, allegedly ended up dead in a bathtub. I would love to see it. You know what I mean? Now I'm like, you get older and you start questioning everything they told you about what happened about Whitney Houston that night, right? Because how can you drown in a bathtub? Like, how does that make sense? How does that make sense? Or did y'all kill her somewhere else? Then you dragged her into the room, you undressed her, and then you put her in the tub. The truth will prevail. The truth will prevail, y'all. And we just sat here, we ate it up because we knew Whitney had an addiction. But just because you have an addiction doesn't mean that you drowned in the tub. It could very well be that Whitney Houston was murdered. It could very well be that she was murdered. And that place out there in California, Los Angeles, child, it is ran by small hat people. So only God knows. If they can do this stuff to the Palestinian kids in 4K, 1080p, only God knows what they're doing here in Los Angeles. Only God knows. But I'm saying it could very well be that Whitney was murdered. Because this is really weird. It is so freaking weird. And that goofy ass Clive Davis party, bad things always happen to black people every time Clive Davis has a party. Okay? But I'm like, there's something weird with these people. So I'm like, no, I'm not going to go with the narrative. I'm going to do my own research because you people ain't shit. And you're a bunch of cheating ass people. You cheat. You cheat. Stuff that people used to have to work hard and earn. People are not. How can you have people that even have more Grammys than Stevie Wonder? How can you have people that have more Grammys than Diana Ross? A whole icon. Do you know Diana Ross doesn't even have one Grammy? Do you know that? How can you people out here have more Grammys than Aretha Franklin? Are you kidding me? How can you people here have more Grammys than Shaka Khan? Something is weird. Something is really weird. So the game is rigged. The game is rigged. And if you are weak, if you are here for the wrong reason, if you're just here to be famous, you are going to play, you're going to play your part. And that's a problem because as a woman, you should have enough integrity to be like, you know what? You're not going to use me to go hurt another woman, but they have no problem. These women do not have a problem allowing themselves to be forged into weapons to go attack another woman that's been working hard and not giving blowjobs. Okay. Can you say the same? Right? Beyonce is beyond a puppet, right? And that's why he controls her. She don't go outside by herself. She don't go out to eat by herself. Have you ever seen her by herself? It's like she doesn't even know how to think by herself. Like you should have seen her launch party for Sacred. I'm like, can this woman talk? Like even Blue Ivy is more charismatic than her mother. Something is weird. Something is really weird. She can't talk for herself. I'm like, did she undergo a lobotomy? Did they give Beyonce a lobotomy? That people have a question. Where is her personality? Like when you see Solange, you get like, yeah, Solange has a personality, right? When you see Blue Ivy, when you see Rumi, oh yeah, Rumi definitely has one, right? Even her mom does. She's a very shady woman, right? And that is her personality. She's very passive aggressive. She's very mean and she's very shady. But it's like Beyonce, does she have a personality? And that's the problem with trying to be liked so bad. But everybody has to like me. Everybody has to love me. You get to a point, you don't even know who you are because you're being controlled. Sometimes you'll see Beyonce at a basketball game. The girl is rocking like this. She's rocking like, I'm like, what is this woman doing? Right? She's at a basketball game and then she's just rocking herself. She's like this. And I'm like, is she on drugs? Is she okay? Has she undergone a lobotomy? Did Beyonce get a lobotomy? Like, what is going on? She's like this. And I'm like, what is she doing? Exactly, Shamari. Exactly. Something is weird. But I'm like, every time you look into her eyes, the lady looks like she's dead. Every time you look into her eyes, the lady looks like she is dead. Like she's not there. Like there's like nobody's there. Like the lights are on, but nobody's home. It's like Beyonce, Giselle. I'm like, what has he done to you? Right? Like it's just crazy. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. It's really crazy.
As you might have guessed by now, the internet was not going to let Azalea slide with that narrative. One person clapped back saying, how you hating outside the club? You can't even get in. The comments were ruthless. Another person dragged her saying she always knows why everybody else is successful, but somehow doesn't understand why she's not. Oh, people are calling Azalea jealous, bitter, and pressed, especially because this isn't the first time that she's come for a rising female artist. Some fans even pointed out that Doechie's artistry does have some similarities to Azalea's, which might be adding fuel to the fire. It's given mad because she's succeeding where you didn't. Well, we all know how the plot will thicken because Doechie is not the type to stay quiet. She's gonna clap back, and when she does,
the way I feel about Beyonce and all these crazy ass tours that are so draining for a woman her age with that many babies is that I truly believe that Jay-Z took their money and he invested their money into crypto. I really do. Because he's very jealous. He's very envious, you know, because let's think about it. I feel like Jay-Z always wanted to be a billionaire, which is why he lies about being a billionaire. But when you compare Jay-Z to Dr. Dre, right? If Dr. Dre came outside and said, hey, I'm a billionaire, it's more believable because he truly sold Beats by Dre. And the purchase was like 900 something million by Apple. Like the transaction is here. Like it's a real transaction, right? But Jay-Z never had such a transaction. You know, he said he's nothing but a poser. He is nothing but a poser. So I feel like because he wanted to make money so fast, because, you know, if you're a drug dealer, you don't have integrity. You have no moral north. Like you're very selfish. You're like, you will do anything for money. So most likely you have a gambling ass mindset. So I'm like, yeah, the way he was out here with Zach, what's his name? Dorsey, right? The guy that founded Twitter and Square, right? But like he was even trying to bring crypto into the Marcy project. I'm like, why would you have everyday people who live on like government money speculating in crypto? Are you insane? Right? But I'm like, listen, to me, the way I feel is that he took their money and he put their money into crypto and he lost a shitload of money because a lot of people, because that guy, Sam Bankman-Fried, he lost $45 billion. 45. And a lot of people who gave him money, like what's his name? What's the football guy's name? The one that's married to Giselle. I forgot his name. Whatever. You know, they were all partying with that Jewish guy in the Hamptons, right? They were all there. So I'm like, yeah, they probably gave that boy all kinds of money. And because he's Jewish, they most likely definitely gave him money. Okay. But I'm like, Sam Bankman-Fried, he lost $45 billion. So I do. Tom Brady, there you go. Tom Brady was there. You know what I mean? What's his name again? The Jewish guy that does all the parties in the Hamptons. A lot of these people gave that man boku money. And he lost the money. He lost $45 billion. So I really do believe that Jay-Z lost a lot of money. He lost a lot of their money. So Beyonce, because she's the only one that really has a name, that still has an audience, that still has relevancy, she still has a cult-like following, Beyonce had to go to work. Because look at Renaissance. It was so rushed. Renaissance was so rushed. The album felt rushed. The album did not even feel cohesive. If it was not for all the remixes and the TikTok videos, Michael Rubin, like it wouldn't have done well, right? There was no music videos for that too. Like she just released something just so she could have something to go on tour with because she needed the money. Now another tour for the Cabo Quarter. Like I'm like, this is not how Beyonce works. Like anybody who knows Beyonce, she's very, very meticulous. Like she's gonna drop the album, she's gonna drop the visuals. Like Beyonce has always worked like that. But starting with Renaissance, I'm like, I saw a person just like, I need to make money now. I need money, I need money, I need money. Give me something to just go on tour real quick. But I'm like, this is not how this Virgo lady works. The tour starts in Paris or whatever, her leg not even working. I'm like, what the freak is going on? And I'm like, this man took your money, B. Right? She's a workhorse for this man. He is not a good person. I will never stop saying it. And I'm like, one day, I don't know how old we're going to be, you guys, but we will reconvene on this channel and say, you know what? I told you so. One day, somebody's going to be brave enough to make a video, a biopic about Beyonce and what she went through. You know, I've always felt like Beyonce was like Sparkle. Okay? Y'all remember Sparkle? Okay? Remember Sparkle? I've always felt like Beyonce was Sparkle. Okay, I've always felt that way. Okay, I'm like, this right here is Beyonce. Okay, the lead singer, she was so miserable. She was so miserable. She was taken advantage of. She was having her ass whooped. Like she was so miserable. Right? And I even felt like that's why she did the whole thing. What's the thing with Jennifer Hudson? What's that movie again? Dreamgirls. I feel like that's why she did Dreamgirls. I feel like Dreamgirls is like a spinoff of Sparkle. But I'm like, Beyonce, I'm like, yeah, that's you. That is you. And Eddie Murphy, he is Jay-Z is Eddie Murphy. Yeah, it's going to come out. There's a reason why Solange does not go around these people because Solange is not fake. And if she sees that man, they're going to fight again. Right? And Beyonce's mom, she reminds me of like the second Diary of Mad Black Woman, that mother who was just happy that her daughter had a rich husband. Because Miss Tina, all she cares about is money. All she cares about is money and status. Okay? All she cares about, money and status. Yeah. All she cares about is money and status. Right? That's it. That's truly it. You know what I mean? She don't care about her daughter's health. Because I'm like, you look at Beyonce, y'all, something is wrong. But I'm not trying to be funny. Something is off. Something is truly off. Something, I'm like, she's a workhorse. She is a workhorse. And like you said, Rihanna stays away from him. Rihanna is doing everything in her power not to do music because her making music is tied to him making money off of her. She doesn't want Jay-Z to make another dime. People don't get that. She's not going to do it. Maybe he's going to die and then she'll do music. But as long as he's alive, she ain't doing no damn music. Because Rihanna, too, went through a lot. He told Rihanna when she came to sign, and mind you, Rihanna was also underage. When Rihanna leaves Barbados to come to America for her thingy, right? She came here by herself. They didn't have her, oh, come with your mom, come with your dad. A whole teenager goes to New York. She goes to Rock Nation by herself. Okay? Like when she was signed to Def Jam Island in Rock Nation, right? She went there by herself. And Jay-Z said to Rihanna, you are either gonna leave through this door or you're gonna leave through the balcony. How can a man say that to a young woman? Right? He's a weirdo. And I'm saying he is weird. He's more demonic than Sean Carter. Sorry, than Sean Combs. Okay? Everything will come out. Okay? Let me see if I can find the video. Hold on. He was like, you're gonna leave by the window. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. It might be this one. Hold on. See, he made her wait for 12 hours. How is that not kidnapping? Right? How is that not kidnapping?
Yes, he said, we don't sing songs here, we sing artists. And there was this little pause, and I was nervous. But then he said, and we're interested. And there was this sudden feel of relief.
But then he said something about a window and a door or something.
Oh, then he said, he did it one more.
I did a lot of homework on you, Miss Lady.
He said, there are two ways to leave here, either through the door with the deal sign or through this window, and we're on the 29th floor. So, yes, he said.
See how people laugh? But how is that not eerie as fuck? How is that not eerie as fuck? Y'all, she was underage. Rihanna left Barbados by herself. Her mom didn't come with her. Her dad did not come with her. Her aunties, uncles didn't come with her. I don't even think anybody said, hey, that's an option. Can you imagine how scared she must have been? A whole foreign country in New York City of all places. And then they locked her in there for 12 hours. 12 hours. But they want to talk about Kenneth Petty. Not saying it's okay, but I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Beyonce married a monster. She married a monster. And you can be infatuated with her likeness as much as you want to, but you are part of the problem because a lot of women are pick-me's. A lot of women are into toxic misogyny, and they are toxically male identified. The girl was underage. He tells the girl, there's only 2 ways for you to live here. You can sign the deal and go through the door or through the window. And let me tell you, we're on the 9th floor. If Diddy had said this to Cassie, they would have lost their mind. Look at what Diddy said to Cassie. Okay? Look at what Diddy said to Cassie. But how can you sequester a young lady from a foreign country for 12 hours? And she's even here without her family. Like, this is so dumb. Like, this is so crazy. And mind you, when Diddy met Cassie, she was 18 and she was 19 and she kindled with Ryan Leslie. Their relationship did not start until she was 21. Do you know how young Rihanna was? Like what, 15, 16? And he locked her up for 12 hours? And you wonder why he has no problem sexualizing Blue Ivy at the age of 13. You know, and I'm pretty sure Beyonce didn't want to do it. But she has no say-so because she's a slave. And maybe she's afraid that if she stands up to him, he might kill her. Because she knows who he is. She knows. These people are crazy. They're batshit crazy. They are truly batshit crazy. They are insane. Like, who does this shit? Hold on.
Get discovered. This is an unusual story.
Well, first, I met a producer in Barbados who was vacationing there because his wife is from there. So he was vacationing there one time, and my friend who knows him, she wanted me to meet with him. So in a nutshell, I went to his hotel room, I sang for him, and he was impressed. So he invited me out to his studio to do some recording, and we recorded for like a year back and forth.
Sorry, I don't know why they put music on this. But Rihanna had to wait 12 hours until 3 a.m. by Jay-Z to sign his contract after going to a hotel room. So he had a 15-year-old in a hotel room. I will always say this. Since I was a kid, I'm telling y'all, middle school, high school, I've always felt like Jay-Z had sex with Foxy Brown. Don't give a fuck. And no one will ever get me to not believe that. I even think he had sex with Meg Thee Stallion, for being honest. I think Jay-Z slept with Meg Thee Stallion. I think Jay-Z slept with Meg Thee Stallion. If they didn't have sex, she gave him a blowjob. Because the way she was dressed when she met that man, I'll show you a picture. I'm like, yeah, this girl, the way she out here sleeping with everybody, she slept with that lady's husband. And when Beyonce got the Grammy with Megan, the way she looked at her, you could tell that she knows. No, Shamari, I'm not being funny. Every time Jay-Z has a love interest, something bad happens to that girl and her boyfriend. He's very predictable because he can't help himself. Every time he has a new love interest, he acts a certain way. And if we're being honest, right? You know what? People like to think. Let me tell you this, right? Are y'all ready to have this conversation? Hold on. Let me show you my husband's not locked outside. Okay. Let me make sure, child. Yeah, y'all not ready for me. Okay. Oh my gosh, he could. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Jimmy could be stuck outside. Hold on.
Sorry, y'all. Okay. Sorry, I thought Jimmy was stuck outside. Sorry, y'all. He's safe. What the heck? Okay, let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this, right? You tell me what you think, right? You tell me what you think. But if a woman, listen, if you're sensitive, get the fuck out. Okay. If you're a Beyonce worshiper, please go. I worship Jesus. But you tell me this, right? If a woman, if a wife makes a song and then she tells people, yeah, my husband cheats on me. My husband's a cheater, right? And people know Jay-Z's a cheater, right? And you go and you meet that lady's husband and you're barely wearing clothes. How am I supposed to take that? How would you take that? Let that simmer, right? That's number one. Number two. Number two, for as much as Beyonce is light-skinned and this, and that, me, honestly, if you ask me, Beyonce is not truly Jay-Z's woman. Like, she's not his type. Jay-Z likes a girl with some roughness to her ass. Like he does. Like he likes them a little ratchet. You understand? He likes some roughness. And I also feel like he likes somebody who's good in bed. I really believe Beyonce is not that good in bed. Okay? Yes. Listen, if you're sensitive, this is not for you. Okay? I really don't believe that Beyonce is good in bed. Now, it could be that she's gotten better. I don't know. Right? But you think about Beyonce and her, like, before she got with Jay-Z, and you think about Jay-Z, by the time he gets with Beyonce, like he slept with like 100, like 500 people. He probably slept with 1,000 people. At that time, like, how much sexual experience does Beyonce have? Right? You know what I'm saying? And also, she grew up in the suburb. Like, she grew up extremely vanilla. Right? She grew up extremely sheltered. Like, she ain't that kind of girl. Right? And I feel like a girl like Meg Thee Stallion, okay? I feel like a girl like Meg Thee Stallion, like, that's not like his type. He liked them crazy ass bitches. He likes them crazy ass bitches. And that's why you think Jay-Z is friends with like Diddy like that? Because I'm like, he probably asking like Sean, like, oh, how does it feel to sleep with Carisha? Because they like themselves a hood rat. They like themselves a ratchet ass, crazy ass bitch. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're gonna fight a little bit. Like, Beyonce is just not that girl. So it's like Beyonce is about the image. Oh, I'm the rapper, the dark-skinned rapper who's very unattractive, the big nose, the big lips, whatever. And my wife is light-skinned, you know, because people out here is colorist, right? But in his heart of heart, I think Jay-Z likes himself a dark bone, like dark, you know, a dark bone, a little light-skinned bone, but the girl gotta be a little rough, because he likes that shit. Jay-Z likes to tame people. Okay? It's okay. You listen, it's okay. Don't come for me. It's okay. You get to an age, you understand the fellas, and I do, right? But you think Beyonce is good at giving blowjobs? Jay-Z likes head. Jay-Z likes blowjobs. I mean, growing up, he never failed to tell us how much he likes it. Beyonce barely has lips. That's her French side. Not to be offensive, right? Beyonce barely has any lips. That is her French side. Is she Creole? That's her French side. She barely has any lips. She barely has lips. You think she knows what to do? You think she knows what to do? Like, she don't. Them little crazy ass little girls and the kind of music they make, you know. Exactly. Jay-Z, I see right through him. That dude is too easy to figure out. That dude is too easy to figure out. He is just too easy to figure out. Like, it's like they have the chick that they take out in public, just like Diddy's the same way, right? Cassie, you take her out in public, and then Kim is behind the scenes. I get it. I get it. Even after Cassie, even with the girl Gina, the Vietnamese, Carisha, dark skin, very sexual, very into some nasty shit. And we know Carisha loves sex. She got 3 kids, okay? So she, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But I'm like, you, Meg, you're his type. I also believe that Chloe Bailey is also his type. Because he just likes that kind of stuff. Them thick ass, thick thighs, thick ass, full lips kind of shit. He likes that. Beyonce is not like that. Like, she does her little goofy ass BBL and shit like that. But it's like, it's not the same as like when it's natural. Because a lot of these guys out here, they marry certain girls or they date certain girls for the perception of, oh, a real ninja gotta have a light-skinned girl. Yeah, but she boring in the bed. She boring in the bed, right? Like, do you not think that if Meg Thee Stallion got a hold of Jay-Z, she gonna make him like curl his toes with the blowjob she gonna give him? It's okay. It really is okay. But I'm like, a girl can be pretty, but she be boring in it. She be boring as fuck in the bed. She doesn't, child, listen, it's kind of early for this, but you get my drift, right? You get my drift. But my point is, Jay-Z to me is very predictable. Every time he has a new relationship, every time he has a new girl crush, every time he's sleeping with one of his artists, he acts a certain way, and we see it. And every time whoever that girl is messing with, that boy she messing with, something bad gonna happen to that boy.
Okay, something bad is going to happen to that boy. Nobody will ever convince me that Jay-Z did not have a relationship, sexual relationship with Rihanna. No one can. Now, we don't have to get into it. If you respect her, if you want to lie to yourself, or because she's a mama now, that's fine. But nobody in their right mind will convince me that Jay-Z did not have a sexual relationship with Rihanna. Nobody will convince me that Jay-Z was not jealous of Chris Brown for being able to have this relationship with Rihanna. Go sit the fuck down somewhere. You understand me? No one will convince me that in her marriage, Beyonce was not getting compared to Rihanna. Also, when you look at the Super Bowl, the fact that his wife, he made his wife an accompanying act to Bruno Mars. But when it came to Rihanna, he gave her the floor. Rihanna did the entire halftime performance by herself. You understand? You can tell when a man is attracted to a person. It's okay. It's just like Irv Gotti. May he rest in peace. Maybe not. What the fuck do I care? Right? It's the same thing with Irv Gotti. His wife knew that him and Ashanti, it was not just sexual. He was in love with Ashanti, and Ashanti knows that. Ashanti is very much aware that even if Irv had other girlfriends or not, she knew she was special. And she knew that Irv had love for her. And if Ashanti had asked that man to divorce the wife, he would have, because he stopped going home. He stopped going home, right? There's a reason why she's 40 having a baby and going through what she's going through. It's her karmic load, okay? It's really okay to be honest. Maybe not, I don't know, but for me, that's just how I do it, so whatever. Okay, let me finish playing this.
Finally put a demo together. We sent it to a few labels, and that time happened. We were the first label to call back. They were the most enthusiastic about everything. So we set up a meeting with Jay-Z, and I met with him, and he was very impressed by the audition. And he didn't let me leave until 3 in the morning after we signed the deal.
Were you nervous meeting Jay?
What? I was literally shaking in the lobby.
The longest 12 hours of my life. Like I was just waiting downstairs, and I was like, get the contract down here. One sign. I was so hyped. I didn't sleep for the next 3 days.
You get discovered.
See? She didn't sleep for the next 3 days. But if Cassie had said this, oh my gosh, it's a freak off. Oh my gosh, it's a freak off. Oh my gosh, why do you have a young lady in a hotel room to sign a contract? Like Rock Nation, the Rockaware, what's it called? Rockefeller, Rock Nation, Def Jam, they have an office. And we grew up seeing the Def Jam offices. They have an office, right? Even when you look at Kanye and some of his archives, he's at the Def Jam office. They have an office. Why does she have to meet you at a hotel at 15 to sign a contract? It's giving perv. Now, let me show you this. Hold on. Let me show you this. You tell me what you think, right? You tell me what you think. Okay, hold on. Meg, the Stallion, and okay. You tell me this, because I'm like, I don't know. To me, it's weird, but hey, I'm a woman, so whatever, right? Let me see if I can find the outfits. When she met that, hold on. Oh yeah, and remember too, when they were in Paris also, he couldn't control himself, right? Remember this video? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah? This one is so weird. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna find it. Hold on. You see? Who remembers this? Who remembers this? You see? Touching her, speaking into her ear. I'm like, boy, bye. And he's doing this while his wife is performing. I'm like, this dude don't care. He does not care. Even Meg was like, sure, this is too much. But I'm like, you see how she's also dressed though, right? This is the Jigga Man. You see how she's dressed? Hold on. Y'all keep watching this. Let me show you other videos. Hold on. Right? I'm like, what is going on? Okay. What is this? Right? You see this? You see this? Oh, he loves Meg like a little sister. Yeah, right. And you see how these women are? They know. You see how women are? They know what they know. They see what they see. A little sister, she dresses like that next to her big brother. A big brother touches little sister like that. They're not related. Shut the fuck up. They are not fucking related. This man, he cheats so much. His wife had to make an entire album about his cheating. Like, go somewhere. Hold on. I'm going to show you this outfit. I sure will show you this outfit. Hold on. I should have taken a screenshot of this outfit. Oh, here it is. If I can still see the pictures. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I don't know. How can you dress like this to meet somebody's husband? Oh, this picture is not that good, though. Hold on. This picture is not that good. But I'm like, they had full pictures of her outfit. Like, I'm like, her entire chest. Her entire chest, y'all. Like, the boobs were in the man's face. Like, she's standing next to Jay-Z. When I tell you the boobs are in his face, belly button, everything, ass, everything. I'm like, girl, this man is a known cheater. He cheats. He cheats a lot. He cheats so much, he was doing it at the Met Gala in front of everybody, right? So to me, when you're trying to sign a record deal with him and you dress like this, what are we doing? You know, because I do feel like if you know a man is he likes women like that, you should try to dress a certain way just so he doesn't think that you're that kind of person, because his wife has an entire album out about him being a cheater and having miscarriages, right? So I'm like, why would you dress like this? Right? Why would you dress like this? What are we doing? What are we truly doing? Right? And I'm like, no, you will not get me to believe, right? You will not get me to believe that this man did not sleep with Meg Thee Stallion. I'm very sorry. I am truly sorry. The Jay-Z that I know, the music that I grew up to, I'm very sorry. I'm so sorry. And even like the little Partisan Fontaine, I think sometimes these girls, because they sleep with these girls, they need these girls to have a quote unquote boyfriend. So it distracts people. Do you understand me? You get me? Right? Like, oh, have this boyfriend, but it's usually a boyfriend that they approve of, right? That you don't really respect like that. So that way, but oh no, she would never do that. She has a boyfriend. Girl, shut the fuck up. Yes, she would. Okay. She slept with everybody. Why would, if you slept with the baby. You slept with Tory Lanez. You slept with Party. You slept with G-Eazy. Is that his name? What's that boy's name? I mean, think about all the people she slept with, right? You finally meet the Jigga Man. Why would you not sleep with the Jigga Man? Right? I'm like, you drink a lot, so you don't think straight. So you gave your vagina up to the baby, the midget, right? You slept with the baby. Most likely you gave him head. You slept with the baby. You slept with Tory. You slept with G-Eazy. She slept with Mario. What's his name again? Moneybagg Yo, right? That's Mario. Okay. You slept with Mario. Who else did she sleep with? There's too many bodies to count, right? She's also half-time. She's also a part-time lesbian, right? So it's like, to me, if I meet the Jigga Man, why would you not? We know he's a cheater. So if the opportunity is there and you seem like you don't mind, even Jay-Z, remember the song he had with Maya? The song Desert Storm, like the song he had with Maya? Even though I wanted that, and you put that thing on me. Jay-Z said, have an affair. Be an adult for once. Like, to him, affairs are fine. Anybody who grew up listening to Jigga Man, the Jigga Man ain't loyal. Okay? If there's ass, he gonna take it. Okay? If he can get some head, he gonna take it. That's just who he is. Yeah, she a part-time lesbian. Okay? She's a lesbian. I don't know why people are playing like that. So it's like, oh, stop playing with me. You cannot be a female rapper unless you are into some perversion. Let me see. Right? Let me see. Hold on. Maya and Jay-Z. Even, okay. And also, maybe I'll play it for you too. The thing with Maya, he told Maya, because Maya said the way he came in there when he did his bars, it was given like, you gonna thank me? But it wasn't like a thank you was gonna suffice. She's like, bitch, I'm from DC. The fuck you think this is? Right? So he felt away. Like, if you only knew who I was, like, he wasn't that kind of time. So I'm like, well, obviously Beyonce must have done that. Because Maya didn't want to give him head. Because that's what he wanted. Jay-Z is a creep. He is a master creep. People need to stop pretending, because now he has these goofy ass dreadlocks that he hasn't washed in 3 months, and he probably put CBD oil in that shit so he don't go bald. Okay, and he happens to be Blue Ivy's daddy. Blue Ivy is beautiful, but her daddy's a monster. There you go. I said what I said. Okay, there you go. And that's why God gave him a bunch of daughters like that. I said what I said. Hold on. Let me get to the spot where he says it. He was like, yeah, act like an adult, have an affair for once. I sure will find it. Okay, it was always in his music. It was always in his music. Hold on. Let me get a feel.
Okay, there. I think he's about to say it. He's about to say it. You guys, it better not be more than 3 seconds. Hold on. Where we at? 2:47. He's about to say it. Hold on. Hold on. Listen carefully, huh? Listen carefully. He's about to say it.
Together or forget it forever when
Hold on. You hear this part? He said you got a man and Jay-Z has always told people who the fuck he is. It's in his music. Okay, hold on. He's coming. He said you got a man and then he gonna say have an affair, act like an adult for once. So for him, adults have affair. That's why when Beyonce came outside, talk about, oh, my husband cheated. I said, girl, did you not listen to his music? Girl, what? Okay, the Jigga Man has always told us he ain't shit. He was never shit. He ain't shit, and he will never be shit. Money don't make a person better. A man like Jay-Z, money makes him worse. Money makes him worse. Jay-Z's excessively greedy, and he has low self-esteem, and he's a pervert, okay? Money don't make a man like that better. It makes him worse, and it's never enough. The ass, the ladies, the money, the cars, it's never enough. Have you ever heard Jay-Z even write a check to a homeless shelter or to some children in need? No, it will never happen, okay? Because he doesn't serve. I'm going to play the part where Maya explains the way it was, like after he gave the bars. Like, it was like, what the heck? But he was kind of like, I gave you 16. Oh, like, do you know who I am? Like, thank you. But it wasn't like, oh, thank you, Jigga Man. It was like, ooh, well, that's what he wanted. And she was like, oh, no, you're a nasty ass. Are you crazy? Hold on.
chase you around for months, have an affair, act like an adult for once.
Well, I look like chasing you around for months, have an affair, act like an adult for once. Y'all hear this? Let him say it again. He ain't shit. Hold on. Where is he? Hold on.
Around for months, have an affair, act like an adult for once.
You see? What did he say? He said, have an affair, act like an adult for once. So a man like that, he is not marriage material. Lie to yourself if you want to. Okay? Right? All right? He's been saying that. What I look like chasing you around the blocks for months. You got a man and like Jay-Z crazy. Jay-Z is really crazy. But the thing about Jay-Z ain't no different than Future. Jay-Z is not any different than Future. You can never say, oh my gosh, I didn't know he would do such a thing. Do you not listen to his music? Right? Jay-Z ain't never lied. This is who he is. He's very greedy. He loves money. He will sell drugs to his own people to get ahead. He will backstab his best friends. He will leave people like Memphis, what's it called? Beanie Siegel in the prison and Foxy to rot in prison, right? He don't give a fuck. He'll give a fuck. If he feels like he can sell all you people to the Jews and be the richest Negro on the block, he would do it. If the devil himself came down and told Jay-Z, if you kill Beyonce, I'll give you $2 billion, she will be poisoned within the next 5 minutes. This man don't have a soul. He has no soul. Okay? Like, Rumi looks like her. They all look like him. They love to lie. They all look like him. They just look better than him. But they look like him because he's not a good person, right? Now, let me play the video with Maya. Hold on. Let me play a video with Maya. Okay? Hold on. Maya talks about Jay-Z and their collab. Hold on. You'll see. Okay, let's go.
There are horrible things that happen every day, whether it be in the industry or not, mentally, emotionally, sexually, financially. There can be power plays and ultimatums given for the people that hold the power.
But it must be hard dealing with all the beehive coming at you.
I don't have anybody coming at me. There are horrible things that happen every day, whether it be in the industry or not, mentally, emotionally, sexually, financially. There can be power plays and ultimatums given for the people that hold the power.
But it must be hard dealing with all the beehive coming at you.
I don't have anybody coming at me. I know what I'm not guilty of.
Oh, of course. But do you think Beyonce might say things or sing things just to stir up publicity for a new album? Or
I can't really speak on that.
The iconic 90s R&B singer Maya is breaking her silence on her sudden disappearance from the...
And if we care to be honest, as we know, we're talking about the light-skinned queens, Maya is way more gifted than Beyonce. It's okay. Maya is way more gifted. Like, it's not just because she's from DC, but Maya is way more gifted. Maya could tap dance. Maya learned classical dance. Maya could sing. Maya could do a whole lot. Now ask yourself, how come she's not where she is?
because she didn't want to give a certain somebody a blowjob. So then guess who did it? Because why did he marry her? And did it ever occur to people that he married Beyonce because she's the one he could manipulate the most? Okay, right? Did it ever occur to people that she's the weakest? That's why he married her, because he could walk all over her? You need to think. You need to think. Because Jay-Z does not like a woman who stands up to him, right? He needs to bully you. Okay, there you go, because he's a bully, and the movie is going to come out, and y'all gonna say, Marlene told me. I didn't want to believe it. Marlene told me. He married Beyonce because she's the weakest. And I'm gonna tell you this: as beautiful as she is, Beyonce is the most insecure woman he's ever been with. You gotta believe me. Beyonce is incredibly insecure, and he knows it, and he weaponizes that, and all the cheating he does, and I'm telling you, in that household, oh Lord, I don't even know how to explain it to y'all, but where I'm sitting here, I'm telling you, in that household, he was comparing her to Rihanna. Then one day it gonna come out that this man made her feel so bad, Beyonce stopped eating food. One day they gonna come out here and tell you Beyonce used to have eating disorders because of Jay-Z and the kind of stuff he used to say to her and how he used to compare it to other people. It will come out. It sure will come out. Endless nights, him not coming in the house. It sure will come out. You will see. You will see it. It's going to come out. You're going to weep for Beyonce. You're going to cry for her. And then all the performances, all the touring, you're going to look at it in such a different way. It's going to, you know how like when you're young and you're dumb, you go to the circus and you really think these elephants are enjoying it? You know, you see all these majestic creatures at the circus. You're like, because you're getting entertained. But then one day you grow up and you say, damn, is it normal for an elephant to be in captivity? Like, you shouldn't be here, Mr. Elephant. Mr. Lion, why are you here? You should be here also. You don't belong here. You belong in the jungle. You belong somewhere where you can be your true self. But is it not degrading to see a big ass elephant doing all kinds of goofy ass tricks like he's a dog? Right? But that's what happens when you break somebody's spirit. And I'm telling you, one day all these goofy ass girls will sit down and they will look at Beyonce and they were like, damn, I had no idea I was sponsoring or investing into pretty much her being human trafficked. Beyonce is a show horse. She's not even a human being. Beyonce is a show horse. And the Lord will expose this man. Everything is a matter of time. And maybe it might even be Rumi that exposes this man. Because sometimes your own children come to wage warfare against you. You are crazy as hell. You are crazy as hell because he did something to Beyonce. You look at Beyonce before when she was a young woman to now, it's like she's gone. She doesn't laugh anymore. She doesn't talk anymore. It's like she just stopped talking. She stopped engaging with people. What are you doing to her, you demon? And that's why I'm sure Solange does not come around, because she's going to put her hands on that man again. Okay? This is insanity. But anyways, let's listen to this. Let's listen to Maya. Let's listen.
Spotlight and those long-standing rumors about her alleged affair with Jay-Z. Maya decided to shut down all the wild narratives that have been attached to her name, and she also spoke about the dark side of the entertainment industry and how you can get blackballed for having morals and principles. And
there you go. And this is what Nikki is talking about. This is what Nikki is talking about. When you see a woman that has this like microwave success, y'all, she doing some nasty shit behind the scenes. I told you what I told you. Because the music industry, the entertainment industry is connected to sex work. It's connected to prostitution. It's connected to human trafficking. So if you're a woman and you don't want to do any of that shit, they will make you pay for that, because how dare you be different? How dare you not put your whole lips on the mic, and they will punish you. But you see, Maya, she just took it quietly. She just went away, right? Nikki's not the one. Nikki will cuss their asses out because they're a bunch of perverts. They are pervs. They're a bunch of pervs. They are true pervs. They don't know how to do their job and not want to put a woman in bed. They don't know how to sign you and not want to sleep with you. These people are sick. They are truly sick. They're so sick. They're really sick.
while Maya kept it classy as always and didn't trash anyone, fans understood loud and clear the message behind her words, and they're saying the only reason Maya is not the huge superstar she deserves to be is because she refused to sell her soul and join the ranks of the industry gatekeepers. But what exactly did Maya reveal about her disappearance from the spotlight? Was she really blackballed for refusing to bow down to certain industry figures? Let's get into it.
Those in power, that want to sit and get off on abusing it, definitely slot on their prey. You will be blackballed. You will be talked about. You will be shit on. You will be rumored about. But you have to stand strong on what you don't care for. It's not that serious to me, if I have to sell my soul.
Back in the late 90s and early 2000s, Maya Harrison dazzled audiences with chart-topping hits like It's All About Me and Case of the X, as well as her iconic collaborations such as Lady Marmalade. Beyond the music realm, Maya also seamlessly transitioned into the world of acting, showing her talents in movies like Chicago and Shall We Dance. She received numerous accolades and awards, including a Grammy for Lady Marmalade and a Screen Actors Guild Award for her role in Chicago. Much like the late Aaliyah, Maya was a triple threat in singing, dancing, and acting, and she was on the path to becoming a global superstar. However, after going...
Can Beyonce act? She has no personality. Can Beyonce act? Like, huh? Beyonce only has one mode. Okay, right? So I'm like, and because I know growing up, everybody was at home. My body's like, whoa. This is like, whoa. Right? Remember also she had a song for the Rugrats movie, right? With Blackstreet and stuff. Make me there. I want to go there. Make me there. You know where. Just take me to that great place. Okay? Like Maya was that girl. Maya can dance, Maya can do tap dance. I'm talking like Maya can do all of that. So I know Beyonce was at home taking notes. Just like I know she was at home taking notes for Aaliyah. You think Aaliyah would have gotten a BBL? You think Aaliyah would have inflated her ass? No, she would not have. Right? Because she was comfortable in her skin. Aaliyah was even a little cockeyed. She didn't go fix it. Right? So make it make sense. Make it make sense, right? Beyonce was desperate for fame. She wanted to make it so badly. And I don't think that she ever thought in her little goofy head that one day she would be bigger than Sean Carter. And now she got to carry this man and wake up next to his nostrils every single morning. Like, what the freak? What is this? Girl, because you want to be famous? No. Do not envy any of these people. They're miserable. They are truly miserable. They are seriously miserable. They're like miser. They are miserable, okay? No, crazy.
Through some issues with her record label, Maya slowly started to fade away from the spotlight, and the mystery surrounding her absence from the public eye left fans wondering what exactly happened to Maya that made her turn her back on the industry. There's also been a lot of rumors floating around about Maya allegedly being propositioned by Jay-Z and then getting blackballed for turning him down. Others also speculated that Beyonce saw Maya as a threat, both personally and professionally. But is there any truth to these rumors? What did Maya say about leaving the industry? Well, let's start with Maya's decision to part ways with mainstream record labels and become an independent artist. Maya was initially signed to Interscope Records, and Interscope wanted to market Maya as their main female R&B artist, competing with the likes of Aaliyah, Brandy, and Monica. Maya's self-titled album was released in 1998, and it was a huge success, going platinum and selling 2 million copies worldwide. Maya started collaborating on hit singles with artists like Missy Elliott, Babyface, Diane Warren, Drew Hill, Christina...
Let me say this too, right? Let me say this, okay? Honestly, inherently, competition is not bad. Like, hey, Maya's here, Brandy's outside. You have Brandy, you have Monica, you have Aaliyah, right? Competition makes it more interesting because if everybody pushes themselves, right? We, the consumers, we just get better music, right? The problem with competition is when it gets toxic. When people start calling producers and be like, oh, you can't work with Maya. When people start calling video directors, oh, you can't work with Maya, or I'll never work with you. When people start calling songwriters and say, well, give me the songs first before you give them to Maya. That is the problem, right? Compete, but compete fairly. And fortunately, these girls align themselves with goons, YNs, thugs, drug dealers, and with street enforcers, right? To make the industry truly toxic, because competition inherently is not bad. Friendly competition is not bad, right? But a lot of these girls, because they're weak, they don't want friendly competition. What they want is it's an embargo. That's really what it is. It's an embargo where you don't have access to the best beats. Producers are told not to work with you. Songwriters are told not to work with you. This, and that. I'm like, so you get to a place where you don't have resources because it's an embargo. It really is an embargo. And I believe that, yes, Beyonce does feel threatened. I don't care what nobody says. Beyonce's insecure. Okay. So, yes, she was threatened by Emery. She was threatened by Aaliyah. She was threatened by maybe even Kelly Rowland. She was also threatened by Maya. Why would she not be? Why would she not be? Right? Even the whole Cabo Carter thing. If we care to be honest, Beyonce stole that from Meg Thee Stallion. How do you go from Renaissance to now you want to start doing country? Because Megan is doing it, and also her husband has a thing for Megan. It's okay. It is very weird to go from disco to all of a sudden you want to do cowboy bullshit because she saw the steam that Megan was getting with all the stallion bullshit. And Beyonce has no original ideas. It's okay. I'm not a fan of Megan, but I can admit that the way Megan came out, her branding was all the stallion stuff, the Texas stuff, riding horses and shit and things like that. All of a sudden, Beyonce wants to start doing country. All of a sudden, she wants to jump on the song. Don't even ask Megan, is it okay? She just assumes Megan go on do it. It's like, girl, shut up. You're doing too damn much. Beyonce is extremely unoriginal. Only God knows what her next album going to be like, pop, maybe gospel music, because that's all she does. Where can I go to get a Grammy? Where can I go to get a Grammy? What genre can I get involved into to get a Grammy? This lady, that's all she cares about. She just cares about collecting Grammys as opposed to making great music, right? But Cabo Carter came out of nowhere. She found some black country artist people that she could upcycle to make it seem like, oh, it's about black people regaining this. Watch. When she's done with this tour making money, she'll move on to something else. Because she doesn't care, right? She does not care. Jay-Z cares about the money. Beyonce cares about getting another Grammy. So I'm sure next time it'll be gospel music. Or maybe she'll go do Latino music. What do I know? But this woman is not genuine. She is not genuine, right? Yeah, you see rock and roll, she gonna go copy Tina Turner. That's all she does. And every time she gets caught copying people, oh, I was inspired. I was like, music videos have been copied. Swags have been copied. Entire vibes she's copied, right? Even Renaissance. I really do believe that with Renaissance, she was trying to copy Donna Summers. But you see, Donna Summers really cared about disco. She wasn't here and over here and over here and over here. Donna Summers, she ruled the entire disco era because that's all she did, right? So she became the queen of the disco, right? But Beyonce cannot commit to something more than one album to truly grow into that genre because she's just chasing Grammys. That's all she does. She chases Grammys and she chases how can I go on tour and take all these girls' money. That's it. Like, I'm like, girl, like, it's too much, right? It really is too much. So I'm like, competition is not bad. The problem is when you start putting embargoes on people. Okay, she really did she signed them and she signed Chloe and Haley to a 6-album deal for only $1 million. Like, who does that? Who truly does that? Slavery, human trafficking. This is a joke. This is human trafficking. Hold on.
Aguilera, Lil Kim, and Pink. She went on to release 2 more successful projects through Interscope, Fear of Flying, and Mood Ring. And at the same time, she successfully transitioned into acting. Following the release of the box office hit Shall We Dance, where Maya starred opposite Richard Gere and Jennifer Lopez, she started working on her 4th studio album. The project was originally titled Control Freak and was scheduled for a mid-2005 release. However, the album was eventually shelved when Maya suddenly decided to leave Interscope in the fall of 2005. She eventually signed a contract with Universal Motown and continued work on her next album, which was renamed Liberation. However, Universal Motown totally messed up the promotion, and after delaying the album's release several times, someone from the label accidentally leaked the album in Japan, leading to its overall leak online. Maya never sued Universal Motown for money connected to the leak and instead decided to go independent. And while some fans believe Maya made a mistake for not taking her label to court, Maya later shared that people don't understand what's really going on behind the scenes, and she spoke about how artists are often forced to stay close to negative energies through their contracts. In her interview with Vlad TV, Maya talked about how both female and male artists are often pressured to accept some indecent proposals, and it's up to them to say no.
There can be power plays and ultimatums given for the people that hold the power, whether that be toward a female or male artist. And you have to not be desperate. You have to be willing to say, I'm good. You and walk away.
Maya also explained how many artists become part of the industry before they figured out who they are as a person, and that's why they're easy targets for those in power.
You must protect your space, but you don't necessarily know what the agenda is behind someone speaking down to you, at you.
And that's why you see they want these girls to be younger and younger. So that way, right? That way you'll just do it. Let me see. I'm trying to get to the part because is it this one? Let me see. I'm trying to get to the part.
During their time with him, and even singer Maya, who was not signed to Roc Nation, has stories for days when it comes to Jay-Z. Only a week after his former Roc Nation artist.
There can be power plays and ultimatums given for the people that hold the power, whether that be toward a female or male artist, is very dangerous for you as an individual. And you have to not be desperate. You have to be willing to say, I'm good, and walk away.
She also claimed that the powerful people in the industry often go out of their way to target the younger and more vulnerable artists who are.
See? And you see, and how old was Beyonce? How old was Beyonce when he met her? You see, she was young, she was vulnerable, and she was desperate. Like, when is it gonna be my turn? Because Aaliyah went before her, right? Maya went before her. Even Kelly Rowland had a big hit with Nelly, right? That thing almost had 1 billion. It has over 1 billion views on YouTube. Beyonce was desperate. She was extremely desperate. So I'm like, a man that's like 17, like almost 10 years, 11 years older than her, right? Propositions her, and then the next thing you know, she's in that relationship. Then she becomes his wife. It's like she stops talking to people. She becomes paler and paler. Her hair gets blonder and blonder. It's like, what is he doing to you? Are you okay? Are you seriously okay? Are you safe in there?
Still trying to find their way in the industry.
You must protect your space, but you don't necessarily know what the agenda is behind someone speaking down to you, at you, etc. There are horrible things that happen every day, whether it be in the industry or not, mentally, emotionally, financially. And you have to break down your value. You really have to assess that and your standards. And it's very difficult if you don't know it, if you can't identify it regarding what's coming at you. And that takes some time to maybe step away.
You know, and let me tell you this, for as much as I'm not a fan of Meg Thee Stallion too, you have to see how she's vulnerable too, because Megan drinks a lot. Megan drinks a lot. So when you drink like that, oh, these people love that shit. They love that shit. Because you're even more, you're easier to manipulate because you have an addiction. You have an addiction. Right? And they know you have an addiction. Right? But you see someone like Maya, she's very sober because she knows what she can do. She's really talented. She's not a female rapper, right? I'm telling you, Maya can dance. Maya has done classical dance, tap dance, ballerina dance. She can also sing. She can act. Like, she truly has everything required for a woman to really feel confident. It's when you don't know who you are and what you bring to the table, because there is a table, right? That's when it's easy for people to get into your head and to mess with you, right? But I'm like, you see, you get me, right? You see, but I'm like, you see how someone like Meg Thee Stallion, it's so easy to manipulate her. And also, she has no family now because she really is an orphan, right? So imagine when they're telling her and she's in there by herself. But like I said, I'm not a fan of Meg Thee Stallion, but I also won't take away from the fact that these ladies are very young, and many of these young women don't truly know themselves. Meg Thee Stallion, Carisha, JT, Mulatto, Doichi, what's my baby girl? I know her name is Tamia. Child, she's really pretty. She's dark skinned. What is her name? Her real name is Tamia, right? Even Sexy Red. You see how young they are? Ice Spice, like, they're extremely young. They don't know who they are. They might not even feel comfortable saying no. They might not even know that they can actually say no, right? So it's like, that's why they want you so young, and they want you without family. So either your mom is dead, or your mom's in prison, and your dad's in prison, or your dad is dead. But they like to go for orphans. They really like to go for orphans that don't have family connections, that are all by themselves, did not do well in school, can barely read, because you are going to be a better slave. These people have an awful plan. I think if people even realize the whole, like, the way this thing is set up, people will start feeling sorry for these young people and really pray for them, because you see the fame, you see the clothes, you see the followers, but I'm like, their souls are being tormented. We have no idea what they get offered to. You got to do this tonight. You got to go see this man tonight. You got to do this. Child, listen, I can't. I really cannot. It's sick. It's really sick.
You walked into this game not knowing who you are and your limitations. If you start early in any game without knowing who you are and being solid in some type of foundation, it's very dangerous.
She also revealed that the people in power often preyed on the younger, unsuspecting artists. And from the way she said it, people were convinced that she had had some sort of experience with this sort of thing, which is just heartbreaking.
I would definitely have to say those in power, that want to and get off on it. Definitely plot on their prey, you know, and you have to be willing to sacrifice anything that you think you might benefit from, a career, etc., and say no. Period.
She then hinted that her career was held back because she had refused to give in to the pressures that she faced in the industry.
How did you stay so guarded within your career?
This is what I did. I said, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah,
no, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Okay, so sometimes that doesn't translate as far as what you are allowed to have, what you have access to. You will be blackballed. You will be talked about. You will be rumored about. But you have to stand strong on what you don't care for. It's not that serious to me, you know, if I have to sell my soul. I understand that I might have sacrificed something in the physical world, but the spiritual world is not worth it. You're okay. You don't need to do anything. What you need to do is protect every part of your life, your spirit especially, because everything else is connected to that.
And I'm gonna tell you this, you guys. I'm really gonna be honest, right? Because we all have dreams and aspirations. Let me take this, right? The world is really ran by wicked forces. And when you see people and they seem so happy, I think we should learn that with social media. How many people you see, they smile on social media, they lying. Okay. A lot of these celebrities are lying. They are truly lying. They need you to believe that they're happy. They need you to believe that you want their life. They need you to believe that, oh yeah, I wish I had it. You don't wish for shit. Okay. You might have a regular life and you might not think your life is a love, but let me tell you something, right? When you pee, it don't hurt. When you go to sleep, nobody's coming there to wake you up at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, telling you to go be a sex worker somewhere. Okay. We have no idea what these people have done. We have no idea. We truly, truly do not have any idea. I wouldn't even put past these people to have killed Aaliyah to make room for somebody else. I sure would not. They're sick as hell. These are godless people. They are truly dangerous, and it's a seriously godless people. They will have you killed and then make a song and cry for you the whole time they kill your ass. Okay? Like they ain't shit. They really are not good people because it's all about money. Everybody wants to position their artists so they can make the most money. It's a money game. It's not a humanity game. It's not even a game of decency. These people are sick as hell, right? They are truly sick as hell. Right? More clothes not gonna make you better. A bigger house not gonna make you happy or make you feel safer. You understand? All these people do is that they live in excess, but many of them are drunks. Many of them are addicts. Many of them are being abused, right? They live a life of excess. A lot of people know their name, but does God even know their name? I don't know. You tell me, right? That's why you don't envy people. Rejoice in your little life, your peaceful little life that you have, because at least you're able to live that life according to your own terms. And you are able to say, I have integrity. A lot of these celebrities are tormented, y'all. They are just performing. They're not happy. Many of them are seriously depressed, clinically depressed. They have all kinds of trauma, all kinds of nightmares. But as soon as the camera comes on, they put these big smiles on. They turn on their biggest personality. It is all a freaking scam. It is a scam. Why would Maya lie? Why would she lie? And I remember the part where she talked about Jay-Z coming into the studio when he gave her those bars, and it was like, that's it. Like, you're not going to do anything else for me? Because he went, oh my God, you gave me bars. Like, take your bars, go home. Who cares? You are insane. You are truly insane.
There are some people, not everyone, that have huge egos, you know, and
Jay-Z,
awful mindsets.
Jay-Z,
towards men, towards women, towards people. And it's very difficult to be around. It's just very difficult. And the way they define success is not your idea of success.
Very toxic.
So
after watching that interview, fans believed that she was taking shots at Jay-Z because back in the day, there were rumors that Maya had a little something with Jay-Z. And ever since then, Maya's fans have had this theory that Jay had some sort of hand in getting her career to slow down. So they collaborated on the remix of her song Best of Me in 2000. And according to one of the producers who worked on the song, Jay-Z felt disrespected by Maya because he didn't think that she was grateful enough to him for hopping on her song. The producer said, So Jay came to the studio that night at the Hit Factory. He got it right away. He understood what it was, but he didn't like Maya's vibe in the room. He looked at her like she was a spoiled brat because she was. Jay looked at her like, I'm about to rap on your record, you're about to have a hit, and I don't think you really appreciate it. The producer claimed that Jay-Z then stormed out of the studio, after which people in the studio said to Maya, yo, Maya, Jay wants to do the record, but he feels like you're not giving him any love. Like, no thank you or none of that.
See? You see this? You know what, my people? I would never lie to y'all. If I tell you something, I saw it for myself. I'll always have receipts. I always have receipts. And I'm like, he wanted sex. He wanted the guac. He wanted head. That's how he is. So imagine what Beyonce had to do. Imagine what she had to do. And it's still not enough. He has a sex addiction. Okay? He has a sex addiction. That's how he is. So now, do you think with Meg, you think he just signed Meg to just, man, please, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. The day I saw her in that outfit, I'm like, yeah, she slept with that lady's husband. And the way Beyonce looked at her at that Grammy stuff, I'm like, yeah, she knows. She knows. I ain't stupid.
Jay-Z was later persuaded to come back and finish the song, but there have been a lot of speculations about his relationship with Maya after this. Word on the streets is that he tried to put moves on Maya, but she shot him down. And that's the real reason that he got salty.
And the thing about Jay-Z too, let me tell you this, right? The thing about these types of boys, I mean, technically, because he gets on my nerves, right? He gets on my nerves. Otherwise, you're not supposed to be calling somebody's child ugly, right? But the thing about men, young boys who grew up unattractive, especially Jay-Z told us, growing up, light-skinned girls did not like him. So you know he has a target on their backs. You know what I mean? Like, he'll just sleep with you out of revenge. Like, he'll just sleep with you to degrade you. Like, Jay-Z is the kind of man who wanted to make money so he could have revenge on anybody who didn't believe in him, anybody who didn't love him, anybody. Like, he's motivated by revenge. Okay? He's not motivated by healthy feelings. Like, he's not a healthy-minded person, right? So all these light-skinned girls, he just wants to stack them up. Okay? Sleep with them, degrade them, stack them. You know what I mean? It's just about degrading these light-skinned girls because they made him feel like he wasn't good enough. So his whole, like, now that he has money, his entire thing is about living in revenge mode. He's just here for revenge. And Beyonce, like, it could even be that maybe somewhere inside he likes her, but he's so unhealthy and he's so toxic. He's always going to punish Beyonce for all the girls growing up who didn't like his ass. Okay, that's how he is. That's how he moves. He's very vindictive. He's a Sagittarius. He's very vindictive. Okay, that's how he moves, right? So I'm like, think about that. So for him to have, for him to be where he is in his career, and to I guess try to mask his pain or his rejection syndrome, whatever it is, to have a girl like Maya reject him again in front of people, right? It triggered him. Like, you can do all of this, and there's still one light-skinned girl that's saying no to you. It did something to him. And he was going to withhold his rap because she could come begging right behind him. There's a contract. They paid you your money. Come over here and just sing. All this extra shit about you not giving me love. Like, what does that even mean? He wanted sex. He wanted sex. Right? And that's how you make him feel special. It's not enough to pay him. It's not enough to sign the contract. Jay-Z needs to be in your gut. Right? That's how he is. He's like, you know how like serial killers, when they kill people, they take a little piece of the person. They have a keepsake. Every time a serial killer kills somebody, he will have a keepsake of every person he killed. It's a weird thing. I'm like, this is how he is. Every light-skinned girl, he has to take something from her. You know what I mean? Because he's no different than a vampire. He's so broken. He is truly broken. And you also see, like, I feel like in this life also, people who make a lot of money doing all kinds of weird shit, it already shows you that they work with the devil. And it shows you that they're not going to have salvation. It's a sad thing to say, but it's true though. This dude right here, he's not going to ascend. He's not going to ascend. And when he comes back, because I do believe in reincarnation, when he comes back, he's going to suffer. He's going to suffer a whole lot. Like, when he comes back, he's going to be extremely poor. Because in this life, he lives a life of excess. And instead of using his money to serve, he uses his money to take advantage of people. He will come back. And he will have to suffer, like the suffering he did to other people. When he comes back in his next life, he's going to be on the receiving end of the kind of suffering he inflicted on other people. People don't have any idea how this stuff actually works. Because otherwise, they will fix their behavior, right? But I'm like, he's a very broken person. And he uses his money to punish people. Because he's so broken.
And that's what will always happen to you. If you try to replace God with money, nothing will ever be enough. And you will become an awful person. You will live a life of excess. And it's like, instead of doing good things, the stuff you do, it just makes you worse. It just makes you even more sick. Like you're not getting better. You're just getting sicker, and you get sicker, and you get sicker. I'm like, this dude right here is extremely sick. And Beyonce, she does not have enough. Like, she doesn't have the intestinal fortitude to stand up for herself and to stand up to this man and protect her children. Because there's no reason why Blue Ivy is 13 years old, being overly sexualized, full of makeup, doing what she's doing like this. This is insanity. Nobody in their right mind would want their child in the music industry when you know what goes on in the music industry. Blue can do something completely different. She can be a lawyer. She could be an artist, like a painter. She could be a writer. There's so many different ways to do art. But if this young lady stays in this whole music fuckery shit, right? One day we'll wake up. You'll start to see Blue Ivy's belly button. Then one day we'll start to see like her boobs. Then because they're going to denude Blue Ivy. That's where it's going to lead, right? It starts off like this. Within 5 to 6 years, we will see Blue Ivy almost naked. We will see her almost naked. And I'm like, why would anybody in their right mind be supportive of this bullshit? Because you know what they're going to do. If they did it to her mother, why are they not going to do it to Blue Ivy? You see, Diana Ross was a major icon, but she didn't pull any of her daughters into the music industry, right? The oldest one, she does her thing. Tracy does her acting and hair care stuff. You know what I mean? Her son, he's married now somewhere, right? Because when you know what this music industry is all about, why would you want your children in this film? Because they are going to sexualize your child. They're going to denude your child. And before you know it, your daughter is going to have to get naked. It's a matter of time. It's going to start with the belly button. It's going to start with her wearing some really short shorts. It's going to start with her showing more of her arms. Then it's going to be her showing her cleavage. And before we know, we'll have a whole scene where Blue Ivy's in the bed with a man. Now, how the fuck did we get here? How the fuck did we get here? Because this is what they do. This is what they do. This thing right here, this music industry, it's a shrine to Baal. Like, it's a shrine to them demons. Okay, it's not a good thing. So why are we even sitting here and supporting her doing this to Blue Ivy? Because she's afraid to stand up to this man. But like, oh no, I'm gonna stand up to you because I ain't scared of you. You are insane, and you're not more powerful than God. Just because you go around here making a mockery of the name of Jehovah, it does not make you whole. You will never take the place of God. And you, Jay-Z, just like Kanye, because Kanye was going around here mocking Jesus by calling himself Jesus. You were over here making fun of God by calling yourself Jehovah, right? Both of y'all in your blasphemy, in your blasphemous ways, you will be punished. It's only a matter of time. It truly only is a matter of time. Ridiculous.
And that's why he and the producers tried to paint the narrative that Maya was ungrateful for the feature. That died down after a
See? Paint the narrative. So Maya, her narrative, the stuff they had stick to Maya is she's ungrateful, right? And because people just love to hear one side, and because he's Jigga Man, so his side will triumph. That's what you call toxic patriarchy. So because he's some kind of goofy ass drug dealer YN, if he says something, because the culture has a thing for these kinds of people, whatever he says is going to stick to Maya. And then you'll have goofy ass sycophants like DJ Envy or Charlamagne start repeating, oh, I heard she difficult. I heard she difficult. Why don't you just ask her what happened? They never will. Because the point is not to get to the bottom of it. The point is to paint you in a way that people think you deserve all the abuse and all the mistreatment that's about to happen to you. The same with the Zionists always talk about the Palestinians. They dehumanize these people to try to make you feel as though it's not that bad because every Palestinian is a Hamas supporter. How can babies be Hamas supporters? The what? Right? When it comes to Nicki Minaj, the narrative is Nicki is difficult. Nicki's a bully. No, Nicki's a bully. Maya was ungrateful. Nicki's a bully. Monique was difficult to work with. Right? Because when you are a woman who stands on her shit, when you know who you are and you know what you want to do, because your education will never allow you to, and God will never allow you to do that, they create narratives about you. This one, ungrateful. This one right here, difficult to work with. This one right here, she's a bully. And Marlene, I understand how it works now. I truly do. Right? I'm like, so I said, okay, DJ Envy, what makes Nicki a bully? Who has she bullied? Can you imagine a woman is being bullied and then you're saying that she's the one that's bullying? The level of gaslighting is truly diabolical. It is truly, truly diabolical. They are so disingenuous. and this is what they do. And all these men in hip hop, they just march to the same beat. If there's a marching order to degrade a woman or to make her look crazy or to not play her music, they go for that. And they love the likes of Cardi B's. They sure do. Because Cardi B, men can do whatever they want to do to her. Men can treat her any kind of way. Men can do whatever. They like Cardi B because she's that goofy ass, birdie ass bitch that men can just play with, and she never complains. She's just happy to have some time. She's just happy to have some kind of money. She's just happy to have some kind of sex. That's it. Because Cardi B herself, she doesn't know who she is. And I think we can all agree. She doesn't know who she is. To leave Offset because he's cheating, to end up with a younger man like Stephon Diggs, who's also going to cheat, you're not smart. You are just not intelligent, right? And men, these kinds of dudes, they love girls like Cardi B because these girls are truly, truly easy to manipulate, right? A lot of these guys, they do not like women that know, like, I don't know, like they're hip to it. Like they don't like it when you're woke. They don't like it when you see the bullshit. They don't like it when you know your rights. They don't like it when you know, like, hey, I have the power. I can say no. I don't have to do this, right? A girl like Cardi, she'll do anything for whatever because Cardi is so desperate to be liked. Cardi wants everybody to like her. She wants to be liked every single time. It's like, girl, it's not going to happen. Stop doing that. But as like you said, the more desperate you are, the more these guys will like you because you are doing exactly what they want you to do. And you are just as malleable as they want you to be. So yes, perfect. But if you have a mind and you stand up for yourself and you speak up for yourself, they will destroy your name. And they'll lie on you, put narratives on you, like stick a label on you so you can be stigmatized. And then people think it's okay for you to be abused and for you to be mistreated. It's like, that's not okay. That's not okay. And they only do that to the women they cannot control. Auntie Monique, she knew her worth. She's like, listen, I already did the movie for 50 grand. That's it. Now you want me to go to the Cannes Festival for free. You want me to tour for free. Do this for free. Meanwhile, Tyler Perry has all this money, right? He has all this money. He met a server and he turned the man into an actor and paid him all kinds of money because he wanted to have sex with this man. Oprah is a multi-billionaire. So why can't y'all cough up the money? No, they wanted her to work for free. And because she's like, I'm not going to do more than I was paid to do. I've done enough. It turned into a whole problem. Lee Daniels, Tyler Perry, Oprah Winfrey started coming up with narratives to say, oh, she's hard to work with. She's difficult. She's this, and that. Anytime they put a label on someone, I'm urging you to do your own research and to see what is truly going on. Because these people love to lie. They love to lie. They do not like strong women who will not allow themselves to be mishandled and to be sexually abused and sexually degraded. It's not going to happen. Go play with someone else. You are crazy. You are truly crazy.
While and Maya was living her life until 2014, after the Jay-Z Solange elevator incident went down, and rumors had it that Jay-Z was cheating on Beyonce, which brought up the whole Maya situation. And people were accusing her of being Jay-Z's secret side piece. It got worse when Beyonce's Lemonade album dropped and Maya was accused of being Becky with the good hair. She was dragged so hard that she eventually had to come out to deny the allegations. A fan on Instagram asked her, heard you and Jay-Z had an 11-year affair. Are you his side chick or nah? And Maya quickly fired back. Never did, never was, and never will. She also wrote, I play second to no one, pay my own bills, have my own label, own management company, rely on God only, and respect myself and marriage too much for nonsense. In her interview with Vlad TV, she also revealed that the things she saw while working in the industry eventually made her create her own label so she could do her own thing on her own terms.
Yeah.
You have to step outside of your box, which is why I named my label Planet 9. It's the furthest from Earth. I have had to create my own rules, my own standards to live by, you know, and do things in my own time. You know, my planet might not necessarily rotate around the sun 365 days. It might take me 7 years to do something in my own time versus one Earth year. But I have to put myself in a completely different world and environment just to function and stay good, stay alive, you know, and stay happy.
It's crazy how one person can decide to mess with your bag just because you exercise your right to turn down their advances. Maya has been getting a lot of support from fans.
Even Naomi Campbell, like Naomi started modeling when she was very young. And Naomi, unlike Tyra or Kimora, right? Her mom didn't go with her. Naomi was by herself. Naomi was by herself in Paris, New York City, like a teenager by herself. I can see why she's so damn fucked up. Because her mom didn't go with her. Like Tyra had her mom. Kimora had her mom, but she still ended up marrying Russell like 17, 18. But her mom approved it, so what do I know? Right? Kimora also Asian. Okay. But I'm like, you can see why Naomi also so damn fucked up. Because I'm sure a lot of people used her up. Because she's 17, you're all by yourself. Maybe some days you go to a modeling job, they're not gonna pay you for the next 30 days. How do you eat food? You know what I'm saying? Like they pay people in delay to cause desperation out of you, right? But a lot of girls who went into modeling also have been trafficked into foolishness, right? And nobody stood up for them. If you don't do it, you're not gonna be on the next fashion show, or you're not gonna walk for this person, you're not gonna walk for that person, right? And maybe that's why Naomi's so damn deranged as well, because only God knows the shame she carries from maybe having to be a sex worker to be a big black supermodel, you know? It's crazy. Like sometimes you see a person's life and you see what they have achieved in this world. Oh, I want to have that kind of success. Shut up. You don't know what you're asking for. You have no idea the price that was paid for this. A lot of these women out here, they've had to sleep with a lot of people to be successful. Like even Oprah too, like Barbara Walters, like many of these women you see on TV who claim to have all these great careers and to be feminists. Many of these women got piped down by a man to either have an interview, to have a spot, to have this, to have that, to have that. It's a lot of women out here having sex to have the quote unquote career of their dreams. It's like, is it really worth it though? You decide. I don't think it is. I really don't think it is.
Who said, I can tell from her demeanor in the interview, whatever went down behind the scenes has hurt her deeply.
Yeah.
She looked like she wanted to cry at times.
Yeah, because they take what you love away from you. Like imagine having to walk away from the thing that you really want to do because you're just not willing to whore yourself out. Which is why I feel like Nikki is enraged. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the problem too sometimes, because I don't know, it's not, I guess it's like a whole American thing, but the problem that I get sometimes too with a lot of black people, why it can be so frustrating sometimes talking to a black audience, is that they don't understand that some people are really passionate. Some people, they live a life without passion. Like you don't really care for this. You're not truly passionate. You live your life, you go to school because you have to, kind of something to do. You work a job because that's what I care about. Like, you know what I'm saying? I gotta make some money. Right. But there are people who are really, really passionate. And so when you feel like this is something that I've always wanted to do, like my whole life, I've always wanted to do X, Y, and Z. Right. And now there are people playing in your face because in order for you to be able to live your passion and do the things that you want to do, you got to deal with the politics. And the politics involve a lot of sex, a lot of drugs. Like, what the fuck? Why am I required to do this in order to live the passion, like in order to be able to fulfill my passion, right? And it's like, it's really sad. And you can get to a place in your life where you can be so angry about that. Like I even went through it too, but you get to a place, I guess I have my family and my kids, whatever. So, and then you have God. So it doesn't get to a place where it becomes debilitating, but it's still very hurtful. You understand? Because you get older and you realize that in this life, people who make it, they're not usually making it because they're the best. It's usually who they know, who they're sleeping with, who's willing to give them more money to pretty much subsidize their success. But it's not raw talent that lets people be successful. And it's becoming even more and more of a problem because now that we're moving into more of like influencer-led brands, influencer-led companies, right? People feel like, okay, I'm not going to buy from you unless you're famous. I'm not going to buy from you unless you have 1 million followers or unless you have millions of views, right? But how dumb is that? Because a lot of idiots get millions of views. Right? Somebody could start a brand and have millions of views, but what they're doing is not really their passion. Then you can have a person who's truly passionate, but then they don't have millions of views. And people will say, well, I'm not going to support you because I don't know your name. Right? So do you see how that can really create desperation in some people? Where you're like, well, I really want to do this. So what do I have to do to be famous? So now you start engaging in this clickbait farming bullshit where you make content just for clickbait. You start lying to people because the goal is I have to grow my audience so I can live my passion, right? And then you have people like me who's like, no, I'm not doing that shit. It's weird. I'm not going to lie to people to have an audience. I'm not going to say things I don't believe in to have an audience. That is disgusting because money should never be the end goal. Being able to do what you love, that should be the goal. And nobody should have to sell their soul to do what you really want to do. It's really disgusting. It is so disgusting. Like even here on YouTube, right? Look at how many people, even if they don't agree they're still going to hold on to a narrative because they need their views. I don't want to have to do that. I'm not going to lie. I don't want to do it because you have to live with yourself. Imagine you grow up, you blow up a YouTube channel or you blow up your following, but you did it not being yourself, or you did it by saying things you didn't even believe. Okay, the money hits your account. But how are you going to feel knowing that you made this money by being deceitful? You made this YouTube money by saying things that you didn't even believe in. Like, what the fuck? Like, is this what success is doing to you? Right? You should want to make money the right way. It's better to build your YouTube channel slowly, but at least you are being your truthful self. You got to be yourself. But today, too many people are exchanging their true selves for a persona on social media, for a narrative, for whatever, because, hey, I need followers, I need money, I need views, so now I'm going to just start performing. But it's like, okay, the money will come, you'll spend the money. But one day, you'll truly have to take a good look in the mirror and say to yourself, I sold myself for money. I sold my voice for money. I said a whole lot of things I didn't believe because that's what people wanted to hear, and that's how it's going to make money. And you have to live with that. You have to live with the fact that you were so desperate that you allowed yourself to be bought. You allow yourself to betray yourself like you know your voice. And it's true. Like, let me tell you something, right? Being somebody who speaks the truth, it's not easy because people do have an expectation of, well, you have to say things that make me feel good. Sure, have your expectation, but you have to get to a point where you have to also say to yourself, how dare I ask someone I don't know to cater to my goofy shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a lot of entitlement. And a lot of people are narcissistic like that. But my thing is, it might take a while. A lot of people might follow, unfollow, but it doesn't matter, right? But like, you got to stick to what you know to be true. Today, you will not accept me because I refuse to pander. I refuse to lie. I refuse to have low morals. I will not do this shit. It's weird. I have to live with myself. I have to look into the mirror and be like, I'm proud of who I am. It might not be easy, but I am proud of who I am. Because if I was to die tonight, I can say, hey, at least I lived a truly honest life. Like, I really did. You know what I'm saying? I really lived an honest life. I was not performing. I was not pretending. I was not putting on a show. I was being myself. Like it, don't like it, whatever. Right? That's it. But one day, by God's grace, if you live it out, right? One day you'll see the same people who didn't believe in you or the same people who were upset at you. They'll say, you know what? I didn't want to hear it at first, but you were right. The thing about the truth, at first, it repels people because people don't want to hear what they need to hear. People want to hear what they want to hear. But many times it's not good because it's nothing but a lie. And it encourages people to live in this echo chamber where they just, I don't know, drool, right? On like narcissistic saliva. You got to stop doing that shit. It is not healthy, right? Because people are getting hurt. And I feel like when you have a platform, when you have a voice and things like that, it is your job to help people see both sides. They don't have to agree, but you have to encourage people to see both sides. Because just because there's a narrative out there, it doesn't mean that it's a truthful narrative. There are a lot of wicked people who know how to manipulate like large audiences to make people hate one person. And the whole time, the person that you're hating on, that you're being mean to, that you're despising, the whole time, that person could truly be a real victim. And I do believe, not saying Nicki's always perfect, but I do believe that Nicki has been a victim of the industry. I believe that Nicki has been a victim of a very toxic ass, male-dominated hip-hop industry. And I do believe because many of these men could not get her to have sex with them or give them all these BJs, they decided to make an example out of her. This is no different than the story of Medusa. If you ever study the history of Medusa, right? You know, because when I first heard about Medusa, like as a kid in school, right? I'm like, this girl is crazy, right? Because people tell you like, yo, she's crazy. She has snakes on her head. She hisses at people and then she looks at you and then you turn into a stone. Like, what the heck? Like, that's a monster, right? That's a monster, right? And then men will go there to try to cut her head off because she was turning people into stones. So you're like, yeah, of course, because if she's really out here doing this, we have to stop her. So I see why the men are going in there to cut her head, right? The same thing with Maleficent from Snow White. You know, the way she shows up, look, damn, this lady is evil. She's really evil, right? But it's funny how they never tell you how somebody becomes evil. right? They never want to tell you how somebody becomes evil. But one day, I really had to ask myself, before Medusa became the Medusa with the snakes over her head, who was she, right? Even Maleficent. Before Maleficent became Maleficent, who was she? What is her backstory? Because they never want to tell you a person's backstory, because if they do, you are going to understand why they're so driven. Because if they do, you're going to understand why this person refused to be bullied. Because if they do, you're going to understand why this person is standing up and they say, I'm going to fight. And this is where I die. I will die here today. Right? They never want to give people the backstory of a human being, because their goal is to dehumanize that person and get a whole bunch of people to just jump in and start attacking the person. It's the same way when the Zionists talk about October 7th. They never tell people about 1948. They never tell people about the Nakba. They never tell people what truly happened. Oh, October 7th, October 7th. Like, no, how did we get here? How did we get to October 7th? Oh, well, that doesn't matter. No, it does matter, because what happened before is what led to this very moment. People are not just attacking you out of nowhere, right? So then I decided to do my research on Medusa, and come to find out, Medusa was a young maid. She was a virgin, and she was working in the temple of Venus, right? Venus. And what happened was, one of Venus's brother, another god, just fell on her and raped her. He raped Medusa. Medusa decides to go tell Venus, your brother raped me. And instead of Medusa holding her brother accountable, why are you raping her? Why are you raping this young woman? Why are you raping this young virgin? And you know, she works in my temple. She works for me. She worships me. Why are you raping her? Instead of holding her brother accountable, Venus turns to Medusa and she curses Medusa. Can you imagine? Your brother rapes this girl. You don't hug her. You don't cry for her. You don't ask if she's okay. You don't hold your brother accountable. No, she speaks a curse over Medusa. And Venus, a woman, that's why I said these women are crazy. Venus, another woman, is being told, your brother raped me. And what does she do? She speaks a curse over Medusa. Venus is the reason why Medusa has the snakes on her head. She did that to her instead of holding her brother accountable. So then then Medusa realizes what Medusa has done to her. Like, what the freak? What in the glorious freak? I left my family. I left my family to come serve you, to come worship you. I left my family to serve in your temple. I left my family to sing your praises every single day. And then your brother comes and rapes me. I run to you because I'm thinking, okay, your mother, like, okay, like, she gonna help me out. And also you're a woman, like, what the heck? And instead of helping me out, you cursed me with snakes on my head. And then people, she started screaming. She was looking at people, they look at her, they're screaming, they're turning to stone. So in order not to hurt people, Medusa decided to hide, because she realized that the curse that Venus had spoken over her was turning people she loved into stone. So it's not like she's not in that place. She's not in that grotto, wherever she lives. She's not in there because she wants to do evil. She's in there because she doesn't want to hurt people. And you will think, after being raped, she should have gladly just stared at people, just turning all their asses into stone. But no, because she always had a good heart. And it shows that sometimes bad things happen to bad people. And when they need support the most, they get cussed out, they get cursed out. People are so mean to them when they're truly vulnerable. They truly have a good heart. So once again, Medusa, being the good-hearted woman that she is, she decides to retreat because she knows she can hurt people because Venus spoke a curse over her. Now, you would think that these men will leave her alone. But once again, it's men who are chasing this woman down. She's out there somewhere. She's hiding. She's not hurting anybody. Why are you making it your business to persecute her? Because now you want to cut her head off as some kind of token of your virality. Oh, look at me, I'm the man. And I went there and I cut the head off of a woman. She's still a woman. You know, none of these men are trying to understand who she is. Instead, they look at her as a prize. They look at her as a trophy. If I cut her head, then I get to be this, and that. You people are sick. So once you understand the backstory of Medusa, and when you understand the sacrifice that is, because she could have stayed there and got revenge. Instead, she decides to live away from people because she doesn't want to hurt people. And instead of these people respecting her space and letting her be there, and hopefully she'll just die because she'll never have kids. I mean, she's just out there with her snakes. Let her be. No, they have to go rattle her. They got to go trigger her. They have to turn her into some kind of game, like she's not a human being. How much can a person take? So then you understand why when these dudes were showing up, she had time for these fuckers. because she was sick and tired of men. Like, I'm like, this is crazy. This is really, really sick. This is really, really crazy. And for me, when I think of Nicki Minaj, I really think of Medusa. Like, they are doing shit to drive this woman crazy. These are people who come and rattle your cage and act like, oh, I'm just trying to pet her. I'm just trying to feed her. I'm trying to be nice to her. No, just like Charlemagne, you are the kind of people, you act like you're doing good, but low-key, high-key, you are rattling the cage. Low-key, high-key, you want to trigger her. You're full of microaggression. You are passive aggressive. You are passive aggressive because we know the vast majority of men in hip hop get their marching orders from Jay-Z. They get their marching orders from Jay-Z, and they will hurt people for Jay-Z. They will do all kinds of abominable things for Jay-Z. So it's like, go sit down somewhere, because many of y'all, you're not even responsible for your own male part. You have given your male part to Jay-Z. Your balls, your penis, it all belongs to Jay-Z. He has a shrine where all your balls and your it's all in there, because you're not your own person. You don't stand up for yourself. You do not stand up for yourself. So I'm like, no, Nikki is tired, and rightfully so. Because when you love something, when you truly care about something, it truly, truly sucks that you have to play politics in order for you to do what you want to do. It truly, truly sucks that a woman has to have sex with people in order for her to be able to have what she deserves, like what she has worked for, what she has earned. It is truly sick. It is so sick. It's really disgusting. So I'm like, for me, for the most part, I will always support Nikki. I really do. And I really feel like these young ladies, they know what kind of game they're playing. They know what their management is up to. They know what their record label is up to, because everybody wants to take down Nikki. Because if you take her down and you are able to position your artist, all the money that goes to Nikki is going to go to them. Because these girls are in 360 deals. So it's like, it's no different than colonizing, right? Nikki is like a rich ass country. It's like, who's going to take over and just loot all of her wealth and bring that back to their record label? But to do that, they need a woman to be part of that. And that to me is like where she gets pissed off, because like, if they don't have a woman, they can't come for me. And instead of you doing it the right way, you are in bed with your label playing slimy ass games to get to me. And that shit right here is disgusting. So because of that, I will cuss you out. And any woman or any person that has built something has the right to protect and defend what they have built. This is why America has a big ass army. China has a big ass army. Russia has a big ass army, right? When you build something worth that other people can be jealous for, that other people can, envy you for, you have the right to defend yourself. You have the right to have an army, and you have the right to fight. You have the right to fight. And when you fight, nobody gets to tell you, oh, this is too low. Because you're coming for my shit. You're coming for everything I have built. And I will not die and watch you take my shit because I need to act like I'm a good person. I don't give a fuck about these people. Because the vast majority of people live without purpose. The vast majority of people live without passion. If people really had passion and they really woke up in the morning with something they truly cared about, they would understand why Nikki acts the way that she does. But when you have a very passive existence and you're just going through the motions of life, you will never understand that because you're not passionate. You don't have passion. A lot of people don't have passion. A lot of people do just enough to get by. They work just enough to get a B. They work just enough to make enough money. But how many people say to themselves, right, I need to really build a legacy for myself. I'm gonna dedicate my life to live for something that means a lot to me, and I'm gonna build something that means a lot to me. Not that many people, because the day you really decide to commit yourself to building something that means a lot to you, you'll see how people start attacking you. You will see how people will come for you, because now you have something you have something worthy. You have something of value, and when you have something of value, you will have so many enemies. You will have so many enemies. There is a reason why that most likely, especially as long as America is a superpower, you probably will never have peace in the Middle East because they got too much oil. There's a reason why certain countries in Africa will probably never know peace because they have too many natural resources. And it's a shame. It's even stupid. It's actually quite stupid, if you ask me, to be so wealthy and to not have an army. And I know they're really mad because the Barbs don't play about Nikki. But you see, when you invest in people, people will invest back into you. When you have shown yourself to not just be somebody who wants to make music, get rich, get famous and stuff like that, and you truly build a rapport with your followers, they will look out for you because you mean a lot to your people, because you built yourself with your people. It was not a record label. It was not a manager. It was not a husband. Like, you actually built that relationship with your fan base. And to me, Nicki's what you call a real influencer. She really is a real influencer because her connection with her base is real. And a lot of people are jealous of that. You know, many people have followers. Not a lot of people have a real fan base, right? You can have followers and you don't truly have a real fan base because people don't really care. They follow you because it's free. They follow you because you twerk. They follow you because, okay, you look like me. That's about it. But there's no real connection because it takes a long time to build a real connection with people. And when all you do is twerk or pull stunts or cry victim, you're never going to have a real connection because people just support you because they feel sorry for you. People just support you because they truly and honestly feel sorry for you. It's not because, oh, we really respect her work or she's worked so hard and I'm so glad of what she's done. No. There's no real connection because it's all about sympathy and payola. So it's not going to go anywhere. Let me see what happened here. Hold on. This streaming stuff is so freaking annoying. Hold on.
Her then even more now. Proud of her. And I respect her for having boundaries, respect for herself, and morals. Maya was not about to sell her soul to sleep her way through the industry. And that's why they was mad. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this mess and then check out this next video.
Oh, thank you for the video, sis. God bless you for that. We're almost done with this one. How long is this one? Let me finish with this last video because this one, she really is a liar. Hold on, last video and then I'm out.
I hate coming outside. I don't want to party. I don't want anybody to even look at me. Honestly, I don't want to take pictures. I hate being on video.
SZA is 35 years old acting like that.
Legit giving SZA too much grace. She was on car stream the whole time, damn near manifesting when she's about to leave and how she's finna leave. As if the people just gave it. Y'all trying to milk that, oh, she has social anxiety. I gotta understand her pain. She was very nervous to come on stream, but she only did it because how much Kai supports her.
Hey y'all, in today's video, we're gonna get into SZA, born on November 8th, 1990, making her a crazy Scorpio. She's black and she's Muslim, but it looked like she grew up in like white neighborhoods. I definitely had more respect for her now that I did my research on her and made this video. But at first, for the longest, I ain't like SZA. I like her music, some of it, but I ain't like that. Her man is my man is her man is her too, boo. I ain't like that song because I ain't like the meaning. I didn't like that song also. It was catchy, but I ain't like the meaning. I don't like all that. Now, I do find her to be gorgeous, but it seems like she didn't take off until she changed that Afrocentric look. And I don't like that because it's like black people, we just can't be ourselves. I mean, I know it is a beauty standard, but I mean, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, she look better now, but it like just being in that light, it just seemed like that would do something to your self-esteem. Now, SZA, she gets a lot of flack because her and Summer Walker, they always using, oh, I have social anxiety. I have social anxiety when it's convenient. And trust me, I know what social anxiety is. I have social anxiety. I have read books on social anxiety, how to cure my social anxiety. That's one of my favorite books, actually, how I overcame my social anxiety. And then there's something else that come after that. But so it's real, but I just don't understand how a singer, someone that's performing on those big old stages really, really has social anxiety. I'm sure they have it in some form, like if they get nervous, but I'm sorry, me really having social anxiety, really being diagnosed.
Okay, hold on. Girl, hold on. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you, but I gotta go. Let me come over here. Let me see this one.
I share what I'm listening to and my thoughts on music and the business daily for free at helloyouseen.com. What's poppin', y'all? We got to talk about TDE not missing when it comes to fostering these stars, because this is going to be the second female artist that they're going to turn into a star after SZA, of course. And, you know, it's not just them, it's the music, but the way that they're able to leverage good music into stardom is, man, I don't know if it's second to anyone right now. And this is something that J. Cole may have to take note of, or Dreamville, whatever they've got going on, because Doechii is being seen everywhere. And I sent a tweet out the other day. Keep in mind, pre-Grammy, we were not hearing about Doechii like that. Let's be honest. She had her own fan base, and there were a lot of women that were listening to her, of course. But for her to escape out of that and to not just be listened to by men, because I listened to her album that won a Grammy. It was a great album, by the way. I did it on stream. It's on Patreon. You can check it out there. But I enjoyed it. But the Grammys is what made me realize, oh, what the hell? Who's Doechii? And why? Well, I knew who she was, but there hadn't been enough that had happened to spur me to take action to listen to her stuff. So I listened, and then I enjoyed it. And then, of course, she had the beef with Azalea Banks, which I wrote about and made a video about on the main channel. You should check that out. I will have it in the description or the pinned comment, maybe. But it's about like Kendrick kind of starting this beef between them. But I tweeted and I said, TDE has definitely been ramping up the amount we're seeing Doechii. Prior to the Grammys, it was nearly crickets, other than within her own subgenre and fan base. Now, even the haters are circling around in conversations about her, which only means she's on the way up. For instance, Academics TV, one of his side pages, had posted this thing on, which was a reply to someone else. So it's not just this Academics page that is hating on her. It's just posting what someone else is saying and what a lot of people are agreeing with. So he posts and says, fans are questioning the legitimacy of TDE artist Doechii streams after she was allegedly caught botting her own tweets. Now, what happened in the tweets is that she put out this tweet and it got a...
Can you guys see this? Can you hear it? Can y'all see this one? Where the guy's talking about Doechii? You can see it? Can you see it? Let me know. I mean, to the stage. Okay, sorry. Something's going on with my... Okay, I'm back. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's start over because I don't know.
To her album that won a Grammy. It was a great album, by the way. I did it on stream. It's on Patreon. You can check it out there. But I enjoyed it. But the Grammys is what made me realize, oh, what the hell? Who's Doechii? And why? Well, I knew who she was, but there hadn't been enough that had happened to spur me to take action to listen to her stuff. So I listened, and then I enjoyed it. And then, of course, she had the beef with Azalea Banks, which I wrote about and made a video about on the main channel. You should check that out. I will have it in the description or the pinned comment, maybe. But it's about like Kendrick kind of starting this beef between them. But I tweeted and I said, TDE has definitely been ramping up the amount we're seeing Doechii. Prior to the Grammys, it was nearly crickets, other than within her own subgenre and fan base. Now, even the haters are circling around in conversations about her, which only means she's on the way up. For instance, Academics TV.
See, so it's just like, and that's the thing, is like people turning into stars, like people becoming stars, people having Grammys, you guys. It's a factory. Like they have a blueprint. It's not even organic anymore. And I'm like, and that to me feels like cheating. It feels like, because the fans don't even get to decide. Okay? You see what I'm trying to say? Their fans don't even get to decide. Like, because usually if you were famous, if you were a star, you were an icon, whatever, if you were really that person, the people got to decide. And today, people don't have a choice. They're just being imposed. Okay, this is your new female rap artist. This is your new this. This is your new that. It's like, no, people should choose. Like, it's a democracy. Like, the music industry should really be a democracy, right? May the best person actually win. But no, they want to be in control. Like, they control everything. It's like it's a pipeline to getting Grammy of the Year. It's like, this is crazy. Why is this? Yeah, it's so disgusting. It is really, really disgusting. The fans should decide. It should be about the fans. But these record labels do not want to let the fans decide. So record labels are deciding, okay, this is who's next. This is who's next. This is who's next. Why? And people have to take a stand against that. Like, this is just lazy work. So I can see why she's mad. Because I'm like, how is this fair? So if you're not signed with the right label, you don't sign a 360, you don't do X, Y, and Z, you're not going to make it. Even though you could be the best artist, but it doesn't matter because it's about the politics of it all. It's not really about the talent. It's about which girl is going to sign the worst contract, right? And then she's going to like be famous. That is cheating. That is cheating. It's so disgusting. Like, it's just so disgusting.
One of his side pages had posted this thing on, which was a reply to someone else. So it's not just this Academics page that is hating on her. It's just posting what someone else is saying and what a lot of people are agreeing with. So he posts and says, fans are questioning the legitimacy of TDE artist Doechii streams after she was allegedly caught botting her own tweets. Now, what happened in the tweets is that she put out this tweet and it got a ridiculous amount of likes, but barely any comments. I had like 20 comments on or something on it. And people were looking around like, yo, what the hell is going on here? Well, newsflash, everyone is doing this, or the large majority of them are doing this. But I will give her the benefit of the doubt and say, not the benefit of the doubt, doubt. I will say that there's a possibility that she was not the one that botted her own stuff. And of course, she would never be the one that's actually pressing it, but it could just be someone else that doesn't like her, that wants to push the narrative that she's botting and botting her for that sake. This is quite unlikely because why would somebody dislike her that much to go to these lengths? But this is something that I've seen happen. I've seen somebody not like someone else. They bot their followers up and then they just make fun of them for having botted followers when they're the ones that botted the followers. But the tweet was in reference to the numbers being reported for Doechie's song Nissan Altima passing 100 million streams on Spotify. And then somebody says, like this if you've not heard the song before. And then it's got 37,000 likes. And then someone said, like J. Cole said, how many fake and day streams get in place for machines? Well, if the song has 100 million streams, let's just say the average person listened to the song twice, 3 times, considering her super fans. That's about, 30 million people? And there are fans that if you enjoy a song, you're going to listen to it more than 3 times, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20. Regardless, let's be conservative. Or
But what are the odds that there are 30 million people out there who really care about her music that much? These are fake streams. They're fake.
liberal, whatever you want to call it. 30 million people. Yeah, let's be liberal with the number. 30 million people hearing about Doechii. That's what, 10% of the US population or less? So 37,000 people saying they haven't heard that song before doesn't mean anything. Now, if the song was number 1, okay, now we've got a question. If the song was top 10, okay, now we've got a legitimate question. So it almost, to me, it feels like there are fans being flamed on both sides, which is the most brilliant thing you could possibly do. You cannot just have love for an artist and just promote them with love and positivity and people messing with them and they're like, oh, they're great, they're great. And of course, having a Grammy Award does help with that. And you're the second female rapper to ever win that Grammy Award category after Lauryn Hill, or actually the third after Cardi B. We don't count Cardi B's. We delegitimized her victory. Hey, you call it what you want. You call me a hater if you want. It is what it is. And then another post starts to get spread around, and it's her. It says, Doechii was swarmed by a mob of fans at her meet and greet in Paris today. I'm going to play you guys a short clip of that. So you see her, you see all these fans around her, people filming her, and this is a small, narrow corridor. You see her getting carried around by security too. This is odd. I'm not gonna, I don't, when the first reaction, my gut reaction to this is, this doesn't add up. That's my honest reaction. And perhaps it's possible. And people were saying that it's a meet and greet for an album. There's another clip from here where she addresses her fans. And I want to play this. This is a positive thing. She is very, very good at leading these people and making sure that they feel noticed. Let me play you guys the clip.
Can y'all hear me? Yeah. I want to make my way down, but I need y'all to safely make room so I can go to this side and take more pictures, okay? Okay. Wait. Let's be safe. Let's be calm, okay? Okay. Go. Can you just please over to the other store? You good, Mo? We love you. You really have to right here. Open up. Just take a look. Open up. Let me down.
So she handled this brilliantly.
It's a lot of cheating. Like, I could only imagine, like, if I was passionate about something and I was working hard and my numbers were real and people were out here buying stuff, and these are women who talk about women empowerment and women should be supporting each other, but they're cheating. Yeah, they get cussed out too. It's disgusting. It's really think about, even if you had a project or you had an exam, you had a final exam or you had a take-home exam, and then somebody's out here just cheating, you're going to mess up the curve. You see, and that's why I feel like sometimes people can even say to themselves, what's the point in doing things the right way? Because it seems like nobody has integrity. You know what I mean? Like, everything is fake. Everything, even this, it's very possible that on the radio, they ask people to come there to go crazy, right? So they can make it seem like, oh, she really has a fan base. She has, child, please, in the Paris. Like, go sit down somewhere. Right? But there's so many cheaters. Like, there's so many women who are comfortable with their record labels, lying, paying for stuff, paying for streams. Like, and these girls know they're not stupid. I didn't know. Yes, you did. And you didn't tell your label to stop because you want to win by any means necessary. Like, you are willing to cheat. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, because they just cheat. All they do is cheat. Like, there was a tweet going around that Elon was saying that Jay-Z had spent like 100 or 200 million buying streams for Beyonce. I'm like, yeah, I can kind of see that. Because Kaiba Carter was just not impressive. Like, we lived through the whole, all my single ladies. Like, that was crazy, right? We lived through so many iconic Beyonce moments. Like, we know what a real organic, iconic moment for Beyonce felt like. And Cabo Carter, it just fell flat. It completely fell flat. But go ahead and lie to her. But she knows damn well she can't lie to me. We have seen it. Like, we have seen Beyonce at her best. And this is not it. Like, where all these streams are, where are all these streams coming from? Like, who's doing this? Because he's paying for that stuff. That's all they do is pay for stuff. They just cheat all the time. Like, bunch of cheaters. People cheat all over the place. It's gross.
She probably learned this from Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj handles her fan interactions in a very, very similar light. And Nicki Minaj's fans love her. And then even after that, you've got Zeus, who talks about it on his Twitter. And he says, the Doechii hate on this app is the most forced thing I've seen in a while. LOL. And someone has a brilliant reply, which is just as forced as the Doechii love. And I think she's always had a fan base behind her, but the hate, I believe, is intentional. I think they're faking hate for Doechii. Or they're fanning the flames of hate on Doechii. So you have this polarizing figure. Because think about it. Ye, polarizing. Jay, it depends. Nicki, quite polarizing. Cardi B, quite polarizing. You've never had a star really take off if there weren't a ton of people saying, oh, I don't believe this. Oh, this is fake. This is an industry plant. And on the opposite side, you get engagement being created because people that have been fans of her for years start to argue with these people. So now it feeds her. Now she's a topic that people are talking about and having discussions about and arguments about. That's the best thing you can have. And then the odd thing that I found was a song that was already released with Sleepy Hollow, which was a remix to Somebody That I Used to Know, the song. It surfaces again and it's popular again on TikTok somehow. It's almost like this is a perfect storm of everything happening to Doechii's favor. I hope she realizes that her team is working overtime to make this happen. Things like this don't happen on coincidence. Not blocks falling on multiple different platforms all at once in the span of a couple of weeks. And then in the following months after you just won a Grammy, this is all orchestrated. I wish I knew who was orchestrating this because, like, yo, hats off to you, man. You're brilliant. But she explains why this song Anxiety is officially releasing now in this Twitter video. So I'm going to play you guys that clip.
Okay, so I'm going to break down this lore to people who don't understand it. So I'm dropping a song called Anxiety. Now, you may be thinking Anxiety already came out. So Sleepy Hollow, amazing artist, by the way, he dropped a song called Anxiety where he was sampling my song called Anxiety, but my song is using the sample of Somebody I Used to Know. And then I took that beat, Somebody I Used to Know, and I made my own song on top of it called Anxiety. So then I dropped that song on YouTube. It never hit streaming. And then Sleepy Hollow sampled that. It got approved, and then that song blew up. And now people are finding the original version that I did on YouTube, and that's blowing up on TikTok. And it's anxiety, keep on trying. And now people want me to release the full version, and we're here. And I'm releasing that. It's coming out. So
you know what it feels like to me? Like, you know what it feels like to me? Like the message that they're sending to Nikki. It's like, we hate you so much. We will have a farm. Like, we will go out there and pretty much create a farm of these fake ass female rappers, right? And we'll give them everything that you should have just so we can let you know how much we hate your guts. Okay, like, that's just, I don't know how to, like, I'm like, because I hate your gut, like, I would rather, it's like, if they could just shut down this whole female rap industry, they would, but since they can't, oh well. But we're going to have a farm, y'all. Just picture a farm, okay, with a bunch of, like, clones, okay? Like, these are manufactured, label manufactured, clone superstars-ish kind of stuff, right? It's like, instead of giving Nikki what she's worth, what we'll do is we'll make every single clone famous. We will make every single clone an icon. We will fake their numbers so they rival with your numbers. We'll give every single one of your clone a Grammy before we ever give you a Grammy. Like, to me, I'm like, the hate is so real. Like, it feels like if they could commit murder, they actually would. You know what I'm saying? It's like, they're very demonic. Because I'm like, look at the lengths they're willing to go to just to manufacture a celebrity when they truly have a woman that has the entire package, but she's independent. She won't submit, you know? She just won't bend the knee. So it's like, okay, well, guess what? Since we can and we have the money, we have the resources, we have the connections, we're going to have a farm. Like, I'm like, these girls are just getting farmed. And every time they flop. But they've sent a lot of people after Nikki Hunt. Cardi, Meg, Doechii, Mulatto, right? Even Carisha to something. I mean, they've sent a lot of clone soldiers. It's just that because they don't have an organic relationship with their fans, it doesn't stick. Now, the attacks have been damaging to Nikki, for real. They just don't stick though, right? But they do cause, like, you know, certain, like, scars with, like, her brand, her image, how she's being perceived, right? But if she didn't have the bobs, it'd be a problem, right? But I'm like, they would rather clone people. They would rather have a farm of these goofy ass quasi female rapper clones than to give you what your word. And it's like, it is insane. It is truly insane. To me, it's really crazy. It's crazy.
So y'all can enjoy the full version, and that's the lore behind anxiety.
So as confusing as this was, I was just as confused as you were hearing it. She gives a pretty decent explanation, and this song is taking off. And you know how I know that she's basically guaranteed success? Man, they're comparing this song to Drake. These are some crazy narratives that they're trying to plant, because they said, and I'm going to read this tweet to you guys, one of these Doechii fans. Doechii earned her biggest streaming day of all time on Spotify on March 6th with 21 million streams. She's the 4th female rapper to receive 20 million streams in a single day in Spotify history. This is one of those stats. This is a fan page stat, so it's not a real stat. It's just, oh, this person is the first or second to do something that, or like, yo, doesn't this happen all the time? But the important tweet is that people are comparing her to Drake's album and saying that her new song, Anxiety, is outstreaming every song on Drake's project. And that is quite impressive, and that's a good angle to spread. And that song is kind of catchy. The thing is, they're taking a sample from a song that is already popular, and of course it's going to outstream the music on Drake's album. But let's come back in 2 months and let's see if it's still doing that in daily streams. That's the important thing. Drake dropped
And what he's saying is also true, because when the song came out, somebody used to know the numbers were crazy, like billions of views on YouTube. Like, people like the song, they like the beat. So it's not really original music, right? It's not original music. Drake, his album is original music. He's not doing what you're doing. So I'm like, it's not even a fair comparison. And also, with all these Spotify stuff, the fact that everything is so digital, it makes it so much easier to cheat. And that's why they stream and they have these crazy numbers. But when it's time to actually like sell out an arena, they can't do it. Sell out like a regular theater, they can't do it, because your label is paying for the stuff, right? These people just cheat.
whole album. She's just dropping a single that already had a ton of hype from, hell, TikTok, if we want to call it that, TikTok, quote unquote. But yeah, TDE's got themselves the next female rap star. And I don't think anybody should complain. Who else would be a star or should be a star? I don't think there's anything you can genuinely say that's negative about this. People have been coming at her for this one clip in an interview with Hot Ones, where she said that being a straight man was the biggest red flag when dating. And then someone replies, oh, she's one of them, with 35K likes. And then this was actually such a funny response. I don't care that she says something like that. I do understand what he means. And I saw this one clip of this, I think it was like a YouTuber, this chick that was dancing to Doechii's music. And then I saw her and I thought, oh, I get Doechii's fan base. And I don't fall into that fan base. I enjoy her music. But this is going to be great for her, because the fan base that she attracts, the core fan base at least, is the one that's liable to not only argue on her behalf, but get made fun of by the rest of hip hop. So this is going to be a very entertaining next couple of months and years with her. But let me know what you guys think in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell if you enjoy.
Hey, I thought it was all over.
What's up, Doechii? Hey, Issa. Where's the Tyler, Creator? Music video? Wait, y'all want me to watch this or the music video? I got Daz too. Oh, Daz. Remind me to react to Daz too. This or the music video?
Hold on. What the heck? What's going on here? Who is this? What's his voice?
Oh. You know, it's been a little while since you and I have had a chat. Oh, really? Probably since like your last.
Tyson, that is not a fan of her. I have seen reactions of him. He's like, girl, you're trying to be just like Nicki. Like, Nicki is the blueprint. Like, all these record labels, every new female rap artist, whatever, they all want to model themselves after something they've seen Nicki do, because she gets it. She really does get it.
Hey, all the places we'll go. Oh, yeah. I've been getting some calls. Oh, people are a little bit worried about you. Not worried. And I know that I was kind of that outlet for you. So why don't you just tell me what's been going on?
Okay. Remember old dude from 2019? Nice clean nigga, did me dirtier than laundry. Took a scroll through his IG just to get a DM.
See, I'm like, even that too. I'm like, even that. Doesn't it sound like Nicki? These girls are so unoriginal. And I feel bad for young people, because I feel like as we move into this, I don't know, this bot era, whatever, a lot of young people, they're not going to get real music. They will not have real musicians. They're not going to have real artistry. They're not going to have real songwriters. It's just going to be a bunch of repeat, copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. Nothing's going to be organic. You know, I feel like we are truly headed towards, you see, like she sounds just like her. They all do it. They have these weird personalities. I'm like, child, like, you're weird, okay? But I feel bad because I'm like, nothing is original anymore. Because it's not even about having like a real connection with your audience, making real music, like taking risks, like doing something different. Well, Nikki did it and it worked for her and it's still working for her. So I'm gonna go copy that. That's it. There's nothing original. There is nothing original. I'm like, it's so crazy how like but for a while I didn't really care about Tyler the Creator. But like the older I get, I truly appreciate Tyler the Creator. I thought he was a weirdo, but you know what though? Now I actually do like that he's weird. I like that he's different. Cause who else can you say is out here doing what Tyler's doing? Like nobody. Like he's his own person. Like he has his own bubble and he does his own weird thing and it works for him. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, okay, that is Tyler the Creator, right? You know, I don't have to like the music or whatever, but I do appreciate the fact that when I look at Tyler the Creator, I can say, oh yeah, that's Tyler the Creator because he has something that's unique to him, right? When it comes to female rap, you've heard one, you've heard them all. You've heard one girl, you've heard them all. You hear the first bar, you can already tell how the other bar is going to end. Like you already know what it's going to rhyme with. Clit, dick, what I get, but yeah, okay. Like this is insanity. But I'm like, all they do is just cheat. It's I don't know, to y'all, it's really gross. I don't know. To me, it's oh my gosh, like it's just, and I can see why she's upset. Because something that you care about is becoming AI, is becoming filled with bots, it's becoming full of cheatery. It's like a farm. It's a farm of female rappers. Nobody's original. Everybody wants to copy you. They're not even adding anything. They're not even doing anything new. Nothing is new, y'all. It's just copy and paste. Copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. They have a funnel. First you'll do this, then you'll do that, and then within 6 months you'll get a Grammy. It's like they don't care, Bree. They do not care. And I'm like, I feel bad for the future of music because all these young people, they're not gonna have real music. Like the dumbing down of humanity has officially begun. There's no more creativity. There's nothing original. Nobody stands apart. Everybody's gonna be a clone of the next person. That's a sad life. That truly is a sad life because you want to win so badly. Enjoy the process. What if it takes you 5 years to get a Grammy? Who cares? Right? Like even Madonna. Madonna was so different. Like she did her own thing. Even Lady Gaga. Like how many? Lady Gaga also copied Madonna. People don't want to be original. People don't want to think for themselves. Copy and paste. Copy and paste. Okay, who's winning right now? How can I steal her style? How can I steal her flow? How can I steal this? How can I talk to her fan like she talked to her fan? You know? Like there used to be a point in time where female rappers were distinct. Whether it was Queen Latifah, it was what's it called? Salt and Pepper, it was Lil Kim, it was Foxy Brown, it was Yo-Yo, like, you know, every girl had her own thing going for herself. Like these people were very, very different. We had diversity, like we truly had diversity, right? But it's like today you don't have even Eve. Also, Eve was very different. Like people were so different. And so it was actually refreshing. Okay, that's Eve, that's Nicki, that's Lil Kim, that's Foxy, that's MC Light, that's Salt and Pepper, that's, you know what I mean? Like people were actually different. But it's like nowadays, people are so afraid of being different because it's all about the numbers. The numbers, the numbers, the numbers. How do I cheat? How do I have the biggest numbers? As opposed to saying, how do I make music that truly resonates with people? That's why I said Marlene, I am extremely disappointed in Beyonce. Because by now, her songwriting, like the storytelling, exactly. Everybody was so different. Me, I'm Superfly. Against my window, I can't feel the rain. But who would think of putting a black trash bag on and think that makes you super duper fly? You see what I'm trying to say? Right? But it really worked though. It's so crazy. It was so cheap, but it was so different. And that's what made Missy an icon. Like Missy is so different. She was just so different. Everybody, okay, right? But today, people are afraid of being different. All these girls just copy and paste. They twerk, they bend over, they talk about it's like you heard one song, you've heard them all. You already know how it goes. It's so predictable. It is just so fucking boring. Like, it's just so fucking boring. I'm like, this is crazy. And I really feel bad. I really do feel bad for the future of music because there's not going to be any music. You barely have any musicians now. How many people actually play the guitar? How many people actually play the drums? Like most of the stuff is just made by AI. So everything is going to turn into a formula. And it's not going to be organic. It's not going to be daring. Like people are not going to take chances. Like, you know what? Maybe I'll try this. Maybe I'll try that. You know, because it kind of feels like you get punished for being different. You know what I'm saying? Look at how they're trying to, yeah, it's like, you guys, you hear one song, you've heard them all. You know you get bored. And that's why I said, like, even with Essence, like, what music they really have for Essence? Like, those days are gone. And even the old school performers, they're a little older now, and they didn't take care of themselves, so they can't perform the way they used to. So it can kind of be a little bit slow because they're slow. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, it's just like those days are gone. You know? But I'm like, there really is there's no real artistry. And artistry to me is not just makeup. It's not putting makeup here and doing a weird hairstyle and doing your makeup like this and wearing, no. To me, it's like somebody who really wants to take risk with the music. The way you produce the music, compose the music, arrange the music, right? The way you do like maybe your ad-libs, the way you do your bridges, like real, I'm talking about like, take real risk with the music. Give us something like, wow, like this feels good. You know, I listened to Drake's songs yesterday. Was it yesterday? The new one that he got? Did I miss anything or something like that? Now, some parts were actually really nice, right? But I'm like, that's what being an artist is, right? And I feel like, you know, we should have known this would have happened the moment Steve Jobs decided not to sell an entire album, but he was going to sell just a song. Like people could just buy a song, because before, when all you could do was buy an entire album, you didn't have a choice but to make a great product. You, from the first song to track number 12, you had to have a cohesive body of work, because who's gonna buy it, right? But the moment, like with Steve Jobs and Apple Music, that people were allowed to just sell a song at a time for 99 cents, we should have known this ain't gonna end well, okay? Because then it became about just have a hit, just have a song. Instead of saying like you got to make an entire cohesive album where when people play the thing, nobody wants to stop the music, right? Because that's how you know that you've done you've done your job. Like when they play the first track all the way to track number 12 or track number 13, no skip. And that's how music was. Like because people had to buy the entire album. So everything had to make sense. Everything had to align. Like even the way you titled your songs, it had to be sequential, right? Like, because it felt like it was a story, and then you were just using track number 1, track 12, track 2, whatever, to get us to track number 12. But it was like the whole storytelling, right? And I feel like today, storytelling is completely gone from the music. Everything is about call a man a nigga, eat my vagina. It's like, oh my gosh, like shit, like the fuck. Can you actually tell a story though? Can you truly take us on this magical ride where we start at track 1, and by the time I get to track 12, I'm like, damn, like that was beautiful. Cohesion. But you see, that right there requires real artistry, and people are too damn lazy. You know what I'm saying? And the problem too, because it's a farm, y'all. It's like bots. Like it's like a farm. It's like a female rapper farm. Next single after the next single. It's like, yo, you know, but because also once upon a time, it was okay to take at least 6 months to a whole year to truly work on something meaningful, because it takes time to write. You know, it takes a lot of time to write stuff that actually means something. Then you got to sing. Then you have to arrange the song. Then you got, you know, it's a lot that goes into it. But it's like we have gone so far away from telling people it's okay to take your time to release something of quality, which is what happened with the miseducation. No, we're not unwell. Maybe you're unwell, right? Which is what happened with the miseducation Lauryn Hill, is that she really took her time, y'all. That album was no skip. And that's why she went there. She got like 5 or 6 Grammys in one night. Because every song you learn something. And the thing about the miseducation Lauryn Hill, it's like, I don't know, it was like a journal of like self-awareness. Like, damn, I used to be crazy and stupid, huh? But at the same time, she's telling you, you're also being crazy and stupid. And then it's like she's reflecting, like, it was like, yo, like, this is real. This is real. Like, this is real life. Like, human beings are extremely complex. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, yo, like, do I really want to be this kind of person? You know what I mean? Like, Lauryn Hill really had you thinking. You know? Or like when she talked about Zion, like, you know, like the abortion, because they wanted her to abort Zion. Not the joy of Zion is in my world. Like, damn, like they want you to abort your baby, sis. They crazy. Right? But it was really interesting though. Like, I mean, you learned something. And you truly felt like, I gotta be a better woman. I can't just be a bird and fake nails done by Koreans. You know, I really want to stand for something, right? But I'm like, it made sense though, because it was so beautiful, right? It really was. Like, I'm like, damn. And it's so crazy because, you know, I feel like crying now because you realize that most babies who are named Zion, the mamas had a difficult pregnancy. Like, the pregnancy is usually not easy. Every time I meet a young person named Zion, it's like, I know your mom went through hell. You know, you probably were not meant to be here, right? But it's like, don't be afraid. Like, yeah, you know, you probably didn't plan your pregnancy, but you should have an abortion, right? But it's like, today Zion is big. Like, they're out there, they do songs and stuff together. It's like, that's Zion right there. Yo, they wanted your mama to kill your ass, right? But it's like, it was really well thought out because people used to be intentional. Like Jill Scott was extremely intentional. Jill Scott, her music always felt like poetry. It always felt that way. But it wasn't rushed. Like, it's like, we're like, this is beautiful. I don't know. I really do feel bad because I don't know where music is going. I really do not know. I have no idea where music really is going. I have no clue. But I'm like, this is really crazy. Okay? This is really, really insane. This is really sad. Because I'm like, if artists are told that everything is just about the numbers, right? Even like, you know, I had this conversation with myself yesterday. Yes, y'all. I really have this conversation with myself because, you know, I have a hair page and I do post my stuff on there. And I was like, you know what, Marlene? Because I haven't posted there in a long time. Because I've been busy, you know, I've been busy, right? But I said to myself yesterday, you know, I was like, Marlene, I need to get back to editing my hair videos because my TikTok, Happy Hair Coily Curls, is for me. It's not about the views. It's about documenting my hair journey over the next 5 years, right? So I was talking to myself yesterday, right? And I was like, you know what? Sometimes, even as content creators, you can get so caught up in, did my last video hit? Did I make, like, did I get 1 million views? Did I do this? Did I do that? Right? That you forget that sometimes it's not about the views. Like, yes, it's nice. If you post a TikTok and you get 1 million views, like, shit, who gonna say no? Right? If you post a TikTok and you get 100,000 views, right? Who's going to say no? But it's everything about the views. You know what I'm saying? Especially sometimes, like, I don't know if you create content, you probably have seen this, whether it's TikTok, it's Instagram, it's YouTube, right? Sometimes you'll post a video and you think, even a short, and you think the video completely flopped. But then 2-3 months from now, it just slowly picks up. So it's not that the video wasn't good. It's just that it needs time to simmer so it can find the right audience, right? But you were so right when you make that video. And I think, like, what can happen sometimes with content creation, including music, because it's all content creation, is that you can become so obsessed with the numbers that you don't realize that sometimes you got to create what feels right to you, right? You got to create what feels right to you, and you have to just let it sit. You have to let it simmer. You got to let it, let it marinate and stuff like that. And in due time, it might pick up. Right? But when everything is so formulaic, because the main thing we worry about is the views, the streams, the this, the that. I feel like that can be so short-sighted because everything in the moment is truly not about how many views do I get, right? Like, let's say like you post on TikTok, right? I'm telling you, sometimes just post your content because you might say, oh, this is not the right lighting. This is not, but sometimes it's not about the right lighting. It's about what you're saying on that TikTok. If you're saying something that can help people, can be shared, can be helpful to people, you'll see in due time, that video is going to start picking up, right? It's going to start picking up. So you start thinking to yourself, how many times did I say this content was not good enough? When it truly was, because it's not about the perfect lighting. It's not about this and that. It's about the value of the content. Like the stuff you're sharing in that content, people need to hear that. And you got to trust yourself to put it out there. But the numbers have us so crippled How many subscribers do I have? How many views do I have? We allow these numbers to cripple our creativity, right? We allow these numbers to cripple our creativity. And then what happens is that a lot of people, you just stop creating. You stop creating. You stop being original. You stop making space for your art, like your real art. Because to me, I understand all these female rappers, myself included, even though I'm not a female rapper, but I understand all these female rappers and any woman that's a business owner or an entrepreneur being motivated by Nicki. But instead of trying to copy her, she should give you the courage to be yourself, right? Because Nicki has crazy voices in her head. Some days she has a British accent. Some days she has Jamaican patois. Some days she Trinidadian. Some days she from Queens, Jamaica. Girl, who are you again? But I'm like, all that diversity is what makes Nicki, because you never know which one you're going to get today. Like, who am I getting today? And that makes it interesting, right? It makes it interesting. So I'm like, to me, when you look up to Nicki, you shouldn't say to yourself, how do I just copy her? She's already her. And people love her for her. Nobody needs a carbon copy of Nicki. And then we also have Papa Bear. So I don't know, right? But it's like Nicki should empower you to believe in your own artistry. And don't be afraid to look crazy. Don't be afraid to look cringe. Don't even be afraid to have albums that flop. Because just because commercially your album was a flop, it doesn't mean that it was not a great tool for you. Like, it wasn't a great learning lesson for you, right? Lauryn Hill has had songs that flop. Lauryn Hill, she went on the Apollo, Showtime at the Apollo, and she got booed. Okay? It was really bad. She got booed, but it was good for her because it made her better. Then she was part of the Fugees, and she wrote a lot when she was part of the Fugees, right? And then she had these features with other artists. Like, I'm like, but think about how many years it took to get to a place where she was now able to be the Lauryn Hill that wrote the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. Right? And if they had rushed this process the way these labels are doing this to these girls today, we never would have had that. How can you have a career that lasts almost 30 years, like almost 20 years plus, with just one album? Can you imagine? Imagine doing one thing and that thing keeps you fed for the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying? And the problem with this whole digital, everything is so digital, everything is all about the numbers and shit, is that, listen, you create a lot, but a lot of this shit is not even meaningful. People are just, I'm telling y'all, people have gotten so comfortable with just spamming people. Like, you're just creating spam. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a bullshit content. Like, you're just creating spam. Like, I'll see people on TikTok say things like, oh, you should post 6 times a day. And I'm like, why? You know what I mean? Because it's just, I need to just spam people's FYPs. It's like, no. Just do one great TikTok. Just do one great TikTok a day. Why do you want to do 6 posts a day? Because we are in the age chase numbers, spam people. The more is better. I'm like, no, more is not always better. Because when people talk about consistency, it's not spamming. Right? If you show up once every day, that's cool enough, right? If you show up once every other day, or you show up once every 2 days, as long as you're consistent. And when you do show up, you add something of value, like give people a value, and also make people miss you, right? But if you post 6 times a day on TikTok and the majority of it is just bullshit, people are going to tune you out because you just create noise. You are a noise creator. And I feel like this is where the music industry is going, right? These people are just creating noise. And because it's not sustainable, you need a farm of rappers. You need a farm of artists. Because you got to churn it out. So they get burned as quickly, or people get tired as quickly as they've heard it, because they put all their stuff all at once. It's like, and then there's nothing else after that. I'm like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. And I'm like, real artistry is dying. It's dying all over the place. Like, it's not just the music industry. It's in content creation, right? If somebody sees, they're really, really greedy. If they see Mr. Beast makes a video, they all copy the same videos. Oh, but damn. Why are you people so damn lazy? If one video goes viral on TikTok, everybody wants to do the same thing. If one influencer is cooking or whatever, everybody wants to start cooking now. If one influencer paints her entire house beige and she buys all beige furniture, everybody wants to do the same thing. Instead of saying, what is it about her video that makes people want to come back? And then look at yourself and say, okay, what can I do that's somewhat similar, but that's true to me, that's also going to make people care about me? You get me, right? But it's like people are so afraid to be different. People are so afraid to be individuals. People are so afraid to try their own shit. And keep trying until you find something that is really unique to you, right? But I'm like, most of these people here are so boring to me. They really, really do bore me. You know what I'm saying? They are truly, everything is so repetitive, right? Everybody's doing Pilates now. Like, how much Pilates do you see on your feet? It's like, oh my gosh, like, but damn, right? Because people do not want to try. Like, okay, maybe I'll keep some of that, but I add a little bit more of this, right? Do you understand? Mr. Beast does a video. Oh, I locked myself in my room for 20 days. You're going to see 25,000 videos. I locked myself in a room for 25,000 days. It's like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah. We really, like, songs really had it was a whole thing. Today, it's the same old BS. Come have sex with me. F you. Okay, sure, whatever. Where is the actual story? There's no storytelling anymore. It's all about cursing, being vulgar, how many people you slept with, somebody's penis, how the penis is shaped. How, like, what? And that's my thing. Like he's saying, like Retro is saying, like they're not developing these artists. Right? They are truly not developing these artists. Look at Chloe. This is how Chloe burned herself out. And you start thinking, like, you know, if that was the case, Chloe and Haley never should have broken apart. Because the group, if y'all don't really know what the fuck you want to do, and you don't really know how you're going to be different, then please don't break away. Don't break up the group then. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Right? Because you broke up, you broke the group up to do what? What are y'all even doing? We don't even know. Right? But you see, what's it called? Chloe was not properly managed. And now because she sexed herself out, she made herself so hypersexual, who cares about the music? Now you got Haley over here, DDG, baby, new boyfriend, girl, oh my gosh, right? Restraining orders, it's just too fucking much. So it's like, okay, if you didn't have a real vision of what you were really going to do as a solo artist, there was no need to break the group. There's no need, right? Because you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. Yeah, everything is beige. Oh, shit. We're tired. And maybe that's why many of us are just like, we're just stuck because we feel so uninspired. I don't know about you, but I know I feel so uninspired. Like, damn. Everybody looks the same, y'all. Everybody looks the same. Everybody thinks the same. Everybody dresses the same. Everybody does Pilates. Girl. Everybody goes to the same vacation spots. They travel to the same countries. They eat the same food. Like, it's like, wow, like nothing really is original. And it's, I don't know, to me it's sad. Because what's going to happen to us as a human race if we stop being, like, if we stop trying, if we, you know what I'm saying? If we're so homogenous like that, like, we're going to be like robots. You know? Like, I don't know. It's just, it's sad. I don't know. It's very dystopian. Like, I just feel like it's just really sad. Because that's what, like, human beings need color. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, diversity, change of, like, different thoughts, different ideas. Like, even now, if you don't think like most people, it's a problem. You don't agree with the mainstream narrative, it's a problem. It's like, they don't want us to be different. I'm like, why? Like, why is being different such a threat? Like, why is being different perceived as such a threat? Why don't we welcome things that are different? You know what I'm saying? And so I don't think Doichi is a bad person, right? I don't know her to say that. But she's playing in a system that is really trying to hurt another woman. And that, to me, is some foul shit. And I'm like, to me, if it takes you 5 years to get your first Grammy, who cares? Y'all, who really cares? If you start a YouTube channel and it takes you 5 years to really blow up, who cares? Enjoy the process. Everything is not about the numbers. Everything is not about getting a sponsorship, getting this, and that. Sometimes also it's about the people. You know, like once upon a time, right? Once upon a time, when social media was kind of like brand new, whether it was like MySpace, High Five, Facebook, whatever, even the early days of Instagram, even YouTube, you guys, you really came on social media to make friends. You know, you really came on social media to have a real human connection. It's like, so the stuff I'm saying is not because I'm planning on giving you a coupon code or because I'm planning on, nobody had ulterior motives. You had something you like, or you were doing something pretty cool, or you discovered something pretty cool. You just came and had a conversation about it. And by God's grace, you met people who were like, hey, I like this. Like, oh, thank you for telling me. Nothing more, nothing less, right? But then the money got involved, the views got involved. People started buying houses, buying cars, and it became something else. And that's why I feel like the human touch of it all is just gone. Everybody panders, everybody lies, everybody just copies what they see because people just want to make money. And to me, the whole part about social media is that agree, disagree, but social media was meant for us to be social. It's meant for us to get to know people. Hey, you know what? There's somebody that might live like 1,000 miles away from you, but they actually think just like you, right? You understand? There's someone who might live in a whole completely different country, like, but they cool people. It's like you came on social media to actually be social and not to be self-serving and cheat and scam and bots and pay for views and all that weird shit. To me, it's really weird. You know what I mean? Because it really should be about the conversation. And even today, too, like today in our society today, even the art of conversation is gone. As soon as somebody disagrees, it turns into insults, cussing, and I'm like, why? You know, we should come here and exchange ideas. Agree, disagree. Just do it in a way that, okay, that's actually interesting. I didn't see it from that perspective, right? Because then it makes everybody better. It makes everybody better. But today, no, even the art, the entire art of dialogue, the art of discussion, right? Debating, you know, it goes violent so quickly. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what just happened? Right? What the fuck just happened? You know what I mean? Like, come on. That's just crazy to me, right? But it's like people are truly, truly afraid of being different. And people are truly afraid of like slow growth, like slow motion. It's better to have slow motion and to really, really build with your subscribers, like, or your peoples, right? But it's like, it's a real, genuine connection. It's not fake. It's not because, oh, I like her outfit or I like her makeup or I like her shoes. No, it's like, it's a real connection. Like if all of these things were to go, we will still be friends because I really like you as a person. You know what I'm saying? And even today, a lot of people are even afraid of letting their subscribers know who they are because everything is so performative. They hide behind hauls. They hide behind the shoes. They hide behind the shopping. They hide. People are, I don't know. People are, to me, I don't know. But to me, people are truly, truly afraid of being themselves and they are truly, truly hiding. And I'm like, it's sad because you'll never get to know the kind of community you could have built had you been yourself. Stop performing. Stop being performative, right? And be a fucking human being. If you're flawed, you're flawed. You know what I mean? If you're a little crazy sometimes, okay, you're a little crazy sometimes. You know what I'm saying? If some days you ain't shit, then you ain't shit. You're a person. You know what I'm saying? You are an actual human being. And I'm like, grow into your artistry. Grow into your voice. Like, grow into what you're trying to do. But I'm like, the way these young ladies are so comfortable with cheating, their record labels is cheating, you know, it's fun now. But long term, they're going to do you a huge disservice because instead of actually investing, because once upon a time you used to have A&R. All these record labels used to have artist development. They used to have A&R. You know, they really used to take the time to really develop their artists. Like, okay, what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses, right? And to really develop you, right? Like take Mary J, for example. For the longest, like an Artistry, was she signed to? No. Who was she? No, what's that guy's name? Who was Diddy signed to? Interscope? Who was she signed to again? With Andre, yeah, with Andre, because she was signed to Andre and he didn't know what to do with her, right? They didn't know what to do with her. Then Diddy discovered, like, Diddy found what he could do with Mary J. But a lot of people, like, I mean, Andre, he didn't know what he could do with Mary J. Blige, right? But you see, it took a long time. to really say, okay, who is she? Like, what is her sound? What is she going to represent? How you going to market Mary J? But Diddy got it right. And you see how long she lasted? From what's the 411 to like right now, do you see how long Mary J has lasted, right? But I'm like, that's what happens when you have record labels who are not trying to sign 1,000 people. They're not trying to have some farm where they're farming people and creating clones, right? But they sign a certain number of out. Like, listen, this year we're only going to sign like 5 people, 10 people, whatever, because we truly need to take the time to develop these people, right? Those days are gone. You know what I'm saying? Those days are really gone. But I'm like, what the people who were signed to record labels at a time when record labels truly had an A&R department, at times when record labels truly cared about artist development, right? A lot of these people are still here today because they had the training. They had people who were dedicated to seeing them grow, to see them evolve, to see them perfect their craft, right? And I'm like, that's truly priceless. But when a record label is cheating on your behalf, they're not helping you. You think they're helping you because they're giving you stuff for like quick, but it's not going to last because they're not teaching you how to secure the stuff they're getting you because they did not invest the time to really develop you as an artist. They just bought the stuff for you. You see what I'm saying? And that's why, like, when you're a kid, if you didn't grow up spoiled, like your parents just buy you everything, yeah, you grew up resentful. But guess what? When you're older, you're resourceful because you didn't grow up spoiled. Because your parents put work ethics in you. They made you appreciate the value of $1. So today, you know how to go out there and get stuff and make things happen for yourself. Ain't you proud? Right? But you see, if your parents had given you everything, they would have crippled you. So it's nice to be spoiled. But when you get older, you realize like, oh shit, I'm crippled. And how many kids who grew up super rich or grew up spoiled can't do shit? And I'm like, and that's what it is. When you're farming content, when you're farming views, you're farming streams, you're paying for Grammys, right? Yes, it's cool. At first, it's cute because it happens so fast. But what I'm saying is, it's going to cripple you because they're not teaching you what it really takes to have a Grammy. They are not teaching you what it takes to really have an album that is deserving of being Rap Album of the Year. They're not teaching you what it really takes to be Woman of the Year. They're not teaching you, right? So even after you have the Grammy, look at Cardi B. Look at her, right? And I know she feels like a failure. That's why all she can do is talk about men and men this and that. What else can she talk about but a relationship? Because she ain't gonna write. She ain't gonna talk about music. Because Cardi was with like whoever she signed with, was it Artistry? I don't know who she signed to, right? But Cardi never went through artist development. She didn't go through it, right? So she doesn't know. And you can see how she's afraid to not like meet the expectations of her first album because it did so big. The numbers were so big. But I'm like, your label hyped it up so much and your label paid for so many streams that now you're even afraid because you are competing. You like if you came out with a new album right now, it's like you're competing against your former self that was on steroids because they bought your shit. Do you know what I mean? So it could have done really well, but if they're paying for all this shit and they're like 3x, 5x the shit, you know, you can see how it can be so daunting. Like, how do I outdo myself? Because these are not real numbers. They're fake. So how does your new self compete with your former self when your former self was completely bought? You see how that can be crippling for a person? I would be crippled too. I'd be afraid to write. I'd be afraid to do anything. I'd be scared. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you should not have your label do these things. Like, they're just thinking about the money and they're not really thinking about the longevity of your career. Right? You understand? Even like, look at Janet Jackson. Right? She's still here today because it's like her artistry was not just developed like when she signed. It's like being part of the Jackson family, seeing her brothers, seeing how they took their stuff seriously, right? Having Michael Jackson as your older brother, seeing how serious he took his shit. Like, oh shit. Then she had her own artist development, right? I think she signed to the Hit Factory or something like that, right? So it's like, it's a lot of work that went into it. But I'm like, today she's in her 50s and she's still in high demand. Because once your foundation is solid as an artist, you're going to last. You see? So I'm like, but when you don't have that and your label just pays for everything, I'm telling you, you're going to be crippled. It seems like they're doing you a favor, but it really, they're not doing you a favor, because guess what? They're not thinking about longevity in this industry, because you're just another artist. And if you fail tomorrow, they go find somebody else on Instagram. They will find somebody else on TikTok, because they look at y'all as replaceable tokens. Like they don't see y'all as real artists that they are responsible for. No, because they'll find somebody else and then they'll just manufacture her and make her a superstar out of thin air. Right? Like that's what's so dangerous. Like look at Jay-Z. Like Jay-Z probably spent a lot of money on Meg Thee Stallion, but you think he got his money back? You really think she was worth the money? No. She's a bad investment. Meg Thee Stallion has been nothing but problem and a bad investment for Roc Nation. Never should have signed her. Because you should have let this young lady develop herself until she really has a resume to speak on, right? And then you can consider signing her to Roc Nation. But it was so premature. So now look, she's nothing more than liability. Meg is a liability. She really is a liability. Like, yeah, they lost so much money on this chick, and they might never get their money back. Expensive ass music videos, paying for interviews, paying for sympathy, paying for her to lie to Gayle King. You're not going to get your money back because she's not a real artist. Right? Anybody can rap. But a real artist is something really different. And I think that also has to be nurtured. And that's why it was best for her to stay with 1501, at least for a good 5 years. Let her prove herself at 1501, and then you can sign her, right? But it was extremely premature, you know? And not look at all the backlash and stuff like that. It's crazy, right? Whereas like Nicki, she really struggled before she got to Young Money from New York, Atlanta, Deb Acne, Gucci Mane, before she signs with Lil Wayne, right? But by the time she got there, she was ready. You know what I'm saying? You have to let people go through the bullshit and let people grow and you know, solidify themselves as artists, like people who really want this. And they're not just people who are coming here to be influencers. Because I don't know, to me, I think it's really sad. And that's why I feel like even music now, it's not interesting anymore, because it's like, oh, what the heck? I'd rather go listen to Spanish music. I got better things to do. Okay? I truly have better things to do. But the state of hip hop right now is really sad. The state of female rap is really sad because, y'all, it's extremely boring. It's boring. It's repetitive. It's predictable. It's extremely vulgar. You don't learn shit. You know, when Eve came out, I remember like when we were in high school, right? I think so. We had to be like freshmen in high school when Eve came out, right? Because first she came out with Rough Riders, but like, you know, but then when she came out as like with her own stuff, like her solo project, right? But one of her first single was Love is Blind. Love is blind and it will take over your mind. Because when you think it's love, it's truly not. You need to elevate, okay? But it was talking about domestic violence because her friend had a boyfriend that used to beat on her. And then Eve was trying to tell her, like, this is not what love really is. Girl, you crazy, right? But like you were young and like you were exposed to the fact that, you know, some people get beat up in relationships and you have like, you need to walk away because that's not what love really is. Like some songs were fun. Some songs were like, you know, Eve being herself, you know what I mean? She low cocky with it, but there were songs also like, I need to teach you how to, from a woman to a woman, like there are certain things you just can't accept from a man, right? Today, young girls, they listen to female rappers. What do they actually learn? What are they learning? Who's teaching them anything? It's just vulgar. Find a man that got money, get his bag, get his paper. This is a clown show. Okay? It is a clown show, right? Because when you have the people's ears, you need to put something in there that's meaningful. Right? Some songs can be silly, some songs can be funny, whatever. But I'm like, when you have the people's ears, you gotta put seeds of life in there. You gotta put something in there that's meaningful, right? Drop something in their heads that's meaningful. You know what I mean? So when they're out there and they handle life, they know they gotta look out for themselves, right? Gotta be careful, right? Everything that you call love is not love. Some love is extremely toxic. Walk the fuck away. Because love's not supposed to hurt you. Nobody should be putting their hands on you. Right? And if they do call me, somebody might end up in a body bag. What do I know? Right? But it was like, that's the kind of energy we grew up to, right? You understand what I'm like? Today, even like, I was a little baby, you had like Queen Latifah saying, who you calling the bitch? Are you crazy? Okay? But it's like there was a message. Like everything was not hypersexual. Everything was not about okay. There was a message. I'm like, today, what is the message? What exactly is the message to young people? If you're a female rapper and you make rap music, what is your message to these young girls? What is your message? You live a life, you have security, you have money, you live in a nice neighborhood, right? You know what I'm saying? You don't even have to go outside and buy your groceries. But these young girls, they really have to be out there. They don't have security. They don't have bodyguards. They don't live in a fancy house. Like, they live regular lives, right? What advice are you giving to these young girls to keep themselves safe? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, to me, and that's why I feel like a lot of these people, they are incredibly irresponsible with their platforms because they don't give a message that truly gives life. You know, I think sometimes it's cute for girls to roast the boys. Like, it's part of the age. You know what I'm saying? It's part of coming of age. Boys talk shit. Girls talk shit, right? Like when growing up when TLC did I Don't Want No Scrubs, right? The boys came outside and said, I don't want no pigeon. And they just go like this, you know what I'm saying? It was cute. It was a little moment, right? So the roasting stuff is cute, keep it light, keep it fun. But I still feel like the music also has to have a message, right? So as a female rapper, when you make your songs, what exactly is your message? And what I see is like a lot of times it's a horrible ass message. If it's not prostitute yourself, go find a man with all kinds of money, it's date a criminal. And when you date these gangster boys or these YNs, you know, you might catch a bullet. Because usually when it comes to that kind of life, these bullets never go for the people that they were intended to hurt. They always go to, you know, the bystanders, the innocent girlfriend, you know what I'm saying? Because you were at the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong kind of boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? And that too also to me is extremely problematic. Because you need to make music that tells people to also be safe and to stay away from certain kinds of people because you have your whole life ahead of you. God forbid you date the wrong man, get in his car, and now there's a whole drive-by and you're gone. 17, 18, 19, you're just dead. What about your mom? What about your dad? What about your future? So no, stay away from people who don't want to live. Stay away from people that got bad karma. Okay? Just stay away. But honestly, you guys, I'm going to stop it here. But that's what I'm trying to say. You know, of course, I stay with Nikki. If she cussed you out, most likely you did something. Or your label is doing something. Or your management is doing something. So, because Nikki has receipts for everything. She's not crazy. Now, I would probably do it the way that she does. But then again, I'm not her. I would do it differently, right? Because I would definitely do it differently, right? But that's just how she expresses herself. But usually, I will say this. If she's going off on someone, she has receipts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's really sad. Nikki really has receipts. She really does. And I think she's made up her mind. No one is going to bully her. And if you try to come for her, you try to come for what she's built, you try to diminish what she's built, well, listen, she's an air, she's a fire sign. It's going to get ugly. You know, and I feel like these women and their goofy ass record labels, they need to, hey, you know we lie and we know we cheat, so let's not go mess with this lady, right? Yeah, so she do not mess with her. Do not mess with her. But if she feels like you're coming for her, you're coming for what she's built, you're coming for what she has done, for her legacy and things like that, it's not going to end well for her. But I can say this, for as long as I've known her and I've like really, really studied her, she doesn't cuss people out for no reason. She doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, she really doesn't. Like, she has receipts on a whole lot of people. Matter of fact, she might even have receipts on me, right? But if she cuts you out, like, most likely you did something. And she sees a lot of things. Like, she peeps a whole lot of shit. You know what I mean? Because she sees it. Just like I see a lot of things too. But it's like people are not dumb. And people know when you have bad intentions. People know when you have bad energy. People know when you ain't shit. And they're not going to perform because we got to do this fake ass sisterhood and this fake ass woman empowerment shit. No, you're not a good person. So I'm not going to pretend. Nikki's not going to pretend for anybody. Okay? Nikki's not going to pretend for anybody. She ain't going to perform for anybody. She's not going to do this fake ass woman empowerment because every time she turns around, it's a woman being sent by a man to attack her, you know, and do all kinds of weird shit. So she has trust issues. And why would she not? You know what I'm saying? But I've never seen her cuss out Black China. So obviously, you know, some people just know how to act, and some people know how to not mess with her. So that's all I say. So I'm like, SZA, to me, you're up to some foolishness. Like I said, your manager should have called her back and say, you know what, she's going to do it or she's not going to do it. That's it. But because you're labeled into some foolishness, and because your label wants to place Doichi as the next superstar, you guys are playing stupid games, and you're being really unprofessional, and you're being very disrespectful. So no problem, right? And if you decide to do a song called Broken Barbie, and because of whatever's going on behind the scenes, she feels like it's a dig at her, okay, cool. Okay? Because I'm like, of all the things you could have called your song, why you even call your song Broken Barbies? Like, it's so weird. It's really weird, okay? But you guys, thank you so much. I love y'all. I have to leave you now. I'll be back tomorrow with another topic, okay? But I have to talk about this one. So hopefully you enjoyed this video, okay? You learned something new, all right? Love you, all the newcomers. Hey, glad to have you here, right? But hopefully you enjoyed the video. You learned something new, and I will see you tomorrow, all right? Bees do, my people, she gotta go. Gotta go. Bye-bye. I'm tired.